Demonic Powapoof ladies. The story starts in a prison and the people shouted from their prison cells. "Pain! It's so painful! Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo, let me out!" A prisoner shouted. "By Kingling, you despicable and shameless demon! I want to tear you into shreds." In his throne, Bai Qingling listened to the prisoners as he relaxed to the sound of people screaming in agony. He suddenly opened his eyes, felt something different, and said, "Tear you into shreds." Bai Qingling remarked, "Such an evil smell. Did I transmigrate?" He suddenly remembered something and said, "Isn't this the final boss scene from the game I played previously? I remember that the villain boss was called something like." He was shocked and said, "It's him. This is him. Demon Lord Qingling, Bai Qingling. Unexpectedly, I transmigrated into the biggest villain. But this guy is a vicious character, and he even controls 3 beautiful disciples. Demon Lord Qingling, Bai Qingling, is the common final villain from all ending roots in the traditional Chinese-style game Immortal Love. He deceived his master and eradicated his ancestors, even planning to have his own master tossed into an alchemy furnace to be refined into a human elixir. To keep the matter of his master's murder secret, he also used forbidden spells to massacre his sect. He only left behind one little junior martial sister and became a fugitive on the run. At the end of the game, Bai Qingling used his identity as Kang Ming sect's Yuo Temple Master to fight to the death with the strongest person of the righteous path, Mu Xinlan. Bai Qingling spent 1,000 years of cultivation and paid a heavy price to barely escape back to the Kang Ming sect. Right now, Bai Qingling has just painstakingly escaped back to his old den, and this is the storyline close to the final ending. Demon Lord Qingling, at his peak, was at the immortalization stage of cultivation, and now he has fallen into such a pathetic state. I remember clearly that at this point, the Bai Qingling in the original game was going to die soon. He would be poisoned to death by his most trusted 3rd disciple. Suddenly, someone knocked at the demon door, and a disciple said, "Lord Master, are you inside? It's time for your medicine." Bai Qingling said to himself in shock, "Sure enough, she's here." The disciple held a vial of medicine while waiting outside and remembered her fellow disciples saying to her, "Kill him, Zinger. This is the only choice. Once you kill that person, everything will be over." She opened the door. Bai Qingling was shocked and said to himself, "She's here. It's just like the original game. My 3rd disciple, Sen Zinger, has been instigated to use the opportunity of providing medicine to use the poison pill given by the main male character, Xiao Chen. Right now, I am Bai Qingling, and Demon Lord Bai Qingling is me. I don't want to die yet. At the very least, I can't let that charming horse main character, Xiao Chen, enjoy my disciples." A system notification said, "Congratulations to the host." Another system notification said, "You've been bound with the legendary Great Love system." Another system notification said, "You've received a beginner's quest. Use Great Love to influence Sen Singer emotionally. Influence her to let go of her resentment and become completely devoted to the host." Bai Qingling said to himself, "A Great Love system? Isn't Bai Qingling a demon lord who does all kinds of evil without batting an eye? Even if it's a common cheat for a transmigrator, it shouldn't be so ridiculous. Wait, not necessarily so. In the original game, developing goodwill from Sen Singer only started after my death." A system notification said, "Bai Qingling's 3rd disciple, Sen Jinger." Bai Qingling said to himself, "This also means that even though the story progressed to this stage, she still couldn't bear to let me go. Whether Bai Qingling likes Sen Singer isn't important. This brat is the only point of breakthrough for me." He suddenly used force to draw Sen Jinger, and a gust of wind blew at her. She looked at Bai Qingling in the distance. Bai Qingling said, "No need to be so cautious. Come closer, Zinger." Sen Jinger said to herself in disbelief, "Hey, is this my imagination?" The man who was always above everyone else, his voice actually had a hint of warmth. She suddenly kneeled to the ground, put her head down, and said, "This disciple greets Martial Master." "No!" "Greets Master," she said to herself. "Be brave, Zinger. There's nothing to be afraid of." Martial brother Xiao Chen used his life to guarantee that Master No Bai Qingling's vitality is greatly injured. As long as he consumes this Void Soul Eater pill, his body will perish while his Tao will disperse, and he will not be reincarnated. Master, the spiritual herb garden that Zinger is responsible for has produced another batch of 100-year-old spiritual herbs. Currently, I present to the Master the 9 transformation magic pill that you asked for a while ago." Bai Qingling said, It's ready so quickly. Are you sure this pill is properly refined? Sen Zinger replied. Zinger does not dare to be neglectful. Zinger and the elder from the blood refining hall refined this pill day and night for 2 months. The quality of this pill should be at least 7th grade or above. Zinger requests for master's benevolence. Bai Qingling said, 7th grade? Then why is there a 9-colored glow near the entrance of the bottle? When were you in the blood refining hall able to refine a 9th grade pill? Sen Zinger said, it's the effect of supplementary ingredients. I added supplementary ingredients. Bai Qingling looked at her with his piercing cat eyes and said, was it intentional or accidental? Sen Zinger was scared and shocked at the same time. She put her face down and said nervously, please don't worry, master. Although I've only added supplementary ingredients, it still has the effects of an original 9th grade pill. If there is any loss in the effect, Zinger is willing to be severely punished. Bai Qingling looked at her and thought to himself, such eagerness to convince me to consume it. My good disciple really wants her master to die quickly. But a person at their most anxious state is when they are at their weakest. The foreplay must be sufficient for the so-called great love to penetrate deep into the soul. Sen Zinger opened the vial, and Bai Qingling looked at it in his hands. Sen Zinger asked, Master, are you going to take it immediately? Suddenly, a flashback of her holding Bai Qingling's hands and calling him, Master, Master, she said. If Master is not satisfied, why don't I take the pill back into the furnace to refine it again? And Bai Qingling said, Zinger, and he held Sen Zinger's face, why do you hate me so much? He got closer to her and looked her in the eye, continuing, that you want to kill your master so eagerly? Sen Zinger was shocked and nervously sweating. Bai Qingling said, come with me. Sen Zinger said, Master, do you not believe in Zinger? She started to tear up. Bai Qingling said, keep up, no more questions. Sen Zinger wiped away her tears and said, yes. As they walked down to the basement, Bai Qingling thought to himself, as expected, she still doesn't have the courage or conviction to go against me. Then I can turn things around as long as I use this to my advantage. In the blood storage basement level, Sen Zinger said, Master, these are... Bai Qingling thought to himself, this is where Bai Qingling ingested the poisonous elixir. It's also the place where the original main character Xiao Chen made his final attack. The game made it seem more peaceful, but it's actually so cruel seeing it firsthand. These were all people from the Cyclops clan who lived in the Great Xuan Mountain in Nanjiang. I was once deceived by the clan leader Tuoba Changyu. I endured such extreme torture that I was better off being dead. Tuoba Changyu wanted to take away my innate demonic powers. Thankfully, my demon blood activated at the last minute, and I escaped successfully. After my demonic art was completed, the first thing I did was return to the Great Xuan Mountain to pay back the hospitality shown by the Cyclops clan. Sen Zinger thought to herself, Master. Hey, it's not just Master's master who wanted to take his demonic power, but the Cyclops clan also plotted against him. Anyone who has experienced this type of treatment would become ruthless and nonchalant towards this world, right? Master. Hey, shouldn't have been treated that way, but senior sister already told me about this man's true face. If I don't kill him this time around, who knows how many lives will perish by his hands. Bai Qingling looked at Sen Zinger and said, but not these. What I truly want you to see is inside. He opened the doors and they entered. Inside, there were pearls hovering. Sen Zinger looked at them closely and was shocked. She said, these are shadow demon pearls? Sen Zinger remembered what her fellow disciple told her. The shadow demon pearls can monitor a person's every move and provide feedback upon the owner's wish. The shadow demon pearls in your room were crafted by Master. They've been monitoring us ever since we joined Master. We are not his disciples, but tools on a leash. Just things he can touch as he pleases, Sen Zinger told herself. Second senior sister told me to pretend not to know about the existence of those pearls. But now, why is he showing these things to me himself? Bai Qingling said. Ixinger, raise your head and look closely. Sen Zinger replied, yes, Master. The pearl started to project something. She saw herself as a child crying and said, boo-hoo. A warrior said, this rotten child is still crying. So annoying. Another guy shouted, shut your mouth, and attacked the young Sen Zinger. The young Sen Zinger cried and tried to block the attack. Suddenly, Bai Qingling arrived and cut them in half. He walked towards the young Sen Zinger. She looked at her savior and asked, who are you? He said, Bai Qingling. The young Sen Zinger said, are you a god? Help my mommy and daddy, I beg you. Bai Qingling said, gods disregard mortals, demons don't abandon the living. He touched her face and said, "Come with me." Sensinger asked, "Where?" Bai Qingling smiled and said, "Home." In the present, Sensinger said, "Master." Bai Qingling told her, "Xinger, your master has countless enemies. My disciples will also naturally become the targets of many people. This Shadow Demon Pearl is just one of my tactics for protecting you when you are in danger." Sensinger said, "Master, you mean? You were always using the Shadow Demon Pearl to protect us and not monitor us." Bai Qingling said, "Master has deliberately treated you unkindly these years, and everyone in the world knows that you have reasons to hate your master. If I accidentally die, you three sisters will still have a reason to stand on the enemy's side and keep yourselves safe. It would have been best if I could keep this a secret forever. But you had already decided to kill your master." Sensinger began to cry, realizing the truth. Bai Qingling continued, "Never mind. As long as Xinger is safe, everything else is not important." Sensinger suddenly rushed towards Bai Qingling and hugged him tightly with her body. She continued to cry and said, "Master, Xinger was wrong. Xinger shouldn't have believed what the others said. Xinger is a big dummy. Xinger should have known from the start Master is the best person in the whole world. Xinger was truly wrong. I beg for Master's forgiveness." Xinger actually really loves Master. Bai Qingling smiled like a demon and hugged her back. Sensinger continued to cry and said, "Boo-hoo-hoo." A system notification said, "Congratulations to the host. You've completed the beginner's quest." Another system notification said, "You've earned the following reward. 500 points. Golden treasure chest ×1. Bai Qingling thought to himself, the quest is complete. Does this count as using great love to influence her emotions? I can't afford to think too much. In order to survive, I must change the storyline of my eventual death. Xinger's loyalty is an indispensable factor for it." Bai Qingling told Sensinger, "My rebellious disciple, I can't understand your behavior." "Who is the scoundrel that managed to sweet-talk you into doing this?" Sensinger replied, "Yes. Reporting to the master, it was Yingui Temple's direct disciple, Xiao Chen. It was he who sowed discord between the master and me. He even used sweet words to bewitch second senior sister and created a rift in the relationship between the master and his disciple. Everything that happened today was all because Xinger was deceived by that Xiao Chen. I request master to inflict the harshest punishment on Xinger, as long as you don't chase me away." Bai Qingling said, "Since that's the case, this venerable one will give you a second chance. Help this venerable one with a favor, and I shall pardon all your sins." Sensinger said, "Yes, please give me your command." In the Kangming sect Yuluo Temple, Xiao Chen said, "Senior sister Tantai, why hasn't junior sister Xinger come out yet?" Could that demon have realized that something was off? Was junior sister Xinger exposed? It was the original game's male lead, Xiao Chen. Tantai Lingying said, "As per Xinger and my agreement, whether she succeeds or not, she will transmit word to me as soon as possible. Since there's no news until now, it means that the plan is still being executed." It was Bai Qingling's second disciple, Tantai Lingying. Xiao Chen replied, "This won't do, I have to check it out myself." There is absolutely no room for mistakes. Tantai Lingying suddenly put her sword to Xiao Chen's neck and said, "I urge my lord to not be rash." She continued, "The outside of the blood storage is filled with terrifying restrictions. Only Xinger is permitted to enter. If you want to force your way in, you'll be seeking your own death." Xiao Chen replied, "Never mind, let's wait a little longer." Suddenly he noticed someone and said, "Oh, junior sister Xinger is back. Junior sister Xinger, it's great that nothing happened to you. Your senior brother was so worried." Sensinger was silent and distant, and Xiao Chen was confused. Sensinger silently looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said, "Xinger, you," and thought to himself, "Are you seriously retreating? I've helped you all so much all these years, am I not even allowed to briefly hold your hand in such a situation?" Tantai Lingying said, "Junior sister, are you all right? Did you succeed? Why didn't you transmit word to your senior sister as per our agreement?" Sensinger said, replying to senior sister, Xinger, was successful. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Successful?" He thought to himself, "Ever since I was 12, I've been undercover in the Kangming demon sect for a total of 10 whole years. Now that I've finally eliminated the giant of the demonic path whose name was known throughout the continent, I'll definitely become famous amongst the righteous path in the future," Sensinger said. "That demon was arrogant to believe that he had already controlled me long ago and consumed the Void Soul Eater pill. During this period, his emotions fluctuated greatly. I was afraid of exposing any of my weaknesses. That's why I didn't dare to transmit any word. Xiao Chen said, "If that's the case, then there's no need to rush. That poison pill was personally bought by my master from the black market using a hefty sum of gold. If we wait for 7 days for the poison to reach its peak, even the strongest of both paths won't be able to escape the fate of bodily death and soul destruction." Tantai Lingying said, "It's not that we can't wait for 7 days, but I have a doubt and hope that junior brother Xiao can clarify it. Although that demon committed countless evils, it doesn't seem like he had any grievances with junior brother Xiao. Why did you agree to cooperate with us and even suggest using such a vicious poison pill?" Sen Singer added. "That's right, and you even appeared to be so enthusiastic about it." Xiao Chen said, "It's naturally because I couldn't bear to see that demon abuse and bully both of you for such a long time. I wanted to rescue you two from the sea of fire. Don't the two of you understand my concern for you?" Sen Singer asked. "Did you do this all for the two of us right from the start?" Xiao Chen replied. No. "No, what makes you think that?" Tantai Lingying looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Forget it, let's end it for today and meet again after 7 days. It's getting late. Junior brother Xiao Chen shouldn't delay Yin Gui Temple's evening lessons." Xiao Chen said, "Yes, senior sister Tantai, junior sister Zinger, I will see you in the coming days." He thought to himself, "Why are women always so fickle?" and walked away. Tantai Lingying asked Sen Zinger, "Zinger, be honest with your senior sister. Are you deeply saddened?" Sen Singer said, "Senior sister, have you ever thought Tantai Lingying was confused and listened." Sen Zinger continued, "Master might not be what we originally imagined him to be. Perhaps he was a little harsh to us, but he would never harm us." Tantai Lingying said, "Singer, the evidence that Xiao Chen brought has already proved that Bai Qingling only views us as materials for his human puppets. Even if all his nefarious acts are ignored, we can't forgive him based on this fact alone." Sen Zinger nervously sweated. In Bai Qingling's throne room, he thought to himself, "I let Zinger buy some time for me to catch my breath. Xiao Chen and my second disciple will definitely not be able to discover at the start that Zinger has been won over by me. Right now, let's see the rewards that the system gave me." He took out a chest from the system. It's really identical to the treasure chest from the original game. "Treasure chest open," a system notification said. "Opening successful. Please select one of the 3 items within the treasure chest." A system notification said, "Adjustable divine rod. The founder of the Hehuan sect personally crafted it. It is effective against female cultivators up to the same cultivation stage." Another system notification said, "Bedroom Sutra, the arts of the shaft. A technique created by the ancestral elder of the Huanxi sect. Temporarily strengthens a specific part of the user's body." Another system notification said, "Demon Lord's Cultivation Stage Reversion Experience Card. Reverses space and time to allow the host to revert back to any cultivation stage." Bai Qingling went silent and looked at the loot. He asked himself, what the hell are these 2 things? Demon Lord's Cultivation Stage Reversion Experience Card, reversing space and time to allow the host to revert back to any cultivation stage. Are they even used for demonic cultivation? They're clearly used for human cultivation. Sure enough, I have to choose this. He chose the Demon Lord's Cultivation Stage Reversion Experience Card. Bai Qingling said, "An experience card that allows me to revert back to any previous cultivation stage. Doesn't this mean that I could revert my cultivation to when Bai Qingling was at the peak of the immortalization stage?" Bai Qingling thought to himself, "Zinger should have followed my order to meet Lingying and lied that the poison plan succeeded. Based on the original storyline, they will only enter the blood storage after 7 days to check on my corpse. The restrictions at the blood storage will weaken as I slowly die. Lastly, the main character Xiao Chen, who had been undercover in the demonic sect, will deal the final blow personally. Within these 7 days, I must make the necessary preparations." Bai Qingling shouted, "I am Demon Lord Qingling. I will defy heaven's will and change my fate." A box emerged from the red water, emanating an ominous aura. Bai Qingling said to himself, Bai Qingling previously took out and hid his cultivation core in 5 organs and replaced them with other objects. He opened the box and thought, so that even if he faces defeat in a decisive battle, as long as his soul remnants escape, he will be able to reconstruct a perfect body. Now that I know the future plot, it's useless to keep this move for the future. It's better if I retrieve them early and recover my former strength as soon as possible. He consumed the item in the box. Bai Qingling concentrated and said, "Cultivation core, return to your place." He exhaled and said, "This cultivation core is the source of Bai Qingling's foundation. My injuries have directly healed, and my strength has recovered to the foundation building stage." He charged his aura in his fist and punched the wall, shattering it into pieces. Bai Qingling said, "Excellent. This is the strength that the final boss should have." Suddenly, Sen Zinger said, "Master, Zinger has completed your mission and returned. Zinger has an item that she wishes to give Master." Bai Qingling thought to himself, "What can this girl give me?" The game didn't seem to have this part. He returned to his throne, and Sen Zinger reported, "Master, the evil villain Xiao Chen was delighted after hearing that you consumed the poison pill." Second senior sister was acting normal and had yet to be suspicious of Zinger. Bai Qingling asked, "Oh, then what else did Xiao Chen say?" Sen Zinger replied, "He said that the poison's effect would reach its peak after 7 days, and even a Daluo Jingxian would find it difficult to escape death. He asked this disciple to return 7 days later to check on Master's corpse and push all the blame to that Mu Jinlan." Sen Zinger thought to herself, "I only just learned of Xiao Chen's complete plan. I didn't expect him to be so viciously shameless." Then she said, "Master, Dexinger has an item to offer to you. The real 9 transformation soul reinforcing pill." Bai Qingling was shocked and thought to himself, "What?" The 9 transformation soul reinforcing pill only existed in the original game's gallery. There was no way for the players to obtain it. Where did Zinger get this real 9th grade treasure pill? With this real product, my confidence in changing the ending will increase by a fewfold. He coughed and said, You really went and refined it. Well done." Sen Zinger said, "If Master is satisfied with this, may I request a reward from Master this once?" She held her breasts and thighs. Bai Qingling asked, "Reward? What reward?" Sen Zinger took Bai Qingling's hands, put them on her cheeks and said, "Please forgive Zinger for moving on her own. Zinger loves to be touched by Master." Bai Qingling was shocked and sweating nervously, thinking, "This delicate feeling, it's as if my hand will sink in if I press a little harder." He quickly took his hands away and said, "You rebellious disciple who gave you the courage to be so forward with your master." Sen Zinger looked confused, but Bai Qingling touched her head and said, "Touching your head will be enough as a reward for offering this pill." Sen Zinger smiled and laughed, saying, "Zinger was too arrogant." She took Bai Qingling's hands again and said, "But the place where Zinger wants to be rewarded is not only the head." Bai Qingling's face showed shock. Suddenly, a system notification said, "Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Points earned, 500 points. System shop has been unlocked." In a different scene at Yingui Temple, Xiao Chen said, "Disciple Xiao Chen greets his master." Hua Yuerong, the master of Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple, said, "Xiao Chen, I heard that Bai Qingling not only lost all his magical powers but was also poisoned, and his life is hanging by a thread." Xiao Chen replied, "Yes, I have a good relationship with Bai Qingling's 3rd disciple, Sen Zinger, and she informed me herself. If Master heads to the blood storage right now to kill Bai Qingling, the position of the next sect leader will definitely belong to you." He was slapped in the face. Xiao Chen said, "Master, you." Hua Yuerong said, "In the past, Bai Qingling was the direct disciple of alchemy grandmaster Shi Yao Shi, and his alchemy skills were even better than his master's. What kind of poisonous pill could make him so helpless?" Xiao Chen said, "But master, this pill is." Hua Yuerong looked at him sharply. Xiao Chen grew nervous and shocked, then said, "This disciple is wrong. It seems that the fake information about Bai Qingling being poisoned is his way of luring people in. This disciple will take his leave." Hua Yuerong was silent. She said, senior brother, senior brother, you spared my life that year." She remembered her past. "Was it to make me resent you and drive me to seek revenge on you in the future? You did it. Your life will soon be personally ended. By me, Hua Yuerong." She played with her lips. In another scene, Sen Zinger said, "Thank you very much for Master's rewards." Zinger will take her leave. She walked away laughing, licking her lips, and continued to laugh. Bai Qingling blushed and said, "My hand." He coughed. "Did the system just say that the shop is open?" "Let me take a look." A system notification said, "Welcome to the point shop. Master can spend points to exchange for treasure chests. As the total point spent increases, more treasure chests will be gradually unlocked." Another system notification said, "Current points, 1,000 points. Bronze chest, 100 points. silver chest. 1,000 points, gold chest. 5,000 points, platinum chest. 10,000 points, diamond chests. Not yet unlocked, extravagant chest. Not yet unlocked, mythical chest. Not yet unlocked. Bai Qingling said, there's only gotcha chests? The gold treasure chest I got for free previously was worth 5,000 points. Right now, I've only got a 1,000 points. A system notification said, since this is the host's first time using the shop, the host will be given one chance to pull first before buying. Current chance is worth 1,000 points. Come and test your luck. A system notification said, what a familiar marketing strategy. Do I have any other choice? He said, system pull. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for obtaining a chance to select one item out of 3. 1. The story recall card. Bound to the soul and exclusive to host use. Capable of jogging the memories of plot lines that the host has forgotten. 2. Knife which heartlessly destroys lust. Bound to the soul and exclusive to host use. Able to cut off reproduction with one slice, freeing the host of the annoyance of lust. 3. Life restart pill. Bound to the soul and exclusive to host use, but who knows whether life can be restarted or not. Bai Qingling silently looked at the items, then suddenly shouted, are you scamming my points away? I'm already fully familiar with the story plot. Isn't the lust destroy knife the same as a castration knife? The restarting pill is a one-use item. Isn't pull first, buy later a marketing strategy to lure people into spending money? You want to scam me out of my 1,000 points with this trash? Do you even know how to do business, you dog system? Suddenly, the Shadow Demon Pearls appeared before him. Bai Qingling asked, Shadow Demon Pearls? Who is it? A hologram formed, revealing Bai Qingling's oldest disciple, Feng Lixu. Feng Lixu knelt and said, Disciple Lixu greets Lord Master. Bai Qingling thought to himself, she is my oldest disciple, Feng Lixu? This is 10,000 times nicer than the game illustrations. Whether it's her body shape or her cold on the outside, warm on the inside personality, she is completely my taste. Feng Lixu asked, Lord Master? Bai Qingling silently considered her. Feng Lixu thought to herself, this demon has never been in such a trance. Could the rumors spreading outside be true? Should I send word to second junior sister and let her act earlier? She smiled and laughed. Bai Qingling asked, Lixu, why are you laughing? Is Master very funny? Feng Lixu was shocked and thought to herself, no, he is still the same. Bai Qingling looked at her with his red cat eyes and she thought, this familiar sense of pressure and terrifying aura. One glance and it could easily crush all pride and self-esteem. I should never anger him. She looked down and thought, I do not want to activate the evil rune etched onto my abdomen and suffer that heart-wrenching punishment again. Bai Qingling asked, where are you right now? Feng Lixu replied, as per Master's will, the foothills of Haishui Mountain where the demon-suppressing tower is located have been cleared. There are no longer any disciples of the righteous path patrolling the mountain and preventing me from scaling it. Bai Qingling said, very good, continue with your mission. Invade the demon-suppressing tower and obtain the secret item that Master desires. Feng Lixu said, yes, Lixu shall follow your orders. She thought to herself, sure enough, he is still ruthless and unscrupulous. How could I have had the wrong idea to take advantage of him just now? Feng Lixu said, this disciple will take her leave. Bai Qingling said, all right, wait a moment. Feng Lixu asked, Lord Master, do you have more orders? Bai Qingling asked, do you know what day it is today? Feng Lixu obediently said, yes, this disciple is foolish. Please enlighten me, Master. Bai Qingling said, time flies. After tonight you will be entering the golden age of youth. For those who don't know, the golden age of youth refers to 20 years old. Feng Lixu was shocked and sweated after hearing this. Bai Qingling continued, 14 years have slipped by unknowingly since that very day. Even if no one in the world remembers, this master will never forget the day that you followed Master up the mountain. In a flashback, Bai Qingling met Feng Lixu when she was a child and held her hand in the cold, exhaling warm breath onto her hands to make her feel warm for a moment. In the present, Bai Qingling said, happy birthday, little Lixu. Feng Lixu was shocked and began to feel something inside her. She became silent, looked away, and tears came down her eyes. She immediately said, Lixu will take her leave. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for successfully giving great love. Another system notification said, points awarded, 2,000 points. Current points, 3,000 points. Bai Qingling thought to himself, this time, I wasn't intentionally trying to gain Feng Lixu's favor. It was purely because I liked her character design when playing the game and noted down her birthday. Now that all 3 of my disciples have been pacified, there shouldn't be any issues in 7 days. By using the 9 transformation soul reinforcing pill that Zinger presented, reaching the virtuoso stage in one go should be as easy as a flip of a hand. And after that, the show of crushing the male protagonist Xiao Chen like an ant shall begin. In another scene at the Kangming Sect Yingui Temple Demon Master Palace, Xiao Chen trembled while practicing with his fellow disciples. His friend asked, "Senior brother Xiao, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Xiao Chen replied, "Nothing's wrong. Thank you, junior brother, for your concern. By the way, did you give the Phoenix hairpin to Yu Luo Temple's junior sister Sen like I asked you to? Did she accept the gift? Was she very happy?" His friend said. About that, Xiao Chen said, "Why? Did junior sister Sen prepare a gift in return on the spot?" His friend said, "To be honest, I gave it to her, but she split it in half on the spot." Xiao Chen dropped his sword in shock and said, "What?" Xiao Chen said to himself, after the first stage of the plan to remove that demon was successful, Sen Zinger must have been missing me deeply. But why did she reject my gift? His friend said, "Junior sister Sen not only broke that Phoenix hairpin, but she also said." Xiao Chen said, What did she say?" Sen Zinger said she hoped that senior brother Xiao would never look for her again. She's afraid the person in her heart would misunderstand. Xiao Chen coughed up blood due to shock. He fell into the bush and spat more blood. His friend said, "Senior brother Xiao, are you all right?" Xiao Chen immediately stood up and said, "Who is it? Who dares to steal from me from behind? To steal my crush? Once I find out who it is, I will never let him off easy." In another scene, Bai Qingling cultivates on his throne silently. He said, "I have re-entered the virtuoso stage. Furthermore, I have refined a high-grade core that every demonic cultivator desires, the 9-colored demonic core. Not only does this core grant infinite magical power, but it is also something that the original Bai Qingling couldn't refine. Although I'm still far from the peak of the immortalization stage, I am already unmatched against those in the virtuoso stage." Sen Zinger happily said, "Congratulations, Master. This disciple is honored to share in Master's happiness." Bai Qingling said, "Your contribution in providing the pill will naturally not be forgotten. From this day forth, you don't have to stand on ceremony, and you don't have to use honorifics anymore." Sen Zinger said, "Thank you, Master. Master, listen to me. This morning, that Xiao Chen actually wanted to give a gift to gain Zinger's favor. Hey. Zinger snapped it in half on the spot. That guy is so blind and thought he could continue to trick Zinger. It's just a shame that the thing broken isn't a part of Xiao Chen's body." She looked at Bai Qingling with lust and love. Bai Qingling looked at Sen Zinger and was shocked at what she said. Sen Zinger continued, her legs trembling. "I would have felt even better." Bai Qingling said, "Come here, come close to Master." Sen Zinger was happily confused and said, "Yes, Zinger will be so bold as to approach." She went beside Bai Qingling's throne as Bai Qingling stood up. Bai Qingling immediately commanded, "Take off your shoes." Sen Zinger was confused and said, "Ah." Bai Qingling said, "This master asks you to take off your shoes, or do you want master to repeat it again?" Sen Zinger said. But the souls of a female demon cultivator are objects of darkness. They could easily contaminate the earth with their demonic energy. Even the Hehuan sex scientist will not easily show her leg to others. Bai Qingling stared at her sharply. Sen Zinger said, "Zinger understands." She gently took off her left stocking and showed off her perfect foot. On her right foot was a symbol in purple. Bai Qingling said, "That is the miasma poison of the sky demon flower in the demon farm. You were poisoned because of Master. Why didn't you tell me?" Sen Zinger said, This is just a minor issue, not worthy of Master's worry. As long as I could refine a pill that satisfies Master, Zinger will not hesitate even if the poison attacks the heart and spawns poisonous sores all over the body. Zinger's life is dedicated to Master. Nothing else is important." Bai Qingling was shocked, blushing, and said to himself, "That's too passionate. Isn't this just a dating game? You are going to kill me with your feelings." Bai Qingling suddenly coughed and commandingly said to Sen Zinger, "Sit on my throne." Sen Zinger was shocked and said, "Eh? But that's your tea throne." Bai Qingling suddenly grabbed her shoulder, put her on the throne, and said, "I told you to sit, so you sit." I will help you detoxify the poison. Sen Zinger was shy and said, is Master going to use his poison immune blood to purify the poison from the demon flower? No! Absolutely not. Master is the demon lord who stands above everything. How can you be corrupted by my wretched body? Bai Qingling suddenly grabbed Sen Zinger's foot and looked at it. Sen Zinger said to herself while tearing up, my goodness, a person as highly esteemed as Master is actually willing to get close to me. He's not lying to me. He really cares about me. Suddenly she felt something intense and said, Master, you can't. Over there, yes, and she moaned with relief. Bai Qingling finished licking off the poison and said, it's done. This venerable one has sucked out all the poison within your body. You should be fine now. Sen Zinger was exhausted from the pleasure and said, Master, Bai Qingling said, how long do you plan to sit on this venerable one's throne? Sen Zinger suddenly came back to her senses, shocked and sweating nervously. She immediately got out of the throne, blushing, and said, yes, Zinger will take her leave, a system notification said. Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Another system notification said, points obtained, 2,000 points. Current amount, 5,000 points. A few moments later, Bai Qingling sat on his throne and said, system, I want to check my skills and techniques. A system notification said, cultivation, virtuoso stage, current life, martial technique, supreme breath condensation technique, usable, heavenly demonic transformation, dragon sutra, unusable, technique of the elegy of the bloody seas, unusable, 9 peak sky, burning technique, unusable, support skills, pill refinement technique, level 89, poison technique, level 95, beast taming technique, level 60, alchemy technique, level 90. Bai Qingling said, virtuoso stage cultivation still does not allow me to control Bai Qingling's innate demonic techniques and the divine techniques that defy heaven. The skill I can rely on the most for now is the insect poison technique. A system notification said, pill refining technique, poison technique, beast taming technique, alchemy technique. Bai Qingling said, according to the original game, that Brat Xiao Chen will enter the blood storage tomorrow to try and take credit for beheading me. I happen to have the perfect poisonous insect to send him on his way. He cast it in his left hand, and an insect materialized, glowing with an intense aura. Bai Qingling said, Xiao Chen, I hope you'll like this great gift. In another scene at the blood storage, 3 floors underground, the prisoners said, look, that demon came. Kill, kill, kill. Use your thoughts to curse that demon. Xiao Yi said, we are both brethren of the demonic path. I have yet to treat you to a meal. Bai Qingling looked at Xiao Yi and said, Demon, what do you want? Bai Qingling said to himself, one look and you can tell that this guy has the face of a protagonist. In the game, Bai Qingling happened to capture this guy to become a test subject while the guy was out. Only after Bai Qingling died and triggered the side mission would the identity of this person be revealed. Bai Qingling said to Xiao Yi, Kunlun Taoist sect Yujuzi's last direct disciple in the virtuoso stage. Your Kunlun divine sword technique is impressive, truly the genius of the young generation of the righteous path. Xiao Yi's eyes glowed with rage and he said, You demon, how do you know my identity? Bai Qingling said, because your junior brother Xiao Chen will come to find you soon. It just so happens that the two of you are very close, so you two can take care of each other. Xiao Yi, angry, said, if you dare to touch a single hair on my brother, I will never stop hunting you down, even if I become a vengeful ghost. Bai Qingling said to himself, there's already demonic light flowing in Xiao Yi's eyes. Sure enough, he has secretly learned some demonic cultivation techniques through the soul-binding banner. No wonder in the original side mission, he could help Xiao Chen unlock the Taoist heart demon and step onto the dual path of Taoist demon cultivation. Bai Qingling said to Xiao Yi, his eyes glowing crimson red, this venerable one has always hated being threatened the most, but this venerable one is willing to give you a chance. This venerable one will play a game with you. Xiao Yi said, what game? Bai Qingling said, a proper battle. If you win, this venerable one will let you go and reunite with your junior brother. If you lose, you will be completely refined by the soul-binding banner. Xiao Yi asked, if I really was your opponent, would I have fallen to my current state? Bai Qingling said, supreme breath condensation technique. Release. You see, this venerable one got his cultivation burnt out by Mu Xinlan and has just stepped back onto the path of cultivation. Right now, my abilities and yours are around the same level. We are both at the virtuoso stage. I have given you an opportunity, so what's your choice? Xiao Yi slapped the floor and shouted, Fine! Come on, let me out, and I'll fight you one-on-one. I, Xiao Yi, will battle with you to my death. Bai Qingling looked at him with demonic eyes, and the poison insect entered Xiao Yi's cell, flying to the back of Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi said, Bai Qingling, I really didn't expect you to return my physical body and Taoist sword to me. I'm even more surprised that your cultivation level fell to the virtuoso stage. The heavens are really looking. Ha ha! Bai Qingling cleared his throat and said, It's recultivation, not a fall. Xiao Yi said, All that doesn't matter anymore. He spun his sword and said, I'm not interested in the secrets of someone who is going to die for certain. Bai Qingling smiled and said, Why are you so confident? Xiao Yi pointed his sword at Bai Qingling and said, Last time, I was defeated and captured because my cultivation level was significantly lower than yours. But now that we are at the same level, taking your life is as easy as killing chickens or slaughtering dogs. Bai Qingling said, Very well, come at me then. Xiao Yi said, A pinch of yin and yang. She rushes into Kun Mountain by the reckless sword. Kunlun divine sword technique, Bai Qingling, while observing Xiao Yi's skill, thought, as expected of a protagonist's sword technique, capable of defeating everyone in the beginning stages. Moreover, it's much stronger when Xiao Yi uses it compared to Xiao Chen. If you hadn't died in the plot, the title of protagonist would have been difficult to place. I shall use you to test the purity of this new body. Bai Qingling charged his fist as his eyes glowed purple. His fist moved fast, hitting the flying swords one by one, striking their tips and sending them flying back to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi coughed blood and shouted, Impossible! How did you do it? Bai Qingling replied, There are differences even among cultivators of the same stage. Young man, you lost. Xiao Yi shouted, I can't accept it, I won't accept it. You just happened to hit the weakness of my sword formation. What if you had missed it by an inch? Bai Qingling smiled and said, Nothing would be different. Don't you realize there are some delicious condiments added to your physical body? Xiao Yi, confused, asked, What do you mean? Suddenly, insects crawled on his skin and swarmed his body. He said, It's them. Poisonous insects, and they're the most vicious 9 evil bone-gnawing insects. Bai Qingling, you're too despicable. Bai Qingling watched Xiao Yi and said, If your move just now had in real danger, those little things would have eaten you first. In other words, you'll always be the loser in this game. The poisonous insects consumed Xiao Yi's body. Bai Qingling said, Having the same cultivation level as me, who do you think you are? Suddenly, Xiao Yi's soul was absorbed. Bai Qingling said, telling him the truth in his final moments, Isn't it a form of spreading great love? System, shouldn't you give me more points? Bai Qingling was silent, waiting for the system. Getting angry, he said, Why won't you give me any points? Is it because he's someone who would die in the story? Or because he's a man? He sighed in frustration. Never mind. Becoming familiar with casting the poisonous technique is a slight gain anyway. In Bai Qingling's memory, Xiao Yi said to Xiao Chen, Tomorrow is the day Xiao Chen will come to deliver his head. Xiao Yi won't be able to cause trouble behind my back now, Bai Qingling thought. And if I tell Xiao Chen about Xiao Yi's current condition, would he still have the heart to kill me? In Xiao Chen's room, he suddenly had a bad dream and moaned hard. In his dream, he pleaded, Have mercy, fellow Taoists. We're all on the same side, same side. I can guarantee it. Don't all of you recognize me? As he protected Sin Zinger, Tantai Linging, and Feng Lixu. Xiao Chen shouted, Master, Master, you say something. You know who I am. He suddenly woke up, shouting, Save me, Master. He came back to his senses and said to himself, Was I talking in my sleep? Fortunately, I didn't wake junior brother Chen up. He looked at the full moon and said, Today is already the 6th day. The soul-eating poison in Bai Qingling's body should have already spread to its limit. But Sen Zinger has been acting weird recently. There might be a flaw in the plan. If I don't go and check personally, I won't be able to relieve the uneasiness in my heart. Junior brother Chen woke up and said, Hey, senior brother, where are you going? It's way too early. Xiao Chen said, I'm going to Tianyuan Lake at the foot of Yuo Mountain for a spin. I feel like eating fish. In a different scene at the blood storage entrance, Master, may Zinger have permission to enter? In the rain, Sen Zinger stood at the huge door, soaking wet from the heavy storm. Master, may Zinger have permission to enter? Bai Qingling said, I just came out of the third basement floor. When did Sen Singer get here? He thought to himself, she should only be here tomorrow afternoon, while Xiao Chen should arrive in the morning. Did something go wrong? Bai Qingling told her, permission granted, come in. The door opened and Sen Zinger said, yes, master. Bai Qingling asked, why have you come to find this venerable one? Sen Zinger replied, Zinger is inexplicably worried, so she came to take a look. Bai Qingling said, what do you mean? Do you think that guy Xiao Chen would be able to plot against this venerable one? Or are you trying to say that this venerable one was heavily injured by Mu Xinlan and became a cripple? Suddenly, a loud thunder echoed outside. Sen Zinger got scared and said, Zinger wouldn't dare. Zinger is just... Bai Qingling listened to the thunder and thought to himself, I see, so that's the case. It's because of the thundering outside. When Sen Zinger's parents were killed, on the same night after I saved her, there was also a ferocious storm like tonight. That is the greatest trauma in Sen Zinger's heart. In the original game, whether one could win over this girl depended on how perfectly one could manage the plot during rainy days. He looked at Sen Zinger, soaking wet and her body getting cold. Sen Zinger suddenly whispered, Zinger. Ex-Zinger wishes to sleep with master. She touched her wet body. Bai Qingling was shocked and blushed, saying to himself, Senior. Although you look incredibly mesmerizing right now, the major event of killing Xiao Chen, which will derail the main plot, is about to happen. There must not be any potential problems. He slammed the armrest of his throne and said, that's all. Then he shouted, presumptuous. Suddenly, Sen Zinger ran towards Bai Qingling and hugged him, shouting, Master. She pushed her body against him and said, Zinger is really afraid of thunder. Please, master, take me in for one night. Just one night. Please, master. Bai Qingling blushed, his brain loading with conflicting thoughts. Sen Zinger got in between his legs and Bai Qingling said, what does being afraid of thunder have to do with this venerable one? Blood storage prohibits anyone except this venerable one from staying. If I make an exception and take you in for tonight, where will my pride as the Lord of Yulua Temple go? A few moments later, in the blood storage royal residence of the underground palace, Bai Qingling was silent while Sen Zinger slept beside him. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Another notification said, points awarded, 2,500. Current points, 7,500. Bai Qingling said to himself, my character as the demon lord is about to collapse. No one can understand me. My personality is just too caring and considerate. He looked at Sen Zinger for a moment, while she tried to be quiet on the other side of the bed. She thought to herself, Master, he clearly only has obtaining immortality in his heart. How could I compare to that? Today he actually forgave my rudeness and even accepted my fear, allowing me to sleep with him. Am I worthy of being this happy? Could I be happier? And she blushed while faking her sleep. Suddenly a loud thunder echoed outside, and she hugged Bai Qingling, accidentally putting her hands inside his robe. Bai Qingling reacted with shock. He said to her, who permitted you to touch this venerable one? Do you understand that you are getting into trouble? Sen Zinger, terrified from the thunder, said, Master, Zinger. Zinger's hands and legs are very cold, and she's just trying to warm them, Zinger will never advance to the next step. Bai Qingling was shocked and said to himself, advance to the next step. Wait a second. He suddenly sat up and said to himself, the time when Sen Zinger came to find me has been moved forward. Does this hint that Xiao Chen will come earlier to kill me? If Xiao Chen is already heading towards Yulua Temple, right now isn't the time to be asleep. Bai Qingling grabbed at Sen Zinger, get up. Sen Zinger said, master? Bai Qingling said, this venerable one has a very important mission for you. You must follow this venerable one's every word from now on. In another scene at Yulua Temple's foot of the mountain, a horse drank in the river, and suddenly someone jumped on its back. It was Xiao Chen, shouting, Bai Qingling, here I come. Today shall be the day you die, and the day I, Xiao Chen, become famous. At the mountain, Tantai Lingying concentrated on playing her guqin. Suddenly, someone said to her, it has been 7 days. Don't you want to see the end of that demon personally? It was Yi Hongji. Tantai Lingying replied, you're my closest sister. You should understand that before I am truly separated from my master, I'll not tolerate any slander from others. Yi Hongji replied, fine, This hall master is wrong, all right. So are you going to send your lord master off personally? Tantai Lingying said. No need. She said to herself, he is my eternal nightmare, and the apple of my eye. Xiao Chen, while riding his broadsword, said, Tantai Lingying's transportation jade talisman is indeed useful. Not a single disciple guarding the gates of Yuluo Temple questioned me. He arrived at his destination and said to himself while looking at the gate, looks like my success is heaven's will. He said to himself, in addition to the secret weapon given by Master Duai Xiao Chen. Need to be afraid? Suddenly, Sen Zinger said, Senior brother Xiao. Xiao Chen's world lit up and he said, Junior sister Zinger. He said to himself, no, she has been cold to me for so long. I can't be nice to her immediately. He suddenly smiled and said, Ayo sister Zinger, you are finally willing to take notice of me. Your senior brother has been extremely anxious because of you. Sen Zinger said, Brother Xiao Chen is mistaken. Zinger has been secretly observing the movements of that demon recently. If the demon noticed that Brother Xiao Chen came to look for me, then that would be disastrous. Xiao Chen said, so Sister Zinger was worried about me. I should have known. Ha ha! Since it has been 7 days, there is no need to be worried any longer. Why don't the two of us go in together and kill that demon head and make our names known throughout the world? Senhanger said. But Zinger is still afraid. That demon is Zinger's inner trauma. It will be hard for Zinger to cast it away in such a short time. Xiao Chen holds his sword and said, I understand, but there's no problem. He swings his broadsword and adds, your senior brother will behead that demon personally today and sweep away the haze in your heart. Sen Zinger can win an Oscar, and she acts, saying, Zinger will fully rely on Brother Xiao. Xiao Chen said to himself, she's so cute. She must have come here so early to cheer me on. Sen Zinger became serious and silent as the door opens, and they both walk down the stairs. Xiao Chen said, this is strange. Are we going the right way? He adds to himself, the secret weapon that Master Yujuzi gave me has been suppressed by an unknown power. If this power continues to grow, this weapon won't be able to release 10% of its power. He tells Sen Zinger, Sister Zinger, we can't go down any further. Let's return to the last fork in the road and find a new passageway. Sen Zinger asked, what's wrong? Zinger has served the demon for so many years. There's definitely no mistake. This is the only passageway to the 3rd basement level where the demon is at. Or could it be that senior brother Xiao doesn't trust Zinger at all? Xiao Chen immediately said, no. How could that be? Don't be upset. Your senior brother will listen to you. Let's continue heading down. A few moments later, they arrived at the end of the stairs. Xiao Chen said, that is, and he saw something in the distance. Suddenly, the path behind closed. Bai Qingling said to Xiao Chen, Martial nephew Xiao, this is our first time meeting each other. Nice to meet you. Xiao Chen said, Bai Qingling, you are still not dead. Sen Zinger acted in shock. Why isn't he looking like he is poisoned and near death? Could it be that not only did he recover his abilities, but he has even removed the pill poison too? Xiao Chen was shocked and said, Zinger, don't panic. Look at his hand. It's a symptom of the Void Soul Eater pill poison. He has already become terminally ill, and there's no way to save him, he said to himself. She is really worrying too much. That demon is clearly bluffing. Bai Qingling said, Xiao Chen, no, leave. He silently stood at a distance. Sen Zinger said, Brother Xiao, is he chanting the incantations to activate a formation array? He is definitely thinking of using the restrictions of blood storage for his final struggle. Xiao Chen's eyes glowed, and he smiled as he prepared to attack with his raging aura. He said, I will not let you do as you wish. He used his skill, Yin Gui sword technique. Bai Qingling whispered, saying, no. Xiao Chen excitedly charged and said, is he begging for mercy? It's too late. He slashed Bai Qingling, shouting, die. Then he excitedly said, I did it. I finally did it. Just die peacefully. I will take good care of your disciples for you. Suddenly, he stopped and was shocked. He said, what? As the body of Bai Qingling slowly disappeared. Xiao Chen said, you aren't Bai Qingling. It changed to the body of Xiao Yi. He continued to say in shock and disbelief, you are, big brother. Xiao Chen was shocked and looked at his brother. He said, you are, Xiao Yi? And trembled. Xiao Yi said, little brother. Xiao Chen picked Xiao Yi up and said, brother, what's going on? Why are you here? And why did you take the form of that demon? Xiao Yi said, it's all that demon's ploy. He wants to. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot from a distance and hit Xiao Yi, creating a huge hole in his body. Xiao Chen said, huh? And looked into the distance. Bai Qingling said, tisk tisk, the first thing you do after reuniting is unleash a fatal strike. You brothers are really loving towards each other. This venerable one couldn't bear his look of suffering, so I gave him a quick death. Shouldn't you be thanking me on his behalf, nephew Xiao? Xiao Chen shouted, it's you. You made him like this. You didn't even let us exchange a few words. Senzinger said, you fool, do you understand now? All of this is part of Master's astounding intelligence. Xiao Chen said, you're calling him Master Isinger you. Bai Qingling grabbed Senzinger closer, touched her lips and said, this venerable one's disciple is naturally also my servant. Don't tell me you just learned about the rules of the demonic path. Xiao Chen said, Singer, I, Xiao Chen, have been seeking your favor all these years. Just now I only touched your hand and you dodged away in such a manner. But now you're seducing that demon to touch you. Xiao Chen dropped to the ground and shouted in disbelief, no! Why did you lie to me? Why, Zinger, why did you betray us? Senzinger said, betray? Since the start, Master has been truly caring for me. I'm willing to serve him until my last breath and give him everything I have. As for you, Xiao Chen, you intentionally instigated us sisters to kill Master. I hate you so much that I want to rip out your soul and skin you. I want you to wish for death, but be unable to die. Xiao Chen said to himself, no, Zinger would definitely not say these kinds of words. The demon must be using the human puppet technique to control her. Xiao Chen shouted, as long as I kill you, Bai Qingling, I'd be able to save my Singer. Even if you aren't poison, you won't be my match since Mu Xinlan destroyed your cultivation. And he started to attack Bai Qingling. Zinger said, Master, be careful. Bai Qingling said to himself, demonic eye, witnessed the truth in one glance. The distribution of the sword's force and rhythm are all clearly visible to my eyes. This is the moment. Suddenly, he stopped Zinger's broadsword with 2 fingers, and they looked at each other for a moment. Xiao Chen shouted, this is Virtuoso Realm Cultivation. How do you have Virtuoso Realm Cultivation? It's impossible. It's definitely impossible. Bai Qingling said, the combat power that Nephew Xiao can unleash is at most equivalent to the Virtuoso stage, right? This venerable one shall only use cultivation to battle at the Virtuoso stage with you. It's in your favor as well. Otherwise, where would you have the power? Suddenly, Bai Qingling broke Xiao Chen's sword. Xiao Chen said to himself, my sword, the sword that was forged personally by Master Yu Shuzi. Senzinger said to herself, Master's cultivation is still present. Sure enough, Mu Xinlan, that evil woman, couldn't destroy Master's cultivation. The apocalyptic demon lord that everyone fears has returned. Bai Qingling said, it's time for the fun to end. You should use your secret weapon, the 12th grade demon suppressing Golden Lotus. Xiao Chen said, how did you know about this thing? Is every move within your calculations? Now that it's come to this, I can only rely on Master to protect me. You brought this upon yourself, you demon. 8 energies of the heavens be mine to command, kill all that is evil. 12th grade demon suppressing Golden Lotus rise. Suddenly the room lit up in golden light. Bai Qingling said to himself, you finally used your trump card. This Golden Lotus is indeed able to harm Bai Qingling in the immortalization stage. This insignificant body that's just been recultivated to the Virtuoso stage won't be able to withstand this thing. But it's fortunate that I already know the original plot. As long as I prepare in advance, it's not impossible to get out of this situation. The legacy of the Demon Lord also can't be underestimated. Suddenly, the Golden Lotus exploded. Xiao Chen said, this, Mu Xinlan, you lying bitch. I tried to kill this demon because I trusted you. You fucking ruined me. Suddenly, Bai Qingling said, Nephew Xiao, it's time for us to wrap this up. Xiao Chen asked himself, am I really going to die here today? If only I'd heeded that woman's advice, I wouldn't have ended up like this. And I'm so unwilling. Bai Qingling said to himself, I finally waited for this moment. As long as I squash this ant, I'll be able to survive the first episode of the plot. Xiao Chen fell to the ground and said, don't come near me. While you are on, Master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple said, Temple Master Bai, please hold on. Senzinger looked back and said, who's there? Bai Qingling looked at her and said, You are. Xiao Chen stood silently at a distance, and it was Hua Yuerong, master of Kangming sect's Yuluo temple. Bai Qingling thought to himself, she was never described in the original game and was only mentioned, but this body recognized her at a glance. Hua Yuerong, the only junior sister that Bai Qingling loved while under the tutelage of Shi Yaoshi, an inexplicable pain in my heart. But I can't recall the full memories of the time spent with junior sister. It's as if training in the demonic arts has buried all that is warm. In the original plot, only a withering magnolia de la Valle is left of their relationship. Bai Qingling told Hua Yuerong, master of Kangming sect's Yingui temple. So the veiled saintess decided to come personally. This venerable one's blood storage is truly graced with your presence. Hua Yuerong said, Temple Master Bai, my disciple Xiao Chen has greatly offended you. How does Temple Master Bai plan to deal with him? Bai Qingling replied, although being treacherous isn't a big deal to a person of the demonic path like me, those who offend me, how can they live? Suddenly, Bai Qingling was shocked and said, from Temple Master Bai's tone, it seems that there's no room for negotiations. Hua Yuerong said, Master, don't be afraid of him, Master. Bai Qingling said, he's about to die and is just bluffing. Xiao Chen said, the demonic path has no inhibitions. This is the best time to kill him and become famous. Once this chance is lost, there will never be another. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt pain and shouted. A dark aura moved and hit Xiao Chen's arm. He suddenly went silent and sweated. Xiao Chen said to Hua Yuerong, Master, you. Hua Yuerong said, since you're going to die anyway, you might as well die under my sword. At least your master is sending you off. This is also the punishment for disobeying your master's orders. Sen Zinger said, Temple Master Hua, why are you interfering with my master's actions? Hua Yuerong said, what did you call him? Master? Presumptuous. This is no place for juniors to interfere. When this venerable one first met your master, you weren't even born yet. They both looked at each other with intense stares. Bai Qingling thought to himself, how foolish my junior sister. That slash didn't even kill Xiao Chen. Hua Yuerong must be thinking of pretending to take his corpse to save him. How ridiculous. I definitely won't let Xiao Chen escape from death. But for some reason, this body's reactions seem to not want me to expose junior sister's ploy. The information about Hua Yuerong in the original game was impossible to unravel. Could my actions have triggered a hidden route for Hua Yuerong? Could the benefits of following Hua Yuerong's storyline be greater than killing Xiao Chen? Hua Yuerong said, this venerable one wants to bury her disciple, Xiao Chen. Temple Master Bai wouldn't reject this simple request, right? Bai Qingling said, since the saintess has a request for this venerable one, you have to agree to one of my conditions. Hua Yuerong said, you really aren't letting anything go for free. Speak. What kind of condition is it? Bai Qingling said, the sect master selection ceremony will be held in 1 month. This venerable one will tell the saintess at that time. Hua Yuerong picked up Xiao Chen and said, this venerable one only hopes that you will fulfill your promise when the time comes. I hope that Temple Master Bai won't ask something unfeasible from me. I'll take this corpse away first. Goodbye. And she jumped away. Sen Zinger said, Master, are you really going to follow that old hag's will? Bai Qingling shouted, Junior sister. Hua Yuerong stopped, and Bai Qingling said, at the foot of Juyi Mountains, there's a never-withering magnolia de la Valle. This senior brother never dared to forget in this life. Hua Yuerong stopped for a second and was shocked at what she heard from Bai Qingling. She was silently thinking and remembered. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for spreading great love. Another system notification said, points earned 1,000 points. Current points, 8,500 points. Bai Qingling said to himself, the decision to let Xiao Chen escape is very dangerous, but it's not a bad idea to bet on her. Don't let me down, junior sister. At the blood storage of the royal residence of the underground palace, Sen Zinger said to Bai Qingling, thank you for your reward, master. Meow. I rub and I rub. Meow. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Another system notification said, points earned 1,500 points. Current points 10,000 points. Another system notification said, Sen Zinger's favorability has reached a threshold. The host can begin the trust test. Bai Qingling said to himself, trust test. A system notification said, confess to Sen Zinger about the truth of her Sen family village's side story plot. Passing the test will earn you the reward of Sen Zinger's eternal loyalty. Bai Qingling said to himself, the reward is eternal loyalty. I remember that the Sen family village's plot was. Bai Qingling stood up, and Sen Xinger asked, Master? Bai Qingling said, your reward is now over. Follow your master. Bai Qingling said to himself. In the original work, Shiji sect's most senior elder, Li Qianzhu, once brought disaster upon the world, triggering a crusade between the righteous and demonic paths. After Bai Qingling died, a sword's appearance seemingly proved that Bai Qingling was the real mastermind behind the Sen family village's tragedy. This revelation made Sen Xinger, who came from the Sen family village, bathe her face in tears, and she couldn't let it go for a very long time. In the original game, that was one of the strategies to win over Sen Xinger. If I died in Xiao Chen's hands, it would have been him bringing Xinger here to expose the truth. In other words, even if the system didn't request this, this is one of the main plot points that I'd have to face. Sen Xinger said, Master, isn't this where you store your collections? Normally you wouldn't even let me enter. Then why? Bai Qingling asked. Do you recognize this item? Sen Xinger said, This is you Uncle Murong's. Bai Qingling said, that's right. This is the Sen family village's guardian cultivator Murong Tai's sword, Lanya. This venerable one knows that the Sen family village tragedy is a scar on your heart. The village guardian whom you respect, Murong Tai, is still missing to this day. Everyone in the world believes that the one behind this is Shiji sect's Li Qianzhu. But in fact, it was me who killed Murong Tai and used the living souls of everyone in the village to refine his Dao sword into a soul sword. This is the final truth of the Sen family village tragedy. Sen Xinger said, Master? Bai Qingling said to himself, I'm sorry, although I can explain the reason behind it. The demonic path has always focused on the results. In order to continue confronting Xiao Chen and Mu Shenlan, Bai Qingling cannot endure any further risks to his trustworthiness. Xinger, will your reaction ease my worries? After this, can I still continue to trust you? Sen Xinger said. Xinger finally understands. So their souls have all been merged into one and will never be separated. All this while, they've all been living happily together. Bai Qingling was confused. Sen Xinger said, truly understands Xinger's feelings. Xinger has never mentioned what happened in the Sen family village, but Xinger already knew about it because Xinger couldn't resist it and had investigated it long ago. Zieji sect's Li Qianzhu is a master of evil corpses. His evil corpse technique torments people by turning them into something neither demon nor ghost. Li Qianzhu used evil corpses to infect the entire Sen family village. This is the absolute truth I discovered while investigating secretly. It must have been because the village guardian Uncle Murong had no other choice but to offer his life Dantian and sword to Master, and request Master to help everyone break free from the torment of the inhuman evil energy so that, at the very least, everyone is reunited in the form of pure, living souls. When facing the incurable evil corpses that were unrelated to Master, he was actually willing to lend a hand and save everyone from being refined into an evil weapon. Master is the world's bona fide man of great love. Master not only did not pursue the fact that Xinger investigated the truth on her own accord, but even told Xinger the truth himself. Xinger is really blessed to be able to serve Master in this life. Bai Qingling said to himself, the deduction process was rather accurate, but what is up with your attitude? Compared to this demon Lord Bai Qingling, you're even more obsessed and sick in the head. A system notification said, congratulations to the host. Sen Xinger has passed the trust test. The host will forever possess Sen Xinger's loyalty. Bai Qingling said to himself, I'm clearly a demon lord who did unspeakable things, but this pure young girl is worshipping me so fervently. I'm really walking further and further down the path of a pervert, but regardless, I finally managed to settle Sen Xinger's final trauma. Putting that aside, how exactly should I make use of Hua Yuerong's root? My past memories were cut off right at the moment when I left my junior sister. To this day, her tear-soaked face I only remember, and her throwing a withering magnolia de la Valle. My memories of the time before that seemed to have been sealed by Bai Qingling due to viewing it as an emotional weakness. Where did I put this memory? Could it give me a route that can finish Xiao Chen once and for all? Oh right, I earned 10,000 points today. I can directly roll a platinum chest. Bai Qingling opened the rewards interface and selected the platinum treasure chest. A system notification said, opening successful. You're left with 0 points. Another system notification said, please select an item from the following 3 treasures. 1. The Dream Bed of Extreme Happiness Earth Grade item during dual cultivation. It can permanently increase the endurance of your flesh. The more people there are, the stronger the effects. 2. Bewitching Powder of Obedience 7th Grade Treasure Pill, also known as I Love a Piece of Firewood, greatly effective against female enemies. 3. 3 Corpses Shedding Cicada 7th Grade Poisonous Insect. After finishing the technique, it can be shed into a golden cicada, closely related to poison technique cultivation. Bai Qingling said, "The 3 Corpses Shedding Cicada is useless to me. I can take out 13 different types of 9th grade shedding insects. The Bewitching Powder of Obedience is an indulgence item. Using it to break out of situations is too limiting." Sure enough, strength is still the most important thing. Increasing your body's endurance also means becoming stronger. He pointed at the dream bed of extreme happiness and said, "I choose the dream bed of extreme happiness. Store it in the item inventory. As for the next step, it looks like I have to make a move on my second disciple, Ling Yin." Xiao Chen said, "Ouch. Master, it's painful. That Bai Qingling is bluffing. Master, you have to avenge me." Hua Yurong, master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, said, A piece of trash like you dares to try assassinating Bai Qingling? Bai Qingling knows that you're not dead. He deliberately let you go for my sake." She suddenly pinched Xiao Chen's buttons, and Xiao Chen said, "Master, what are you?" Hua Yurong said, "Don't move. If you dare to act on your own accord again, this venerable one will personally expel you. Do you understand?" Xiao Chen said, "Ouch. I understand, Master." Hua Yurong said, "The sect master selection ceremony will be held in a month. Can't afford for you to ruin my Yingui Temple Master's reputation at this time." Xiao Chen said, "Master, have you finally decided to compete in it?" Hua Yurong said, "This venerable one needs that Flaming Demon Tower's key." Xiao Chen said, "The sect's forbidden area, the Flaming Demon Tower? Why do you want that key?" Hua Yurong silently looked into the distance and said, "An evil person buried something in the Flaming Demon Tower. This venerable one wants to find it and see what exactly he's up to." In another scene, Ye Hongyi called for Ling Yin and said, "That demon should have gotten what he deserved by now. I say, we should celebrate." Tantai Lingying looked at her and said, "That demon, Master, has died and his sins have disappeared. You shouldn't continue to slander him." Ye Hongyi was shocked and said, Aha, then should we and Shingergo set up a grave for him?" Tantai Lingying said, "He wouldn't want to see me, whether it's before or after his death. I am insignificant in his heart." Ye Hongyi said, sweating. "Ling Yin." Senjinger suddenly said, "Second senior sister." Ye Hongyi said, "Zinger, you're here? That demon, where is his corpse?" Senjinger said, "Second senior sister, Master says that Heima misses you." Ye Hongyi and Tantai Lingying were shocked. Senjinger bowed to the ground and said, "Second senior sister, Zinger has finished saying everything she needed to." Tantai Lingying said, "He actually didn't die and perfectly dealt with Xiao Chen's tricks." Senjinger said, "Second senior sister, what's wrong?" Ye Hongyi said, "Zinger, you're a fool. Your senior sister has long been poisoned by that demon." Tantai Lingying shouted, "Shut up! Hongyi, stop talking. Zinger, why is that man looking for me? He knows that I'm the mastermind behind his assassination and wants me to go and surrender my life?" Tenzinger said, No. I didn't mention anything about senior sister. Master only wished to invite senior sister back to Yuluo Temple for a meal. He even said that he wanted to let senior sister try his cooking." Tantai Lingying and Ye Hongyi said, "What?" Ye Hongyi said, "Lingyin, you mustn't go." Tantai Lingying said, "No, I have to go. Is Master planning to bewitch me like how he did with junior sister? He underestimates me too much. Ever since I knew the truth behind the poison in my body, I will never trust him again in this life. Never." A few moments later, Senzinger said, "Senior sister, Master is waiting for you in there. I'm really envious that senior sister gets to spend time with Master alone." Tantai Lingying opened the door and thought to herself, "Since it's already come to this, I can't retreat now. I have a reason I must see him for." Tantai Lingying said, "The left protector of the general altar, Tantai Lingying, greets Temple Master Bai." Bai Qingling said, "Temple Master Bai, you really make your master's heart ache, Lingying. This venerable one knows that you have something to ask me, but you don't need this venerable one's help. All these years, you've drawn a clear line between this venerable one and yourself, yet you're now here to see me. You have no respect for this venerable one at all. You aren't even willing to call me master." Tantai Lingying said, "Master." Bai Qingling said, "It's time you showed your filial piety. Come with your master to take a bath." Tantai Lingying silently sweated. At the blood storage underground second floor at Mortal Washing Pool, Bai Qingling said, Stepping into this pool will block your cultivation, and you will be like an ordinary person temporarily. But it won't affect your body and innate physique. Tantai Lingying thought to herself, measuring my body is what he routinely does. For the sake of Hongyi and everyone, I have to obey this demon for now. Suddenly, Bai Qingling grabbed her foot. She thought, oh no, this demon can't be thinking of. She was pulled into the water. Bai Qingling asked, what's wrong? You're on your guard even against your master? He put her in his arms. Tantai Lingying said, Master, you. Tantai Lingying thought, Bai Qingling has always wanted to make me into a human puppet. It's just that my body has yet to mature. In the past, he would use the heavenly essence ruler to measure. But why did he choose to touch my body directly today? It was he who rescued me from Xiji Sek's demon den and gave me a home. But in the end, was he just planning for the future, and now he's finally going to demand what he is owed? Bai Qingling said, Lingyan, Master has a treasure for you. Suddenly, they both went down into the water. Tantai Lingying suddenly saw something and said, this is. She saw a girl under the water and asked, Master, who is this woman, and why does she look like me? Bai Qingling said, that year when this venerable one saved you from the demon's den, it was all thanks to the help of Heiwan Sek's sect master Jitai Mei. Although it's hard to identify sect master Ji's gender and that person is charmingly evil, they were a very righteous person. However, it was mainly for sect master Ji's own benefit that they were willing to collaborate with me to rescue you. You have a very special constitution. Jitai Mei wanted you to become their furnace tripod. A furnace tripod refers to someone being a tool to help another person raise their cultivation level through dual cultivation. It's different from dual cultivation in that the cultivation furnace will just be a tool and will probably be harmed in the process. Suddenly, Tantai Lingying was enlightened and said, Ah, Bai Qingling said, the thing you are seeing right now is a female puppet made from the otogi wood, created at the birth of the universe. A wood spirit puppet. It is a replica of you that took 10 years to make and is to be given to Jitai Mei in your place as a furnace tripod. Bai Qingling thought. In the original game, the truth was that Bai Qingling wanted to use Tantai Lingyan to exchange treasures with Jitai Mei. But as long as I don't give away the true body of Lingyan and make an excuse, I won't be exposed. Tantai Lingying said, so all these years, Master's routine measurement of my body was all to create this puppet as fast as possible and give it to Jitai Mei? Bai Qingling said, I've wronged you, Lingyan. I did this to protect you while not breaking this venerable one's promise. Tantai Lingying said, Master, She thought to herself, no, I can't believe him. I can't be tricked like junior sister. If that was the case, what's the explanation for the 10,000 ants heart-gnawing poison in my body and the evil rune on my senior sister's abdomen? Tantai Lingying said, Master, Lingyan is grateful that you told all of this to me, but suddenly, Bai Qingling grabbed both of Tantai Lingying's wrists. He placed her palm on her abdomen and she said, Master, no, don't. I am your disciple. If you do this, Lingyan will definitely hate you for life. Suddenly, Tantai Lingying felt warmth in her stomach and said, such a strange feeling. Lord Master, no. Don't stop. She moaned deeply in the water. A few minutes later, she emerged from the water, exhausted from the pleasure. Bai Qingling said, the 10,000 ants heart-gnawing poison has been expelled from your body in the form of poisonous blood. No, actually, it was the 10,000 ants heart-defending poison. This poison has the effect of defending the body and heart. If a scoundrel coveted your constitution, the poison insect would remind you to stay away through harmless pain. If you were really violated, it would also release power to protect you. I didn't expect you to be so close with that Xiao Chen. You don't even understand your master's efforts. You even thought that master wanted to harm you and couldn't see who the actual person who wanted to harm you was. Sigh. When your daughter has matured and married, you can't get her to stay even if you want to. Now that you've gotten what you wish for, you can leave without any worries. Tantai Lingying suddenly cried while looking at Bai Qingling. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Another system notification said, points awarded 5,000 points. Current points 5,000 points. Divine massage technique, through practice, has been upgraded to max level 99. A few moments later, Senzinger asked Tantai Lingying, second senior sister, are you going back? Master gave you 2 Mara fruits to bring back. He said that it was your favorite thing when you were young. Master also said that during the Sectmaster selection ceremony, he will support you regardless of your stance. This is really strange. Second senior sister and master spent so much time together alone. Why did master ask me to tell you this in the end? In a flashback, Tantai Lingying remembered the time when she was little and happily said, Lord Master. She thought to herself, after keeping it a secret for so many years, he has revealed everything today. The timing is too perfect. Lingyan doesn't understand and cannot fully believe it, but this isn't master's fault. It's Lingyan's fault. Please give Lingyan some more time. Lingyan will return to your side in the end and serve you, like how Zinger is doing now. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for spreading great love. Another system notification said, points awarded 2,000 points. Current points, 7,000 points. At the Kangming sect, in the Black Moon Hall, Ye Hongyi rested on her bed. She said, Bai Qingling, even though this temple master has not met you yet, you must be old, ugly, and extremely evil to bully Sister Lingyan like this. Although Tantai Lingyan and I, Ye Hongyi, are not related by blood, we are connected by our sisterhood. We bound ourselves with the mirror flower seal, and our souls can feel what the other is feeling anytime and anywhere. Ever since Lingyan went to meet that demon, my body started to become strange. Sister Lingyan, where are you right now? What did the demon do to you? I, Ye Hongyi, swear to tear Bai Qingling into pieces. She felt something inside her and moaned on her bed. Suddenly, a person outside called, Hongyi, are you there? Ye Hongyi recognized the voice and said, this voice. She immediately got up, fixed herself, and went out of her room saying, Grandpa. She was shocked to see her grandfather. Grandpa, what happened? Why have you become so haggard? It was Kangming sect ancestor Yi Taiyuan. Yi Taiyuan touched Ye Hongyi's head and said, Hongyi, listen carefully. Your grandpa's lifespan is nearing its end. I won't be able to protect you anymore. Ye Hongyi responded, lifespan, nearing its end? Ye Taiyuan asked, are you prepared, little Hongyi, to become the sect master? Ye Hongyi went silent, cried, and said, Hongyi will listen to grandpa's teachings. Ye Taiyuan said, your grandpa will convene a great sect master selection ceremony, but he won't use his authority to give the position to you directly. To win over the entire Kangming sect, you'll have to gather the support of the important forces by yourself. Grandpa asks you, which of the 4 great temple masters is the easiest for you to use? Ye Hongyi answered, naturally, it's Yuluo Temple's temple master, Ren Qianfan. He is Hongyi's uncle and will definitely lend a hand. Ye Taiyuan said, not necessarily. Temple Master Ren is cowardly and indecisive. He abandons his righteousness for tiny gains, but always saves himself when facing great risks. He lets his wife make every major decision. A look from her and he will be too afraid to help you. Ye Hongyi asked then, what about Luocha Temple's Mengu Taoist? Ye Taiyuan replied, Luocha Temple is the strongest. It has countless disciples and vassals and is growing its might every day. But why do you think he respects the elders and does so much for the sect? Ye Hongyi said, this man has ambition. He definitely won't follow me. Since that's the case, the only one left is the mysterious saintess from Yinghui Temple. Ye Taiyuan responded, no, she can't help you. From what I can see, that temple master has her own goals. You can't handle her. Ye Hongyi said, 3 of the 4 great temple masters can't be used by me. His grandpa trying to say. Ye Taiyuan continued, according to your father's last wish, you should become a Taoist couple with Bai Qingling, Yuluo Temple's temple master. Then husband and wife can work together to strengthen the sect. Suddenly, Ye Hongyi was shocked and shouted, what? Marriage? She said to herself in disbelief, impossible. Absolutely impossible. That demon is Lingyan's master. If I marry him, how would Lingyan refer to me? The master's wife? Suddenly she shouted, no, Hongyi definitely won't marry him. In another scene, Sen Jinger reported to Bai Qingling, master, when Zinger sent senior sister Lingyan off to the general altar I saw. Bai Qingling asked, what did you see? Sen Jinger replied, Jinger saw many rogue cultivators of the demonic path fly towards Luocha Temple. There were thousands of them. Zinger also heard that Yinghui Temple, which had always kept a low profile, is summoning the leaders of the vassal forces of the outer sects. Sen Jinger thought to herself, Kangming sect is going to change. Master has never liked to interfere with matters of the sect. What will he do this time? Bai Qingling smiled and said, it doesn't matter. I will take action. Sen Jinger blushed and said, Master is so domineering. Bai Qingling thought to himself, after the previous test, Zinger is now completely loyal to me. Maybe it's time to stop this master-servant game that harms Zinger's personality. Bai Qingling said to Sen Singer, from today onwards, you and I will return to the usual master-disciple relationship. No matter the situation, you must call me master as a teacher, not as your owner. Sen Singer was shocked and said, Eh? Why? But being a servant is part of Singer's unique identity. Does Master not love Singer anymore? Is Master unwilling to teach Singer? Is Singer being abandoned and forgotten? Bai Qingling said, This venerable one is not denying your identity. It's just that such a relationship should evolve and change. Sen Singer said, so in the end, Singer is still Master's loyal servant, right? She took off her clothes and said, Master only wants to change how he's called, right? Since Singer's name has the word star in it, and Singer is also Master's servant, how about Singer be called? She changed in front of Bai Qingling and said, Star servant. She said seductively, from this day forth, Singer will be the star servant who tends to her master's every need. In another scene at the Zhenwu Sword Sect, Forbidden Ground, Blackwater Mountain, Demon Suppressing Tower, Feng Lixu entered a room, and someone shouted, Feng Lixue! A person on the floor accused, so you're a spy from the demonic path. I shouldn't have trusted you so easily, and allowed you to enter the tower. Your master, Kang Song's sword saint, must have been blind. Remove the insect poison from my body if you have the guts, and I'll fight you with only one finger. If you win, I'll tell you everything. Feng Lixu replied, You 3 deacons have really wasted your long lives. You expect someone from the demonic path to fight you fairly? One of them, his old buddy, said, Demon, kill us if you dare. The 3 of us are the most senior deacons of the Forbidden Ground, even the sect master. Feng Lixu silenced him with one blow. The old man said, Demon, you're really a vile demoness. Feng Lixu said, his wish has already been fulfilled. So, what do the 2 of you say? Are you willing to hand over the key to the 1,000 chances box that stores Kang Ming's sacred artifact? The fat old man asked, If we give you the key, will you let us live? Feng Lixu responded, Wouldn't it have been better if you'd done this earlier? She took the key from the fat old man and swung her sword. The last old man said, Demon, you'll be smitten by the heavens. You'll die a horrible. She made him sleep. Feng Lixu said, Who do you take me for? I am the eldest direct disciple of Demon Lord Qingling. Suddenly she felt pleasure in her stomach and shakily said, My stomach, as she felt the vibration throughout her body. She shakily said, Could that demon have activated the evil rune in my body? No, the evil rune wasn't activated. Could I have been poisoned? In any case, I will send what that demon wanted back to Yuluo Temple first. She opened the box, which glowed purple inside. Feng Lixu was shocked as she saw the item inside and said, Before I can confirm that second junior sister has killed him, I have no other choice. Back in the temple, Sen Singer said to Bai Qingling, Master, what are you thinking? As she got between Bai Qingling's legs. Can you tell Singer? Bai Qingling said, To think this venerable one indulged you by letting you sleep under my feet. There won't be a next time, especially during this period. Sen Singer asked, This period? Is Master troubled by the upcoming sect master selection ceremony? Bai Qingling whispered. Perhaps. Sen Singer suddenly jumped into Bai Qingling's lap and said, Whoa! Singer correctly guessed Master's thoughts. Bai Qingling held her leg and thought to himself, You can't do this. You can't. A system notification said, As your divine massaging technique has reached the max level, you won't be able to gain any experience by using it. Bai Qingling thought, Using it? I'm just correcting my disciple's behavior. I will sue you for defamation. This system is slandering me. Sen Singer said, Master, Singer wants to show you a great treasure. She seductively fixed her chest. Bai Qingling sweated and asked, What great treasure? He thought to himself, You can't be thinking of showing me something that won't pass the review in the original game, right? Sen Singer seductively revealed the token of authority of the Blood Pill Palace's Supreme Elder Luo Qingfeng and put the token between her cleavage. Bai Qingling asked, Why do you have the token of one of the 10 Supreme Elders of Kang Ming's sect with you? Sen Singer explained, Elder Luo was urgently offering a reward for someone who could create a 9th grade heavenly heart herb, and Singer happened to know how to refine it. So, I gathered all the ingredients from the demonic garden, refined it, and handed it to Elder Luo yesterday night. Singer only acts silly in front of Master, but she's very smart at other times. Singer is constantly thinking of how to help Master and our Yuluo Temple. Bai Qingling thought to himself, In the original game, Xiao Chen received this token by exchanging his master Yusuzi's resources and helped Ye Hongyi gain a powerful supporter. This is a strategy for Ye Hongyi's route. I didn't expect Jinger to steal this away from Xiao Chen. Is this the bonus of obtaining Xinger's absolute loyalty? Bai Qingling said to Sen Xinger, you did well this time. This is the reward you deserve. He hugged Sen Xinger. Suddenly, Sen Xinger felt pleasure and moaned, Master. A system notification said, congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Another system notification said, points earned 3,000 points. Current points, 10,000 points. Bai Qingling put Sen Xinger down on his throne and walked away, saying, let's go. Follow me out of seclusion and crush everything. There's no one who can stop us. At Kang Ming-sek's General Altar, Blood Pill Palace, Xiao Chen exclaimed, what? Elder Luo doesn't want my 9th grade Heavenly Heart herb? Why? My herb is definitely real. Elder Luo twirled his mustache and said, Elder Luo's bounty is real, and the herb in your hands is also real. It's just that someone came before you, so the bounty has expired. Xiao Chen protested. How could this be? Elder Luo's bounty has just been out for 10 days. Can you please tell me who found this herb before me? Elder Luo replied, it's fine telling you. It was the direct third disciple of Yu Luo Temple's temple master who found this herb on the 5th day after the bounty was posted. As for what reward she requested, I have no idea. Xiao Chen thought to himself, Xinger? Sen Xinger. Was it her own intention? Or did that demon lord order her to do it? He spat flames in anger and exclaimed, those two bastards. I'll definitely tear them into pieces. He ran away with his herbs. Elder Luo chuckled. Ha ha ha. You're angry just because of this. Your Taoist heart is not strong enough, young man. In the forest, Xiao Chen muttered. Xiao Chen muttered, frick, what should I do now? Suddenly a voice said, disciple, Xiao Chen, the heavenly heart herb that I spent days synthesizing, have you handed it to Luo Qingfeng? Xiao Chen said, Master Yu Shuzi. He thought to himself, can't you find a cleaner place to perform spirit possession? Master Yu Shuzi demanded, why is it still in your hands? Did someone come before you? I told you to hand it over quickly. What were you waiting for? You're really useless. Xiao Chen suddenly got angry and shouted, enough. For your plan to demolish the demonic sect, you told me to become a spy for 3 years at first, and now 3 years after 3 years. Then 3 more years. It has been almost 10 years now, old man. Master Yu Shuzi replied, Xiao Chen, protecting mortals and eliminating demonic cultivators is the Kunlun Taoist sect's responsibility. I'm sure that you don't want your 10 years of being a spy to go to waste, right? I used the spiritual discs to pry into the future last night and discovered a big secret. Kang Ming-sek's Grand Elder Ye Tai-Yuan passed away 7 days ago. Xiao Chen exclaimed, what? But Grand Elder Yi went to the Black Moon Hall 2 days ago. He also appeared in front of his granddaughter Ye Hongyi and the other Yi family members. Master Yu Suzi said, that is his yin body, not his physical body. But Yi Taiyuan's remnant soul won't last long. This is about Kang Ming-sek's divine weapon. Come closer. I'll whisper it to you. You still have a chance. Gain Yi Hongyi's trust, help her become the leader, and make her into your puppet. Xiao Chen said, me? Getting closer to this hard and smelly thing? No, I don't want to get closer. In another scene, Hua Yuerong rested in her bed, quietly thinking. It was hot as sweat formed on her breasts. She remembered a time when she was growing up, and a boy said to her, why is Ronger's body becoming so plump? Another said, you're turning into a pig. And his friend mocked, turning into a big fat pig. Hua Yuerong was embarrassed, and someone walked up behind her. Suddenly, they put a robe on her, and she was shocked. Hua Yuerong said, ah, senior brother. She looked and saw Bai Qingling. He told her, this robe can not only cover your body, but also block all those ignorant rumors. Hua Yuerong was happy to see Bai Qingling helping her. In a different scene, Hua Yuerong shouted, senior brother, don't. How could Master harm us? There must be a misunderstanding. Senior brother, you're the person I admire the most. Why are you slaughtering innocent disciples? Why have you become so cold and heartless? Bai Qingling looked at her with a menacing stare. Suddenly, she woke up still wearing the robe that Bai Qingling gave her. She said, damn it, I'm dreaming about that demon lord again. Suddenly, an old lady said, Saintess, all vassals of the Yinghui temple have gathered. All of them are currently waiting in the main hall. Hua Yuerong said to herself, the Luocha temple has also gathered almost 2,000 demonic cultivators, all of them carrying their own weapons. They can't sit still even with the Grand Elder present. Then she asked, what about the Yuluo temple? The old lady reported, Temple Master Bai was found to have just come out from the blood storage. He was holding his disciple Sen Zinger's hand, walking happily inside the garden. Hua Yuerong imagined Bai Qingling and Sen Xinger together holding hands and said, "He held his disciple's hand?" The old lady said, "Please forgive me, Saintess. We couldn't figure out Temple Master Bai's motives." Hua Yuerong said, "He's become so old and still has no shame. He's actually holding his disciple's hand in broad daylight." The old lady asked, "Then Temple Master Bai's stance and motives?" Hua Yuerong asked, "Is there even a trace of that demon lord in the current hymn?" She fumed, "Bai Qingling, you really deserve to die." At Kangming General Altar, Thousand Snow Mountain Range, Bai Qingling and Sen Xinger walked in the snow, and Bai Qingling sneezed. Sen Xinger asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Bai Qingling thought to himself while thinking of Hua Yuerong, "Someone must be cursing me in the dark." Sen Xinger asked, "Who is it?" Sen Xinger suddenly pressed her body against Bai Qingling, hugging him tightly. "Master, is this better?" Second senior sister said that Singer's body will be hot like a furnace in the winter. "Why don't you try to go into Singer's?" Bai Qingling responded, "It's due to your body composition, which is compatible with yin and cold evil energy. It's a separate thing from body warmth." Sen Xinger complained, "It's freezing." "Master, we're going to visit the general altar, so why did we come to this deserted mountain rear?" Bai Qingling thought to himself, "That's naturally because I want to cut off Xiao Chen's opportunity. If I'd followed the original game and not come here, I would be giving Xiao Chen the advantage. Since I'm going to interfere with him, I will do it thoroughly." He said aloud, "I will let the opportunity fly for a while. Maybe it will land soon." Suddenly, on top of the mountain, a storm brewed, and a person levitated in the sky, their aura intensifying. Is the person who came Temple Master Bai Qingling? It was Kangming ancestor Ye Taiyuan. Bai Qingling greeted Ye Taiyuan saying, "Ancestor, nice to meet you." Sen Xinger followed. Yulua Temple's Sen Xinger greets the ancestor. Ye Taiyuan observed, "A ghost-controlling spiritual body, flawless and natural, without form nor stain. Temple Master Bai is very fortunate. When are you planning to slaughter this high-quality ingredient?" Bai Qingling silently listened. Sen Xinger said, "It's up to Master to decide when he needs me. Don't worry about it, ancestor." Ye Taiyuan laughed. "Temple Master Bai is really good at controlling his subordinates. I happen to be looking for you. Since we met, let's talk." Bai Qingling said, "Xinger, leave us for now." He thought to himself, "The opportunity is here." Sen Xinger left, and Ye Taiyuan continued, "In the beginning, when the primordial gods and demons created the world, the Taoist girl, Mu Xin Lan, was born. The third war between righteous and demonic paths began." Bai Qingling thought to himself as his eyes turned white. "Isn't Ye Taiyuan's yin spirit about to dissipate? This doesn't look like a person who's about to die. Where's the skip button? Or the CTRL button that lets you do it?" Ye Taiyuan suddenly got serious and said, "My friend Qingling, I don't have much time." He showed him a ring and said, "This is one of the 2 divine artifacts of Kangming's sect, the Kangming Soul Ring. The wearer's status will be just below the sect master's, and you will be admired by millions of followers. If I give you this item, will you lend a hand to my granddaughter Yi Hongyi?" Bai Qingling asked. "The Hall Master, Black Moon Hall, Yi Hongyi, is she your chosen heiress?" Ye Taiyuan replied, "It looks like Temple Master Bai has his own thoughts too. All right, help my granddaughter if you can. If that's not possible, you can take her place." Bai Qingling thought to himself while looking at the ring, "Where have I heard these words before? But since I have the chance to control the position of sect master, I have no reason to refute." Ye Taiyuan continued, "I have 2 more things I want to talk about. The first is about Hong Wudao, Hongyi's father. Wudao's final wish is to marry Hongyi to you and have both of you strengthen Kangming sect together." Bai Qingling thought to himself, "Hey, the words about taking her place just now can't be about marrying her, right? In the original game, Bai Qingling would have been dead right now. To think that there would be a hidden fiancé." Bai Qingling cleared his throat and said, "This is a small matter. I will decide in the future. Tell me about the second thing." Ye Taiyuan said, "There are rumors that you've been defeated by that Taoist maiden Mu Xinlan. Is that true? If even Temple Master Bai weren't that woman's match, then wouldn't our demon sect be destroyed?" Bai Qingling was silent. Then he said, "Yes, she defeated Bai Qingling." Ye Taiyuan began to vanish and said, "This." Bai Qingling continued, "But she didn't defeat me. If she comes back again, I will take action." At Kangming General Altar, Front Mountain Gate, a guy said to Xiao Chen, "Please go back, junior brother Xiao." The ancestor has been in seclusion for a long time and won't be meeting anyone. Xiao Chen pleaded. Please believe me, General Altar Brothers. I urgently need to see the ancestor. Time waits for no one. If we delay any longer, the ancestor would be. The guy interrupted. Would be what? Suddenly, Xiao Chen was thrown away, tumbling in the air. Ye Hongyi suddenly appeared and said, if our sect master heard you spreading rumors about the sect, he would cut off your dog head. Get lost. Don't let me repeat it a second time. Xiao Chen thought, you Shuzi. I did everything you said, but it didn't frickin' work. What shitty divination did you do? At Yuluo Temple Master's Palace, Bai Qingling said. The residence of the Yuluo Temple Master is so cool. I should have left blood storage earlier and enjoyed myself here. The danger at blood storage is finally over. Next, I have to retrieve Bai Qingling's 5 organs to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Among them, the heart is at the Flame Demon Tower, and the key is with the 3 Supreme Elders. I can't get it without the authority of the sect master. By assisting Ye Hongyi to become sect master, it fulfills Yi Taiyuan's wish and serves my interests too. Now that I've gotten the Kangming Soul Ring, I'm only left with the Kangming Soul Sword, Bai Qingling mused. Lixue, will you disappoint your master? Speaking of which, Lixu's personality should be the hardest to influence with great love. What should I do to solve the problems in her heart? Oh, right, her abdomens. In another scene at the Skywater City Street Market, Feng Lixu walked seductively, attracting the gaze of many men. She entered a building and the host greeted her. Welcome, how may I? Feng Lixu interrupted. Tell the shopkeeper Fatty Hong to come out. The Eastern King of Hell is looking for him. The host replied nervously. Eastern King of Hell? Feng Lixu entered a room, her aura glowing, and sat down to wait. The shopkeeper Fatty Hong entered saying, Lady Lixu, it's me, Yuluo Palace's Crimson Pig Guard Hong Tianfang. He showed her a heavy item. Feng Lixu examined it and said, this is the item that the temple master wanted. You will personally escort it back to Yuluo Temple as soon as possible. Furthermore, swallow this. Fatty Hong's eyes widened, the 7 absolute body melting pill. Lady Lixu, I've always worked diligently and never slacked off. This. Feng Lixu threatened, swallow it or die. Fatty Hong sweated profusely as he obediently swallowed the pill. First we'll be heading off now. Feng Lixu watched him leave and said, I hope this is the last thing I have to do for that demon. Lingyan, was your plan successful? She looked outside and thought, I've been living under that demon's shadow since young. My heart has long been tainted by him. But junior sister is still young, so we, as senior sisters, must help her escape from the evils of that demon. Suddenly she felt pain. Why did the pain flare up again? That demon didn't activate that evil rune. Was I poisoned? Could it be at that time? Damn it, I didn't bring any elixir to purify the poison. If the poison enters the meridians, doesn't that mean, so be it, this is my fate. Being controlled by that demon is living hell anyway. I can finally be free. She suddenly felt intense pain and shouted as tentacles emerged from her stomach trying to envelop her body. Master, you demon, are you not letting me off even at this time? She gasped as she felt intense pleasure. Suddenly, a hand touched her shoulder. Listen to me and be still, Bai Qingling's voice commanded. He continued, your body is filled with poison. In this entire world, only your master can save you. Feng Lixu felt more pleasure intensify, making her put her tongue out as the poison splattered all over the place. After the ordeal, she said, he could even clear the poison that has entered the Dantian. He's probably the only one who can do this from a distance. Suddenly, the tentacles began to slide into her legs, and she felt even more intense pleasure, shouting, No, Master, you can't, Bai Qingling whispered. The demon-suppressing tower's poison cannot be underestimated. Even your master cannot escape a minor injury. So you must cooperate with me. I have to suck it out all at once. As Bai Qingling continued, Feng Lixue thought to herself, something's wrong with that demon. I'm just one of his pawns. Why must he waste his powers to detoxify the poison for me from a distance? Could it be that Lingyan and Zinger did something to change his nature? She remembered their last encounter when Bai Qingling told her, Happy birthday, little Lixu. She shook her head, enduring the intensity of the pleasure. No, what am I thinking? That is Demon Lord Qingling. He must want me to be indebted to him so that he can control my spirit even further. A voice outside called, Sister Lixue, are you in there? Feng Lixue recognized it. This voice is, the Third Royal Highness? Why are you here? The voice responded, It's really Sister Lixu. I heard that you came to Skywater City to train, so I asked around and found this store. After all, with Sister Lixu's appearance, you will leave a deep impression on everyone you pass by. So, Sister Lixu, can I come in? Bai Qingling silently listened, holding Feng Lixui's shoulder. Feng Lixu replied, You are not allowed to enter. The Third Royal Highness persisted. The last time I ran into Sister Lixui, I happened to hear the sound of crying. You didn't notice me at that time, but I was very worried about you. Feng Lixui, struggling with the tentacle's aggressive movement in her body, tried to respond, Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. But I'm fine, you can go back now. The Third Royal Highness asked, Sister Lixui, why are you panting so heavily? And she said, I told you that I'm fine, I have to rest, please go back. And he said, all right. And he walks away. A few moments later, she said, Master, please stop. Just how long are you planning to bully me? Suddenly the pleasure went away, and she said, it's over. Did he really detoxify the poison? Bai Qingling said, Lixue, Master is very happy that you found the Kangming soul sword for me, but Master dislikes you risking your life for the sake of the mission. Remember, there is no next time. Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Points earned 9,000 points. Current points 19,000 points. You've unlocked a new chest diamond chest. Costs 50,000 points. When your total points exceed 100,000, you will unlock Realm's item store. I didn't expect to almost double my points by just helping Lixu detoxify the poison. Could it be that her hatred towards me is the strongest, so I earn more points when I express great love? But who is that person outside the door? Lixu called him the Third Royal Highness. It can only be the male protagonist of the second expansion pack battle for Dynasty's Fate, the third prince of the Great Chu dynasty, Lin. From the start of this expansion pack, players can choose between Xiao Chen's path or Lin Mo's path. But in the original game, the contact between Lin Mo and Lixu is definitely not at this time. There are clearly unpredictable changes to the original story plot. Is this the legendary butterfly effect? Will there be new plot lines that have never happened before in the original game? Whatever, Lin Mo poses no threat to me for now. Suppressing the ant that is Xiao Chen is the main matter at hand. The sect master selection ceremony is approaching. It's time to pay a visit to that temple master. In a different scene at Ye Hongyi's room, she said, It's over. It's over. Should I tell Lingyan that Grandpa's final wish is for me to marry Bai Qingling? We made the mirror flower seal together and swore to protect each other forever. If I'm really married to Bai Qingling and become Lingyan's master's wife, how mad will she be? Bai Qingling, you really deserve to die. No, I have to tell the truth to Lingyan and come up with a plan together. Sister Lingyan is smarter than normal people. She will definitely find a way. Suddenly, Tantai Lingyan opens the door and she stood silently. Ye Hongyi said to her Sister Lingyan, what happened to you? And that night at the blood storage, are you all right? Tantai Lingyan said, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired and wanted to rest in your room for a while. Let's talk about it later. Ye Hongyi said, all right, we will talk about it after you've rested. And she left her alone. A few moments later, Tantai Lingyan stood in front of the mirror and she took off her clothes. And she said, disgrace. You are a disgrace, Tantai Lingyan. To think you would let him touch your body. How are you going to face Hongyi from now on? When that man hugged you tightly, you clearly could have chosen to stop your pulse to protect your innocence. Why didn't you? I hate you to death. And the scarier thing is that my subconsciousness is actually trying to replay the moment I was hugged. The more I tried to not think about it, the more my body recalled every sensation of that moment. And she hides under the sheet and said, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. And she continues to say, Hongyi, I'm so sorry. No, I still have one last chance. Help Hongyi to become the sect master in the sect master selection ceremony. Only then can I borrow the power of the general altar to be free from him completely. At the Kaming sect's Yuluo temple, Ren Xianfan, the temple master, sighed as he walked back and forth anxiously. The old ancestor wants me to support Hongyi during the great sect master selection ceremony, he said. Ren Xianfan continued, but that Manhwa Taoist wants to ally with me and help him take the position. He turned to his wife Han Jinyang and asked, my wife, what should we do? Han Jinyang replied, you've already made up your mind, haven't you? Ren Qianfan admitted, yes. To tell you the truth, I'm more inclined to support Luocha Temple's Manhwa Taoist. After all, Luocha Temple is ready and prepared. What do you think? Han Jinyang responded sharply. What do I think? I think you are foolish and bad, a true trash among trash. That Manhwa Taoist is ruthless, arrogant, and tyrannical. He will do anything to expand his power. Do you think he will give you a share of his success instead of devouring Xiuluo Temple? Ren Qianfan conceded, my wife is so wise, so does that mean we should support Hong Yi? She may be young, but she is my niece after all. Should I lend her a hand? Suddenly, Han Jinyang kicked Ren Qianfan with her heels and shouted, you fool! He fell, and Han Jinyang said, in this chaotic situation, we should make Xiuluo Temple neutral and let everyone try to win us over. Keep this phrase in your mind. The larger the waves, the more valuable the fish, Ren Qianfan said. I understand. You understand. But if Xiuluo Temple's Bai Qingling interferes, won't the situation become uncontrollable? Han Jinyang replied, he won't. You don't understand him. A foolish person like you can never imagine how amazing that man is. What he pursues is something that neither you nor I can ever covet. These mundane matters are not worthy of his attention. In contrast, you are trash who can't do anything. Even if your wife strips naked and stands before you. Ren Qianfan agreed. That's true. I am trash. He picked up Han Jinyang's heels, bowed to the floor, and said, I'm not worthy of you. Suddenly, a person outside said, reporting to the Temple Master, Xiuluo Temple's Temple Master Bai is here for a visit. Ren Qianfan exclaimed, Bai Qingling? Why is he looking for me? The person outside replied, Temple Master Bai says that he has something very important to discuss with Madam and asks for your help to keep watch outside and not let outsiders. Hear the details. Ren Qianfan shouted, what? Drawing his sword, he said, asking me to keep watch while entering my territory? This is too much. If that Bai Qingling really dares to barge in, it will not end well for him. Suddenly, Ren Qianfan looked at Han Jinyang, who said, he has already entered. The door opened with an intense dark aura, and Bai Qingling's eyes glowed red. Ren Qianfan was shocked and thought, I've not seen him for a long time, but he really does possess the aura of a demon lord who gazes down upon the world. No wonder Jinyang admires him. Speaking of which, I've heard that this guy's innate demonic body is extremely strong. If he, how can Jinyang take it? She will be broken. He shouted, Bai Qingling, when did you come in? Why didn't I sense it at all? Han Jinyang said, Temple Master Bai, your supreme breath-concealing technique is indeed the best energy-concealing technique in the world. Even with both of our cultivations, we can't sense you at all. Bai Qingling replied, as expected of Jinyang, you are indeed knowledgeable and much stronger than a certain someone. Han Jinyang was shocked. You? What did you call me? Ren Qianfan, enraged, said, bastard! How dare you be so disrespectful? This venerable one warned you not to be too arrogant. When I was sweeping across the eastern lands to be enlightened into a demon lord, you were still wearing crotchless pants. Bai Qingling calmly said, Madam, this venerable one has something to discuss with you. May I borrow a bedroom to have a talk? Ren Qianfan raged and shouted, Bai Qingling! Your grave has already been dug. Suddenly, Han Jinyang slammed her hand on the armrest, her aura raging. She said, you bastard, do you want to die? She used her power and struck Ren Qianfan with her heels, sending him flying outside, then shut the door. Bai Qingling said, Jinyang, why are you mad? Your husband was just worried that you would be bullied. Han Jinyang retorted, who asks that piece of trash to be so nosy? Now that no one is disturbing us, are you able to say your piece? Why did you come to my Xiuluo Temple so late at night? Bai Qingling smiled as Han Jinyang walked towards him. Bai Qingling said, since Madam is so straightforward, then I shall get to the point. In the sect master selection ceremony half a month later, Madam must stand by my side. Han Jinyang asked, why do you think I will agree to your request? Bai Qingling, showing her a shoe, said, I will give Madam a reason you can't resist. He gently grabbed Han Jinyang's foot. Han Jinyang thought to herself in shock, what is he doing? Bai Qingling thought to himself, before coming here, I specifically exchanged a side character story completion card in the item store for 2,000 points. Using this card will allow me to know the hidden background behind a specific side character that the main plot doesn't reveal. System prompt. Points used, 2,000. Current points, 1,700. Han Jinyang thought, I'm not a demon, but fate gave you such a background. Bai Qingling said, Madam, you don't want your husband to lose his title as Temple Master, do you? He put on the shoe. Han Jinyang exclaimed, Temple Master Bai, you're crossing the line. Bai Qingling grabbed the other foot and said, I have an even more outrageous story to tell you. The main character is Yoon Jiner. 20 years ago, the family head of the Yoon family accidentally killed Emperor Yuantai of the Great Zhou dynasty. Except for Yoon Jiner, 300 members of the Yoon family were executed. At that time, the holy son of the Hehuan sect, Ji Tai-mei, wanted her divine phoenix true spirit body. He let the Hehuan sect accept Yoon Jiner as the holy daughter, but he wanted to nurture her like a tripod furnace. Unexpectedly, Yoon Jiner managed to seize her only opportunity to escape. While on the run, she met Ren Qianfan, an expert from the demonic path. Although Ren Qianfan's persistent harassment towards Yoon Jiner was disgusting, and though he was a eunuch, to shake off Ji Tai-mei's pursuit, Yoon Jiner married him and became a virgin wife. If Temple Master Ren's secret is accidentally revealed, causing him to lose his position and be expelled from the Kangming sect, how do you think Ji Tai-mei will react? Han Jinyang said, "Temple Master Bai, this is too despicable." Bai Qingling responded, "Is there anything in the world that I, Demon Qingling, will not do?" "Madam, you know what you must do now, don't you?" Han Jinyang was silent, staring at Bai Qingling. Suddenly, she shouted, "Bai Qingling, I hate you!" She tried to kick him, but Bai Qingling stopped her smooth legs and said, "Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your wimpy husband." He tried to pull her closer, and Han Jinyang said, "Let go of me." She gently pushed Bai Qingling and said, "Bai Qingling, you're so arrogant. You don't know anything at all. That escape from the Hehuan sect wasn't my only opportunity. My other opportunity was you." Bai Qingling was shocked and thought to himself, "Since when did that happen? Why can't I recall anything?" Bai Qingling put down her leg and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. If you think I did something wrong to you, that's your problem." Suddenly, Han Jinyang ran towards Bai Qingling and kissed him passionately for 10 minutes. They caught their breath, and Han Jinyang said, "Bai Qingling, in your unparalleled and invincible life, have you ever been forcefully kissed by a woman?" Bai Qingling remembered something naughty and said, "No." Han Jinyang said, "Very well, in that case you won't be able to forget me in your entire life. This is your punishment for your forgetfulness." She thought to herself, "My goodness, what am I saying? I am a married woman." System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love. Another system prompt. Points earned. 12,000. Current points. 29,000. Bai Qingling thought to himself, "Although I'm still unsure of the logic behind the points calculation, I'll just continue to accumulate points like this. In order to deal with the ultimate opponent, Mu Xinlan, no amount of points is too much." In another scene, Hongji practiced her sword skills. She shouted, "Trust me, Sister Lingyan, I will never betray you. I will give my all to obtain the position of sect master and help you escape from that demon. Bai Qingling, that wretched hunchbacked old man. I will never marry him, even if I die." She destroyed the boulder. Suddenly, Bai Qingling clapped slowly from a distance and said, "As expected of the Yi family's most perfect ice crystal jade holy body, this sword technique is worthy of commendation. It's just a shame that this attack wouldn't leave a scratch on me." Hongji said, "This level of demonic power is definitely not from an ordinary expert from the demonic path." Bai Qingling looked at her with his red eyes and said, "Nice to meet you, Hall Master Yi." Yi Hongji said, "Temple Master Bai, why did you come to my humble Black Moon Hall?" Bai Qingling said, "Hall Master Yi, do you want the position of sect master?" Yi Hongji said, "What do you mean?" And she thought to herself, even someone as arrogant as Mengu Taoist isn't confident in obtaining the seat of sect master. But this guy said it so casually, it's as if he will support me and defeat the others the moment I open my mouth. Yi Hongji said, "Temple Master Bai has to answer a question of mine first. Grandfather, did the old ancestor meet up with you recently?" Bai Qingling said, "Yes." Yi Hongji said, "All right, I somewhat understand the situation. Don't be delusional. I will not marry you. My body and heart have already been pledged to someone else. We are impossible. At least, for the moment." Bai Qingling said, "Does Hall Master Yi think that's what I want? I don't care about titles, fortune, or appearances. You lost your parents when you were young, and the old ancestor didn't have time to be with you. You are alone with no one to rely on. This made me pity you. So, if Hall Master Yi doesn't mind, become my daughter." Yi Hongji was shocked by Bai Qingling's proposal and held his hand. She imagined Bai Qingling carrying her and thought to herself, "Daughter? From husband to father? How much of a pervert is he?" Bai Qingling said, "Hall Master Yi, I'm not joking." He showed her a ring. Yi Hongji said, "This, grandfather really gave you the Kangming soul ring. Since it's grandfather's final request, I'll naturally not go against it. We are formal allies now. If I ascend to the position of sect master, I'll not treat you poorly. Bai Qingling said, no, I want Hall Master Yi's guarantee right now. Yi Hongji said, Temple Master Bai, do you want to become my father that badly? Bai Qingling said, it's Godfather. The Kangming sect is often called Kangming Church by the world. There was once a beautiful story about the young sect master respecting the Godfather. In the future, you will become the sect master while I become your Godfather, and together, we will restore Kangming sect to its former glory. Yi Hongji said, but how can a fiancé become a Godfather? Bai Qingling said, Hall Master, Yinghui Temple's direct eldest disciple Xiao Chen wants to meet you. He thought to himself, sure enough, Xiao Chen came just like in the original game. It's a good thing I was ahead of him. Otherwise, this ant would begin a romance route with Yi Hongji. Yi Hongji said, Xiao Chen? The guy who barged into the main forum and made a fuss? Bai Qingling said, Hongji, there's nothing wrong with meeting him, right? After all, our new relationship still lacks a formal witness. He thought to himself, since I've already made such a decision, I will follow it through to the end. A few minutes later at the Kangming sect, Black Moon Hall, Xiao Chen walked back and forth. Yi Hongji said, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen excitedly looked back and said, Hall Master Yi. Bai Qingling said, isn't this the eldest disciple of Temple Master Hua? What a coincidence. Bai Qingling and Yi Hongji walked together. Xiao Chen said, Bai Qingling, why is it you? What are you doing? Bai Qingling teasingly said, as you can see, I am having a friendly and intimate discussion with Hall Master Yi. With our relationship, this kind of interaction is normal, isn't it? Yi Hongji moaned deeply and blushed. She said, there's nothing illogical about it. Bai Qingling held her waist, and she thought to herself, is he speaking as a husband or as a father? Suddenly, Xiao Chen was shocked and said, what is the relationship between the two of you? When did you? Bai Qingling suddenly got serious, his eyes glowing as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, do you have the right to question me? Xiao Chen was scared and dropped to the ground as Bai Qingling's dark aura covered the whole place. Bai Qingling continued, speaking of which, I still felt it was a loss to only receive one arm from you. Don't force me to ask for more. Xiao Chen thought to himself, how? How did this happen? Bai Qingling should have clearly died by my hands, so when did he suddenly get ahead of me? My abilities, my fame, and my woman, everything that belonged to me is gone. Right now, I feel like I'm living in that man's shadow. Bai Qingling walked slowly towards Xiao Chen and then walked past him. Bai Qingling thought to himself, indeed, losing the player's perspective is equivalent to losing the luck of a protagonist. Although the changes in the plot are not enough to kill you instantly, in the future, I will continue to crush your destiny with more cruelty. At the Kangming sect's Black Moon Hall, Yi Hongji and Tantai Lingying sat on the bed, silently concentrating. Yi Hongji said to herself, blushing, this demon Bai Qingling is indeed crafty and excels at controlling the mental state of others. She thought of Bai Qingling in many ways and said to herself, Godfather, if we get married one day, is he going to walk me down the aisle at his own wedding? On the other side, Tantai Lingying said to herself, blushing, why did I fail to resist him that night in the immortal washing pool? Why were there strange reactions from my body? Whenever I think of doing things together with Hongji, an additional man appears in my mind. How can I think of such things? Was I poisoned? They both opened their eyes, blushing at the thought of Bai Qingling. They suddenly looked at each other. Tantai Lingying coughed, cough, 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 while Yi Hongji looked away. Yi Hongji thought to herself, from today onwards can I still be honest with her? In another scene, Bai Qingling said while holding a cup of water, the preparations are basically complete. In the sect master selection ceremony, Bai Qingling shall go against the Mangu Taoist. The main boss versus the mini-boss, this is really exciting. I remember that after Mangu Taoist failed to become the sect master, there was a plotline about his resurgence. But even if anything unexpected happens, I still have my peak experience card and 13 ninth grade life-shedding insects, a system notification said. Congratulations to the host for receiving a new main plot mission. Another system notification said, mission objective, kill Mangu Taoist and spread the great love of liberation. Another system notification said, mission rewards, 10 despairing slashes of Yama, upper grade pseudo-immortal weapon for killing. Bai Qingling said, Disc, is there really a need to kill an old man who is hundreds of years old? System, you really have the cheek to say killing is a form of great love. But this is the first time a main plot mission appeared, and it's different from the original game. On what basis is the system guiding the direction of the new story? Suddenly, Zinger said, Zinger greets her master. Zinger has completed the tasks assigned by master. When the 3 confidential letters were sent to the 3 elders, they immediately said they would follow master's arrangements. And Zinger also happened to see Mengu Daoist's wonderful expression when he heard the news. In another scene, Luocha Temple Master Mengu Daoist said, Supreme Nangong, how was the progress in winning over the other Supremes? One of Kangming Sect's 10 Supreme Elders, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion Master Nangongfang, said, It's not good. Firstly, Supreme Luo Qingfeng appears to support Yuluo Hall. The 3 elders who had received benefits from us before have suddenly disappeared. Sect Affairs Office's Elder Ni, Law Enforcement Office's Elder Ouyang, Beast Taming Office's Elder Tai, all of them have started to have ambiguous attitudes. Suddenly, a cup of water dropped to the ground, and Luocha Temple Master Mengu Daoist said, Those bastards! They appear grateful when they receive benefits from me but turn their backs on me at critical moments. If they really make me mad, I will raise my arm and call on all my disciples to force a leadership change and create a new Kangming sect. One of Kangming Sect's 10 Supreme Elders, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion Master Nangongfang, said, Mengu, be sensible. Luocha Temple Master Mengu Daoist said, Sensible? How do you want me to be sensible? At least now, among the 10 Supreme Elders, including you, there are still 4 people supporting me. I have the advantage in this battle. The seat of Sect Master will be mine. Mark my words. Back in Bai Qingling Sect, Bai Qingling laughed and said, Haha, when the heavens want to destroy a person, they will make him go crazy first. The 3 confidential letters were just a minor trick, and Mengu Daoist has already lost his mind over them. Zinger, aren't you curious about the contents of the confidential letters? Zinger suddenly walked towards Bai Qingling and said, Master will decide whether to tell me or not. There is no need for Zinger to be curious. And compared to those letters, Zinger is more curious. She suddenly hugged Bai Qingling and pressed her chest hard to him, continuing to say how Master would reward Zinger. As she did, he accidentally spilled his water, which hit his crotch and wet him. Zinger was shocked, her jaw dropping, and said, Zinger was too reckless. Please forgive Zinger. Zinger will immediately help Master wipe it clean. She gently wiped it. Bai Qingling blushed and said to himself, Unbelievable, this girl is really going more and more out of line. I can't even tell whether she did it intentionally or by accident. In a different scene at the Misty Cloud Palace's sacred ground, Mystical Ice Lake, a group of women silently concentrated in the lake. A whirlpool gently formed in front of them. Suddenly the water splashed, and one woman said, Did the ancestral saintess come out of seclusion early? Her friend said, How is this possible? She just ended her battle with Demon Lord Qingling not long ago. How can it be so fast? A beautiful woman emerged from the water and said, That man is still alive. Tell the Dao heads of the 4 great orthodox sects to meet me at once. It was Daoist sect Dao head Mu Xinlan. At the main forum Wangshan Palace, people gathered. A person in the crowd said, I support Temple Master Mengu. We want to conquer the central lands and capture Mu Xinlan alive. Another said, Support Hall Master Yi. Support the blood descendant of the Yi family. An old guy points at the other disciple and said, You might as well support Temple Master Ren if you support Hall Master Yi, because he is Hall Master Yi's uncle. Another guy grabs the robe of another disciple and said, That's the same as supporting Lady Ren because she's bigger. A boy said, Am I the only one who supports Temple Master Bai? An old man said, You dare to support Demon Lord Qingling? His friend said, Brother, you are a savage. You are rewarded with a seat at the bottom of blood storage. Suddenly, a demonic carriage arrives. A person shouted, Yingui Temple's Temple Master Hua has arrived. Xiao Chen shouted at the crowd, All of you, be silent. Move out of the way. And he said to Master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Why, you are wrong, Master, we're here. Master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Why, you are wrong, came out of the carriage and said, Where are the elders? And she walked past Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said, replying to Master, The 10 elders of the main forum and Supreme Elder Nangong will be arriving soon. And he said to himself, She actually ignored my extended hand in front of thousands of people. Master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong said, Nangong Fang. It looks like that despicable evil tiger has made a lot of preparations. A person announced saying, Xiuluo Temple's Temple Master Ren and Lady Ren have arrived. Xiao Chen looks behind and a carriage with Giant Majestic. birds arrived. And the carriage landed as the people were silent. Han Jinyang silently sits, while Ren Qianfan looks down and was silent. He then said to Han Jinyang, "My dear, I am Shuluo Temple's master after all. Driving the carriage like a menial disciple is a bit too." Han Jinyang suddenly tells him, "You got annoyed by this? We're already here. Roll down and kneel." Ren Qianfan nervously said, "Ah, no. Please give your husband some face and prestige." Han Jinyang suddenly looks him seriously as her eyes glows, and she said, "A trash like you whose mind is only obsessed with fame, wealth, and appearances is really no match for that guy. Think about who made Shuluo Temple what it is today. Are you going to kneel or not?" Ren Qianfan suddenly went down and kneels to the ground, and Han Jinyang steps on his back, and she stood proudly and looks at the crowd. Ren Qianfan suddenly moans in pain, saying, "Ah." Han Jinyang said, "Hey, Hiwa, you are wrong. That woman came so early." And she continues to look silently in the area, and she said, "That wicked man is not here yet. Master of Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple, why you are wrong," looks at Han Jinyang and said, Han Jinyang said, approached her and said, "Holy Nun, I see that you kept staring at Temple Master Bai's seat. Could it be that there is some secret collusion?" Master of Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple, why you are wrong, said to her, "Lady Ren is only qualified to care for trash like Ren Qianfan. You are not qualified to care about my affairs." Han Jinyang replied, "Oh, then that man's affair is unrelated to you too?" Master of Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple, why you are wrong, said, "What are you trying to say?" Han Jinyang replied, "After a deep conversation with him, I have formed a close alliance with Temple Master Bai. Today, I will help him win the seat." Master of Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple, why you are wrong, suddenly went serious and said, "What did you say?" Ren Qianfan said to himself while he blushed, "My wife actually used Bai Qingling as a conversation topic and confronted Temple Master Hua for me. I'm still in her heart, but when can I take my seat?" As Han Jinyang and Master of Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple, why you are wrong, looks at each other closely, and their breasts bump each other from the enormous size of their chest. In a different scene, Bai Qingling prepares himself and puts on his robe. Suddenly, Sen Xinger went in his room and saw him topless and said, "Master, are you changing?" And she instantly fell in love while looking at Bai Qingling's body and said to herself, "Master's body is so perfect, so beautiful. If only it belonged exclusively to Xinger, that would be the best." And she coughed and said, "Master, Xinger just heard the bells from the main forum. The selection ceremony has begun. Is Master going to go now?" Bai Qingling snapped his finger and said, "No rush. We're still lacking a trump card that will determine whether we win or lose." And he uses the recording orb. And a projection showed. Sen Xinger said, "That is eldest senior sister's subordinate Hong Tianfan from the Crimson Pig Guard. The thing he's rushing to bring over is the Kangming Soul Sword." Bai Qingling said, "That's right. When the two sacred artifacts are in my hand, that will be the time I make my move. That sword will be very cool." As he grins in excitement. Master Hua Yurong of the Kang Ming Sect's Yingui Temple said, "What did you say to Bai Qingling? He will definitely not ally with others easily." Han Jinyang responded, "From your words, it seems like Temple Master Hua is very familiar with Temple Master Bai. Could there be a secret affair between the two of you?" Suddenly, Mengu Taoist laughed loudly, drawing everyone's attention. He said, "What are the two of you doing? Today's an important day. Isn't it inappropriate to involve such trivial matters?" While Yurong and Han Jinyang exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, Mengu Taoist is a big problem today. Man Gongfang then announced, "The time has come, everyone. Please take your seats. The new sect master selection ceremony will officially begin." According to sect traditions, the left protector, Tantai Lingying, would announce the candidates. Tantai Lingying opened the scroll and declared, "Black Moon Hall's Hall Master Yi Yihongyi." A person in the crowd murmured, "A small hall master dares to run for the title of sect master?" His friend replied, "Although she's a blood descendant of the Yi family, it's not her place to do it." Yihongyi listened silently, thinking to herself, "Will Bai Qingling come? But why am I eagerly waiting for that guy? Saying things like marriage and godfather, it's better if you break your promise so that I can hate you in peace." Tantai Lingying continued, "Yingui Temple's Temple Master Hua, why you wait on?" She thought to herself, "Why is he still not here? Didn't he say that he would stand by my side? You made me lose control of myself that night. You aren't just playing with me, are you?" She proceeded to announce, "Luocha Temple, Mengu Taoist, A disciple of Mengu in the crowd shouted, "My master Mengu, he's fated to win." Another added, "Mengu Taoist. His powers are extraordinary. The title of sect master will be his." Man Gongfang thought silently, "Not bad. Luocha Temple's temple master has the air of a heroic warrior." Mengu Taoist, drunk with joy, thought to himself, "Did you all see that? Everyone on and below the stage are my people. How are you going to fight with me?" He suddenly hovered over them and said, "Elders, why don't we put an end to today's matter swiftly? Eliminate the insignificant people and let this venerable one compete with Temple Master Hua to decide the outcome." Tantai Lingying warned, "Mengu Taoist, as the left protector of the main forum, I am warning you. This is breaking the rules." Mengu Taoist, with his eyes glowing red, replied, "Rules? You yourself should know best how you got the position of the left protector of law and order. I'm afraid no one can cover for you now." He approached Tantai Lingying and added, "Including your pig dog trash master." Tantai Lingying suddenly drew her sword. Mengu Taoist scoffed, "A little girl disrespecting her senior?" He drew his brush and blocked Tantai Lingying's sword, commanding, "Kneel before me." As Tantai Lingying struggled to hold her ground, she thought to herself, "I cannot kneel. It will disappoint him." Master Hua Yurong used her magic, and suddenly, Tantai Lingying felt her strength being enhanced. She managed to cut Mengu Taoist's brush. Mengu Taoist exclaimed, "My precious Shari, Hua Yurong, this will not be the end of it." Master Hua Yurong approached them and said, "Mengu, your opponent is me. What kind of skill is it to embarrass a junior?" Suddenly, Beast Taming Hall's Hall Master Luo Fengguo said, "Since Temple Master Hua said so, this Hall Master shall teach her a lesson as a junior." Yehongyi suddenly jumped out of her seat and shouted, "You dare to bully Sister Lingyan, left protector Tantai?" Master Hua Yurong remarked, "It looks like there are ghosts by the old tiger's side. It's better to let a sect master candidate deal with you." Han Jinyang exclaimed, "Something's wrong. They cannot compete like this. If she accepts the provocation from a non-candidate, she is falling into Mengu's trap." Ren Qianfan suggested, "Should I go and advise her? Mengu will probably cut me some slack." As he spoke, Han Jinyang punched him in the face, sending him flying. She shouted, "You coward! Get out of the way!" Man Gongfeng said, "Supreme Nangong this." Supreme Nangong responded, "There's no problem. Isn't this fitting for our style as a demonic sect? A sect master should be capable after all." Yi Hongyi thought to herself, "Damn it, I made a mistake. Even if I defeat Hall Master Luo, other Hall Masters who support Mengu Taoist will appear." Beast Taming Hall's Hall Master Luo Fenghuo taunted, "Hall Master Yi, what are you waiting for? Have you realized that support is not on your side? It's useless even if you wait for Bai Qingling to appear. Mengu Taoist has mastered the great compassion soul-stealing technique. His power has risen to the top among the 4 temple masters. Speaking of Bai Qingling, I'm afraid he has long been crippled by that Saintess Mu. That's why he doesn't dare to show his face at the sect master selection ceremony," Luo Fengguo continued. "What kind of dog-ass demon lord is Bai Qingling? He's better off being the #1 loser in the East. If he really has the guts, why doesn't he kill me right this instant?" Suddenly, Luo Fengguo was incinerated in half, as an intense flame consumed him instantly. Bai Qingling appeared, saying, "It's not up to you to decide who is the sect master. I support Hall Master Ye Hongji to inherit the position of sect master." Bai Qingling, accompanied by Sen Xinger, arrived with their eyes glowing red. He asked, "Who approves and who opposes?" Sen Xinger announced, "Yuluo Temple Master has arrived for the ceremony. This selection ceremony shall be restarted. Master, please step onto the stage." The crowd trembled as Bai Qingling ascended the stairs. Tantai Lingying thought to herself, "He came in the end. Demon Lord Qingling. Jinger has been bewitched and senior sister is bound by the evil rune. I must not be swayed by him again." Yongyi, visibly relieved, said to Bai Qingling, "Temple Master Bai, you are here." Tantai Lingying was shocked at the scene. Bai Qingling told Yehongyi, "Hall Master Yi, you did well. Leave the rest to me." Tantai Lingying addressed Bai Qingling, "Temple Master," blushing as she struggled to control her emotions. Bai Qingling responded, "Lingyi, your master saw everything that happened just now. Kang Ming's sect seems to have forgotten a very simple fact. My Yuluo Temple's disciples must not be shamed." He then stared at Mengu Taoist, who returned his gaze in silence. A system notification appeared. "Congratulations to the host for successfully using Great Love. You've achieved a critical hit. Points awarded 20,000. Current points 45,000. A few moments earlier, before leaving the blood storage, Bai Qingling had consulted the system saying, Mengu Taoist at this time is a true deity transformation venerable. To complete the mission of killing him, I still need to use some items. My great love points are not easy to come by. Does the system have any recommendations? The system store displayed several options. Swordsmanship gift pack, 1,000 points. Poisonous insect gift pack, 5,000 points. Pet gift pack, 20,000 points. Forbidden technique gift pack, 50,000 points. Golden gift pack, 5,000 points. A system notification offered a random recommendation. Poisonous insect gift pack, 20% off. It only requires 4,000 points. You can randomly obtain 3 types of poisonous insects with great practical value. Bai Qingling chose the poisonous insect gift pack, remarking, Good timing. I happen to have practiced with insect techniques on Xiao Chen's brother. This is the one. The first insect from the gift pack, a sharpness-bearing mantis, had the ability to store a slash below the divine transformation realm and stealthily trigger it in front of an enemy. This was the insect that killed Luo Fenghuo in one move just now. To outsiders, this could only be perceived as a magical technique from someone at the divine transformation realm or above. Bai Qingling thought to himself, I must make sure that everyone believes I have returned to the peak of the divine transformation realm. Only then can this big show be performed according to my script. He then began to gather his power. Bai Qingling continued thinking to himself, the second type of insect from the system gift pack, Thunder Phantom Cicada, can move with the force of a heavenly tribulation. Supreme Nangong, puzzled, thought, what is that technique? I've never seen it, even when Bai Qingling was at his peak. Bai Qingling declared, this venerable one doesn't like to waste time. Let's have a showdown straight away, Supreme Nangong. Let the high-level officials above the rank of Hall Master vote for the sect leader, while the rest of the noisy mob stand aside. Mengu Taoist thought, noisy mob, this is clearly targeted at my supporters. Supreme Nangong responded, hey, the sect leader must be chosen extremely carefully. Besides, candidate Temple Master Hua has not said anything yet. Mengu Taoist thought, well done. Let the two of them fight each other first. Who asked you to destroy my beloved Chaori? Bai Qingling telepathically spoke to Hua Yurong, junior sister. You should know that no one can bully the junior sister of Bai Qingling. Hua Yurong, frustrated, replied, who is your junior sister? She is already dead. The person standing in front of you is the veiled holy nun, Hua Yurong. This venerable one agrees to Temple Master Bai's suggestion. Furthermore, I will withdraw from the sect master election. An Jinyang commented, interesting. I want to see just what tricks both of you have up your sleeves. Ren Qianfan asked, aren't they fighting each other? Why are you frowning? Han Jinyang retorted, I can't be bothered to waste my words on a fool. You're dodging away? You dare to dodge. Bai Qingling, walking towards his seat, silently thought, Xiao Chen, who was beside Hua Yurong, has disappeared. Looks like he also knows that he has no part to play in this. My only opponent on this stage is that sick cat. Mengu Taoist shouted, Bai Qingling, we have always stayed out of each other's way. Why do you now come and obstruct my path? Bai Qingling replied, stayed out of each other's way. Then whose power does that dog Luo Fenghuo rely on to insult me in public? Mengu Taoist said, fine. If you want to play, I will accompany you to the end. Didn't you say to let the higher-ups vote for the sect master? I agree to it, Bai Qingling responded. If you're going to play, then let's play. How can you be so disgraceful, reeking of anger like that? Mengu Taoist warned, you'll regret this, Bai Qingling. You don't even know who owns Kamming sect right now. Bai Qingling retorted, oh? Is that so? I hope you can be as arrogant later as you are now. He thought to himself, Mengu, you came here aiming straight for the position of sect master. The worst outcome you can anticipate is merely your opponents forming factions and setting up a new powerhouse. But what a shame, I have been after your life since the start. Tantai Lingying said, the vote count has ended. The votes of the 10 supreme elders will be announced first due to their seniority. 6 of them support Hall Master Yi, 4 of them support Temple Master Mengu. Temple Master Mengu said, it's not surprising that this is the result, considering that 5 of the supreme elders have the surname Yi. Don't get too happy too soon. Yihongyi thought to herself, could I really use this method to ascend to the position of sect master? Do I have to fulfill my promise and marry him? Will Lingyan accept me as her master's wife? Bai Qingling said, Hall Master Yi, no need to worry. Today is your day. You'll definitely become the next sect master. Show your strength. Don't let my support go to waste. Tantai Lingyan continued, out of the 23 elders of the main forum, 13 support Hall Master Yi, 10 support Temple Master Mengu. Temple Master Mengu was shocked and thought, what did you say? I originally predicted to have a 7-vote advantage in this round, but 5 elders unexpectedly betrayed me. Based on the weight of the votes, even if all the remaining Hall Masters vote for me, I won't be able to win. He looked at Bai Qingling and thought, Bai Qingling, you rigged the election, as Bai Qingling smiled at him. Temple Master Mengu said, wait a second, Tantai Lingyan. You skipped the votes of the Temple Masters. Supreme Nangong said, although there are many Temple Masters involved in this election and are automatically deemed not to have the right to vote, we cannot leave out one Temple Master with such a right. Shuluo Temple's Temple Master Ren votes for Temple Master Mengu. A girl in the crowd said, what's going on? Isn't Shuluo Temple's Master Hall Master Yi's uncle? A boy in the crowd said, is he favoring outsiders over his own family, or is he trying to establish a persona of promoting the worthy and avoiding nepotism? His rich friend said, this is the power of Temple Master Mengu. Now he has a chance to turn the tide. Yihongyi was shocked and thought, Uncle, what are you doing? Demon Lord Qingling has no relationship with me, and yet he's willing to accept grandfather's wishes and support me. Ren Xianfan silently sweated and thought, why did you? Suddenly he was kicked by his wife, Han Jinyang, who laughed gently and said, forgive me, my husband made a wrong decision. She stepped on Ren Xianfan's head and said publicly, the only person he supports is Hall Master Yi of Black Moon Hall. Am I right, my husband? Ren Xianfan said, I just wanted to go against Baiku Qingling. Han Jinyang suddenly stepped on his head harder and said, am I right, my husband? Ren Xianfan obediently said, yes. You're right. Supreme Nangong must have made a mistake. Please correct it. Han Jinyang winked at Bai Qingling and said, that ayaya, Mrs. Ren is really. And he showed his finger for love. Then he became serious and said, good at understanding the situation. Mengu got angry and his face became ugly. He suddenly said, I quit. Pointing at the elders, he said, all these years I have done so much for the sect. I have fed all of you with so many benefits. All of you talk nicely when you want to receive benefits, but backstab me at the critical moment. All of you are not worthy of sitting at the top. Supreme Nangong said, Mengu, quitting just like this, are you making things difficult for us? Mengu went crazy and said, difficult? Don't do it if it's too difficult. If Yihongyi can become the sect master, then I can be one too. I want to create 2 sect masters. Bai Qingling said, what a clown. You're going to split the Kangming sect and destroy its foundation. Now that you've said those words, it's impossible for you to leave Wansheng Palace. Look at Supreme Nangong's expression. Perhaps even he is not standing by your side anymore. Mengu pointed at Bai Qingling and said, Bai Qingling, you're really despicable and shameless. If I die, I'll drag you to your death with me. And he used his skill, Great Compassion Soul Stealing Technique. Master of Kongming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, said, leave quickly. This demonic technique isn't something that you juniors can handle. Once it begins, it will seize all the souls and devour the flesh and blood of thousands alive. Bai Qingling stood up and said, no need to panic. That's just a corpse talking. Mengu said, Bai Qingling, you're crazy. Once my demonic technique is ready in a breath's time, you're going to die. Haha. Bai Qingling said, have you heard of the Eternal Tribulation heart-shattering insect? It's a type of poison insect that looks inconspicuous and is even harmless to ordinary people. It doesn't eat flesh and blood. It only eats the external release of a demonic technique. The stronger the demonic technique, the more the insect loves eating it, and it gets more powerful the more it eats. Bai Qingling thought to himself, the last kind of insect from the system gift pack has a huge contrast in its appearance and power. Fortunately, I didn't recultivate external demonic techniques, otherwise, I would be the first to suffer. A system notification said, Eternal Tribulation's heart-shattering insect specializes in eating external demonic techniques, effective against targets below the peak of the divine transformation realm. Bai Qingling said, let's make a bet and see if your demonic technique is stronger or your body at the peak of the divine transformation realm. Bai Qingling suddenly clenched his fist, and his power intensified, glowing a crimson red. In a swift motion, he punched Temple Master Mengu in the chest, causing it to explode. Bai Qingling smirked and said, Hey, at least last a bit longer and let them place their bets. He looked at the gaping hole he had made in Temple Master Mengu's body and continued, I guess we can move on to the next wager. How about we bet on how long you'll live after sustaining this injury? Temple Master Mengu shouted, This is impossible. How can a mere poison technique kill me, an expert at the peak of the divine transformation realm? My body is just a shell. None of you ants would understand. Huayong, the master of the Kangming sect's Yingui Temple, remarked, Mengu is using his own body to feed his demonic technique? What is he doing? Temple Master Mengu sneered. Steal souls with great compassion and nourish the demon. Great sorrow demonic soul body. One of his followers exclaimed, It's the demonic ancestor. The demonic ancestor has appeared. Temple Master Mengu scoffed. What kind of worthless devouring technique is your poison insect? This venerable one's demonic soul body is invincible. No one can stop me from devouring souls. Ye Hongyi said, even his residual power, Tantai Lingying added, is enough to shake one's heart and mind. Han Jiniang murmured, if he targets us, we have no way to fight back. Supreme Nangong sighed, to think that he would openly massacre his disciples on such an occasion. This is too much, Mengu. Temple Master Mengu suddenly turned to Bai Qingling and snarled, I found you, you undeserving demon lord Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling closed his eyes, then opened them, revealing a red glow. He spoke in a menacing tone, Shinger, use the sword talisman. Sen Shinger responded, yes, master, and shouted, go. Temple Master Mengu laughed maniacally, sword talisman? Ha ha. Bai Qingling, you think a mere sword can kill me? It's useless. Mere weapons are useless against my demonic soul body. Give me your life, Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling calmly replied, an ordinary sword may not harm you. But what about this sword? Temple Master Mengu recalled, this sword? When he arrived, he was carrying this unremarkable sword. Could there be some secret behind it? Bai Qingling drew his sword and said, I bet your demonic soul body won't last any longer than your flesh. His eyes sparkled as he swung his sword. Temple Master Mengu gasped in shock. Impossible! The crowd watched in awe at the intense power emanating from Bai Qingling. Temple Master Mengu stammered, how can there be a power that specifically counters the demonic soul body? Could that sword be? As his body slowly vanished, Bai Qingling remained standing, his sword in hand. He said, this was specially prepared for you. You realized it far too late. He thought to himself, as expected of the Kangming soul sword, amplifying its power with the corresponding talisman. Feng Lixu's risky mission was not in vain. This was the real trump card in this battle. Bai Qingling then addressed the crowd. As everyone can see, Mengu Taoist has accepted the election results and ascended to heaven with satisfaction. He continued, Hall Master Yi is the next sect master, destined by the heavens. Yehongyi suddenly shouted, wait! Bai Qingling turned back and asked, Yehongyi knelt down and said, Kangming sect master Yehongyi greets her godfather. Sen Shinger, shocked, whispered, Godfather? Tantai Lingying gasped, Hongyi you. Why did you? She thought to herself. Bai Qingling must have used some soul-bewitching poison. That demon really deserves to be cut into pieces. Bai Qingling smiled. It seems you have already made up your mind? Yehongyi blushed and said, yes, everything will be in accordance with my grandfather's wishes. Hongyi shall treat Temple Master Bai like her father. Bai Qingling nodded. This girl is very promising. Your grandfather's belongings will naturally be returned to you. Supreme Nangong remarked, the Kangming Soul Ring? Isn't this the symbol of the sect master's authority? Why is it in Bai Qingling's hands? Could this be the work of the old sect master Ye? Bai Qingling took Ye Hongyi's hand and said, I am merely fulfilling a promise. That's all. Congratulations, sect master Ye. He then placed the Kangming Soul Ring on Ye Hongyi's finger. Bai Qingling said to Ye Hongyi, now you are the true master of Kangming. Ye Hongyi blushed and replied, Suddenly she took Bai Qingling's wrists, raised it up and declared, from today onwards, Hongyi will become the sect master of Kangming sect, and he will become my godfather. We will work together to make Kangming sect great again. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. Bai Qingling thought to himself, when giving her the ring, there was a bit of a misplaced feeling. It felt like a Western-style wedding, and her words just now carried a strong sense of Western-style politics. Suddenly, he noticed something in the distance and said, Shinger? Shen Shinger thought, why is he treating that girl so well? Why am I not the one beside Master? Supreme Nangong suddenly interrupted, wait, I don't agree with this. Bai Qingling thought to himself, Supreme Nangong enters the scene. Mengu Taoist was just the front stage clown. This person is the real representative of the opposition. Supreme Nangong continued, today Hall Master Yi, as expected, has ascended to the position of sect master with an overwhelming advantage. I won't deny this fact. However, this person must not be allowed to monopolize power and act as some so-called godfather. For thousands of years, our sect has had only one person worthy of being called the godfather. What right does he have to claim the title? Bai Qingling asked, Lady Sect Master, what do you think? Yi Hongyi, confused and blushing, stammered, Sect, Lady Sect Master? She coughed and then said, since there was a precedent, why can't he be the godfather? Or is it that Supreme Nangong also wants to imitate Mengu and test the character of Temple Master Bai? Supreme Nangong retorted, Bai Qingling recklessly murdered Luo Fengguo and Mengu, two high-ranking members of the Kangming sect. If this kind of behavior goes unpunished, there will be chaos. Sect Master, you must give an explanation to the entire sect. Yi Hongyi looked at Bai Qingling and hesitated. This. Bai Qingling chuckled and pointing his sword at Supreme Nangong said, I can't be bothered to give you an explanation, you aren't worthy of hearing it. My authority is witnessed by heaven and earth. He then threw the sword towards Supreme Nangong. Supreme Nangong, shocked, exclaimed, this is the sword you used just now. Could this be the sword that was lost for many years, the Kangming Soul Sword? The ancestral teachings of the Kangming sect state that one who wields both sacred artifacts has the authority to act independently and execute traitors. If this is real, Bai Qingling really has the authority. You aren't planning to claim this is a fake, are you? Is it not enough for Mengu to have experienced this power alone? Shen Shinger interjected, Supreme Nangong, how dare you slander my master? This matter can't be settled just like that. Bai Qingling pinched Shen Shinger's face and said, don't speak any further. Supreme Nangong has already understood. Everything has been settled. Let's leave. Shen Shinger looked back and stuck her tongue out at the other girls. Meanwhile, Han Jinyang, master of Kangming sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, Tantai Lingying, and Ye Hongyi stood silently. Tantai Lingying thought to herself, why is he so close to Shinger? He must be planning something evil. Why isn't he close to Sister Lixu and me? Sure enough, it seems I still need to deal with him for Sister Lixu's sake. Master of Kangming sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, observed silently, thinking, this Bai Qingling is still as good at playing with women's hearts as before. Han Jinyang commented, it looks like from now on, Yuluo Temple will be replacing Luocha Temple as the #1 force in Kangming sect. For the sake of our Yuluo Temple, we must interact more with Temple Master Bai in the future. Ren Qianfan grumbled, interact more? What's there to interact more about? A system notification suddenly chimed, congratulations to the host for completing the main plot mission. Kill Mengu Taoist. Rewards received, 10 despairing slashes of Yama. Points earned, 3,000. Current points, 48,000. In a different scene at the Shulu Temple, star-picking Belvedere. Han Jinyang rested and sighed. Ren Qianfan thought to himself, my wife is the most alluring woman in the entire 9 continents. Even Mu Xinlan cannot compare to her. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Is it possible that tonight my wife wants to? Suddenly, Bai Qingling's voice was heard outside. A perilous tower rises 100 feet high. You can pluck the stars in the sky. Madam certainly has a sense of romance. Ren Qianfan muttered, Bai Qingling, why is he here? Han Jinyang sat up and said, Ren Qianfan, go and help Temple Master Bai come in. Ren Qianfan cried, what, you called Bai Qingling over and want your husband to help him? Bai Qingling entered and said, thank you, madam, for your good intentions, but the restrictions of the star-picking Belvedere can't stop me. For someone who is cuckolded and self-disciplined like Temple Master Ren, you can head out with no worry. I came to find your wife. We have matters to discuss. Ren Qianfan, his face contorted with anger and veins visibly popping, shouted, Bai Qingling, you're going too far. He drew his sword and declared, I haven't shown my power as the Shuluo Temple Master. And you really think I'm just for show? Today, I'll test my sword on you and wash away all this humiliation. Suddenly, Han Jiniang interjected, Ren Xianfan, are you courting death? Ren Xianfan immediately dropped to his knees, pleading, Honey, it's that little thief's fault. I was just trying to. Han Jiniang cut him off. Get out. No matter what sounds you hear later, you're not allowed to come in. Do you understand? Ren Xianfan stammered, Honey, but reluctantly obeyed, stepping outside and trying to eavesdrop at the door. Inside, Han Jiniang and Bai Qingling sat together. Han Jiniang handed a cup of her secret brew to Bai Qingling, saying, Temple Master Bai, please. Bai Qingling replied, You're too kind, madam. He took a sip and thought to himself, I remember this part of the plot. Han Jiniang escaped from Jitai Mei of the Heihuan sect, but she couldn't escape the passion flower desire poison planted deep inside her by Jitai Mei. Tonight is the latest active period of the poison. The original game is indeed a borderline dating game full of plots like this. Han Jiniang remarked, The beast milk from the demonic pet sanctuary tastes nice, doesn't it? It's an honor for a woman like me that the demon lord Qingling is willing to taste it. Speaking of which, Temple Master Bai isn't young, but he hasn't married yet. If you had a housewife who could cook delicious food and brew spirit tea elixirs, wouldn't that be perfect? Bai Qingling, momentarily lost in thought, recalled Sen Xinger teasing him and saying, Master, please eat this. He quickly snapped back to reality, coughed and said, Madam, please get to the point. Why did you invite me here? Han Jiniang thought to herself, He's shy. Was he moved by me? Aloud she asked, Who is more beautiful, me or Temple Master Hua? She placed her thick legs on Bai Qingling's lap. Bai Qingling, feeling the warmth of her legs, asked, Why did you mention Temple Master Hua? Han Jiniang replied, Temple Master Bai, you're asking when you already know the answer. Or is this a technique you use to manipulate women? Do you know where this stocking comes from? Bai Qingling answered, It's made from celestial silk and can defend against evil. My disciple loves to wear it too, but she prefers white. Han Jiniang leaned closer, hugging Bai Qingling and asked, Then, do you like it? Bai Qingling thought to himself, if I, Bai Feng, say I dislike it, that would definitely be a lie. As for this body's original owner, that might not be the case. If this were the real Bai Qingling, he would only say that Han Jiniang didn't do enough to please him. He smirked. Han Jiniang said in frustration, Bai Qingling, why haven't you remembered yet? Confused, Bai Qingling asked, what? Suddenly, Han Jiniang grabbed his wrist and placed his hand on her warm, thick legs. You gave this celestial silk to me, she exclaimed. A flashback revealed a man with a feminine appearance saying, Bai Qingling, you still require living souls to refine that Dantai Lingyan into a pleasure puppet, right? I'll let you choose from the candidates for the saintess of my Heihuan sect. Of course, they don't know the truth. They think I'm sending them over to become your servants. A seductive redhead begged, Lord Bai, please choose me. As long as I'm in your sights, I'll make you feel pleasure forever. Another woman, with the body of a child, added, Lord Bai, I'm very good at keeping secrets. Everyone praises my tight mouth. A sexy girl crawling on the carpet whimpered, I want you to choose me. I can do anything. I will do anything. She crawled slowly towards Bai Qingling. Suddenly, Bai Qingling noticed another girl, who shyly said, I. It was Yun Jiner. The ladyboy commented, You've got a good eye. This Yun Jiner possesses the undying divine phoenix body. She's indeed perfect material. So, do you choose her? Bai Qingling replied, No, I just thought of something boring. He then took out a piece of silk and said, This silk cloth is for you. Take good care of yourself. He handed it over to Yun Jiner, who blushed as she accepted it. Back in the present, Han Jiniang pressed her soft chest against Bai Qingling and with frustration continued, You're so bad you made me remember you all these years. I want you to take responsibility. Han Jiniang said, You had so many saintesses serving you that day, but your gaze was always on me. Yet you didn't choose me in the end. Why? Bai Qingling replied, Madam Ren, the poison is taking effect. He gently touched her warm legs and added, The passion flower desire poison, Heihuan's mysterious poison. You escaped the Heihuan sect, but you couldn't escape this. Suddenly, Han Jiniang moaned in both pain and pleasure as Bai Qingling touched her legs. She screamed, Ah! Unable to control herself, she hugged Bai Qingling tightly, pressing her chest against him, blushing while biting his shoulder. Bai Qingling said, Back then, the selection was actually to choose sacrificial materials. Although you were the most suitable, you reminded me of my own plight in my early years. Possessing an extraordinary constitution, I was deceived by villains and ultimately became a living catalyst for their concoctions. I pitied you, and I pitied myself. I owe you a debt for the sect master selection ceremony. I will repay it today by helping you remove the poison. Han Jinyang, her voice exhausted, whispered, Bai Qingling! Outside, Ren Xianfan was silent and wondered, what is happening? What are they doing in there? Suddenly, the door opened and he fell forward shouting, Whoa! He looked at Bai Qingling and demanded, Bai Qingling, what did you do to my wife? Why did you come out alone? Where is she? Suddenly, he was shocked to see Bai Qingling's hands dripping with thick pink liquid. He asked, What is that on your hand? Don't tell me it's... Bai Qingling raised his hand and played with the viscous liquid, replying, It's poison fluid, of course. You didn't know your wife was poisoned? If you weren't so useless, would I even need to do this myself? He then hovered away and said, Better straighten that high hat of yours as the temple master of Zhulo Temple. Don't let it sit crooked. A few moments later, Bai Qingling thought to himself, the debt to Han Jinyang has been somewhat repaid for now, but there's no way to repay things on Hua Yurong's side. There are some secrets between junior sister Ronger and me that the game and my past life did not reveal. Even if the original owner of this body is Bai Qingling, he no longer remembers because he separated and preserved his main body. The relevant information should be buried in the main body's heart, and the heart is currently stored in the Flame Demon Tower. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Flame Demon Tower for the memories and also to recover the Demon Lord's unparalleled power. In another scene, Gui Temple's direct disciple Xiao Chen shouted at a cliff under a full moon, Why you are wrong? Tantai Lingyan, Sen Xinger, Yi Hongyi. You short-sighted women, one day I will make all of you pay the price and show you who the real heavenly chosen one is. Suddenly, his master, Yu Shuzi, spoke from the ground. Why are you like this, my disciple? All matters have a chance to take a turn. Gui Temple's direct disciple, Xiao Chen, looked at the floor in disgust, thinking, my cheapskate master, Yu Shuzi, sent his consciousness into something strange again. Yu Shuzi continued, Yi Hongyi ascended to the position of sect master, and Bai Qingling became Kangming's godfather. Although your assassination and manipulation failed, Saintess Mu has divined that it's not your fault. Saintess Mu has declared that the third holy war against the demonic path is inevitable. There will be a chance to kill Bai Qingling's main body, but it needs you, the heavenly chosen one, to do it. Temple's direct disciple Xiao Chen asked, What does a chance to kill Bai Qingling mean? How would that woman know? Yu Shuzi explained, One of the 4 great demonic forbidden zones of Kangming is the Flame Demon Tower. That place contains a part of the main source of Bai Qingling's body. Temple's direct disciple, Xiao Chen, scoffed, that old woman Mu still wants to use me as a pawn. Why would Bai Qingling dismantle his perfect formless demonic body? Stop trying to fool people. Yu Shuzi responded, When Saintess Mu fought against Bai Qingling that day, she discovered that his formless demonic body was incomplete. In the end, Bai Qingling relied on his body's source hidden elsewhere to successfully guide his escaping divine soul to safety. He continued, At that time, Bai Qingling's divine soul was fragile, so Saintess Mu invaded his consciousness and saw his inner weakness. Bai Qingling's weakness is a girl and an ancient tower. The girl's identity is impossible to identify, but the plaque on the ancient tower shows that it's the Flame Demon Tower. Temple's direct disciple Xiao Chen realized. I see. The main organs of Bai Qingling's main source must be within the Flame Demon Tower. The key to the Flame Demon Tower is in the hands of Kangming's sect master and the Supreme Elder. That's why he supported her to become sect master. Frustrated, he stomped on the ground. But what's the point of knowing all this? We can't get into the Flame Demon Tower. Yu Shuzi reminded him, Don't forget, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Bai Qingling supported Yi Hongyi to become the sect master. Who is the most dissatisfied within Kangming sect? Temple's direct disciple, Xiao Chen, thought aloud, Are you talking about Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's Supreme Elder, Nangongfang? Tantai Lingying said to Yi Hongyi, Hongyi, from today onwards, you are the sect master of Kangming sect. I formally hand these confidential registers to you as the Yi Hongyi responded, Sister Lingyan, you know I hate these tedious things. Why don't we do it like last time? You handle the trivial stuff, and we can discuss the more important matters together. Tantai Lingying firmly said, Lingyan does not dare to overstep her authority. You can find your Lord Godfather to settle the tasks. Yi Hongyi, holding her hand, said, Lingyan, you're angry at me, aren't you? You're upset that I allied with Bai Qingling, right? But that's grandfather's final wish. I have a duty to fulfill it. Tantai Lingying asked, what did the old ancestor say? Yi Hongyi, shocked, replied, grandfather wanted Bai Qingling and me to become a Dao couple. Suddenly, Tantai Lingying clutched her head in pain. Yi Hongyi said, don't worry, Sister Lingyan, I've thought everything through. If, and I'm saying if I really marry that man, it will definitely not affect the relationship between us. We can talk about our own affairs. I will call you Sister Lingyan and you will call me. Just then, Tantai Lingying almost collapsed and Yi Hongyi rushed to her side. Sister Lingyan, Lingyan! In a memory, Bai Qingling sat with Hua Yuerong, master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, in a room. Hua Yuerong said to Bai Qingling, the first kowtow is for heaven and earth. It's a step that every Chinese couple must go through during their wedding. The first kowtow is for heaven and earth, the second for the parents, and the third for each other. A few moments later, she asked, Senior brother, why aren't you kowtowing? Bai Qingling replied, it's just playing pretend, junior sister. There's no need to be so serious. Hua Yuerong began to cry. Why not serious? Senior brother said you'd listen to Wronger. Bai Qingling, worried, said, you, don't cry, I'll listen to you. Hua Yuerong, who had been acting, suddenly smiled and said, yay. Wronger knew that senior brother dotes on Wronger the most. A few moments later, Hua Yuerong said, the second kowtow is for the demonic ancestor. Suddenly, she grabbed Bai Qingling's hand. He was shocked and blushed. Hua Yuerong exclaimed, it's time for the husband and wife to kowtow to each other. She giggled, and they both bowed down, only to bump their heads together. Ayo, they cried out. Back in reality, Bai Qingling rubbed his head, startled. My head, what's happening? Is someone assassinating me again? He glanced beside him and saw a pair of feet. Sen Shinger said in a soft voice, Master, Shinger wants to become Master's little doggy. Woof, 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 woof. Bai Qingling, looking at her sternly, said, Sen Shinger. Sen Shinger, startled, said, eh? Bai Qingling continued, who permitted you to climb on my head? You're getting more and more presumptuous. Sen Shinger, flustered, responded, Shinger is wrong. Actually, senior sister Tantai requested to meet you, but master was still asleep. You, Shinger, waited and accidentally fell asleep. He. Bai Qingling said, Lingyan, I see. I'll meet her outside. A few moments later, outside. Tantai Lingying greeted Bai Qingling. Lingyan greets master, as Yongji secretly watched from a distance, hidden behind a rock. Yi Hongyi thought to herself, sure enough, Lingyan couldn't accept it. Is she going to challenge that man for my sake? Or is she so disappointed in me that she's going back to serve her master? I'm such a fool. Why did I force her to this extent? So, what exactly are they talking about? I can't hear clearly. Tantai Lingying said to Bai Qingling, Master, please stop mentally manipulating Hongyi. I know the purpose of my existence is to become a sacrificial object. She began to take off her shirt and continued, I'm willing to offer myself in exchange for Master letting Hongyi go. Come at me if you want anything. There's no need to pity me just because I'm your disciple. Suddenly, a voice called out, Lingyan! Tantai Lingying turned around and saw Yi Hongyi standing behind her, shocked. You too. Yi Hongyi stammered in disbelief. Yi Hongyi shouted, Hongyi! As Tantai Lingying hurried to cover her body, shocked and embarrassed. Wait, hear me out. It's not what you think. Tantai Lingying stammered. Yi Hongyi looked awkwardly away. It seems like I came at the wrong time. Bai Qingling, standing between them, said, no, you came at the perfect time. He held both Tantai Lingying's and Yi Hongji's hands, smiling. You're my disciple, and you're my goddaughter. We're one big, warm family. Family should join forces to conquer the demonic path and rule the Central Plains, making the Kangming sect great again. Yi Hongyi, still confused, asked, goddaughter? Big family? Tantai Lingying added, disciple? Warm? Bai Qingling changed the subject. Sect Master Yi, I applied for the Flaming Demon Tower's key. Has there been any reply? He thought to himself, based on the original game, after supporting a sect master into power, getting the key from the Supreme Elders should be easy. Yi Hongyi hesitated. Well, I reported it to the Supreme Elders, but Supreme Nangong changed the topic. He proposed opening the Flame Demon Tower as a trial ground for the disciples to suppress the resurgence of ferocious beasts and evil spirits inside. Bai Qingling sneered. Supreme Nangong, huh? He's playing games with me? He thinks he can bully me just because I have only 3 direct disciples. Using tens of thousands of fellow disciples to suppress Yuluo Temple. Tantai Lingying, now more composed, said, with eldest sister not around, I'm afraid Xing'er can't dominate the other disciples of her generation. Even Xiao Chen from Yingui Temple is just half a step away from the peak of the core formation realm. Bai Qingling glanced at Tantai Lingying and said, Protector Tantai, aren't you part of Yuluo Temple? Why are you leaving yourself out when I speak of it? Tantai Lingying stammered, I. Bai Qingling turned away, smirking. Hey, I understand. Your Tantai fairy lineage is noble, and your ambitions are vast. Not like Xing'er, that silly girl, who is willing to give everything to serve her master. Tantai Lingying and Ye Hongji silently watched Bai Qingling walk away. Does this mean the earlier complicated scene has been resolved? Bai Qingling thought to himself, sweating nervously. I still need to uphold the strategy of spreading great love. There mustn't be any failures or setbacks. Tantai Lingying was left bewildered. Was he expecting something from me just now? I could have responded to his expectations, but why didn't I? Yi Hongji interjected. Sister Lingyin, he's your master. Your hesitation probably hurt him deeply, don't you think? Tantai Lingying's eyes filled with tears. Hongyi, I'm disappointed in you. We formed the mirror flower seal, but look at what you're doing now. You're standing by that man's side and scolding your sister, the one you should trust forever. Yi Hongyi, shocked, stammered, Sister Lingyin. We once swore never to let ourselves be touched by any man. But what were you doing when I arrived? You were the first to break the mirror flower seal, Sister Lingyin. As she walked away, Tantai Lingying called after her, Hongyi! Where are you going? Yi Hongyi turned back. Since you were the first to break our oath, don't blame me for no longer being restrained. I'll find my fiancé and sit on him tonight at Yuluo Temple. Tantai Lingying stood there in disbelief, blushing with anger. What? Are you that desperate to become the matriarch of Yuluo Temple? Even if we are acting out of anger, I should be first. In another scene, Bai Qingling sat on his throne as Sen Xing'er began chanting. Enter the river of the underworld. Follow the laws of the underworld. Gui Guanyi. As the cauldron floated, Sen Xing'er shouted, Obey my command. The powerful ghost, Gui Guanyi, appeared before her. Sen Xing'er marveled, Wow! This demon-forging cauldron is a perfect match for my ghost-controlling spirit body. It can summon such a powerful ghost. She approached Bai Qingling and asked, Master, why did you impart this battle technique to me today? The reward I truly wanted wasn't this. Bai Qingling replied, It's because your senior sister is so independent. In preparation for the upcoming Flame Demon Tower trials and our ultimate enemy, the entire Yuluo Temple needs to become stronger. The battle technique I've imparted to you today will indeed make you much stronger, but remember, strength is limitless. He then raised his sword and slashed at Gui Guanyi, unleashing a crimson aura that filled the halls of the temple. Sen Xing'er blushed and bowed. Wow, Master is so powerful, to kill it in one slash. Bai Qingling mused to himself. This is the reward for killing Mengu Taoists during the sect master selection ceremony. The 10 despairing slashes of Yama. It's truly a rare system original item. Even the weakest initial strike has immense power. Reflecting further, Bai Qingling thought, after escaping from Lingyin and Hongyi. No, extracting myself from that situation, I finally calmed down. The plot of the Flame Demon Tower has deviated from the original. It must be the collusion between my 2 obvious enemies, Xiao Chen and Nangong Fang. Why must the 2 of you always treat me with such hate? Bai Qingling muttered to himself. I think you both lack great love. Once the Flame Demon Tower trials begin, I'll make sure to instill it deep within you. At the Flame Demon Tower, in Heavenly Demon Square, the trials loomed. Supreme Nangong announced, Today, the Flame Demon Tower will be opened as a place of trial. The winner will be permitted to take any demonic energy or evil soul treasures from the tower. The disciples of Mengu Taoists shouted in unison, Dominate the Flame Demon Tower trial and restore glory to the great Luocha Temple. Hua Yorong, the master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, scolded them. Stop making so much noise. You should focus on choosing a new temple master first. One disciple chimed in, Senior brother Xiao Chen is the strongest. Hua Yorong turned to Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, Do you remember your orders? Xiao Chen replied with determination, Yes, I will be the first in this trial. If I fail, I will cut off another arm. Hua Yurong added, One more thing, strange items that are not treasures must be handed over to me. Do not open them yourself. Xiao Chen nodded, Yes, this disciple will keep that in mind. Then he thought to himself, Hua Yurong Bai Qingling. Just wait for the surprise I have in store. Meanwhile, Ren Qianfan asked, Ni Zhong, are you ready? Ni Zhong, the eldest disciple of Shuluo Temple, replied confidently, I will live up to my title as the eldest disciple of Shuluo Temple. Han Jiniang, observing the scene, thought to herself, What can you expect from someone who cut off his own manhood? He's just a disciple of my husband who was born without one. She glanced at Bai Qingling, sending him a playful flying kiss, and thought, before he left that day, Bai Qingling and I already had a plan. The two of us will reap benefits far greater than the sectmaster selection ceremony. Bai Qingling smirked inwardly. Han Jiniang is getting bolder. Her future is certainly looking brighter. His attention then shifted to Xiao Chen and Hua Yurong, noticing their glaring stares filled with jealousy. Bai Qingling began to sweat and thought, Is the Yinghui Temple really directing this much pressure at me? Turning to Sen Shinger, Bai Qingling said, Shinger, this is something extra that your master prepared for you. The clone phantom insect, open it at a critical moment and your master will lend you a hand. Sen Shinger's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, she exclaimed, hugging Bai Qingling tightly, pressing her chest against him. Thank you, master. I'll do my best to get the reward master wants. In the distance, Han Jiniang, Xiao Chen, and Hua Yurong looked on with jealousy toward Bai Qingling and Sen Shinger. Bai Qingling sighed inwardly. Great, yet another source of pressure. Suddenly, Tantai Lingying stepped forward. The time has come. As per the sect trial's tradition, the order of entering the tower will be decided by a candle extinguishing competition. There will be a row of 20 everlasting candles possessing spiritual energy. Techniques and items are prohibited. The person who extinguishes the most candles using pure energy will enter the tower first. Sen Shinger stepped forward confidently. Yuluo Temple Sen Shinger requests to be the first to attempt. Tantai Lingying hesitated. Junior sister. Supreme Nangong smiled. Good. Disciples of the demonic path should be like this, bold and unafraid to take the first shot. Sen Shinger prepared herself. Stupid ghost, lend me a hand. She became serious and shouted, Extinguish! As Gui Guanyi blew towards the spiritual candles. Sen Shinger proudly announced, Yuluo Temple's Sen Shinger extinguished 15 candles. Supreme Nangong nodded approvingly. Impressive. These spiritual candles are not easy to extinguish. Xiao Chen better not disappoint me like Mengu did. Xiao Chen scoffed. That's it? He stepped forward and declared, Yinghui Temple's Xiao Chen requests to attempt it. Then he thought to himself, a smug woman and a slave who needs discipline. Both of you will regret crossing someone chosen by the heavens. With a dramatic flourish, Xiao Chen gathered energy, swung his sword and shouted, his voice cracking slightly, Ha! As the spiritual candles flickered. Supreme Nangong beamed with joy. 17 candles extinguished in one slash. Excellent. This is the highest record among disciples ranked below Hall Masters in the history of Kangming sect. It looks like first place has already been decided. Does anyone object? Zhao Chen returned to his spot and said smugly, Thank you for letting me win. Sen Shinger pouted. Master, I can't believe I lost to that guy. Bai Qingling reassured her. It's all right, it's all right. Tantai Lingying silently watched Supreme Nangong, her mind drifting back to Bai Qingling's words. I understand. Your Tantai fairy lineage is noble, and your ambitions are vast. Unlike Shinger, that silly girl, who is willing to give everything to serve her master. Yehongyi's voice echoed in her memory. Since Sister Lingyin was the first to break her oath, don't blame me for not being restrained. I will find my fiancé, and I will sit on him tonight in Yuluo Temple. Suddenly, Tantai Lingying broke from her thoughts and called out, Wait! Stepping forward, she announced seriously, Yuluo Temple's Tantai Lingying requests to participate. A person in the crowd asked, Protector Tantai, aren't you lowering your status by doing this? His friend added, Shouldn't she distance herself from Yuluo Temple to avoid suspicion? Another commented, Protector Tantai, as the protector of the sect and one of the hosts of this trial, won't Supreme Nangong's rules be broken if you personally intervene? Bai Qingling thought to himself, this is really surprising. Does Lingyan still hate me and intend to make me fail? She's looking at me. I must be right. I can almost see her intention in her eyes. Yihongyi said to herself, Sister Lingyan, are you really trying to show off just for that man? The other day when you were having an honest talk with your master who raised you, was it really what I suspected? Fine. There is no need to maintain this mirror flower vow anymore. We will go our own separate ways. Go back to your master. Yihongyi suddenly stood up and declared, Protector Tantai may be the protector of the sect, but she is also Yuluo Temple's disciple, raised by Godfather. Her words and actions are a display of respecting one's master. Even we in the demonic path have no reason to criticize. Tantai Lingyan murmured, Hongyi? Then she thought to herself, that Godfather rolled off your tongue so smoothly. And you even wanted to have a relationship with him previously. Have you followed in Zinger's footsteps and been completely bewitched by that man? Supreme Nangong announced, Since the sect master has spoken, let us witness the abilities of Protector Tantai. Xiao Chen shouted, Tantai Lingyan, going against me is your greatest tragedy. Extinguishing 17 candles in one strike is already the limit. I want to see how you're going to beat me. Sen Shinger cheered, Second senior sister, good luck. Don't let that bastard Xiao Chen look down on you. Bai Tingling said to Sen Shinger, Don't be nervous, Singer. Not even your eldest senior sister can defeat her in this candle-extinguishing trial. No one shall look down on the direct disciple of Demon Lord Qingling. As Sen Shinger prepared her palm, she moved swiftly, and a whirlwind of air flowed over all the spiritual candles. A person in the crowd exclaimed, Oh my goodness, that's 50% powerful. His friend marveled. Extinguishing 20 candles in one palm strike, this is creating history. Another chimed in, Are all Yuluo Temple disciples monsters? Tantai Lingyan, feeling relieved, stated, Supreme Nangong, I'll receive the secret key for priority access on behalf of Yuluo Temple. Zhao Chen thought to himself, how can a normal palm wind extinguish 20 candles? I was supposed to be first. The Flame Demon Tower's secret key should have been mine. Sen Zinger said, Master, second senior sister. Bai Qingling explained, Formation techniques are your second senior sister's specialty. It seemed like she was simply extinguishing the candle with a wave of her hand, but in reality, she disrupted the formation circuit inside the spirit candle. To Lingyan, this trial is nothing more than a mini-game made especially for her. Tantai Lingyan declared, Tantai Lingyan did not fail in her mission and secured the key for our Yuluo Temple. Master, please give permission for Lingyan to lead the team and enter the Flame Demon Tower. A few moments later, Supreme Nangong announced, the Flame Demon Tower trial will officially begin. Focusing Gaze Water Mirror. Rise! As the Gaze Water Mirror appeared in the sky, Bai Qingling thought to himself, the elders from the projections outside the tower are viewing the disciples inside the tower. This follows the plot of the original game. Its original purpose was probably to showcase the original protagonist, Xiao Chen's achievements to everyone. But it's a shame that his iconic moments, rightfully belonging to him, are about to be snatched away. Zinger, don't let your master down. Tantai Lingyan sighed. I've said everything so sincerely, and yet master still let Zinger take the lead. Did I disappoint him that much? Sen Zinger observed, looking at the structure of this stone chamber, we should be at the northern part of the first floor. This seems to be the furthest place away from the heavenly stairs that lead to the next floor, and a place with the strongest ferocious beasts. This aura must mean the revival of an evil beast. Tantai Lingyan announced, the first floor's trial is about to begin. Everyone be on guard. A boy shouted, Set, Zhuanyuan demon resist formation. Tantai Lingyan scolded, Singer, stop daydreaming. Enter the formation quickly. Sen Singer remarked, Wow, what a thick aura of evil energy. Suddenly a crimson red arm and hand appeared, and it let out a groaning sound. Woo woo. A giant monster roared, Wah! Sen Singer exclaimed, This is a golden core realm demon, the Crimson Fiend. It's here, it's on the list. Tantai Lingyan, shocked, shouted, Sen Singer, what are you doing? The cultivation of these monsters is all similar to yours. Sen Singer reassured her, It's fine. Master has already prepared a unique incantation for me. The monster laughed wickedly. Hee, oh, you're approaching me? Sen Singer, unafraid, smiled and responded, if I don't approach you, how am I supposed to whisper a secret to you? The ugly monster sneered, so daring. In that case, let me savor your delicious flesh and blood. Suddenly, Sen Shinger leaned in close, whispering, "We're the direct disciples of Demon Lord Qingling." Instantly, the ugly monster's face paled in terror. "Don't hit me. Please forgive this little one for not recognizing you," he begged as he slammed his face into the ground. He then quickly added, "This little one will return to slumbering underground. You guys, escort these esteemed immortals to the next floor, and be quick about it." Sen Shinger and Tantai Lingying rode atop the monsters, who swiftly moved them forward, while the ugly monster called after them, "Farewell." Curious, Tantai Lingying turned to Sen Shinger, asking, "Shinger, what did you tell him? What's going on?" Sen Shinger looked back, smirking. "What can I say? This is the result of my heavenly God protecting me." Outside, Supreme Nangong was watching and muttered, "That doesn't make sense. The Crimson Fiend is an evil demon that suppresses the tower, and not only did it hold back, but it also helped them to the next floor." He clenched his fist, shouting, "Yoluo Temple is cheating. I propose to strip Yoluo Temple of its trial qualification." Bai Qingling, amused, smiled to himself. "Cheating? I've been through this flame demon tower twice, and any demon with some strength has been disciplined by me. It's an honor for them to lead the way. How is this cheating?" Suddenly, Han Jiniang walked over seductively, saying, "Oh, is old man Nangong causing trouble for our demon lord Qingling again?" She leaned closer. "If you agree to follow up on that particular day, my Siluo Temple can offer you a bit more support." Bai Qingling regarded her with a raised eyebrow, thinking, "That particular day? Your Shuluo Temple? An inch more? Is this woman implying something suggestive?" He recalled the day he had drawn a clear line with Han Jiniang, using the removal of the passion flower desire poison to end everything between them. Her marriage was forced, and her husband is an eunuch. She was tormented by the desire poison for years, unable to find release. I understand her nature now. She won't rest until she gets what she, as a woman, craves. Bai Qingling replied, "Madam Ren, your boldness is admirable. To do this in front of Temple Master Ren, and in front of the Sex Supremes." His hand casually brushed against her thick, soft thigh as he continued, "You're pushing me to respond to your provocations." Han Jinyang moaned softly, Supreme Nangong, outraged, shouted, "Lord Sect Master, Bai Qingling is dismissing my condemnation. You must punish Yuluo Temple." Meanwhile, Yi Hongyi thought to herself, "Is Bai Qingling doing this to pamper Lingyan? No, I can't let him lose his affection for me." She then addressed Supreme Nangong, "I believe the Supreme stance is biased. By using clever tactics, Yuluo Temple can showcase the style of our demonic path. Is it necessary to force proper and fair battles to clear the trial? Nangong Fang, your reasoning sounds more and more like that of a hypocrite who claims to be righteous." Supreme Nangong Fang, flustered, stammered, "I wouldn't dare. That wasn't my intention." Yi Hongyi smiled, her cheeks flushed, thinking, "That's it, Master. This is what I must do. As Godfather's sect disciple, did you feel my sincerity?" Nangong Fang, consumed with rage, muttered to himself, "Xiao Chen, if the results you bring back don't compensate for my shame today, I will never forgive you." At the Flame Demon Tower second floor, Sen Shinger and Tantai Lingying walked slowly towards the stairs. Tantai Lingying explained, "The name of that bronze statue is Savage Foe. It was formed from the essence of the emotion-destroying Founder's Mount. Its role is to test the participants' demon hearts and see if they've been blunted by worldly desires. Once you step onto that stone platform, the demon heart trial will begin. Only one person needs to succeed for the entire team to pass." Yi Hongyi, watching from afar, commented, "As expected of Protector Tantai, she's very knowledgeable about the Flame Demon Tower trial." She thought to herself, she knows the focusing gaze water mirror will show everything that happens inside the tower. Is she purposely showing off to Godfather? Supreme Nangong Fang, seething with frustration, thought, "Damn it, Yuluo Temple is the most detached sect in the entire Kangming sect. This stage is basically a free clear for them." Tantai Lingying, deep in thought, wondered, "If I step onto that platform and take the trial, will the emotion-destroying Savage Foe reveal my feelings for Hongyi?" Sen Shinger, similarly anxious, mused, "Will this bronze statue expose the shameful thoughts I have about Master?" Both Sen Shinger and Tantai Lingying shared a glance, thinking to themselves, "Sure enough, it's better if..." Sen Shinger then called out, "Second senior sister." Tantai Lingying responded, "Junior sister," and in unison they both said, "Why don't you do it?" They giggled like little children. Senshinger and Tantai Lingying exchanged confused glances. Suddenly someone spoke. "Senior sisters from Yuluo Temple, why don't I go first? My master's wife has instructed that Yuluo Temple are friends, not enemies. You can drop your guard around us from Shuluo Temple." It was Shuluo Temple's eldest disciple, Ni Zheng. Tantai Lingying nodded. "All right then, let us witness junior brother Ni's performance." Ni Zheng leaped forward and announced, "Shuluo Temple's direct eldest disciple, Ni Zheng, wishes to take the trial." The trial judge looked at him in confusion. A pure heart untouched by love. "You passed," the judge declared. Outside, the crowd buzzed with excitement. "Wow, this senior brother Ni is so handsome, but he's still a virgin?" His friend whispered, "Is it possible that he's not interested in women?" Another man chimed in, "I heard he was castrated by his master." His twin brother gasped, "Really? That's too demonic." Meanwhile, Han Jinyang, watching from her seat, scoffed, She casually played with her heels, her thoughts racing. Ren Qianfan, standing nearby, pleaded, "Madam, please don't be angry at me. I was afraid Ni Zheng was interested in you, so I unwillingly castrated him. But I didn't expect the one who ended up seducing you to be from the neighboring Yuluo Temple." Han Jinyang recalled her own words from the past. "When that man did that to me, why didn't you take action despite witnessing it?" She turned to Ren Qianfan and scolded, "If you had used your full strength, Bai Qingling might not have been able to suppress you without resorting to poison techniques." Grabbing his face, she spat, "You worthless coward. You actually enjoy the feeling of others dominating your wife, don't you?" Ren Qianfan blushed and stammered, "Madam, that's not true. You're talking nonsense." Moments later, Shuluo Temple's eldest disciple, Ni Zheng, emerged from the trial and said, "Thank you for letting me go first. I'll be making my move now." In the distance, Yingui Temple's direct disciple, Xiao Chen, was taken aback. "Trash from Yuluo Temple and Shuluo Temple? Shuluo Temple has already passed the trial?" Xiao Chen shouted, "My junior brothers, who is willing to undergo this trial and bring merit to Yingui Temple?" One of his junior brothers muttered to himself, "This." Another scratched his head, thinking, "Will my private life be exposed?" A third friend panicked. "Only one person per team needs to complete it. It won't be me, will it?" Xiao Chen sneered to himself. Cultivators from the demonic path are indeed trash. Are they all cowards? Although I have always lived the way I wanted to, with the calm heart pure jade technique taught to me by Yu Shuzi, I will surely pass the trial. Just then, Tantai Lingying stepped forward announcing, "Yuluo Temple disciple, Tantai Lingying, wishes to take the trial." Xiao Chen cursed inwardly. "She got ahead of me. That woman is icy cold to everyone. She will surely pass easily." Sen Shinger, watching closely, thought to herself, "Senior sister was too rash. I wanted to find an opportunity to use Master's phantom clone puppet to pass the trial smoothly." The trial judge examined them, his gaze penetrating Sen Shinger's past, revealing memories of her encounters with Bai Qingling. He saw the moments when they fought, and another where Bai Qingling and Tantai Lingying bathed together, measuring her growth. In yet another memory, Tantai Lingying stood under a cherry blossom tree, gazing at Ji Hongyi. Tantai Lingying muttered to herself, "Sure enough, is Hongyi the only person deep in my heart?" Suddenly, her memory shattered. She gasped, "It's him. Why is it him? The poison insect has been removed." The trial judge proclaimed, "In the path of demonic cultivation, all emotions are a sin. You failed." The crowd erupted. "This can't be. Tantai Lingying has already fallen for someone?" One man groaned, "Ouch! This is too painful. I've missed out on my goddess." Another shouted angrily, "Who's the bastard that dared to mess with my goddess's demonic heart? Skin him." Meanwhile, Ye Hongji remained silent. "Now that it has come to this, that person isn't me, but that man, right? In the end, we're only close friends." Bai Qingling, observing from afar, thought to himself, "No one knows these character settings better than me. That person is definitely Ye Hongyi. It could only be Ye Hongyi." He smirked. The reason she forced herself to step forward in the trial of the Flame Demon Tower was definitely to help Ye Hongyi gain favor. The path of great love is long and arduous. Sen Shinger, thinking back, muttered to herself, "Second senior sister was the one tricked the most in the recent plan to kill the master." The person who did this to second senior sister is... Her eyes narrowed as they landed on Xiao Chen. It's Xiao Chen, she realized, her fury growing. She grinned in anger, her mind racing. It's Xiao Chen. Yingui Temple's direct disciple, Xiao Chen, feeling the malicious intent directed at him, panicked. What's going on? This malicious intent. It feels like passing a hot potato, only for it to explode in my hands. Tantai Lingying's soul nearly left his body in shock as he exclaimed, I failed. He then grabbed Sen Shinger and declared, Yuluo Temple's trial can't end here. Shinger, you're the youngest and most naive when it comes to matters of love. It's your turn to lead the team and clear this stage. Sen Shinger stammered, I think it's better if I don't. She muttered to herself, absolutely not. Who knows what kinds of things that bronze statue will say? She turned back and commanded, you there, go. Tantai Lingying asked, who is that? The masked man responded, newly recruited. Our Yuluo Temple has already decided that he will take on the trial. And with that, the man walked up the stairs. The trial judge proclaimed, a heart of iron and stone, untouched by the snare of love, passed. Sen Shinger leaped with joy, her body jiggling, and cheered, yay! She thought to herself, sure enough, the phantom clone puppet is really useful. The summoned magic puppet is flawless, master planned for everything. Sen Shinger grabbed Tantai Lingying and urged, go, let's hurry to the next floor. Tantai Lingying cautioned, wait, do you know what the third floor of the Flame Demon Tower is called? The Infernal Soul Prison. Sen Shinger, puzzled, asked, eh? Tantai Lingying explained, the Infernal Soul Prison is filled with evil beasts and demons, stained with the blood of countless humans. They are nothing like the weaklings on the first floor, who bow to force. These creatures are disasters that will never die or rest. Sen Shinger reassured, but Master said not to worry, everything has been arranged. He even mentioned we'd understand when we reach the third floor. Tantai Lingying, still confused, asked, what do you mean? At the Flame Demon Tower, third floor, Infernal Soul Prison. Tantai Lingying remarked, the air reeks of blood. Sure enough, this place spells trouble. Form up in advance. Do not act on your own. A man at the back responded, yes. Tantai Lingying then noticed someone and exclaimed, that is, Nijang? You guys. They looked around at the defeated creatures and disasters, astonished. Tantai Lingying asked Nijang, were they all killed by you? I'm very impressed. Nijang replied, no, we at Yuluo Temple had just arrived, and they had already been killed long ago. The stench of blood filled the Flame Demon Tower. A person outside, watching, exclaimed, all dead? How is this possible? His friend questioned, when did this happen? Why wasn't there any news? Another weak man wondered aloud, who could have killed everything on the third floor of the Flame Demon Tower? Was it the previous sectmaster? Yi Hongyi stood up, shouting, it's him! Only he could pull this off in the entire Kangming sect. Bai Qingling, smiling to himself, thought, it's really not me, but Bai Qingling from the original game. Although the fact that Bai Qingling infiltrated the Flame Demon Tower and massacred the entire third floor had nothing to do with me. This experience is still useful to me now that I've defied fate and embarked on the path of recultivation. System, spend 2,000 points to exchange this item. The system responded, congratulations to the host. The redemption was successful. Current points 46,000 points. Bai Qingling mused, memory evocation, one-time use. When faced with a scene related to me from the past, I can use this to relive that experience. At first I thought this item was useless. After all, I know everything in the original story. Why would I need to evoke my memories? However, the combat experience of the original host isn't mine after all. Reliving this battle will definitely be helpful to me. Now I, Bai Feng, I'm Bai Qingling. All of you die. He leaped toward the monsters, shouting, mutated ants, only your deaths can calm my heart. He struck a mutated ant. Moments later, Bai Qingling stood alone, surrounded by mutilated monsters. Bai Qingling licked the blood from his stained hand and remarked, I've gained a lot from this. It will definitely be useful in the future. He blushed and sweat dripped from his face as he added, so refreshing. The master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yorong, observed Bai Qingling and thought to herself, senior brother was so nervous, he started sweating? Is the thing in the Flame Demon Tower really this important? Soon, I'll be able to expose the real you, your filthy, ugly, and evil nature. hidden on the 4th floor of the Flame Demon Tower. Tantai Lingying said, I didn't expect the 3rd floor, which is the most dangerous, to be like this. Zinger, go to the 4th floor quickly and retrieve the item that Master wants. Sen Zinger replied, Senior sister, let's go together, as she held Tantai Lingying's hands, which left Tantai Lingying surprised. Sen Zinger added, Master will definitely be happy if the 2 of us complete this mission for him. Master once said that the 3 of us sisters will always be his most cherished treasures. Tantai Lingying responded, Sen Zinger, do you still not understand? He no longer holds any expectations for me. Quickly, go and fulfill his wish, she said, her voice breaking as tears filled her eyes, her face blushing. Tantai Lingying continued, Your senior sister only wishes that he is sincere and won't let the 2 of you down. Sen Zinger, trying to comfort her, said, all right, second senior sister, don't cry anymore. I will go now. Tantai Lingying then looked at Zhuluo Temple's eldest disciple, Nizheng, and said, as for the rest of them, I will be responsible for delaying them. Nizheng replied, Senior sister Tantai, there's no need to worry. My martial wife has already reached an agreement with your master. We will only retrieve the loot from the 3rd floor. The item on the top floor isn't the goal of Zhuluo Temple, but rather Yinghui Temples. Suddenly, another group arrived. Nizheng continued, they are our common enemy. Tantai Lingying nodded, saying, good, I share the same thoughts. But then she thought to herself, where is that Xiao Chen? Why isn't he among Yinghui Temple's disciples? Something's not right. But as long as we guard this path, Xiao Chen will never be able to disturb Zinger. At the Flame Demon Tower, Sen Zinger stood before a shrine. This is the shrine where the Black Flame Demon God is worshipped. Everyone, stay back. Don't get roasted, she warned. She glanced at the treasure chest within the shrine, surrounded by the aura of the virtue of fire. This is exactly what Master wants, she murmured, as the treasure began to emit a dark aura. Suddenly, Bai Qingling appeared and said, who goes there, disturbing my peace? Sen Zinger, upon seeing him, became both excited and flustered, exclaiming, yeah, it's Master, and it's his younger self. That kind of arrogant dominance, as if all things in the world could be crushed to dust by his mighty hands. Zinger wants to be close to him too, she thought, blushing with emotion. Bai Qingling sneered, oh, are you here to help Bai Qingling retrieve his origins? That will never happen. I want Bai Qingling to die. Now get lost. Sen Zinger retorted, your master's evil heart demon an enemy. Just as Master predicted, it's impossible to avoid battle in the Flame Demon Tower trials. She drew a jar and channeled her energy into it. Suddenly, a ghost emerged from the jar. She commanded, Ghosty, bite him to death. Bai Qingling stood calmly as Ghosty charged at him. He scoffed, bite all you want. Do you think I don't know the capabilities of my own little disciple? Everything you possess is merely material and nourishment for me, Bai Qingling. He caught Ghosty effortlessly and taunted, have you ever seen someone bitten to death by the bread on their plate? With that, Ghosty vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the real Bai Qingling watched from outside, his expression darkening. He thought to himself, this is bad. It's not surprising for the area around my origins to spawn an evil heart demon. It has no effect on my core. But it's very dangerous that it knows every bit of information about my origins and can imitate me perfectly. Zinger is facing the true essence of Bai Qingling from back in the day. If Zinger learns about my true thoughts directly from him, her trust in me would completely collapse. Ha, Sen Zinger, sure enough, I made a mistake. You aren't dealing with an evil heart demon. You're facing a happy ghost that loves to play with people's spiritual bodies, aren't you? Sen Zinger narrowed her eyes. Your ghost-controlling spiritual body is. The ghost interjected, the master loves me so much. I've personally experienced it while lying on his bed. Sen Zinger snapped back, your ridiculous lies have no effect on me other than to infuriate me. She suddenly unleashed a powerful move, exclaiming, Ghost control wrathful spirit devour, as her ghost bit fiercely at Bai Qingling's chest. Bai Qingling's image recoiled in shock, exclaiming, what? You accursed spirit, you'll never catch me. His voice shook with pain as Sen Zinger seized the divine box. Lifting it high, she declared, this is Master's divine box. I'm no longer just a mindless servant. I did this for Master. Now stay with me and don't cause any more trouble. Suddenly, a disciple called out, third senior sister, your hand. Quickly, you need to treat it. Sen Zinger brushed off the concern. smiling lightly. No rush, no rush. It's just a small scratch. But just then, the disciple's expression changed, darkening with ill intent. Without warning, she snatched the divine box and dashed away. Senshinger cried out, "How dare you? Who are you? You're not from my Yuluo temple." In a flash, the figure transformed into Xiao Chen, a direct disciple of the Yingui temple. Grinning, he replied, "Oh, it's me, all right. I finally have Bai Qingling's weakness." Senshinger gasped, "Xiao Chen? A polymorph technique? So he infiltrated my group during the trial on the second floor." Furious, she shouted, "Demon forging cauldron, attack! Ghost, devour him!" But Xiao Chen, still smirking, threw the divine box towards the ghost, saying, "Just what I needed. Let me use your hand to open this damned box." The box fell to the ground with a thud, cracking open as tendrils of black smoke poured out. A young image of Bai Qingling emerged from within. With satisfaction, Xiao Chen sneered, "This trip was well worth it. Bai Qingling's ugliest memories, the ones he's tried so hard to bury, will be revealed for all to see. You dared to cross me, the destined one? Death would be far too light for you. I'll expose Bai Qingling's darkest secrets to the world, inciting rage in both mortals and immortals. I'll unite the 9 continents to condemn him, ensuring he's cursed for all eternity." Then, he lifted a shining treasure. Exquisite treasure mirror, reveal the truth. Outside the tower, Yi Hongji observed in shock. The focusing gaze water mirror that displayed the tower's events, it shattered. But now, something larger is forming in the sky? Supreme Nangong nodded gravely. Could it be a fragment of someone's memory? Inside, Bai Qingling, witnessing the scene, froze as his memories aligned. He murmured to himself, "I remember everything. Who I am, why Junior Sister despised me. I understand it all now." His hands clenched. "I can't stop my memories from being exposed. I have to retreat. I can't let the people of the demonic path see me in such a weakened state." Senshinger, still in the tower, gasped, "Is that, Master? How can I see this from so high above?" Xiao Chen laughed. "The exquisite treasure mirror is no mere focusing gaze mirror. Its power is incomparably greater. The true, vile nature of Bai Qingling will inspire the world to obliterate his demonic heart." Senshinger's gaze softened as she looked upon Bai Qingling's memories, cheeks warming. "Is this Master's past?" In the memory, a woman lay collapsed in the snow. A young Bai Qingling cried out, "Mother, what's wrong?" Weakly, she whispered, "My son, I can't go on. You must escape on your own." Bai Qingling shook his head. "Mother, I won't leave you. I'll stay with you." She forced herself upright, urging, "Do not weep. You have the formless demonic body. Seek refuge in a strong demonic sect, and they'll protect you. Remember this. Your father, Bai Tianlin, head of the Zhenwu sword sect, was murdered by the hypocrites of the 3 major orthodox sects. I, Lin Yanran, the eldest princess of Great Zhou, was betrayed and poisoned by my own kin." Tears in her eyes, she clutched him close. "You, my son, are the true destined ruler of this world. Promise me you'll survive, no matter what." Bai family's ancestors, an innate formless demonic body? This young man in the painting, is he the bad man? The master of Kongming sect's Yingui temple, Hua Yirong, mentioned that Bai Qingling ran away? She sneered. "Seems like someone is deliberately trying to make a mockery of you. Oh well, if you earn the scorn of all generations, that's the punishment you deserve after all." In Bai Qingling's past, he buried his mother in the forest amidst falling snow. His stomach grumbled. He was both hungry and exhausted. After a while, he foraged some berries in the forest and ate until his hunger subsided. Finally, he turned and left the grave of his beloved mother behind, at Beast Blood Valley. A wild wolf leapt at Bai Qingling, attacking suddenly. With a swift slash, he cut the wolf in half. Nearby, the mother wolf and her cub looked at him in fear, whimpering softly. In the distance, an old man's voice called out, "Little child, why are you here alone?" Bai Qingling looked towards the shadowed figure and replied, "I'm going to Wuyang City to join the demonic cultivators and fulfill my mother's wishes." The old man stepped forward, revealing himself as Ji Yaoshi. He chuckled. "A demonic cultivator, you say? No need to search so far. My Xiyao sect could use talent like yours." A girl peered out from behind Shi Yaoshi. "Master Yaoshi, who are you talking to?" she asked, glancing silently at Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling stared back, stunned. A moment later, Shi Yaoshi studied him intently. "Strange. Why does the blood of an innate formless demonic body seem so ordinary?" He moved closer, pointing a knife at Bai Qingling's throat. "I'll give you the Taoist name Qingling. along with demonic cultivation techniques to build a new life. Why not offer a little demonic blood for your master? He patted Bai Qingling's head and muttered, "Forget it, I'll raise you for 3 more years." With a wicked smile, he added, "At that time, we'll see your worth, and whether it amounts to anything more than a dose of medicine." He turned and left the room, leaving Bai Qingling standing silently. Bai Qingling muttered to himself, "A great demonic cultivator? If the demonic blood in my veins were truly mine to command, I would have already reduced myself to dregs." Present day, watching Bai Qingling's memory. Sen Xinger, witnessing Bai Qingling's memories, burst into tears. Wow, did Master really go through all of this? That's so heartbreaking. I had no idea. Tantai Lingying frowned. Who brought this memory to light? Was it Xiao Chen? Where is that scoundrel hiding? Outside, Yehongi mused. Why do Shi Yaoshi and Mengu Daoist look so alike? What connection could there be between those two? She resolved quietly, this matter is closely tied to my Kangming sect. I need to investigate it thoroughly. Ren Xianfan, noticing Han Jinyang crying, asked, "Ma, madam, why are you crying?" She shouted back, "Why do you care? Shut your mouth and get lost," and kicked him out of her way. Meanwhile, Hua Yorong, master of Kangming sect's Yingui temple, looked on in shock. Why did he conceal this part of his memory? Then, is the next scene going to be? Just then, the girl from before entered the room and called out, "Master Yaoshi? Is Master Yaoshi here?" Bai Qingling turned, surprised. Seeing him, the girl's face lit up. "Oh, it's you!" Wronger smiled warmly and said, "Ah, you're the new martial brother that Master Yaoshi accepted." Bai Qingling looked at her, curiosity in his gaze. "And you are." Wronger laughed, pressing a small item into his hands. Take it, don't be shy." Bai Qingling glanced down. "What is this?" Wronger explained, "This is the beauty pearl, a specialty of the central region. All the disciples here have one." Ehe. Bai Qingling thought to himself, "Except for my parents. This is the first time someone's given me a gift." Curious, he asked, "May I ask your name, young miss?" Father doesn't allow me to reveal my name," she said shyly. "But you can call me Wronger." She smiled, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. "And you? What's your name?" Bai Qingling, soon to be Demon Lord Qingling. Junior sister Wronger. Here, take this. Wronger asked, surprised. "This is the first medicinal poisonous insect I successfully refined, the blood-circulating golden cicada. In return for the beauty pearl, I'm giving it to you," Bai Qingling offered solemnly. "Really?" Wronger's eyes sparkled. "Then I'll accept it. This is the very first medicinal poisonous insect made by the future Demon Lord Qingling. It might be valuable one day, but why don't you give such a meaningful gift to someone more important in your life?" Bai Qingling's gaze grew distant. "I no longer have anyone like that, so I hope you don't mind." Wronger's expression softened. "So that's how it is. My mother's life was short, and my father is also plagued with illness. I guess we share a similar fate." A determination sparked in Bai Qingling's eyes. "Since that's the case, I, Bai Qingling, will one day refine a one-of-a-kind, 9th grade, unparalleled divine poisonous insect. When the time comes, I'll help cure your father's illness." Wronger looked at him stunned before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha! All right then. I am highly honored to be the first witness to this so-called unparalleled divine poisonous insect of yours." In the present time, Xiao Chen, a direct disciple of Yingui Temple, watched this memory with disdain. "Are you kidding me? Where's the damning evidence? It's just kids talking about love. If nothing comes of this, how can I rely on that old man, Nangong Fang, to keep backing me?" Meanwhile, outside Yingui Temple, Hua Yorong of the Kangming sect sat silently, observing Bai Qingling's memories. She muttered to herself, "Why am I seeing these scenes? What's the use of remembering these old matters? Could it be that the man anticipated this day and is using it to humiliate me? No, he wouldn't guard himself against me. But why are his memories so full of me? I won't believe it. Demon Lord Qingling's Tao heart wouldn't be troubled by these scenes. I'll keep watching until I see his truest, darkest side." Back in the memory, Bai Qingling stood before Master Yaoshi. "Master," he said solemnly, "I have something to ask." Master Yaoshi glanced up. "Oh, what is it?" Nearby, senior brother Qi moaned in pain. "Ack? Ack." Bai Qingling's eyes narrowed, sweat beading on his forehead. "Master, are you de-dissecting? Senior brother Qi?" Master Yaoshi smirked. "What senior brother? If he doesn't obey his master, he's nothing more than a test subject." With that, He casually sliced through Chi's neck with a butter knife. Bai Qingling's gaze turned serious, his eyes glowing red. Master, if junior sister Wronger disobeys, would you also? Master Yaoshi interrupted, a sly grin on his face. You care about her a lot, huh? I suppose you're here to ask about her and her father, right? Yes, Bai Qingling said, his tone firm. 6 months from now, at the sex grand competition, if you can claim first place on your own, I'll tell you. Until then, neither she nor her father will be harmed. Master Yaoshi licked the blood from his blade with a sick satisfaction. Bai Qingling's expression hardened. All right, it's settled. Let's see the result in 6 months. Master Yaoshi chuckled darkly. Hehe, I'll be waiting. The stronger your demonic power becomes, the happier your master is. Just then, Minggu Taoist, Master Yaoshi's younger brother, entered. Older brother, you finally come to the Eastern Lands, yet you're so noisy I can't even sleep, he said calmly. Master Yaoshi eyed him with amusement. You want to kill him, don't you? You can't, not yet. My ruthless younger brother, Minggu Taoist. Half a year later, as Bai Qingling and his opponent exchanged blows, they shouted fiercely, Hee-ha! The clash of their strikes echoed across the field. With a final powerful move, Bai Qingling sent his opponent flying. The announcer declared, The victor, Bai Qingling. Master Yaoshi stood, his voice carrying through the crowd. Bai Qingling has outperformed all these talents and claimed the final victory. This marks his rise to the position of head senior disciple. Bai Qingling, unimpressed, simply said, and turned to leave. Master Yaoshi chuckled softly. As Bai Qingling walked away, he noticed Wronger standing in the crowd. His eyes widened in shock. Wronger? Why are you here? Wronger's eyes welled up with tears. She ran to him and hugged him tightly. Senior brother Qingling, my father, has passed away. Her tears streamed down her cheeks. Bai Qingling held her gently, comforting her. It's all right, Wronger. I'm right here. A few moments later, in Wronger's father's room, Bai Qingling examined the situation carefully. It's the withering death poisonous insect, he said solemnly. A poison that tortures its victim for a short few years, or as long as 20, until death. Wronger's face turned pale. There's no way. Master Yaoshi has been treating my father all these years. How could he not notice or fail to treat it? Unless. Bai Qingling glanced at her silently before turning away. Leave the Sayao sect as soon as possible and return to the central region. Wronger looked at him, confused. Senior brother? Promise me you'll never set foot in the Eastern Lands again, he said firmly before walking away. Later, Bai Qingling confronted Master Yaoshi. Master Yaoshi greeted him with a sly smile. Oh, you're here. Bai Qingling glared at him. Master, don't you owe me an explanation? Explanation? Are you talking about that wealthy man who was poisoned with the withering death insect? Master Yaoshi chuckled. I didn't plant the poison, and I'm not the only one capable of cultivating such an insect. I was merely prolonging his treatment to extract more money. Who knew he'd suddenly give out like that? His family wealth is exhausted anyway. That's why I convinced the girl to formally join my inner sect. I took care of her family member and arranged her future. Once she joins, won't she be eternally grateful to me? Bai Qingling was stunned, his mind racing. Without a word, he turned and ran. Master Yaoshi's laughter echoed behind him. Bai Qingling, your weakness is clear. Let's see if it will help me extract the treasure hidden in your body. At the Sayao sect entrance, Bai Qingling shouted, Wronger, Master is luring you to stay. Are you really not leaving? Wronger turned back, her eyes filled with despair. Family, wealth, I've already lost everything. What difference does it make whether I stay or leave? She looked at him, her voice trembling. At least you're still here, senior brother. That person is using you, Bai Qingling exclaimed. Can't you see that? Don't trust him. Don't trust anyone from the Sayao sect. Wronger's gaze softened as she asked, Then can't I even trust you, senior brother? Bai Qingling froze, his mother's words ringing in his mind. Remember, your father, Bai Tianlin, head of the Zhenwu sword sect, was besieged and killed by hypocrites from the 3 major orthodox sects. I, your mother Lin Yanran, eldest princess of the great Zhou dynasty, was poisoned and ambushed by my own royal brother. He muttered, That's right. Anyone can betray you. The only one you can trust in this world is yourself. Wronger shouted, I don't believe it. She ran toward him and, in an impulsive moment, kissed him on the lips. As their first kiss lingered, the world around them seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them standing together in the midst of chaos and betrayal. Outside, Bai Qingling's first kiss with Hua Yuerong when they were little was shown to everyone. While Tantai Lingying watched, she blushed and said, "This. Ha! Xinger, you're not allowed to look," as she covered the eyes of Xin Xinger. Han Jinyang bit her nails and said, "This scoundrel. He even claimed it was his first kiss with me, but he actually gave it to his childhood sweetheart 800 years ago. If I can't completely conquer your body in the future, it won't count as a true victory." The master of Kang Ming sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, blushed in her seat and said, "Humiliation. This is blatant humiliation," as she grinned in anger. In the memory, Bai Qingling was shocked as she felt the soft little lips of the young master of Kangming sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong. Suddenly, Bai Qingling gently pushed her away and said, "Your naivety disgusts me." Hua Yuerong, confused, asked, "Huh?" Bai Qingling said, "Your choices are so foolish that," and walked away, adding, "I, Bai Qingling, never want to see you again in this lifetime." Hua Yuerong cried and said, "Senior brother?" In a different scene, while Bai Qingling and the others meditated, a boy said, "Did you hear? Master recently took in a final female disciple." His friend replied, "I heard she's really cute, just like a celestial fairy. Say, do you think she'll like someone like me?" His friend laughed and said, "No way, you. Go look at yourself in the mirror." As Bai Qingling listened, the boy continued, "Why don't we check out our new junior sister in the next demonic plants class?" His friend agreed. All right, let's all go together." Bai Qingling looked at the pill in his palm. At the Shayao Sect's sealed demon valley, Chunan said to Hua Yuerong, "Junior sister, I'm Chunan. Do you remember me?" His friend added, "Junior sister Wronger, if you have any questions about demonic plants, feel free to ask us. We'll answer everything." Suddenly, Hua Yuerong was shocked and said, That's." She looked closer and said, "The sacred flower of Buddhism, the Udumbara flower." The boy was confused. "Here, in the sealed demon valley?" Chunan said, "Junior sister, what Udumbara flower are you talking about?" His friend said, "There's nothing in your hand." Chunan added, "The sealed demon valley only produces demonic flowers. Isn't the Udumbara flower a legendary spiritual flower?" Hua Yuerong said, "How could this be? The Udumbara flower is clearly right in my hands." Suddenly, Bai Qingling said, "The environment doesn't matter to the Udumbara flower. Only fate does. Those fated will be able to see it. The ignorant doubts of the unfated." Laughable, so laughable. The boy asked, Who's mocking me?" Chunan said, "Looks like it's coming from the medicine cart." "The medicine cart is talking. The sealed demon valley is haunted." Bai Qingling hid inside the cart, covering his mouth and thinking, "Titsk, I talk too much." Hua Yuerong silently looked at the cart holding the Udumbara flower and smiled. "Hey!" Later that night, Bai Qingling sat alone meditating. Hua Yuerong approached him and said, "Good evening, senior brother," as she touched his shoulder. She continued, "Or should I call you head senior brother instead?" Bai Qingling looked at her and said, "Have you forgotten? I told you I don't want to see you again." Hua Yuerong said, "But Wronger wanted to see senior brother, so I came. Look, I picked this Udumbara flower today. Isn't it rare? I'm giving it to you, senior brother. I think this is our connected fate. Don't stay mad at Wronger, okay?" She smiled and blushed. Bai Qingling looked away and said, "No, I'm still mad. Mad that you didn't listen and didn't leave the eastern lands." Hua Yuerong said, If you put it that way, I'll have to settle accounts with you, even though we are fellow disciples. Our gift exchanges are completely imbalanced." "Senior brother, you still owe me," Bai Qingling said with a smirk. "Ha! Demon Lord Qingling always repays his debts. What do you want me to do?" Master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong said, Let me think," and paused for a moment. Then she took Bai Qingling's hand and said, "I want senior brother to accompany Wronger in performing a wedding ceremony." A few moments later, in a private room, Bai Qingling and Hua Yuerong exchanged silent glances. Hua Yuerong, watching the memory, said to herself, Stop now." She stared at him, smiling. In the present, Hua Yuerong said to herself, "It's a trap. It's a trap set up by him. You've already fallen into his trap." As they touched each other's hands in the memory, Hua Yuerong thought to herself, "Right now, I am going to be swept up by you." She held the flower in her hands and whispered to herself, "If you can't bear the consequences, someone else will have to do it and kill your innocence." Suddenly, Bai Qingling threw the flower from her hands. The petals fell and were tossed outside the window. She said to herself, "Enough. Now we're even." Bai Qingling turned away and said, "This play pretend is over. I don't owe you anything now." Hua Yuerong fell to the ground in disbelief, shocked. In the present, Hua Yuerong said, "Senior brother, This is the real you. There is only the path of the demon lord in your eyes and nothing else. Next you will murder senior brother Ma and kill your master in the dark stormy night. You cast a blood curse and killed all your senior brothers. This is the start of your path to becoming the demon lord. Bloodthirsty, cruel, savage, even those on the demonic path consider you a monster. As Bai Qingling walked through a forest with blood all over the ground, Hua Yurong asked, What is that? In the forest, Bai Qingling walked alone, thorns scratching his face as he endured the pain. Hua Yurong, watching the memory, said, What were you doing? Why were you running about in the sealed demon valley? Bai Qingling said with determination, I will find it. A few moments later, he repeated, I will find it. Finally, he saw the Udambara flower he had thrown away earlier. He picked it up and said, I found it. You are here because of fate. I will bear the consequences myself. As he smelled the Udambara flower, he looked at the full moon, clenched his fist with determination, and raised it high. He smiled and said, For the sake of Wronger, I will truly become Demon Lord Qingling. Jiao sect must pay the price. As Hua Yurong watched the memory of Bai Qingling when they were little, she said in the present, We shall return. Watching the end at this place. She couldn't bear the reality, blushed, and covered her mouth from the revelation, whispering, I can't do it. Suddenly, the vines burst into flames, and Bai Qingling asked, Who's there? A shady figure sneaking around said, Tisk, tisk. This level of soul sense and enlightenment, you indeed possess the innate formless demonic body. Child, you're destined to become a saint. If you want to take action against Jiao sect, I'm very interested in it. I came to give you a hand. Bai Qingling replied, I'm not interested in making a deal with a shady person sneaking around like you. The shady figure said, You'll be interested. Otherwise, your junior sister Wronger will soon become Shi Yaoshi's sacrificial item. Bai Qingling, enraged, shouted, You, the shady figure interrupted. Take this, child. Bai Qingling retorted, This is something Shi Yaoshi will never teach you in this life. The shady figure said, This is the real poisonous insect technique for killing. Bai Qingling said, The real poisonous insect technique for killing? As he held the book in his hands. He turned his sharp gaze toward the suspicious figure and asked, Do you have a feud with Shi Yaoshi? Or do you simply enjoy letting others do your dirty work? The suspicious figure replied, This book contains highly advanced knowledge. Only if you can understand it will you be worthy of such dirty work. Moreover, this is the demonic path where hands are often stained with blood. Bai Qingling smirked. Demon Lord Qingling can do anything. You will regret this day. The figure chuckled coldly. That remains to be seen. Elsewhere, DD1 blushed, a wide grin spreading across his face as he admired the shapely legs of Wronger. Oh, he muttered. His friend teased, Woo! As they both enjoyed the sight of Wronger practicing her sword technique. Wronger flushed and shouted, Stop looking! She kept practicing, muttering, Health is important. Alcohol and lust will harm my body. I will quit drinking. Suddenly, Bai Qingling arrived, his cold voice cutting through the noise. Why are you making such a ruckus instead of practicing your sword? Turning his icy gaze to one of the disciples, he said, You are called Chunan, yes? You shall explain. Chunan stammered nervously. Big senior brother Bai Qingling about that. I heard that last night, junior sister Wronger came back late and slipped, damaging her robe. Second senior brother Ma Jifeng saw her and offered new clothes. According to him, junior sister Wronger was so happy she threw herself into his arms. A rumor has been spreading among the disciples that junior sister Wronger has been taken. Bai Qingling's expression darkened. You believe such rumors? Chunan waved his hands quickly. Of course not. How could Wronger like Ma Jifeng? But everyone is spreading the rumor as if it's something to be proud of. Bai Qingling turned away silently and began to walk off. Chunan called after him. Big senior brother? Without looking back, Bai Qingling replied icily, Train well and stop being nosy. Meanwhile, Shen Xinger and Tantai Lingying watched Bai Qingling's memories through a magical artifact. Shen Xinger gasped and covered her eyes. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this. She buried her face in Tantai Lingying's chest and sobbed. Master's past is so pitiful. Why were the people around him so cruel? Wronger was such a good girl, yet someone made up such dirty rumors about her. Tantai Lingying patted her head gently. I told you not to watch, but you insisted. Besides, now isn't the time to dwell on this. Ni Zheng, who teamed up with us, has already taken the secret key to activate the teleportation formation. Once we teleport out, we'll deliver the box that Master wanted to him. Shen Xinger straightened up. determination in her eyes. Jinger will deliver it personally. Tantai Lingying sighed. We must be cautious. Prepare for any incidents. Back in the memory, near a lake, Bai Qingling sat fishing, his eyes fixed on the calm surface of the water. Second senior brother Ma Jifeng said, I didn't expect chief senior brother to also enjoy fishing, Ma Jifeng said casually. Did you know? When people go fishing, they often gain insight into many aspects of human relationships and principles. For example, maintaining a calm mind and integrity, seizing opportunities and the merging of different elements, and of course, knowing when to take the bait. As second senior brother Ma Jifeng raised his fishing rod and got a fish, Bai Qingling said, Don't beat around the bush with me. What are you trying to say? Second senior brother Ma Jifeng puts out his tongue and said, You are too rash with girls. You're neither gentle nor caring enough. Wronger was initially only close to you, but you've given me a chance to seize the opportunity. Bai Qingling said, so she merely accepted the robes you gave her and wore them for half a day. That's all. Second senior brother Ma Jifeng said, So what? Ma Jifeng scoffed. I have countless ways to make her slowly fall in love with me, but I'm not someone without self-awareness. Her heart clearly still belongs to you. I don't want to feud with you, so I have a suggestion. Bai Qingling with his sharp eyes said, Speak. Second senior brother Ma Jifeng said, We are both martial brothers. Why don't we share Wronger? The three of us can enjoy her together. Bai Qingling suddenly leaps towards second senior brother Ma Jifeng. With a boulder in his hands in a swift movement, he slams the boulder in the ugly face of second senior brother Ma Jifeng, and his snot came out immediately from the impact. A few moments later, he sleeps forever in the grass, as Bai Qingling continues to make his face smoother and thinner. Wronger suddenly arrives and saw what Bai Qingling was doing to the ugly face of second senior brother Ma Jifeng, and she said in shock, Senior brother Bai Qingling, What are you doing? Bai Qingling grins as his eyes glows in evil, said, What am I doing? Ma Jifeng offended me, so I killed him. And he said to Master of Kongming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, do you feel disappointed seeing me like this? As he gets closer to her. And he said, Do you? And he smiled, and Bai Qingling sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. This is the real me, the real Demon Lord Qingling. A naive child like you, as useless as a lump of mud, doesn't even have the right to offend me, Bai Qingling said coldly. The master of Kongming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, stood silently, her expression pained. As Bai Qingling walked past her, she turned to look after him, tears brimming in her eyes. No, this isn't you. Stop, I beg you, she whispered, her voice trembling. Bai Qingling didn't pause, his figure disappearing into the distance. In another scene, Bai Qingling stood before Master Yaoshi, his eyes gleaming with a frigid light. Oh? You're saying I can extract my demonic blood early? Master Yaoshi smirked, his tone delighted. Your demonic body has finally matured, Bai Qingling replied with a chilling calm. Didn't Master want my demonic blood from the very first day? Consider this a disciple's filial piety. Master Yaoshi laughed maniacally, placing a hand on Bai Qingling's shoulder. Ha 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 ha. Good disciple. Your master is truly delighted with your thoughtfulness. Rest assured, Wronger's value is nothing compared to a single drop of your demonic blood. He snapped his fingers, and a massive cauldron appeared, glowing ominously. The blood-melting cauldron. It extracts the purest blood and energy. Don't worry, I won't exhaust all your blood. I'll need a continuous supply from you in the future. Rise. Without hesitation, Bai Qingling leapt into the cauldron. Master Yaoshi sealed it with an intricate gesture, chanting, Begin. The cauldron began to glow red as Master Yaoshi's eyes lit up with greed. Quick, 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 demonic blood, come out quickly, my precious cauldron. His tongue flicked out like a lizard's in his excitement. Moments passed. The lid opened slightly and Master Yaoshi peered inside. Why has the cauldron stopped? The blood bag is still there, his expression twisted in confusion. Bai Qingling, my good disciple, are you all right? Can you hear your master's words? You can't die yet, at least. Not now. As he leaned closer, the cauldron suddenly released its seal. Bai Qingling's voice rang out from behind, calm and deadly. Now's the time. Before Master Yaoshi could react, Bai Qingling kicked him into the cauldron, sealing it shut. Begin, Bai Qingling ordered coldly. Inside the cauldron, Master Yaoshi's voice echoed in shock and pain. Bai Qingling, you weren't in the cauldron at all. How did you do it? You shameless little bastard. Are you betraying your master? And he felt the pain inside of the blood-melting cauldron and said, so painful. Stop. stop now. This damn cauldron. Bai Qingling stepped forward, a cruel smirk on his face. The phantom clone poisonous insect technique. Quite useful, wouldn't you say? As for how I learned it without you teaching me, I can't be bothered to explain. Master Yaoshi screamed as the cauldron flared to life. You demon from birth, no. You're my good disciple. Please forgive your master. Bai Qingling's eyes narrowed. I ask, you answer. Who poisoned Ronger's father? Master Yaoshi trembled, his voice quivering with pain. That was my younger brother, Mengu Taoist of the Kang Ming sect. He coveted Ronger's family wealth. It had nothing to do with me. Mengu Taoist? Bai Qingling repeated coldly. I will remember this. Start again. The cauldron glowed brighter as Master Yaoshi's screams intensified. Ah, Bai Qingling, you are a true demon. None of the demonic cultivators I've known compare to you. Bai Qingling stepped closer, his voice venomous. Master, you made a mistake. A very simple mistake. You shouldn't have gone after Ronger. To covet her is to unleash my evil. He continued, his tone laced with malice. I'll refine your nascent soul realm blood essence into the most perfect 9th grade demonic poisonous insect. As for the disciples of the Xiao sect, they won't have to wait long. If I don't send them to accompany you, Ronger will never live in peace. Outside the memory. Hua Yurong stood silently as Bai Qingling's memories played out for all to see. Tears poured down her soft white cheeks as the long-held anger she harbored toward Bai Qingling dissolved into sorrow. Han Jinyang glanced at Hua Yurong, her eyes narrowing. So, she's Ronger. I should have guessed. But I can't admit defeat. I won't let you have him. She bit her lips, a mix of seductive frustration and determination in her gaze. At the tower, Tantai Lingying carried Sen Shinger as they descended the stairs. Tantai Lingying said, Shinger, we're out. Sen Shinger continued crying. Boo-hoo-hoo, Master isn't born a demon at all. Second senior sister, should a man like Master even be called a demon? Isn't this love? Tantai Lingying sighed. Who knows? On the demonic path, outsiders only see the surface results. The heart of the demonic path cannot truly be understood unless one delves deep into its inner heart. Sen Shinger murmured, delve deep into the inner heart. Meanwhile, Supreme Nangong Fang clicked his tongue in frustration. Tisk, what kind of mess is this? Look at what has become of a perfectly good trial. Don't you agree, Lady Sect Master? He turned to look behind him and froze in shock. Yi Hongyi sat silently, concealing her emotions. Lady Sect Master, Nangong Fang exclaimed. Yi Hongyi, lost in her thoughts, whispered to herself, what is this? What exactly is this feeling? Am I jealous? She curled up into her throne. Elsewhere, Hua Yurong, master of the Yingui Temple of the Kang Ming sect, walked alone. Her expression was grim as she muttered, It's a lie. He's still lying to me? Have I been poisoned? Impossible. To think all of this is real. To think that for my sake, She stopped and clutched her sword. Why was I so naive in the past? Why did I hate him so much? In the end, it turns out I was the one who wronged him. Now that it has come to this, how could I face him? Tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, the sky brightened. Hua Yurong gasped, Senior brother? In Bai Qingling's memory, junior brother Chunan asked, Senior brother Bai, where is Master? I haven't seen him for days. Is he still in seclusion? Bai Qingling smirked devilishly. Yes. Junior brother Chunan, are you feeling unwell? Do you need Master to help you? Chunan hesitated. Eh? Senior brother, how did you know? I've been feeling strange these past few days, and I can't find my senior and junior brothers anywhere. I can only seek out Master. His face began to rot as he spoke. Bai Qingling thought to himself, as expected, that shady old man was right. He recalled the old man's ominous words. All the disciples of the Xiao sect have been poisoned by Shi Yaoshi, with the virtually incurable soul disappearing mad demon poison. Their fates are to end up as sacrificial items and become soulless corpse puppets. Bai Qingling spoke gravely. Junior brother Chunan, live like a puppet or die with dignity. If you had to choose one, which would it be? Chunan clutched his head. Senior brother Bai, why are you asking such a serious question out of nowhere? But if I have to choose, I would never become a corpse puppet. I'd rather die with certainty. Bai Qingling nodded. I understand. Rest in peace, junior brother. His eyes glinted with deadly intent. Moments later, the disciples lay motionless on the ground, their lives extinguished. Bai Qingling carried Ronger in his arms and began walking away. Suddenly, he stopped. The shady old man appeared and sneered. Look at your deathly pale face. You actually used your demonic blood and heart origin essence to remove the poison from her. Her poison is cured, but your internal organs are heavily damaged. You must quickly create the 5 innate Yimu organs to replace your original ones. These injured organs will need to be nurtured in 5 locations rich in demonic energy for several years before they can return to your body. Bai Qingling, is this all worth it? Will you regret it? As Bai Qingling gently touched Wronger, he whispered, with my demonic blood and origin essence, she should grow stronger in the future. But this is still not enough. She will only be able to protect herself if she completely rids herself of her naivete. When you wake up, you will see the destruction of the Xiao sect, and you will witness my departure. Resent me and live on. I will bear all the sins of the world. All I seek is but one thing. He touched her face and kissed her gently. In another scene, at Bai Qingling's throne, he muttered in confusion, am I Bai Feng or Bai Qingling? Is this world a lie, or was my previous life as the neat Bai Feng all an illusion? I can't tell the difference. I can't tell the difference. Suddenly, Sen Shinger arrived, her voice breaking through his turmoil. Master, Shinger is back, she called, carrying a box. She tripped, and the box fell to the ground. Tears welled in her eyes as she said, Shinger saw everything. Master, you make my heart ache. She smothered Bai Qingling's face with her soft, fluffy chest. Wronger is such an idiot. She couldn't sense Master's true feelings at all. Unlike Shinger, Shinger only cares about Master. I'll do anything Master wants. She climbed onto his lap, her face full of devotion. Bai Qingling stared at her coldly, his voice emotionless. I ordered you to be very careful when retrieving the box. Why did you get hurt? Sen Shinger picked up the box, her tone resolute. Master said this box contains something very important to you. Shinger had no reason not to protect it with her body, even against your enemies. They're like a pack of wolves, especially that evil thief Xiao Chen. Bai Qingling's gaze softened slightly. Shinger, come here. She looked at him, confused. Eh? The skin on your chest has been burned by fire elemental power, he said calmly. Her hands instinctively moved to her chest. But Master, it's not, he interrupted. Although acupuncture therapy could heal it, it is slow and painful. Your master will sacrifice himself and use the poison-sucking method like last time. This is also your reward, Shinger. Before she could react, he grabbed her soft chest. Her face turned bright red as she gasped in shock. Bai Qingling began the process, and Sen Shinger moaned softly, her voice trembling. Ah, this feeling, Xinger loves it so much. A system notification rang out in Bai Qingling's mind. The host has successfully instilled great love. Target, Sen Shinger. Received 2,000 points. The notifications continued to flood in, culminating in a final message. The host has successfully instilled great love. Target, Sen Shinger. Received 80,000 points. Bai Qingling placed the now drowsy Sen Shinger onto his bed. Outside, Hua Yuerong, master of Kongming Sect's Yingui Temple, called out, Senior brother, are you in there? It's me, Wronger. Her voice wavered as she stepped inside and froze. Senior brother Qingling. Bai Qingling met her gaze in silence. His thoughts swirled. I originally believed that when this moment came, we would embrace, exchange many words, and seek mutual understanding. But seeing her now, as she once was, I feel that just meeting her eyes is enough. He broke the silence. If your senior brother asked you to kill someone, would you do it? Hua Yuerong's eyes hardened. Who? A spy from the false righteous path. Bai Qingling replied. The eldest disciple of Yingui Temple, Xiao Chen. Hua Yuerong's eyes blazed with fury. Your junior sister will retrieve his head now. In another scene, Xiao Chen, Yingui Temple's eldest disciple, kowtowed before Supreme Nangong Fang, his forehead striking the ground. Supreme Nangong, only you can save me now. We're on the same boat. Without your support, I wouldn't have come this far. Nangong Fang sneered. You swore Bai Qingling would be ruined, and that even the demonic path would spurn him. Do you know what they call him now? The Great Love Immortal. They're even discussing taking him as a son-in-law. If Sect Master Yi marries him, all of Kangming Sect will bask in glory. Get lost. The farther the better. He slammed the door shut. Xiao Chen clenched his fists, muttering, Damn it. Nangong Fang is trash, and Master's Jade Transmission Amulet isn't answering me either. What should I do now? Who else can save me? A cold voice interrupted him. Yingui Temple's eldest disciple, Xiao Chen. He turned around and stammered, Ah, you. Tantai Lingying stepped into the light. The law enforcement hall invites you. Come with me. At the law enforcement hall, Yingui Temple's direct disciple Xiao Chen kneels in the center. People gather around him. Elder Luo declares, the public trial of Xiao Chen shall now begin. Yihongyi speaks. Xiao Chen, you conspired with the Kunlun Taoist sect and infiltrated the demonic path in the eastern lands as a spy. How do you defend yourself? Xiao Chen, Yingui Temple's direct disciple, thinks to himself, I am Xiao Chen, the destined one. And you, a foolish little girl, dare to judge me? Xiao Chen pleads. This disciple, Xiao Chen, has always harbored a sincere heart toward the Kangming sect. Heaven and earth can bear witness to it. Someone must be framing me. Yihongyi addresses Elder Luo. Suddenly, Elder Luo removes his robe, revealing a muscular body. He draws out a thorn whip and says, Looks like I must be tough on you for you to confess. Do you recognize this soul-seizing whip in my hand? He attacks Xiao Chen, shouting, Whip of divine retribution, lash the soul and make him confess. The whip strikes near Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen screams in pain, his voice high-pitched like a little girl's. Ah, I'm innocent. I have never betrayed the sect as a spy. Elder Luo retracts the whip. Xiao Chen continues kneeling on the ground, racked with pain. Elder Luo turns to Yihongyi and says, Sect Master, my abilities are too weak. I can't make him confess. Yihongyi looks at Bai Qingling. Telepathically, she says to him, Godfather, this Xiao Chen is indeed not simple. Bai Qingling thinks to himself, so it's the mystic heart technique, just as expected. If you can't even handle this, then you're not worthy of being the protagonist. Bai Qingling looks off in the distance. Ren Xianfan says, Temple Master Bai, you're the secret mastermind behind this public trial, right? Will anyone who offends you end up like this? Personal grudges should be settled privately, not in the name of justice. Don't bring shame upon yourself. Han Jinyang blows a flying kiss toward Bai Qingling, winking. Bai Qingling thinks to himself, is Ren Xianfan thinking that dealing with me is easier than dealing with his wife? Forget it, he's not the main character in this play. Shen Xing'er watches, visibly annoyed by Han Jinyang's gesture. A few moments later, Bai Qingling approaches Xiao Chen and says to Elder Luo, perhaps I should be the one to give him guidance. Xiao Chen sneers. Bai Qingling, acting so recklessly. The Kangming sect will be destroyed by you sooner or later. Your last chance for salvation is to apologize to me, Xiao Chen. Say that you have wronged me, an innocent child of the Kangming sect, and then kowtow and apologize. Bai Qingling raises his hand, a red aura emanating from it. There is a saying in the eastern lands, Tao is 1 foot tall, but the demon is even taller. Not by much, but enough. Xiao Chen trembles, his mouth hanging open in shock. Bai Qingling declares, illusory truth-spitting poisonous insect. The insect flies into Xiao Chen's mouth. Xiao Chen suddenly feels parched and chokes, coughing violently. Ren Xianfan points at Bai Qingling and says, Temple Master Bai, what are you doing? Did you poison Xiao Chen in front of everyone? Xiao Chen retorts, you, so noisy, you eunuch. Ren Xianfan freezes in confusion. Huh? Xiao Chen continues, aren't you ashamed to speak when you can't even tell the difference between poisonous insects and poison? You damn eunuch, Ren Xianfan stammers. You. What the hell are you talking about? Who's the eunuch? Who's the eunuch? Shut your mouth, you bastard. He blushes in embarrassment. Xiao Chen laughs maniacally. Ha ha! My master, Yu Shuzi, has the power to know everything in the world. I know all of your dirty secrets. He laughs louder. Elder Chen Taishu, you married the saintess candidate from the 4 major orthodox sects this year. If you meet your in-laws during battle, I wonder if you can bear to fight them. Elder Ni Yong, you're secretly in contact with the Righteous Path's true martial sword sect. Your biological father is none other than the supreme elder of the true martial sword sect. Guess who he's going to support when the righteous and demonic sects finally clash? Your so-called demonic path is trash. I haven't even begun listing all your traitors. There's not a shred of demonic nature in the entire eastern lands. Everyone is part of the surrendering faction. Ha ha, Yongyi sweats, turning to Bai Qingling. Godfather, quickly shut him up. If he keeps talking, my Kangming sect is going to be torn to pieces. Bai Qingling simply responds, that's right, I did it. Xiao Chen is shocked. Yehongyi is also stunned. Bai Qingling says, it was my idea to let those people keep in touch with the righteous path. So, only your righteous path can plant spies, but my demonic path can't return the favor. Bai Qingling thinks to himself, no matter what happens, the people Xiao Chen mentioned will have no choice but to agree with my words. Seizing control of the entire Kangming sect's narrative is the true purpose of this trial. Yingui Temple's direct disciple Xiao Chen sneers. What do you mean by your idea? Bai Qingling, don't be so full of yourself. If it weren't for you, if you didn't exist, your 3 female disciples would have been my slaves. On my bed, You're nothing more than a chess piece on my master's board. Everyone should have abandoned you, and your reputation should have been in shambles. Only I am fit to be the final victor. He imagines himself in bed with Sen Xing'er, Tantai Lingying, and Feng. Suddenly, Tantai Lingying draws her sword and exclaims, "Disgusting! To think I worked with this kind of person before. You deserve to die." She charges toward Zhao Chen. Bai Qingling stops her with just 2 fingers, calmly saying, "Stop." Tantai Lingying hesitates. "Master, Bai Qingling interrupts. "Let him finish. He's still hiding something." Zhao Chen smirks. "Bai Qingling, looks like you've predicted this too. The ancestral saintess of the Misty Cloud Palace, your enemy, Mu Xinlan, who once sent you scrambling back to the blood storage in defeat, has been revived ahead of schedule from the ice coffin. Senior Mu will completely wipe out all demonic cultivators on Yun continent. The third holy war against the demonic path is about to begin. You gutter-dwelling vermin of the demonic path, enjoy your fleeting pleasures while you still can." Yi Hongyi looks troubled. The third holy war against the demonic path. She thinks to herself, when Godfather and Mu Xinlan fought last time, Godfather was defeated and had to retreat. There's no one else in the demonic path who can match Mu Xinlan. What should I do? Bai Qingling, unfazed, addresses Zhao Chen. "Why are you screaming so loudly? It makes you seem like you lack confidence." Zhao Chen glares at him. "You!" Bai Qingling stands up, his voice commanding. "Everyone, I love war. I love blitzkrieg, severing the heads of those who fake righteousness before their blades are even drawn. I love encirclement battles, watching the trapped vermin destroy themselves in their own despair. I love wars of attrition, reveling in the sight of them trembling eternally under the overwhelming might of the demonic path. I have one question for everyone. To shatter the central lands, I shall lead the charge. Who stands with me, and who dares oppose?" A silence falls over the crowd. Suddenly, they erupt, shouting in unison, "Follow the Godfather, expand our territory, trample the central lands and destroy their fake righteousness. To restore the glory of the demonic path, this is the duty of our generation." Bai Qingling walks away, turning to Elder Luo. "Elder Luo, announce the verdict." Elder Luo, the bald, muscular figure, grabs Xiao Chen and drags him away. The verdict, Yingui Temple's Xiao Chen, is guilty of the serious crime of collaborating with the enemy and will be sentenced to death. He shall be sent to Yoyan Valley the next day to be burned with demonic fire. A few moments later, outside, Bai Qingling walks silently. Yongyi calls out to him, "Godfather, please wait." Bai Qingling pauses. "Sectmaster Yi, you want to ask why I pardoned the traitors, right?" Bai Qingling continues, "If I didn't do so, my position wouldn't be truly stable. I'm not getting rid of them, but controlling them, so that we can stand justified and worthy of people's trust." Yongyi blushes, stammering, "No, I don't have the intention of questioning you." She suddenly grabs Bai Qingling's left hand and places it between her soft, warm chest. "Why don't you come to my room so you can teach me more about controlling people?" Before Bai Qingling can respond, Sen Xing'er storms toward them and grabs his right arm, placing it between her own chest, pressing it near her crotch. "Master is very tired. If there is anything else, Sectmaster Yi can tell him tomorrow." Bai Qingling, confused, thinks to himself, "Why am I suddenly being pulled around? Aren't they even concerned about the upcoming war?" He watches as Sen Xing'er and Ye Hongyi fight for his attention. Just then, the master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yurong, arrives and calls out seductively, "Senior brother Qingling." She hugs Bai Qingling tightly, pressing her large, soft chest against him, and says seductively, "There are still many unique past events between the two of us. I need you to explain them to me, one by one." Han Jinyang, with a mature voice, interjects, "Temple Master Hua, how can you act like this in front of Sectmaster Yi?" She too hugs Bai Qingling and joins the competition. "Compared to these amateurs, Temple Master Bai prefers someone more experienced, right?" Suddenly, Tantai Lingying arrives, holding a fruit basket. She blushes, looking away. "Did I come at the wrong time?" Bai Qingling thinks to himself, "No, please no. Is this the Demon Lord's quintessential quintuplets? Even using shadow clones wouldn't be enough." As he's surrounded by his female disciples, he can only wonder how he ended up in this situation. A few moments later, Sen Xing'er blew a hot, steamy breath into Bai Qingling's ear and said, "Who? Master, there are no stars tonight, so why are we going to the mountaintop?" As Bai Qingling silently carried Sen Xing'er on his back, he replied, "I didn't tell you to come. You're the one who wanted to tag along." Suddenly, Bai Qingling raised his hand, grabbed Sen Xing'er's thick, firm thighs and said, "I'm already being very tolerant of your willfulness." She felt something wet between her thighs and exclaimed joyfully, "Aya, is Master planning to punish Xing'er?" She arched her back, pressing her chest forward. Bai Qingling grinned. On such a moonless, windy night, it is the perfect time for many demonic poisonous insects to grow. Are you not afraid that I might plant one on you? Sen Xing'er's eyes gleamed mischievously. Is this the poisonous insect that Master wants? Bai Qingling thought to himself, oh no, do I still have any authority or intimidation in her heart? Is it time to clean the nonsense out of her brain? Sen Xing'er suddenly changed the subject. Oh right, why did you choose to execute that evil Xiao Chen tomorrow? That guy is very devious. Is Master not afraid that something bad will happen? Bai Qingling took a step forward and smirked. Here, that is exactly why I came here. It won't be long now. You can look forward to what's about to come. They stood together, gazing at the mountains in the dark night. Meanwhile, in a different scene, inside Yingui Temple's prison, his direct disciple Xiao Chen slammed his cell bars and shouted, Old Demon Bai, you are vile and shameless. You deserve to die a miserable death. I, Xiao Chen, am innocent. I didn't confess. Someone, anyone, I demand to see the law enforcement hall elder. I want to appeal for a retrial. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside his cell. Senior brother Xiao, don't be anxious, the person said. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. You are. The man unlocked the cell door and stepped inside. I am Niu Dali, Yu Shuxi's direct disciple and also your junior brother. I've been working undercover in the law enforcement hall as a prison officer. Master forbade me from contacting you on normal days, all for the sake of emergencies like today. Niu Dali quickly removed the shackles from Xiao Chen's wrists. Since your plan completely failed, let's leave together. We must return to the Central Lands, return to Master. Xiao Chen pounded his chest and said firmly, All right, follow me. A pearl emerged from his mouth, and he caught it in his hand. This is the return pearl. With just a brief incantation, it can open a teleportation portal that lasts for an instant. Staring at the glowing pearl, he gritted his teeth. You bastard Demon Lord Qingling, just you wait. Once I regain my power as the Destined One, I will grind you into dust. A few moments later, at the Kunlun Taoist sect, in front of the sect master's grand hall, Xiao Chen knelt down and said, Disciple Xiao Chen greets Master. Niu Dali also knelt. Disciple Niu Dali greets Master. Xiao Chen raised his head and declared, Master, your eldest disciple has returned. Although I've failed, as long as I'm still alive, I can still accomplish great things. But his master suddenly took a step back, his expression darkening. You, back off, back off, back off. Xiao Chen's smile faded. His voice wavered. Master, what's wrong? It's me, Xiaoer. His master's face twisted in disgust. Xiao Chen, don't come near me. Suddenly, black veins pulsed beneath Xiao Chen's skin, spreading rapidly across his body. A deep, searing pain shot through his limbs. This ice, he gasped. His body trembled as the poison invaded his bloodstream. Panic filled his voice. Master, what's happening to me? Master, save me. His master shook his head and said grimly, It's the sixth insect, the earth-shattering, evolved, demonic, poisonous heaven star insect. After a night of nourishment, it has fused with your body. Don't drag your master down with you. Without hesitation, his master thrust his palm forward, sending Xiao Chen flying like a cannonball into the sky. Xiao Chen shot above the clouds, then suddenly, he exploded like a firework. From a distance, Sen Xing'er, sitting on Bai Qingling's lap, pointed at the sky and said, Master, I think there was a red shooting star over in that direction. Bai Qingling grinned. I told you moonless, windy nights are the best for nourishing demonic poisonous insects. He gazed at the night sky and muttered, Within these thousands of miles, perhaps I am the only one who sincerely sends you off. Farewell, Xiao Chen. Together, Bai Qingling and Sen Xing'er watched in silence. The next day, at the Zhenwu sword sect, sword training cliff, Bai Qingling, disguised as the eldest disciple Feng Lixu, trained alongside the other disciples. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, Sister Lixu! A young man ran toward her. It was Lin Mo, the third prince of the great Chu dynasty. Long time no see, Lixu. Senior Sister Feng, he said with a bright smile. I really missed you. Feng Lixu muttered to herself as an embarrassing memory surfaced in her mind. It's Lin Mo. This reminds me of that awful night when the poison activated. She recalled how that night she had told him, I told you I'm fine. I want to rest. Please go back. But despite her words, she had continued to moan loudly in her room. The third prince of the great Chu dynasty, Lin Mo, had stood outside, hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly walked away saying, All right. Now, in the present, Feng Lixu sighed. He almost saw me in that state. Fortunately, I managed to turn him away. Her gaze shifted to Lin Mo, who stood before her. He had the small frame of a 15 or 16-year-old and wasn't even taller than her. Yet, He kept trying to get closer to her, making no effort to hide his intentions. With an icy expression, Feng Lixu said, "If the Third Royal Highness is looking for someone to have a heartfelt chat with, I'm afraid you found the wrong person." She pointed her sword at him and continued, "If there is nothing important, please see yourself out." Lin Mo broke into a nervous sweat. Tis," he stammered. Inside, he thought, "It feels like she already knows what I want to say." Regaining his composure, he said, "It's not that there's nothing important. For example, the recent movements of the various orthodox sects. Apparently, the ancestral saintess of Misty Cloud Palace, Mu Xinlan, seems to want to." Feng Lixu frowned in confusion. Mu Xinlan? Meanwhile, at the sacred ground of Misty Cloud Palace, mystical Ice Lake, the 9th princess of the Great Shu dynasty, Lin Xiangxian, rushed forward and cried, "Master!" Just now, the Kunlun Taoist sect sent word that senior brother Xiao Chen was killed by that old demon Bai. She clenched her fists. "Master, please leave your seclusion, slay that demon, and avenge senior brother Xiao Chen." The ancestral saintess of Misty Cloud Palace, Mu Xinlan, gazed at her disciple with an impassive expression. "Xianer, you are my only disciple. The third holy war against the demonic path is approaching. I cannot ignore the greater situation just for your dear childhood friend Xiao Chen." Lin Xiangxian's expression fell, but Mu Xinlan continued, "If you are truly desperate for revenge, I have only one solution." Lin Xiangxian's eyes lit up with hope. "This disciple is listening attentively to Master's teachings." Mu Xinlan's gaze turned serious. "When I fought Bai Qingling, I accidentally caught a glimpse of his memories. There was a young woman dressed as a bride. She looked like you, small and big at the same time." Suddenly, Mu Xinlan's eyes sharpened, and she spoke with unwavering authority. "Seduce him." Lin Xiangxian's face turned pale. "Saint, seduce him." Elsewhere, in the blood storage chamber, Bai Qingling sat cross-legged, cultivating as a raging aura of flame surrounded him. He thought to himself, "After retrieving my heart origin, my RE cultivation has become even smoother." As expected of the innate formless demonic body, his eyes gleamed, and with the system's dream flow ecstasy bed, dual cultivation and multiple cultivation yield even greater benefits. It can even replicate the physique of the person I cultivate with into my own body. Behind him, Sen Xinger cultivated silently, her breath steady and controlled. Suddenly, Bai Qingling's eyes snapped open. His thoughts raced. Xinger's ghost-controlling spirit body and dark yin energy. They have a harmonizing effect. A subtle change coursed through his body. Dharma mirror. Achieved. His power surged. A few moments later, Sen Xinger wrapped her arms around Bai Qingling from behind, pressing her ample chest against him. With a playful tone, she whispered, "Xinger has already fully absorbed Master's gift. Did Xinger help Master?" Bai Qingling glanced back at her and said, "Don't be so excited. There will be many opportunities for us to cultivate together in the future." Sen Xinger pouted teasingly. Xinger wants to continue, but... She leaned closer, her breath tickling his ear. "Just now, the main forum sent word that Sect Master Yi requires Master's presence to discuss important matters." Bai Qingling frowned. "Important matters?" His mind raced. At this time, the only important matter according to the original game is the Demonic Path Alliance Conference. A spy infiltrated that meeting, which led to the so-called happy ending of the original protagonist, Xiao Chen. But something didn't add up. The timing doesn't match. Why was the conference moved forward by half a year? Did I miscalculate? Or did something else happen besides Xiao Chen's death? Suddenly, Bai Qingling stopped in his tracks. Wait, where is this place?" A seductive woman in purple robes appeared before him and bowed. "Temple Master Bai, Sect Master Yai, is waiting for you at the Heihuan Pool. Please, follow me." Beads of sweat formed on Bai Qingling's forehead. "Isn't this the Sect Master's hot spring pool? WY." The seductive woman's expression turned awkward. Anyway, please enjoy." Without another word, she scurried away. In the distance, Yi Hongyi gracefully stepped into the hot spring, her delicate foot touching the steaming water first. The soft fabric of her silk robe slid off her shoulders. Just then, she sensed someone standing behind her. Eyes wide, she gasped, "Ah, God! Godfather!" Yi Hongyi said, "Godfather, what do you think of me today? Do you see anything different?" She stood there, wet and dressed in her sexy lingerie. Bai Qingling looked at her silently from head to toe and said, "Lady Sect Master just finished cultivating and is using the exclusive hot spring to rejuvenate, right? I don't see anything diff." Then he noticed her core and thigh gap and said, Suddenly, Bai Qingling pressed against her, and she moaned in pleasure, gasping, "Ah!" She felt heat rising in her core and stammered, "Go, Godfather! You this! You can't!" She blushed deeply, her body trembling with sensation. Bai Qingling continued massaging her tiny waist and core as he said, "There are rumors that the ancestors of the Yi family were originally from the icy fields and couldn't fully adapt to the humid and hot spiritual energy of the inner continent. Every time someone from the Yi family breaks through a realm, their body experiences a turbulent flow of true energy, which can cause internal damage." After 10 minutes of massage, Bai Qingling suddenly shouted, "Extinguish!" A surge of energy erupted from Yi Hongyi and she was left in shock and relief. Yi Hongyi gasped, "The turbulent true energy vanished? This kind of stubborn ailment is actually treatable?" Bai Qingling grabbed her shoulder and said, "Lady Sectmaster, yes, but this isn't a complete solution." He then lifted her effortlessly and said, "No need for further words, Lady Sectmaster. Come and experience the effects of the Dreamflow Ecstasy Bed." A few moments later, in the Dreamflow Ecstasy Bed, Yi Hongji clung to Bai Qingling tightly, blushing as she felt the warmth of his body. She drooled slightly, overwhelmed by pleasure. A system notification rang out. "Congratulations to the host for successfully infusing great love. Points obtained 5,000. Current points 85,000. Bai Qingling said, "Sect Master Yi broke through today and specifically called me to discuss important matters. If I'm not mistaken, this concerns the Demonic Path Alliance Conference?" Yi Hongyi nodded. Rumors are spreading that Mushinlan is about to reappear, and that the Third Holy War between the righteous and demonic paths is imminent. The Demon Emperor has sent an envoy to unite the 8 great demon sects for a joint resistance." Bai Qingling narrowed his eyes. "Before coming to me, you first contacted the supreme elders of the Yi family, and your useless uncle, Ren Chanfan. Am I right? You were unwilling to consult me first. Does that mean you don't trust me at all?" Yi Hongyi quickly said, "No, it's because—" Bai Qingling cut her off. "I'll be blunt with you, Yi Hongyi. There's a spy in the Demonic Path Alliance. This isn't something you can handle. The Yi family's supreme elders are powerless. Ren Qianfan is powerless. And you are powerless too." Yi Hongyi asked, "Then what does Godfather suggest I do?" Bai Qingling thought to himself, the exchange just now has once again proven the dual cultivation effects of the Dreamflow Ecstasy Bed. Perhaps this is a good chance to quickly and directly regain my strength through sheer quantity. He then said aloud, "Temple Master Ren is a coward, but Madame Ren possesses both the strength and ruthlessness of a demon. If Madame Ren and I work together, there is no need to worry about the Alliance Conference." Yi Hongyi frowned. "Uncle's wife? I've heard some rumors. You don't have other intentions, do you? Or are you just following Aunt's will?" Bai Qingling coughed awkwardly. "Ahem. The spy I mentioned earlier, Ji Taimei, belongs to He Huan's sect. Madame Ren was once a saintess candidate there, so it's naturally beneficial to let her handle Ji Taimei." Yi Hongyi nodded slowly. "I see. I apologize for my rudeness." Bai Qingling looked away and thought to himself, "Perfect excuse. Fortunately, I managed to get away with it." Just then, his expression changed. "Someone's coming." In the distance, Tantai Lingying arrived and said, "Sect Master, have you detected me?" Bai Qingling was startled. This situation seems familiar, but neither of them is reacting as strongly as before. Is this a good or bad thing? Tantai Lingying said urgently, "Sect Master, I have bad news to report." Bai Qingling's eyes sharpened. "Bad news?" Tantai Lingying continued. "Yesterday, the new Hall Master of Black Moon Hall disappeared while traveling to Black Moon City to collect the annual tributes. He is a trustworthy man, supported by both the Sect Master and me. His disappearance is definitely not simple. Black Moon City used to be a vassal of Mengu Taoist, now that Mengu is dead. I suspect they are planning to revolt." Bai Qingling thought to himself, in the original game, the Black Moon City side quest was where the protagonist, Xiao Chen, won over both Tantai Lingying and Yi Hongyi. The Black Moon City revolt was inevitable, but just like the Demonic Path Alliance, it's happening ahead of schedule. He smirked and said, "Let them revolt. This can be settled overnight." Yi Hongyi frowned. "Settled overnight?" Black Moon City is a major vassal of Kangming sect. Its 4 ruling families each have a nascent Soul Realm elder standing guard. Bai Qingling scoffed. "What's there to fear? They're nothing more than loose ropes that cannot be twisted into one. Nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs." At Black Moon City, Tang family Fort Murongji, the head of the Murong family, raised his wine cup and smirked. "This cup is forged from a human skull." Hei Long, the Kunlun clan's grand elder, narrowed his eyes and said, "Tang's 7th young master. You used the skull of a Kangming sect hall master to make a wine cup?" Black Moon City, Tang Family Estate, Tang Tianran. The Tang family's seventh young master narrowed his eyes and said, "Hey Long, why are you interrupting the discussion between the three major families? Outsiders may consider the Kunlun clan to be the fourth great family of Black Moon City, but do you actually believe that nonsense?" A heavy silence filled the room. Shi Zonglin, head of the Ji family, finally spoke. "Seventh young master, I wonder, where is Black Moon Hall's new hall master now?" Tang Tianran smirked. "That person? He's in your hands, old Ji." He Long, grand elder of the Kunlun clan, clenched his fists. "You," Ji Zonglin stammered, "that the seventh young master is truly skilled to be able to kill a Kangming expert at the Golden Core realm without anyone noticing. No wonder Mr. Tang plans to pass the family head title to you." Tang Tianran chuckled. "Old Shi, you must be joking. The Tang family head position was something I personally seized, not something handed to me." His expression turned cold. "Enough with the nonsense. Since things have progressed this far, let me make myself clear. From this month onward, my Tang family will no longer be paying tributes to Kangming sect." Gasps filled the room. Murong Ji, head of the Murong family, along with He Long and Shi Zonglin, looked at him in shock. Murong Ji hesitated. "Although Mengu Taoist may be dead and the young sect master's foundation is unstable, how do you plan to deal with Demon Lord Qingling?" Tang Tianran smirked. After tonight, that Bai Qingling." Suddenly, a peasant rushed into the hall, panting. "Report to the Lord Patriarch. Kangming sect's main forum has just issued a condemnation notice." Everyone tensed. "It states that the investigation into the murder of Black Moon Hall's hall master has concluded, and the culprit is..." He Long's expression changed. "Kunlun clan?" He slammed the table and stood up. "Impossible. The Kunlun clan had no ties to the new hall master. How could we be blamed for this?" Tang Tianran suddenly burst into laughter. He Long turned to him, his voice trembling. "Tang Tianran, what are you laughing at?" Tang Tianran grinned. "Grand Elder He Long, your Kunlun clan has finally become useful to me. As long as we hand your clan over to Kangming sect, it will buy me enough time." He Long's face darkened. "Tang Tianran, you dare? Who do you think you are? Just a despicable scum who relied on women to rise in power. If you dare touch my Kunlun clan, the secret of your wife's corpse fraud will..." Schlick. A blade flashed. Blood sprayed across the room. He Long's head rolled onto the floor. Tang Tianran wiped his blade clean and ordered, "Deliver this pig's head to Kangming sect's ambassador. We can't let Grand Elder He Long's voluntary sacrifice go to waste." Elsewhere, the Zi family's sudden departure, a young boy rushed into the room and whispered something into Shi Zonglin's ear. Shi Zonglin's expression shifted. He stood up abruptly and said, "Tang Tianran, seventh young master, Murong family head. Something major has happened in the Shi clan. I must leave immediately to deal with it. We'll discuss the revolt another day." Tang Tianran frowned. This old Shi, even at his age, he still acts so recklessly. Murong Ji also stood up. "I apologize, but something urgent has happened in my Murong family as well. Please pardon my short stay." Tang Tianran remained seated at the table, now alone. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the wood. "Something's wrong, something's very wrong." His eyes narrowed. "Who is setting up this grand board? Yihongyi? That girl doesn't have this kind of ability. Yingui Temple's veiled nun? If it were her, she'd never start with the most useless Kunlun clan. It can only be him." The image of Bai Qingling flashed in his mind. Tang Tianran clicked his tongue. "Tisk. Why am I panicking? With my wife here, there's nothing to worry about. Old demon Bai, once my dead wife is resurrected tonight, your soul shall return to the river of the dead." Elsewhere, a moving carriage. A lady discreetly slipped a letter through the window of a moving carriage. Bai Qingling unfolded the paper. Master of Kangming sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, took the letter and read aloud. "Senior brother Qingling, the Kunlun clan's second and third elders have already been assassinated by my Yingui Temple. As for the grand elder, it went exactly as you predicted. He was executed in front of the three major families during their secret meeting." Bai Qingling nodded. "I understand. You did well." Hua Yuerong suddenly leaned in, pressing her soft, ample chest against him as she sat on his lap. Her voice was sultry. "Senior brother, are you so indifferent because you find me old and faded, or is there another Sakura in your heart?" Bai Qingling remained calm. "Right now, with internal strife and external threats, my top priority is reclaiming my 5 organs and restoring my strength. For now, the only response I can give you is an invitation to join me on the Dreamflow Ecstasy bed for dual cultivation." Hua Yuerong suddenly embraced him tightly. She whispered teasingly, pressing herself against him. "Since senior brother is so frank, you should have just placed that bed in this carriage. That way, Wronger could have helped senior brother right now." Bai Qingling gently pulled away. Tonight's matters must be completed with haste. There's no spare time for this. The carriage came to a halt. Bai Qingling stepped outside. With a sharp gaze, he declared, after 100 years, join your senior brother in suppressing all enemies. The master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, used her magic, and the lantern post suddenly lit up. Bai Qingling and the master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, walked together. Bai Qingling thought to himself, dealing with the 4 major families in Black Moon City in one night was not as difficult as I had imagined. The Kunlun clan may be good at reproduction, but it has not produced a single nascent soul expert in 1,000 years. As long as a few of their experts are eliminated, only a life of slavery awaits them. The Shi family, Black Moon City's greatest merchants, only care about protecting their business. Their backer, Mengu Taoist, was killed by me, so they urgently need a new backer and a promise. As for the 7th young master of the Tang family, I'm afraid only death will make him stop. Tonight, he is the main target. Bai Qingling looked at the people ahead and thought to himself, as for the Murong family. Murongqi suddenly bowed down with his people and said, Murongqi greets the 2 temple masters from the higher sect. Bai Qingling smirked and said, the visiting notice I sent you does not have the seal of the main forum. How can you be sure that I'm not an imposter? Murongqi replied, during the sect master selection ceremony, this subordinate admired your majesty from afar, Lord Godfather. Your letter said that you already know who killed my first wife. My wife. She suffered humiliation until her death. Her soul was even extracted, and she was denied reincarnation. As he recalled his wife, his anger surged, and he declared, to me, Murongqi, nothing in this world is more important than taking revenge. The master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuerong, suddenly spoke. If I tell you who the killer is, will you dare to seek revenge? Shocked, Murongqi said, even if the killer is the Kangming Sect master, I will. Hua Yuerong scoffed. What a joke. You think the Kangming Sect wanted your wife? It was the 7th young master of the Tang family, Tang Tianran. Murongqi was stunned and confused. What? You two, are you trying to pit the Murong family against the Tang family? Hua Yuerong suddenly unleashed a raging aura as she glared at Murongqi. You dare to question Temple Master Bai? Even if we lied to you, what could you do? Bai Qingling stopped her and chuckled. Haha, no need to scare the Murong family head. It's fine if you don't believe me, but you can't possibly doubt Madame Ling herself, can you? He smirked like a devil, his glowing red eyes gleaming. A few moments later, the beautiful and alluring Madame Ling lay peacefully in her casket. Murongqi muttered, although I do not know how Lord Godfather knew that I preserved my wife's body in an ice coffin. Bai Qingling suddenly took out a needle. He gazed at Madame Ling's stunning form for a few moments before placing the needle against her temple. With his cat-like red eyes, he murmured, soul-replenishing acupuncture. A surge of power coursed through the needle. Madame Ling suddenly opened her eyes. Ah, Murongqi gasped. My wife, you're awake. As she sat up, he urgently asked, tell me, who killed you? Madame Ling's voice trembled. Ah, Qi, it was Tang's 7th young master. That night, when you weren't there, he drunkenly barged in while I was bathing. His beastly nature took over, and he tried to use me for, when he sobered up, he immediately wanted to silence me. Mengu Taoist used soul-dispersing power on me, causing my living soul to shatter. But with treasures protecting me, he sought Mengu Taoist's help. Murongqi clenched his fists. Good. And after that, I don't know what happened. Filled with determination and rage, Murongqi growled, good, very good. I knew that Tang's 7th young master was a brute, but I didn't expect him to go this far. A vicious grin spread across his face. In this life and the next, I, Murongqi, and Tang Tianran shall be mortal enemies. Our feud will not end until one of us is dead. As he embraced his wife, Murongqi suddenly turned to Bai Qingling. Godfather, is the main altar already aware of the 4 major families' plot? Striking at the Kunlun clan first, was this done intentionally to let us witness it? Bai Qingling smirked. You're quite smart. Of course, the main altar is already aware that Black Moon City's families intend to revolt. But for now, it has nothing to do with you. Murongqi suddenly knelt to the ground. My Murong family, a generational clan of weapon forgers, is willing to pledge 3,000 weapon refining cultivators. We will act as the vanguard and charge into the Tang family's stronghold, eliminating the traitors for the Kangming sect. Bai Qingling turned and walked away. Very well, but there's no need to rush. I believe Shi family Shi Zonglin will have the same intentions as you, and even if they don't, they will. Bai Qingling said, Ling Yin, battle is inevitable on this trip. Tantai Lingyan was shocked by what she saw. Bai Qingling continued, "Look, even Sect Master Yi is cultivating with haste. Come on to my shared cultivation treasure to further consolidate your cultivation." As Yi Hongyi sat on Bai Qingling, he added, "Sect Master Yi has already tried it. There are definitely no side effects." Tantai Lingyan murmured to herself, "I know. How could I not know? Hongyi and I made the mirror flower oath. Our senses are shared." A strange sensation coursed through her body. She whispered to herself, "The things that she feels, they have already spread thoroughly to every corner of my body." An intense pleasure surged within her, like lightning ravaging her insides, an overwhelming sensation. Yi Hongyi suddenly asked, "Lingyan, are you not coming?" Tantai Lingyan remained silent, her gaze fixed on them. Yi Hongyi continued, "In that case, this sect master is going to continue. Are you planning to stand there and watch until the end?" Tantai Lingyan clicked her tongue. Tisk. She clenched her fists and finally stepped forward, muttering, "I can't admit defeat. There's still Senior Sister Feng. There's still a chance for us to escape his demon claws." A few moments later, Yi Hongji's eyes shone with joy as she called out, "Godfather!" Tantai Lingyan, still blushing, lowered her head. Bai Qingling approached, walking alongside Hua Yuedong, the master of Kangming's sect's Yingui Temple. Bai Qingling said, "The Murong family side has been settled. How's the Shi family side?" Yi Hongyi responded, "Everything went according to Godfather's expectations. Using my title as sectmaster as a guarantee, I protected the Shi family's original interests. Shi Zonglin swore to cut ties with the Tang family and never rebel." Tantai Lingyan remained lost in thought, still recalling what had just transpired. Bai Qingling nodded. "Congratulations, Hongyi. You're becoming more and more like a sect master." Yi Hongyi thought to herself, "Oh, right. Godfather is intentionally nurturing me and teaching me the art of balancing strength and flexibility in leadership. At the same time, he is ensuring that the power of the Kangming sect remains firmly in my hands rather than treating me as a mere puppet." Blushing, she looked down and said, "Hongyi thanks Godfather for his teachings." Bai Qingling smirked and muttered to himself, "System. Quickly give me points. Quickly give me points." Tantai Lingyan remained silent, her gaze lingering on Yi Hongyi. Her thoughts drifted to Feng Lixu's words, "I don't know when I will return from this mission. It will be difficult for me to participate in your plans. But don't forget what Bai Qingling did to you at the immortal washing pool when you were 13 years old. Don't forget the kind of evil rune he carved on me to control me. Don't be tricked by him. Don't lose your original heart. Don't let your senior sister battle alone." Tantai Lingyan clenched her fists, determination flashing in her eyes. "Senior Sister Feng Lixu, I completely understand how you feel right now. Perhaps. I know what I should do." At the coffin, Tang Tianran let out a chilling laugh. Hey. Ha, soon. The process of turning her into a corpse puppet is already more than halfway complete. Tonight, during this yin year, yin month, and yin hour, is the best chance to break through to the deity transformation realm and become the corpse puppet queen. Even without that arrogant Minggu Taoist, I, Tang Tianran, can still complete the final ritual. Suddenly a follower barged in, breathless. "Bad news, family head. The Shai family and Murong family cultivators are here. And the Kunlun clan is taking the opportunity to strike. They're killing their way into the fort. They're about to barge into the Tang family head fort, where you are now." Tang Tianran's face twisted in rage. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Are they not afraid of my dead wife?" His eyes darkened. "It's definitely that girl from Kangming sect and her pretentious bastard godfather." Gritting his teeth, he barked. "There's still an incense stick's worth of time left. Delay them. Even if you have to die. Once my wife returns to the world of the living, everyone in Black Moon City who is not of our family will be offered as living sacrifices. Revive, my lover!" Outside, the moon turned blood red as crimson energy surged into the sky. Mu Rongqi narrowed his eyes. What is going on? A blood moon fills the sky. This is an ominous sign. But we have no other choice. Take down Tang family's seventh and atone for our crimes. Old Ji hesitated. But we will die, all of us. Mu Rongqi clenched his fists. Tang Seventh's wife, Qin Yuer, was the former saintess of the ethereal palace. She killed herself. She foolishly loved Tang Tianran and willingly fell into demonhood, transforming into a terrifying and grotesque seven-fiend corpse demon. Only at an extremely yin moment like tonight can she be revived, gaining the cultivation of the deity transformation realm. Old Z sighed. "I know the details better than you, which is why I was always cautious of Tang Seventh." But Mu Rongqi cut him off. "Enough, Old Ji." A fiery aura exploded around him as his eyes blazed with fury. The humiliation of my wife is a grudge I share with Tong Seventh, one that I will never forgive. He unsheathed his blade, his killing intent surging. I will personally cut off his dog head and offer it to Godfather. Demon Ceiling Valley. The battle between Bai Qingling and the Muxin gang at Demon Ceiling Valley. The battle between Bai Qingling and the Muxin gang raged on. The former sacred maiden of the ethereal palace, Qin Yuer, fought alongside the grandmaster of the righteous sect against the supreme lord of the demonic path. In a desperate bid to create an opportunity for Muxin Lan, Qin Yuer launched a daring sneak attack on the demon lord, sacrificing herself in the process. Unfortunately, both she and the demon lord were struck by the 9 tribulations devouring yin flame, leaving her disfigured. After the battle, she fell into despair. Yet, in her darkest moment, she encountered her so-called true destined one. Together, they played harmonious melodies, their souls resonating as one. Hand in hand, they wandered the world. She gave her life for him. To the naive Qin Yuer, perhaps this was the perfect path, the ultimate culmination of her Tao. But she never knew the man who wept bitterly at her funeral. That very night, he was drinking and celebrating at the Chunhua brothel with the fierce tiger Taoist. As he raised his cup to his disciples, he roared, "Brothers, charge, avenge the elders." His followers cheered, "Seize the treasures, seize the women. Today our Kunlun clan shall rise and take what is rightfully ours." Another man sneered, "Blood Moon Ghost? Ha! We Kunlun are the descendants of the Black Dragon. We shall suppress all evil spirits." The arrival of Qin Yuer Morongqi, watching from afar, muttered, "The Kunlun clan is launching a full assault?" A companion beside him responded, "No rush, let's observe first." But before they could react, a massive object was thrown in their direction. A titanic roar shook the battlefield. Ah! A towering, monstrous figure emerged from the shadow. Its voice, filled with longing, cried out, "Husband, husband, where are you? Yuer cannot live without you. Please, come and see Yuer." A voice echoed from above. From the sky, Tang Tianran descended like a comet. "Your husband is right here." He landed, gazing at Qin Yuer with unwavering affection. "Welcome back, my lady. No matter what you become, my love for you remains unchanged. You are my pride." With absolute devotion, he placed a kiss upon her disfigured cheek. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. A man whispered in disbelief, "Good heavens, he actually dares to kiss her." His companion, equally stunned, muttered, "What a ruthless man, even fiercer than us Kunlun folks." Tang Tianran's gaze sharpened. Turning to Qin Yuer, he declared, "My lady, these fools could never understand the purity of our love. Slaughter them all, especially these Kunlun scum taking advantage of the chaos. Leave no one alive." His eyes gleamed coldly, sharp as a blade. The rampage begins with an ear-splitting roar. Qin Yuer raised her colossal arms. The battlefield trembled. In the distance, Elder Shi turned pale. "Did you see that, Brother Murong? That corpse demon's body alone possesses the strength of at least the nascent soul stage. We are no match for it." Murongqi clenched his fists. "Elder Shi, I beg you, for the sake of our past friendship, please help my Murong clan escape the city." Without hesitation, he charged toward the battlefield. Tang Tianran scoffed, "Worthless Murongqi, what did you eat today to suddenly grow a spine?" Turning to Qin Yuer, he commanded, "My lady, tear him to shreds." "As you wish, my love," Qin Yuer bellowed. Her gigantic eyes blazed with energy, and in an instant, twin beams of destructive light shot forth. Murongqi raised his sword to block the attack, but his defense shattered. The sheer force hurled him through the air, his body crashing into the ruins. Lying among the rubble, he gasped, a terrifying murderous intent, at least mid-nascent soul level. As he struggled to stand, Qin Yuer's glowing eyes locked onto him once more. Murongqi's heart pounded. A second strike? Too powerful, too fast. "I can't even defend." His voice wavered. "Godfather, Sect Master, I, Murongqi, gladly perish for calming." A crimson beam descended from the heavens, colliding mid-air with Qin Yuer's attack. A massive shockwave rippled through the battlefield. Tang Tianran's face twisted in shock. Who dares to say the one I was about to kill?" A blood-red glow illuminated the sky. As the blood moon rose high above, a figure hovered beneath it. A voice, cold as death itself, echoed through the valley. "Perish?" Bai Qingling descended, His piercing gaze locked onto Murongchi. You owe me a favor. Until you've repaid your debt. Who allowed you to die? Old Ji said to Murongchi, Murong clan leader. Murongchi replied, I'm not dead yet, but that voice is. Bai Qingling hovered in the sky, the moon above him blood red. With an ominous voice, he said, Tang Tianran, must I really come and personally claim your life? My blood kitchen has an endless sea of people, but there's still a place reserved just for you. Tang Tianran stammered, but Bai Qingling, I had long anticipated this battle, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Fine then. Since you dare to come today, I shall take this chance to rid the world of you, you wretched, foul-smelling parasite. The master of Kangming's Sex Yingui Temple, Huai Yirong, sneered. A mere Tang Qi dares to talk back. I will personally take you down. She charged forward. In a panic, Tang Tianran shouted, Yue, hurry, hurry and kill her for your husband. Qin Yue reassured him, Husband, do not be afraid. Huai Yirong smirked. You have some skill, but not much. Suddenly she appeared behind Tang Tianran, a needle in hand, aimed at his back. In a swift motion she stabbed his eyes. Tang Tianran screamed like a terrified child. Ah! My eyes! I'm blind! Qin Yue, enraged, swung her arm toward Huai Yirong, shouting, Husband! While effortlessly evading, Huai Yirong muttered, Strange. How did this demon woman suddenly gain such a massive boost in cultivation? She's nearly at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Qin Yue roared, I'll kill you. Tang Tianran urged her, My wife! Kill her quickly. You can definitely do it. Easily. Our love is invincible. Bai Qingling smirked. Tang Qi, do you dare call what you have pure love? Turning to Huai Yirong, he commanded, Leave the rest to senior brother. Blood Kitchen has need of talents like them. Qin Yue swallowed hard. Gulp, Qingling Demon Lord. Even our Grandmaster, using all his strength, could only leave a single sword scar on him. What? What can I possibly do? Bai Qingling chuckled. I remember you, Qin Yue. At least you still have some self-awareness. That already makes you better than Tang Qi. Tang Tianran, still wailing in pain, cried out, No, they've blinded me. This is intolerable. My wife, you must make them pay. Qin Yue's expression hardened. She let out a piercing scream. Then with fury in her voice she declared, Bai Qingling, I possess the undying skeletal body. Your myriad gu techniques are useless against me. Today is the day I take my revenge. She lunged at Bai Qingling. Huai Yirong called out, Senior brother. Without even moving an inch, Bai Qingling smirked. Oh? That's quite unfortunate. He calmly extended his hand and caught Qin Yue's attack, holding his ground effortlessly. Qin Yue gasped in shock. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Bai Qingling, how can you grasp the ghost flame torrent? How can you seize my ghostly form itself? Bai Qingling chuckled. Why would that be impossible? I am the spirit master of ghosts. He stepped onto the ghost flame torrent. Qin Yue's voice trembled. You already possess the innate formless demon body. How could you also wield another innate spiritual form? Bai Qingling, momentarily lost in thought, remembered Sen Xinger, her delicate form protruding from the bed. He smirked to himself. Of course, I obtained it from the disciple of a fellow cultivator using a system item. Like I'd ever tell you that. Then his voice turned cold. The reason is simple. I am the demon god destined to reign above the myriad races and the heavens. He gripped his sword tightly. 10 Hells Demon /6/. With a swift motion, he activated his technique. Execution Demon. Qin Yue's eyes widened in horror. Before she could react, Bai Qingling's blade sliced through her like a hot knife through butter. Her demon body disintegrated. She collapsed to the ground. Tang Tianran desperately called out, My lady! With her dying breath, Qin Yue whispered, I'm so useless. I failed to eliminate your strong enemy. I have let you down. Tang Tianran sneered, That's right. You have let me down. Do you know how much effort I, Tang Tianran, have invested in you? I even knelt before that fierce tiger Taoist just to make you stronger. This Bai Qingling, is he really that hard to kill? Never mind, I have no choice but to use this molting life cicada, which I purchased at a great cost. I'll be taking my leave first. Qin Yue cried out, Husband, what about our vow to stay together until the very end, even in the depths of the underworld? Tang Tianran scoffed. You actually believe that? Go die on your own. Suddenly his head was severed, cleanly sliced as if by a laser cutting through ice. He let out a high-pitched scream. Ah! It hurts so much. Bai Qingling smirked. Impressive skills, junior sister. Tang Tianran trembled. No, I can't go into that blood-refining hall. I'd rather give myself a quick death. He grabbed his sword, pressed it to his own neck. But before he could act, While you're wrong, the master of Kongming sect's Yingui temple lashed out with a swift kick, striking his face like a whip and disarming him. Tang Tianran shrieked, "Ah!" Bai Qingling turned to Qin Yuer. "Qin Yuer, it seems you at least have some self-awareness when facing me. I'll grant you a bit of mercy. You may follow your husband to the underworld. Consider it my final kindness to you." Qin Yuer stared at Bai Qingling for a long moment. Then she picked up Tang Tianran's fallen sword. She whispered, "Many thanks, Demon Lord." Raising the sword, she smiled softly. "Husband, though you were so heartless, even now I still love you. Let's be together, forever and ever." With that, she swung the blade. Tang Tianran fell into eternal sleep, his soul departing for the underworld. Qin Yuer dropped the sword, collapsing beside him. Bai Qingling observed the scene and murmured, This level of purity now, that is what I call true love." A system notification appeared. "Congratulations, host. Successfully infused with great love. Target, Tang Tianran, Qin Yuer. Points earned, 10,000. Bai Qingling blinked. "Huh? This actually worked?" As their carriage rolled away, he mused aloud, "The Tang family is wiped out. The Kunlun clan was easily dealt with. In Black Moon City, only 2 families remain loyal to the supreme sect. The sect leader and Lingyin will stay for 2 more days as a gesture of reassurance. Then this matter will be settled." Hua Yurong glanced at him thoughtfully. "Today, senior brother didn't personally finish off Tongqi. That's a bit different from his usual approach." Bai Qingling chuckled. "True love, whether it's worth much or not, it still deserves respect." Hua Yurong was taken aback. "True love?" She blushed, leaning forward to subtly emphasize her ample soft chest. Then, with a teasing smile, she asked, "Then, would senior brother believe that such a thing could exist around him?" Bai Qingling smirked. "What do you think?" Hua Yurong lowered her gaze. Wronger understands now. Senior brother pursues the ultimate Tao. Why would he concern himself with petty emotions? Bai Qingling gazed out of the window. Then why does he still keep that memory from the Flame Demon Tower? Hua Yurong froze, eyes widening in shock. She turned to Bai Qingling, then, without hesitation, threw her arms around him, pressing her warm, soft chest against his body. Bai Qingling coughed. "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupted. Shen Xing'er peeked inside the carriage, her face lighting up in excitement. "It's Master's carriage. Xing'er humbly welcomes Master's return." Yet, despite the interruption, Hua Yurong continued to cling to Bai Qingling. Shen Xing'er pressed her ample chest against Bai Qingling and exclaimed, "Master, Xing'er missed you so much." Her voice trembled with excitement. "I asked around at the main sect, and only then did I find out you had gone to Black Moon City." Her eyes welled up as she pouted. "Why didn't you take Xing'er with you? Is it because you don't like me anymore?" A calm voice responded, firm yet gentle. It was Hua Yurong, the master of Kongming sect's Yingui temple. "Don't be ridiculous. Compose yourself." Bai Qingling looked seriously at Hua Yurong and said, "Tonight's matter isn't over yet." Shen Xing'er's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Bai Qingling's neck. She had spotted a fresh kiss mark. He froze silently. Then suddenly, Shen Xing'er smiled and said, "Okay, Xing'er will behave." Meanwhile, 2 figures remained in Black Moon City. A voice cut through the silence. Yi Hongyi spoke. "Lingyin, what were you thinking during that battle this morning?" Tantai Lingyin's tone was sharp and demanding. "While the Godfather was fighting that corpse woman, you tried to charge into the battlefield." His piercing gaze locked onto her. "If I hadn't stopped you, were you planning to take a bullet? Or were you hoping to use the chaos to strike the Godfather?" Yi Hongyi's eyes narrowed. "Oh, and you even used the shadow-stealing pearl to secretly contact your senior sister." His voice grew colder. "Are you planning to betray us?" A heavy silence hung in the air. Suddenly, Tantai Lingyin activated her skill, entangling Yi Hongyi. He shouted, "Lingyin, what do you think you're doing? How dare you defy your superior?" His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "Don't think I won't kill you." Tension crackled between them. "The only reason I haven't is because of the mirror flower seal." His expression darkened. "If I kill you now, I'll suffer the pain of death myself." Lingyin slowly exhaled and said, "In that case, let's dissolve the mirror flower seal first." She turned away. Yi Hongji's eyes widened in shock and confusion. "Huh?" Tantai Lingyin looked back at him. Her gaze hardened. "You guessed right." She took a step forward. "Ever since Master was injured, I've been planning to kill him." Her voice didn't waver. "If this makes you hate me, sect leader, then Lingyin can only atone with death." Yi Hongyi lowered his gaze. "Lingyin, back when we formed this seal, we were young and foolish." A trace of regret flickered in his eyes. "We never truly learned how to break it." He hesitated. Are you really willing to take that risk, to end things here with me? Tantai Lingyin's eyes burned with determination. As long as Master lives, this path was always inevitable for me. She took a deep breath. My mind is made up. She closed her eyes. Unsealing incantation, begin. A sudden surge of energy erupted. Yehongyi's voice rang out in alarm. Lingyin! As the seal shattered, he screamed, no! A horrified cry. That's not how the seal is supposed to be broken. You'll be consumed by backlash. Tantai Lingyin gasped in pain. Ugh! Her vision blurred. A single thought echoed in her mind. In the end, this was all my own doing. A bitter smile played on her lips. But I've dragged you into it too. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. Now it just looks like petty jealousy and hatred. Darkness crept at the edges of her vision. If it ends here, maybe that's for the best. Yehongyi broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly, a surge of magic stopped the seal from breaking apart. A voice broke through the gloom. Bai Qingling stepped forward. Lingyin, I can accept you targeting me. His voice was calm yet firm. But why would you defy even the sect leader? Tantai Lingyin and Yehongyi turned to Bai Qingling in shock. Tantai Lingyin's eyes widened. Master? Her heartbeat pounded in her ears. Didn't you already leave Black Moon City? Bai Qingling grasped her sash and said, that was just a puppet. His voice carried an amused sharpness. Did you really think your little schemes went unnoticed? Tantai Lingyin trembled. Bai Qingling's gaze darkened. Don't talk, open your mouth. He lifted her chin, his fingers grazing her lips. Her lips parted involuntarily. A strange warmth spread through her as she drooled slightly. Her body trembled as a strange sensation overtook her. Yehongyi was in shock. The mirror flower seal is restored, but something was different. No, it's become a different kind of contract mark. His voice wavered. Godfather, how did you? Bai Qingling withdrew his fingers, glistening with her saliva. With the urgency of the situation, I had no choice but to personally intervene and reinforce the contract. His voice carried an unmistakable weight. If I hadn't, one of you would have died instantly. His gaze sharpened, and the other would have been left in unbearable agony. A pause. But this new seal, even I'm not sure how to undo it now. He exhaled. It was originally a dual contract, now it's a triadic one. Yehongyi helped Tantai Lingyin to stand. She murmured, her voice unsteady. Trad? Yehongyi swallowed hard. Then does that mean everything the two of us feel right now? You can also feel. Bai Qingling turned his back to them. Lingyin, you wanted to kill me. His voice was quiet yet unwavering. I've always known. He suddenly turned to face her. And I never once tried to stop you. His eyes locked onto hers. But all I've ever wanted was to protect you. His words hung heavily in the air. Whether I've been lying or not, you'll know for yourself through this new seal. Tantai Lingyin's breath hitched. Shocked, she touched her chest, her cheeks flushing as the truth settled in. Bound by fate, their destinies had been rewritten. Ren Qianfan said to Han Jinyang, Madam, do you think the wronger in Bai Qingling's memories might actually be Hua Yurong from the Yinqui Hall? Han Jinyang said, last night, Bai Qingling and Hua Yurong went to Black Moon City. Rumor has it that even Hongyi was there. Ren Qianfan said, if their forces join hands, won't they be able to do whatever they please in Kingming Stream sect? Will my Asura Hall even have a foothold left? He opened the door and said, oh no, I must go see the Supreme. Suddenly, Bai Qingling said, in Hall Master Ren heading out in a hurry? Ren Qianfan said, oh, bye. Suddenly, Han Jinyang pushed Ren Qianfan out and said, bye-bye. Well then, take care. I won't see you out. Ren Qianfan looked back at the door frustrated, and he heard Bai Qingling say, perfect timing. I have official business with your wife. No need for irrelevant parties to be present. Ren Qianfan said, hey, it's you. I hear you've been quite busy these past few days. As she put on her stockings seductively, showing Bai Qingling her soft, thick legs, she said, have you settled all your affairs? Bai Qingling coughed and said, so the sect leader will handle the aftermath. I have no intention of overshadowing her. Han Jinyang said, now then, did you come here for business or just for fun? Bai Qingling said, Madam Ren is a vengeful and formidable figure in the demonic path. Right now, I have a task that suits you perfectly. A demonic alliance conference. Wanshi Sect's Ji Tai Mei. Han Jinyang said, so he's the target. But I've got personal grievances with him, and my dear husband is supposed to handle that for me. Bai Qingling said, Madam, you must be joking. If Hallmaster Ren truly had the courage and ability to kill Ji Tai Mei, then he'd have stormed in to prove his loyalty by now, rather than eavesdropping outside the door. As Ren Xianfan listened at the door, he said, "E-gulp." Han Jinyang said, "So tell me, why didn't you just take me away from Ji Taimei back then?" She walked seductively towards Bai Qingling and said, "Is this how you toy with women? The way you torment me? Did you ever even consider my feelings?" As she blushed, she touched her huge, soft chest. Bai Qingling said to himself, "Is she mad because she heard I went to Black Moon City with Hua Yuerong? No matter what I say, it won't help in this situation, will it?" Suddenly, Bai Qingling grabbed her close as she was shocked. Bai Qingling said, "For this Demonic Alliance conference, you and I will be leading the delegation." An Jinyang pressed her huge, soft chest against Bai Qingling, and Bai Qingling continued to say, "Me, and you." She looked away and played with her hair, saying, "Ta, oh really?" Bai Qingling looked away and said to himself, "Ha, you don't have to look at me like you'll take whatever you can get. At least pick a moment when Ren Qianfan isn't around. Or is that exactly why this is better?" A few moments later, in Bai Qingling's throne room, a system notification said, "Welcome to the Point Shop." A system notification followed. "For your current Great Love Points, 130,000. Bai Qingling said, "With the points I got from Ling Yin, Hongyi, and just now from Han Jinyang, I'm up to 130,000. If I'm aiming for the position of Demonic Alliance leader this time, I can't keep hoarding points like a miser. I need to spend big." As Bai Qingling scrolled through the system, he continued, "And especially since my original body's remaining 4 organs are still in the 4 symbols extreme palace of the Huanxi sect. Ji Taimei of the Huanxi sect. His existence is no longer necessary." He then chose an item and said, "Redeem the Radiant Treasure Chest." A system notification said, "888 redemption successful." A system notification followed. "T cost 100,000 points." Bai Qingling grinned. A system notification said, "Ins remaining balance 30,000 points." A system notification said, "Heavenly Harmony Scroll. Top tier heaven grade secret technique." A system notification said, "Shadow Thief Pearl." Pseudo-immortal artifact. A system notification said, "Inbradian class opportunity. Unlocks the Heavenly Demon Dragon scripture ahead of schedule." A system notification said, "Please select one." Bai Qingling said, "NNA Heaven Grade Technique." And it's this kind of technique? My next opponent is Ji Taimei. I can't even imagine what it'd look like if I used this kind of secret art against him. He was frustrated thinking of Ji Taimei. Bai Qingling said, "Besides, as long as I recover my 4 missing organs and restore my complete demonic body, my innate technique will awaken on its own." He looked at the Radiant class opportunity that unlocks the Heavenly Demon Dragon scripture ahead of schedule. Bai Qingling said, "Choosing this now would be a waste. I'll take the Shadow Thief Pearl's pseudo-immortal artifact." Sen Shinger suddenly appeared behind his throne and said, Master, what are you doing?" She sat on Bai Qingling's lap and said, "Oh, one moment you're talking to yourself, the next you look all gloomy. Is there anything Shinger can do to help you?" Bai Qingling said, "It's nothing. It's just that this time, things are a bit different." Sen Shinger said, Besides Ji Taimei of the Huangxi sect, there's Li Ganju of the Shiji sect, the Blissful Bodhisattva of the Huaxing sect, and the Soul Hall leader of the Huntian sect." Bai Qingling said, "And also Shimen Wuhen, Liu Mengbai." Bai Qingling grabbed the delicate, soft shoulders of Sen Shinger and said, "They are the strongest forces of the other demonic sects, the ones I will have to face all at once. But Shinger, you got one thing wrong. I'm not feeling down." He smiled with his eyes full of determination, saying, I was just thinking about how all these great figures might meet their end at my hands. And my demon blood is already boiling." As Sen Shinger drunk said, "Hick, red robe sister. Look at Ling Yin, such a lightweight. She's already drunk after just a little." Yi Hongyi said, You brat, are you saying you can hold your liquor?" Sen Shinger said, "Are you kidding? I'm super tough, super good at drinking." Yahongi said, "Ling Yin, are you really drunk? Should your master's wife take you back?" Tantai Ling Yin suddenly stood up and shouted, "A master's wife this, master's wife that. Why do you say it so naturally? Just how many times have you fantasized about it in that head of yours?" Yehongi said, "What's wrong with me being the master's wife? It was an engagement arranged by the elders from the very beginning. What's it to you if Bai Qingling and I get married?" Ever since the Mirror Flower Seal became a 3-person contract, I understood it all. I understood everything. Bai Qingling supporting me to rise to power. It was all out of selfless love. Tantantai Ling Yin grinned in frustration and said, "It was clearly me. Whether it was being seen naked or bathing together, it was me who came first." You have no idea how deep that man's love truly is. You shallow woman. Yongyi said, Is that how you talk to your sect leader's wife? That's a breach of sect discipline. As Senshinger continues to drink from the jar, Tantai Lingyin, in anger, said, So a little rainwater, and you flood, huh? You sure you can even beat me? Senshinger said, 2 old hags. Now that's a comedy show. No one understands Master better than I do. As Tantai Lingyin and Ye Hongji gets angry at Senshinger, and Senshinger said while drunk, Hit. In meanwhile, elsewhere, Bai Qingling covered his mouth and said, What kind of drunken madness are those two pulling now? Do they not realize this contract link syncs sensations with me too? Master of Kangming Sect's Yingui Temple, Hua Yuorong said, What's wrong, senior brother? You look drunk. But I'm standing this close and don't smell any alcohol. As she grabs Bai Qingling's arm and presses it against her chest, Bai Qingling looks up and said, It's nothing. I just suddenly realized I might have overlooked something. And he said to himself, All this time, I've treated the main story's challenges as my ultimate enemies for survival. But now, this love war might be just as formidable a test. I have to settle the rear flank before heading off to battle Jitai Mei at the Heiwan sect. As he saw someone at a distance standing silently, and he said, Who's there? Suddenly Ren Qianfan said, Ain't I interrupting? As she shows herself seductively. Bai Qingling was shocked and said to himself, Adding fuel to the fire? Bai Qingling clears his throat and said, Ahem. No, actually your timing is perfect. As he extends his hand to Ren Qianfan was confused and let Bai Qingling hold her delicate soft hand. Bai Qingling suddenly pushed Ren Qianfan to Hua Yuorong and jumped away, saying, Junior sister, please entertain Madame Ren for me. I suddenly remembered there's some internal business in the Yuluo Hall I need to handle. He suddenly jumps away and says, And just a small thing, do not follow me. A few moments later, at the halls, Bai Qingling kicked the door and said, Bai Qingling shouted, Senshinger, Tantai Lingyin, Yi Hongyi, sect leader. As Senshinger, Tantai Lingyin, and Yi Hongyi lie on the floor, drunk, Bai Qingling said in frustration, No respect for hierarchy. Gathering to drink. What kind of example are you setting as the sect leader? Behaving like this with a great enemy looming, you deserve punishment. As he slaps Yi Hongyi's back, she winces and says, Teek, Bai Qingling said to Tantai Lingyin. So and I told you, if you've got a problem, bring it to me. Using alcohol to stir up nonsense. What kind of stunt is that? Disrupting sect law while being a law protector? You deserve punishment. And as he slaps Tantai Lingyin's back, she winces but says, Sob. Bai Qingling slaps the back of Senshinger and said, And so you just pretend to be all proper, huh? Get some booze in you, and this is your true face? No alcohol tolerance, and yet you drink. Most importantly, were you about to mess with my stats? You deserve punishment. As Senshinger enjoys it and says, Tartar, master. Bai Qingling enjoys teaching them a lesson while slapping them once more under the moonlight. Now with unruly women like you around, how is anyone supposed to manage Kangming sex politics? Bai Qingling, feeling a bit tipsy, says, Ha. Then he stops and says, Did I go too far? Don't tell me I'm drunk too. As he looks at Senshinger, Tantai Lingyin, and Yi Hongyi lying on the ground, Bai Qingling said, And the scheming on the demonic alliance's side is something I can handle, but the main battlefield against the righteous path that will have to rely on them, and leveling up your strength is just as urgent. He grabs Senshinger, Tantai Lingyin, and Yi Hongyi and walks out saying, Sleepy? You still have to train, even in your dreams. I'll be drilling you thoroughly on the Dream Delight lust bed. The next day, Bai Qingling held a letter in his hand. To Ling Qingzun, with respect, he read aloud. He scoffed. Ha! That guy Jitai Mei actually sent an advance notice? He lowered the letter and muttered to himself. So, Lin Qiangqian has already arrived at Jitai Mei's place. According to the plot of the original game, after Lin Qiangqian and Jitai Mei join forces, they cooperate with the original protagonist to eliminate all branches of the demonic path. As for now, just as I expected, Jitai Mei probably sent her to me as a gift, trying to use the opportunity to assassinate me. If I could show Lin Qiangqian's fall from grace in front of her master, Mu Xinlan, I wonder what kind of expression that Taoist head of the Xuan sect, Mu Xinlan, would have then. Suddenly, Bai Qingling noticed something on his face. What's this? The sword scar Mushinlan left on my face during the last great battle actually crystallized and fell off, and it's healed? Isn't this a trait of the mystic ice jade physique? Water mirror, activate. As expected, his reflection revealed a flawless, unblemished face. My face has returned to its perfect state. After that dual cultivation session with Shinger on the dream-enrapturing bed, I gained the ghost-wielding spirit physique. Seems like this time, it's the same principle. Bai Qingling glanced down at the three women sleeping soundly, Shen Shinger, Tantai Lingyan, and Ye Hongqi. Ye Hongqi's mystic ice jade physique has also been copied into me. Then he turned to Ye Hongji and called out, "My lord Sectmaster, now is not the time to sleep in." Ye Hongji blinked, drooling slightly. "Huh?" Bai Qingling continued, "With the Demonic Alliance conference about to commence, you also need to lead the frontline battles. Set a good example for all of Kangming sect." "Ah, thank you," she mumbled. As she watched him, her cheeks flushed. He actually has this kind of side to him. What is this feeling? If the Godfather type turns out to be a good wife and loving mother, it's kind of nice. She stared at him a bit too long. Bai Qingling smiled slightly to himself. Good. One down. He waved farewell and walked away. Then, touching Sen Shinger gently, he said, "Sen Shinger, stop pretending to be asleep in front of me. Even though our Yuluo hall has few people, we mustn't slack on daily chores and duties. Hurry and supervise the rest of the disciples to report and drill." "Meow. Did I not fool my master?" she muttered sleepily. Bai Qingling turned toward Tantai Lingyan. "Now only, I remember there's a minor technique that lets you talk with someone half asleep, letting them reveal their true feelings unconsciously. Whisper of Dreams technique." Tantai Lingyan's eyes fluttered open gently. "Lingyan, are you still resenting your master?" he asked softly. "Lingyan dares not. Lingyan truly dares not," she replied. "Is she really this afraid of me? No wonder she's always been so awkward. I've even forgiven your attempt to kill your master. What else is there to fear?" Tantai Lingyan whispered. "Master, do you like Lingyan?" "Past, present, and future," he said. "I like Lingyan in every way." Her eyes widened, her cheeks reddening. She sat up slowly, eyes shimmering. "Then, can Lingyan like her master back? Not in some vague, general way, but—" He touched her head gently. "No matter how you feel about your master, I will always accept it all. I've already said it, past, present, and future. All of it." Without warning, Tantai Lingyan rushed into his arms, hugging him tightly, her soft chest pressing against him. "Master," she cried. I'm sorry. Lingyan has always loved Master the most." "Thank you," Bai Qingling said softly. He turned his gaze forward and muttered to himself, "Well, did you see it? My adorable first disciple." Feng Lixu watched the scene unfold, then fell to her knees in frustration. She bit her lips seductively and muttered, "Ugh! Lingyan, Shinger, you've both already fallen too deep and can't pull yourselves out. To think you'd accept that person's so-called love. But me, Feng Lixu, the eldest senior sister who joined first. Am I now just an outsider?" And meanwhile, in the Heiwan sect, Sectmaster's main hall, the 9th princess of Great Chu, Lin Qiangqian, asks, "Sectmaster Ji, what does Bai Qingling even look like nowadays? Don't tell me he's turned into some old, ugly, greasy mess." The Heiwan Sectmaster, Ji Taimei, snapped back, "Why are you still hung up on his appearance at a time like this? You should be more worried about whether you can play your part as a fake defector properly." "Fair point," Lin Qiangqian admitted. "I'm here to avenge Brother Xiao Chen, even if it means colluding with demonic spies and pretending to surrender. As long as I can kill Bai Qingling, no sacrifice is too great." Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. "Brother Ji said in his letter that he had a gift for me, but this gift seems awfully concerned with my face. Why don't you take a look with your own eyes?" And Lin Qiangqian gasped, "Is that the demon's primordial spirit emerging from his body? So terrifying." The primordial spirit sneered, "Are you afraid of me, little girl?" Lin Qiangqian dropped to her knees. "But you are a believer in the Kangming sect's Holy Father, aren't you? This young lady isn't afraid. In fact, she's rather, do I really have to bow and scrape to this demon? Debase myself and let him do whatever he pleases?" she thought. Ji Taimei interjected, "Brother Bai, this is the 9th princess of Great Chu. She has long admired you and traveled across the land to serve at your side. Now that she's witnessing your divine form in person, I fear she's simply too shy to speak." Bai Qingling replied coldly, "Brother Ji, who said it was your place to smooth things over here? Let her speak for herself." Ji Taimei leaned toward Lin Qiangqian and whispered, "Lin Qiangqian, what are you doing? Hey, ow! Don't let this chance slip away. If you screw it up, none of us will come out of it well." Lin Qiangqian clenched her fists in frustration. "That's right. I'm here for revenge. I can't chicken out now." For the soul of senior brother Xiao Chen, and to uphold the honor of my third royal brother Lin Mo. She lowered her head even more, thrusting her firm rear outward, and declared, Great Demon Lord, Qianqian wishes to serve by your side for the rest of her life. Bai Qingling raised an eyebrow. Oh? And in what capacity do you wish to serve me? Lin Qianqian answered, as a slave, a servant, whatever pleases the Demon Lord. Qianqian is still a pure maiden. Even if you make her your furnace, she accepts willingly. Whatever, she thought to herself. At this Demon Dao Alliance Summit, I'll be working with Ji Tai Mei to set a trap and kill this monster. You? All this sweet talk is just to fool me anyway. You're not even qualified to be my furnace, for now. Start by becoming my dog. Lin Qianqian blinked. Dog? Ji Tai Mei cleared his throat nervously. Ahem, Brother Bai, might I remind you that the great Chu dynasty is the most powerful cultivation empire in the mortal world? Lin Qianqian is, after all, a princess of notable standing. Precisely because she holds such status, Bai Qingling said calmly, I'm willing to give her this opportunity. Do you think just anyone can be my dog? He turned back to her and gave the command, listen carefully. I'll only say this once. When I click my tongue, you're to react like a dog. Tisk tisk. Lin Qianqian dropped to all fours and whimpered, Guh. Master, I'm here. Bai Qingling shook his head. No, no. In the Eastlands, dogs wag their tails and beg for food when they hear that sound. So open your mouth, stick out your tongue, and beg properly. Lin Qianqian trembled, biting her soft red lips in frustration, then suddenly stuck out her tongue and purred seductively. Master, I want to eat too. Woof. Tick tisk. To endure what others cannot. Bai Qingling thought. This woman has the bearing of a future empress. Very well. Since she's a gift from Brother Ji, I'll accept this dog for now. Lin Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. So this is the most infamous and powerful demon in the Eastlands. Demon Lord Qingling? He actually looks so young, yet so composed. Suddenly, in her mind's eye, Xiao Chen transformed into a playful, flirtatious toy poodle. Her most respected royal brother Lin Mo turned into a clingy puppy chasing after wild women. As a thin line of drool escaped her lips, Lin Qianqian whispered to herself, only Bai Qingling has the aura of a truly attractive man. Lin Qianqian, the face con, has awakened. Ji Tai Mei spat in disbelief. No way. Seriously? Since when did Brother Bai get so good at training dogs? And Bai Qingling gently cupped Lin Qianqian's soft cheeks and said, In 1 day's time, I will arrive at the Heihuan sect's main hall. Be washed and ready. This little dog will be properly attended to. As Lin Qianqian sat patiently, her thoughts raced. He told me to wash up and wait? That kind of thing. There's just no helping it, huh? As Bai Qingling's flying ship soared across the sky, it traveled even faster than before. As Bai Qingling's consciousness returned to his body, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Great love infusion successful. Target, Lin Qianqian points earned, 10,000. Bai Qingling muttered to himself. The primordial spirit has returned, and the great love points have increased too? Counting the 1 against 3 harvest from the night before departure, my total points must be approaching 100,000 by now, right? Sen Shinger then said, Master, we've entered the sphere of influence of the evil extreme sect in the central region of Eastern Earth, Tianwang Prefecture. Got it, Bai Qingling replied. Hair is done, Sen Shinger announced as she looked back seductively at him. Master, does Shinger look pretty now? She asked, blushing softly. Bai Qingling smiled and replied, Of course. My Shinger is... Suddenly, Bai Qingling's gaze shifted outside. Sen Shinger, now on all fours with a playful display, called out, Master, incoming transmission. The Demon Emperor's envoy ship is requesting we yield. That is indeed the standard protocol in Eastern Earth. Bai Qingling snorted. Yield? Isn't the high-altitude route spacious enough? Ignore it. Keep flying. He continued. From what I know, Demon Emperor Zhang Bailey will not personally attend the Alliance Summit. He's only sending a few envoys and his wife, the Lady of Shadows, Xiao Qingmei. As he held Sen Xing'er's delicate chin, Bai Qingling added, The current Demon Emperor is merely a figurehead propped up by the 8 major demon sects. He took out a brush and added, His only remaining function is to wield the Demon Emperor's name to command Eastern Earth, he finished, applying red dye to Sen Xing'er's soft lips. As Bai Qingling's ship surged ahead, in the other ship, a servant spoke urgently. Reporting to the Lady of Shadows, not only did Bai Qingling's carriage refuse to give way, it even dared to raise its prow and accelerate past us, utterly insolent and treasonous. Lady Xiao Qingmei listened, then calmly said, Bai Qingling? Isn't that Wronger's little senior brother? Last time his memories were broadcast under the celestial canopy. Everyone in Eastern Earth saw them. That is a face our demon emperor palace can afford to honor. Pass down the order. Absolutely no entanglements with the Kangming sect. In another scene, a curious woman asked, "Whose man is that? Such boldness." Her friend added, Look, what a handsome man." Bai Qingling and Sen Xinger arrived in Rootless City, a vassal region of the Heihuan sect. Among the crowd, a woman exclaimed, "Where's the shadow-thieving stone? We must capture this moment." Another scoffed, "Teach, only Big Brother is the best. All other men can go disappear." A flamboyant figure chimed in, "Handsome sir, how about coming over for a little fun?" Another added mockingly, "That girl beside you is a complete novice. How could she match our seasoned experience?" Furious, Sen Xinger summoned her ghost general and shouted, "Shameless fools, talking nonsense. Unforgivable." The crowd panicked. She's a ghost cultivator. Run. Go summon Lord Rulai, the city master." "What good is the city master? Notify the lady of the city lord." Bai Qingling calmly said, "Xinger, your ghost general will automatically harvest the enemy's soul essence. Targeting this kind of filth barely improves anything and could taint the purity of your essence. Once we reach Heihuan sect's main headquarters, there will be plenty of worthy targets." Sen Xinger pouted, "But those women are lusting after Master. They deserve death. Master's body will be protected." Bai Qingling sighed internally. "That protection you're talking about, is that supposed to be proper?" Suddenly, a voice boomed from the crowd. "Bai Qingling." Turning, Bai Qingling narrowed his eyes. "Oh?" Ren Qianfan stormed forward. "You! Where are you hiding my wife?" Ji Tai Mei grabbed Ren Qianfan, trying to restrain him. Bai Qingling replied, "No wonder you dared call me by name. So it's you, Lord Ren. Judging by that green light on your face, you've lost track of your wife?" Ren Qianfan growled. "My Asura Hall's airship could have gone straight to Heihuan sect's main base, but along the way, my wife insisted we stop over in Rootless City for one night. The moment we entered, she vanished. I even asked Lord Rulai for help, but we found nothing. And now I find you, Bai Qingling, here too? There's no way this is a coincidence. Speak. Did you trick my wife away?" Ji Tai Mei whispered, "Master, you." Ren Qianfan's face distorted, his anger transforming him into a snarling beast. Bai Qingling thought, without Han Jiniang, Ren Qianfan is just a rabid dog off the leash. If he really explodes at me with peak nascent soul cultivation, I might not be able to suppress him in my current state. Turning away, Bai Qingling said coolly, "I don't have time to play games with you. Get lost. If you dare follow me one more step, Blood Chef, one deluxe booth, please." Ren Qianfan clenched his fists. "You!" As Bai Qingling walked away, sweat formed on his brow. He whispered to himself, "Don't chase. Don't chase. Don't chase." It's not that I fear him, it's just, the fallout would be too messy. Ren Qianfan gritted his teeth and muttered bitterly, I really didn't dare to chase. Is this reality? Is this the real me? So it wasn't her suppression. I'm just a total failure after all. System notification, congratulations, host, great love infusion, successful. Target, Ren Qianfan points earned, 1. At the Rootless City, City Lord's Palace Council Hall, Shuo Rui said to Zhou Rulai, "Have those craftsmen repairing the residence been punished yet? They were suspected of using shadow stones to secretly film me and my sisters. That is an unforgivable crime." The Lady of Rootless City, Shuo Rui, City Lord of Rootless City, Zhou Rulai, said, "My lady, is that not a bit much? They were merely documenting their work. Do not stir up more trouble at a time like this," Shuo Rui shouted. "A bit much? Are you questioning the divine beauty of me and my sisters? Do you not realize, even Brother Ji, the sect master of the Supreme Sect, treats us with the utmost tenderness," City Lord of Rootless City Zhou Rulai said. "Now is not the time for this argument. Han Jiniang and Ren Qianfan have already arrived in our Rootless City. Everything is going exactly as Sect Master Ji predicted," Sui Rui shouted in outrage. "Han Jiniang, no. Are you saying that Yunjinner really came?" City Lord of Rootless City, Zhou Rulai, sweating, said, "Back when Lady Ren was still a candidate for the Saintess of the Heihuan sect, you were the one who personally trained her. Her stopping here might very well be to repay you for your past kindness." Zhou Rulai said, No, absolutely not. We must follow Brother Ji's instructions and use this chance to eliminate the two of them." In a different scene, southern outskirts of Rootless City, Bai Qingling gazes above as the full moon shines brightly. Bai Qingling said to himself, "Strange. According to the original storyline, to court Han Jinyang, the player has to enter the Peach Blossom's secret realm in Rootless City. I barely managed to get Sin Shinger out of the way for a bit, but where is Jinyang? Suddenly, Bai Qingling noticed something approaching. Bai Qingling said, "Who is there?" Han Jinyang suddenly hugs Bai Qingling from behind, pressing her large, soft chest against him as she savors the moment under the light of the full moon. Han Jinyang said, "Wicked man, were you looking for me?" Bai Qingling said, "Before we set off I promised you, it would be just you and me." Han Jinyang was shocked, blushing and in awe. Bai Qingling said, "Jinyang, why are you crying?" Han Jinyang looked away and said, "You do not ask. I will not answer." Bai Qingling said, Then I will not ask." As Han Jinyang silently blushed, she then pushed Bai Qingling and said, "You will not ask. Then I will say it anyway." As they fell to the ground, Han Jinyang shouted in anger, "Bai Qingling, I hate you so much." As Han Jinyang pinned Bai Qingling down on the ground with her alluring body, she said, "Back then, I regarded you as a divine savior, and yet you turned me away. Do you even understand what that meant? You had no idea how I felt. Why did you have to treat me like that?" She bit Bai Qingling's clothes in frustration and said, "If you had just taken me with you back then, even if it was to be one of those blood kitchen human puppets, I would have followed you without hesitation." Bai Qingling said, "After I rejected you back then, you said you would give me a gift to change my mind. That is when you brought me here. You said that whenever you were bullied by the other candidate, Shui Ruyi, you would come here to find solace. This place was your precious safe haven, a sacred sanctuary of your soul that no one was allowed to intrude. Every blossom that once bloomed here was a layer of your heart's defenses." As Bai Qingling sat up, he said, "Back then, I was also powerless. The best I could do was try not to become one of those defenses." Han Jinyang said, "And today?" As Bai Qingling came closer to Han Jinyang, they kissed. Han Jinyang was shocked as she blushed and said, "You..." Han Jinyang gasped for air. Bai Qingling said, "This is Demon Lord Qingling's true answer to the Yunjener of the past." Han Jinyang blushed even more and said, "Ooh." As she bit her soft, delicate lips, she pounded Bai Qingling's chest in frustration and said, "You rotten man, wicked man, evil man, darn man. What is the point of doing this now?" As she sat on Bai Qingling's lap, Han Jinyang said, "As if we could really start over again." Bai Qingling stood up and said, "I say, we can..." As Bai Qingling raised his hand, he formed a powerful energy and shot at one tree, then another. Peach blossoms suddenly bloomed, and the gloomy place became warm. Bai Qingling held the soft, delicate hands of Han Jinyang and said softly, a face like peach blossoms smiling like spring's first breeze, "I wonder, would Lady Ren allow this lord to pluck the blossom tonight?" As Bai Qingling pulled Han Jinyang closer to him, pressing her soft, alluring body against his, in another scene. By the waterfall, Bai Qingling's senior disciple, Feng Lixu, meditates on a rock in front of a waterfall. Feng Lixu said, "Your Highness, if something is the matter, just say it. Why sneak around?" As Feng Lixu remained undercover, the third prince of the Great Chu Empire, Lin Mo, said, It is just that, sister. Lixu said we should keep our distance, so I..." As the third prince of the Great Chu Empire, Lin Mo scratched his head. The third prince of the Great Chu Empire, Lin Mo, said, "Actually, I came tonight to say goodbye to Sister Lixu. I am heading to the Eastern Lands. Would you be willing to come with me?" Feng Lixu asked, "The Eastern Lands? What for?" The third prince of the Great Chu Empire, Lin Mo, replied, "A few days ago, the Holy One summoned me. He said the mandate of heaven has begun to shift, and that fate now favors me. The third holy demon-slaying war is about to break out. My ninth sister, Lin Xiangqian, has already gone ahead to the Eastern Lands to make her move. I am going to kill Bai Qingling." Feng Lixu was shocked and looked back at the third prince of the Great Chu Empire, Lin Mo, saying, "Bai Qingling." As she recalled his face, Feng Lixu stood up and said to herself, "So be it. If fate wills it, then I must fulfill a destiny-altering deed. After all, that man once said I am the disciple who resembles him most." In another scene, in the room of Lin Xiangqian, she sighed as she lay on top of a body pillow on her bed. She looked at a picture of Bai Qingling and whispered, "Bai Qingling." While rubbing her body against the pillow, Lin Xiangqian said, "So this is what a real man looks like. I have truly lived in vain until now." She blushed and caressed the picture of Bai Qingling. Suddenly, Ji Taimei arrived and said, "Ninth Princess, your brother Ji is here to report the latest developments. Han Jinyang and Rin Shanfan have already arrived at Rootless City. Step 1 of the plan, to assassinate them, will begin shortly." Lin Xiangqian suddenly hugged the pillow tightly and said, Ah, the plan to kill the two from the Asura Hall and frame Bai Qingling, right? Is it really foolproof? What if Bai Qingling happens to be traveling with Han Jiniang? Jitai Mei replied, do not worry. You know Bai Qingling's personality. How would he lower himself to associate with Ren Qianfan? As I always say, no one understands Bai Qingling better than I do. Lin Qianqian asked, for the final step of the plan, do I still need to offer myself to Bai Qingling? She blushed, thinking of Bai Qingling tickling her perfect foot, and said, are we still going according to plan? Jitai Mei responded, according to the Holy One's original plan, we were going to use the secret Yin Eater black hole technique from the Cloud Palace to drain his demonic energy and seal his core technique. Of course, you could also just stab his, extreme yang point with the demonization blade instead. That way, you do not have to lose your virginity. He licked his lips like a maniac and muttered to himself, looks like Lin Qianqian really is a righteous maiden. She still values her chastity above all. If I help her this time, once I join the righteous path, she definitely will not treat me poorly. Lin Qianqian said, but this demonization blade is not exactly easy to hide. If he gets suspicious, it will be such a hassle. In any case, if not me, then who will descend into hell? For the good of the world, I must offer myself to the demon. She drooled slightly. Jitai Mei was confused as he looked at Lin Qianqian and said, huh? Meanwhile, elsewhere, the ever concerned about Bai Qingling, Han Jiniang continued to kiss Bai Qingling passionately. A system notification said, congratulations, host. Love infusion successful. Another system notification followed, gained over 100,000 points. Current total, 200,000 points. As Han Jiniang's knees trembled, she suddenly stopped and exclaimed, Bai Qingling, I want you, right now. Bai Qingling replied, with my lady inviting. How dare I refuse? On a night of full blooms and bright moonlight, as Bai Qingling grabbed Han Jiniang's alluring thighs, he continued, it is the perfect time to dance together. Bai Qingling thought to himself, all I have to do now is use the dream-returning ecstasy bed, and I will be able to copy her physique. Ren Qianfan must have found the entrance to the secret realm. He could barge in at any moment. Ren Qianfan suddenly shouted, darling, darling, are you in there? Han Jiniang looked back in shock and said, Han Jiniang's. Hand it over. The undying phoenix physique. Before I cast him aside, he is still my husband in name. Maybe another day? Bai Qingling grinned and said, not another moment. Lord Ren's arrival will only make me move faster. Suddenly, Sen Shinger shouted, Master, are you in there? Shinger is so worried. Bai Qingling was shocked. He cleared his throat and said, ahem, as he put down Han Jiniang. Han Jiniang said, never would I have thought. Bai Qingling, you even the girl you raised by your side, you, Sen Shinger shouted, wah, master. You are not allowed to leave Shinger's sight for so long. She ran toward Bai Qingling. She suddenly jumped and hugged Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling said, Shinger, why do you look like a lost little child? Sen Shinger blushed and cried. Bai Qingling said, you are growing backwards, you know, no more crying. Sen Shinger said, ah, as she saw Han Jinyang. Han Jinyang in frustration said, Sen Shinger said to herself, how dare this woman defile my master? How can she do this? How dare she do this? Master belongs to Shinger. At most he can have sister Lingyan as well. Ren Qianfan said, my lady, are you all right? I have been searching for you all night. I only found you thanks to City Lord Zhou's help. And you. He pointed his finger at Bai Qingling and said, Bai Qingling. Sen Shinger hugged Bai Qingling tightly with her alluring figure. In a different scene, Rootless City, City Lord's guest hall, Han Jiniang and Ren Qianfan sat patiently. A servant then said, Lord Ren, Lady Ren, our City Lord will be here shortly. These two guests who traveled with the Asura Hall are also invited to take a seat. Bai Qingling and Sen Shinger arrived. Bai Qingling thought to himself, that stance Ren Qianfan took earlier, he almost turned hostile to my face. Luckily, the invitation from the City Lord of Rootless City arrived in time. I can take care of another matter while I'm at it. Han Jiniang said, oh, did Bai Lang not arrive at the City Lord's palace with us? She used whisper transmission to speak to Bai Qingling. She continued, why are you so late? I even had time to change outfits before you arrived. Bai Qingling replied, it was a rather satisfying affair. Lady Ren will definitely be pleased. Sen Shinger said, whether or not Lady Ren is pleased. In any case, Shinger and Master did it together. Sen Shinger rested her large, soft chest on Bai Qingling's head. Han Jiniang said to herself in frustration, why was this transmission channel not shielded from that little disciple? Who asked for your opinion? Are you trying to upset me on purpose? She then smiled and said, speaking of together, tonight's dual cultivation with Bai Long. Let's do it again next time, okay? Ren Xianfan became angry. Sen Shinger was suddenly shocked and said, it is so late. Shinger is absolutely exhausted. Shinger really wants to just fall asleep like this. Master will not be mad at me, right? Han Jiniang shouted, you shameless brat. Sen Shinger responded, you sneaky little tramp. Ren Qianfan said, Bai Qingling, listen up. I have had enough of this. We are settling this once and for all, right here, right now. Bai Qingling thought to himself, what in the world? Why is everyone using secret transmissions? And he said aloud, interesting. I am listening. Ren Qianfan said, I know exactly how my wife sees you and how you see her. But the fact is, among the demonic path, only you have the power and guts to oppose Mu Sheng. Bai Qingling, I give up. I will call this a compromise for the greater good. But my wife's body is still weakened from the gu poison. Be gentle with her. Bai Qingling, shocked, thought to himself, oh my goodness, this is tonight's biggest twist. I thought you were going to explode on me, but you just crawled into your turtle shell? If you never dared to take a single brave step, how do you expect your wife to like you? Suddenly, Han Jiniang slapped her armrest and said, hey, is your city lord always this pretentious? We have been waiting forever. Is he even coming or not? Bai Qingling said, that is right. Was it not City Lord Zhou Rulai who personally invited the Asura Hall tonight? A figure suddenly appeared. Bai Qingling looked at the figure in shock. He suddenly grabbed the figure's arm and said, peeking at your guests? That is no way to treat visitors. As the City Lord of Rootless City, Zhou Rulai winced in pain and said, woo! Bai Qingling said, primordial spirit phantom technique? Reminds me of some old fogey who loved astral projection. City Lord Zhou, so you play with your primordial spirit too? The City Lord of Rootless City, Zhou Rulai, said, impossible, absolutely impossible. My primordial spirit phantom technique is flawless. How could you have noticed? Bai Qingling threw him down, and as Zhou Rulai fell to the ground, he said, Sen Shinger said, City Lord Zhou, you had better listen closely. Standing before you right now is... Bai Qingling interrupted, let me guess, you are about to rattle off a bunch of scary titles? No need, just say it. As he karate chopped Sen Shinger's head, she said, oh, got it, master. Sen Shinger cleared her throat and said, Patriarch of the vast sea sect, Demon Lord Qingling. The City Lord of Rootless City, Zhou Rulai, said, aha, who would have thought? The great patriarch himself visiting Rootless City. I truly failed to recognize greatness, but I swear I meant no harm. Han Jiniang walked toward them and said, Zhou Rulai, that is the worst kind of denial. No silver buried here. Speak. Why exactly did you invite the Asura Hall here? The City Lord of Rootless City, Zhou Rulai, said, this. Then to himself he said, I cannot say it out loud. I cannot admit to setting a trap to kill the lords of the Asura Hall. Bai Qingling said, if City Lord Zhou will not say it, let him see it with his own eyes. Shinger. Sen Shinger said, at your command, master. Time to show the fruits of our delayed arrival. Stupid ghost brat, come out. Her demon ghost appeared. Sen Shinger said, City Lord Zhou laid a soul-breaking formation here to kill Lord Ren and his wife. The ghost child used as a sacrifice was intercepted and absorbed by my disciple's ghost general. Bai Qingling said, as for the one who helped you orchestrate this despicable act, your wife, Shuruyi. He took out a box and said she was too weak, so I grabbed her myself and brought her along. As he opened the box, inside was the head of the ugly lady of Rootless City, Shuruyi. The City Lord of Rootless City, Zhou Rulai, fell to the ground and cried, my wife. Bai Qingling said, City Lord Zhou, everyone. The City Lord of Rootless City, Zhou Rulai, began to sweat in disbelief. Bai Qingling sat down and said, do not act like guests. Sit, sit. The kitchen has been preparing the banquet all night. No point wasting it. Let us start the feast first, then talk business. As Bai Qingling and Sen Shinger's eyes glowed red, Bai Qingling said, as you can see, your long-time oppressor, the former saintess of the Heihuan sect, Shui Ruyi, is dead. Lord Zhou, what choice will you make now? The City Lord of Rootless City, Zhou Rulai, said, I thank the nightmare from my godfather for removing that from my heart. I have had enough of that fat pig long ago. I can represent all the powers within Rootless City and pledge allegiance to the Kangming sect. Bai Qingling grinned. He said, I knew City Lord Rulai was a smart man. Let us first visit the main altar of the Kangming sect to greet the sect master. You can also use the chance to recover from all those years of exploitation. The City Lord of Rootless City, Zhou Rulai, kowtowed and said, I am deeply grateful for the Godfather's great kindness. Suddenly, a servant ran in and said, "Report, City Lord. The Queen of Shadows has arrived at Rootless City. She is already in the City Lord's palace." Bai Qingling, City Lord of Rootless City, Zhou Rulai, Han Jinyang, and Ren Xianfan were shocked, exclaiming, "What?" Sen Xing'er asked, "Master, is this Queen of Shadows someone special?" Bai Qingling replied, "It does not matter. I will go meet." Empress Xiao Qingmei said, "Is little Qingling inside? Hurry and let big sister take a look at you." As Empress of the Demon Palace, Xiao Qingmei arrived. Bai Qingling thought to himself, "The Queen of Shadows, Xiao Qingmei, is an ancient being from Yunzhou with half-succubus blood, a witch from the same era as Saintess Muxinlan, but she was never supposed to appear in Rootless City in the original story. Could this unexpected development be aimed directly at me?" Ren Xianfan said. Junior Ren Xianfan greets the Queen of Shadows. It has been 300 years since the second righteous versus demonic war, and the Queen is more stunning than ever. As she ran toward Bai Qingling, she exclaimed, "Oh my little Qingling! It has only been 100 years, and you have grown so tall and strapping." She suddenly smothered Bai Qingling's head into her huge soft chest and said, "Come here, and let big sister give your body a thorough check." Bai Qingling thought to himself, still savoring the moment while being smothered in Empress Xiao Qingmei's soft, delicate breast. Darn it. Does Xiao Qingmei not realize her height is nearly 11 feet by now? Her hands all over me like this. It is just plain abuse of a poor little Shota, Bai Qingling said, as the Queen of Shadows held him close. 100 years have passed, and I am no longer the boy I once was. So I must ask the Queen to please mind your conduct. Empress Xiao Qingmei, blushing with joy, hugged Bai Qingling tighter and said, "Eek! Still so stiff, old-fashioned, and serious. Little Qingling, you have not changed at all. So adorable." Suddenly, Sen Xing'er, in anger, shouted, "Wicked woman! Let go of my master." Han Jinyang added, "Yeah, Lord Bai belongs to me. He is the representative of our Kangming sect. Even the Queen of Shadows must show proper decorum." Empress Xiao Qingmei stared at them and said, My. Big sister is just used to being carefree. Guess I really should be more considerate of others' gazes." Then she ran away carrying Bai Qingling, saying, "Why do we not go to big sister's room to properly catch up?" Sen Xing'er shouted, "Master!" Han Jinyang cried out, "Bai Long!" A few moments later, aboard the Demon Emperor's flying vessel, Empress Xiao Qingmei said, "Little Qingling, do you still remember this Queen's Asura 100 battles tea?" Bai Qingling responded, "Back then, thanks to a pot of this tea, I was able to seize the demon source and develop my core demonic technique. My position as Demon Lord is owed in part to you. I would never dare forget that." Empress Xiao Qingmei replied, "That mouth of yours is much smoother than it used to be. If you can talk, then talk more." Bai Qingling said, "The Demon Emperor's lady holds an exalted position. Please restrain yourself from behavior that invites gossip." Empress Xiao Qingmei said, "Sob, back in the day you kept calling me good sister just to get my help, and now you call me Demon Emperor's lady. How heartbreaking." Bai Qingling thought to himself, "That was all for the Demon Lord position. I had to grit my teeth and say it. Do not make it sound like I said it from the heart." Bai Qingling said, "Sister." As Bai Qingling frustratedly recalled his past with Empress Xiao Qingmei, she said, "Forget it. I did not come all this way just to tease you." She began removing some of her clothing. Empress Xiao Qingmei continued, "Have you ever wondered why I was willing to help you?" Bai Qingling replied, "I humbly await the Queen's insight." Empress Xiao Qingmei said, "My beloved rival of a lifetime, Mu Xinlan, in our final battle 3,000 years ago, I lost to her by just one move. But in that fight, I caught a glimpse deep in her divine sense of vague remnants of fate." She glanced at her large teacup, then paused and added, "I guess she used some kind of celestial divination technique from the upper realm to foresee a distant future. In that vision of the future of the 9 provinces, you were the only immortal reflection in her eyes, just like her. Perhaps she believes that the tragic end she foresaw was caused by you. That is why she must kill you." Bai Qingling thought to himself, "Impossible." In the original story, Bai Qingling was definitely fated to die in the blood kitchen. I have cleared the game Immortal Love more than 3 times. There was never such a plot line or ending. If the Queen is plotting, or hinting at an ultimate death match between me and Mu Xinlan, then now is the perfect chance to ask for benefits, is it not? As Empress Xiao Qingmei took a drink, Bai Qingling said, "I believe I understand the Queen's intentions. With the demonic tournament approaching, I have a request." Empress Xiao Qingmei asked, What is it?" Bai Qingling replied, I ask my good sister to move to the bed and assist me in my cultivation. As Bai Qingling smiled, Empress Xiao Qingmei blushed and moistened her red, soft, delicate lips. Empress Xiao Qingmei said, What does that mean? Bai Qingling said, in the past, I begged you to take Ronger as your disciple, and in just a short 100 years, Ronger was cultivated into the renowned embroidered face saintess. You also once said that if we ever ran into trouble, we could come to the Demon Empress Palace at any time. Now, there truly is a thorny problem. Qingling is here to ask her dear elder sister for help. Empress Xiao Qingmei got excited and said, Ayo, what on earth happened to you? As she held the head of Bai Qingling, she continued, Come into sister's arms quickly and tell me everything slowly. As she smothered Bai Qingling's face in her huge, soft chest, Empress Xiao Qingmei said, To think, this is the matured form of the innate formless demonic body. Just looking with a mortal's eyes, you are still the same little one from back then. Suddenly, Bai Qingling disappeared. Bai Qingling said, Cough. Let's try to stay on topic, good sister. At this Demon Alliance assembly, someone is plotting against Qingling. And that someone is none other than the assembly's initiator, Ji Taimei. Empress Xiao Qingmei, confused, said, Ji Taimei, he dares? Bai Qingling replied, He did not at first, but now he has someone backing him. Ji Taimei has long submitted to the ethereal cloud palace and become a pawn of Muxinlan. Empress Xiao Qingmei said, That old hag, no sense of martial honor. Bai Qingling said, Empress Yin, please calm your anger. What matters most now is how to respond. Empress Xiao Qingmei said, It matches the goal that old hag has, to see you dead. If it were before I married into the Demon Emperor's palace, it would have been simple. But now, Bai Qingling thought to himself, it seems Empress Yin cannot make a move herself. Have the Demon Emperor and Empress Yin, two tribulation stage powerhouses, entered into some sort of mutually restraining pact? Bai Qingling said, So be it. Then I shall act alone. Empress Xiao Qingmei was shocked. Bai Qingling declared, I will never allow Muxinlan to succeed. As for Ji Taimei's head, I will offer it as a war banner when I ascend to the position of alliance leader. Empress Xiao Qingmei pointed at Bai Qingling and said, Are you planning to make enemies of all 7 demonic sects? No being naughty. Bai Qingling suddenly touched her huge hands and said, Let them all come. At most we will just be digging a few more graves. Above the 9 netherworlds beneath tribulation, there is no one I, Bai Qingling, cannot kill. As Bai Qingling held the huge hands of Empress Xiao Qingmei, she blushed, and she instantly fell in love with Bai Qingling. She said, So let us return to the original question. How do you want me to help with your cultivation? Bai Qingling replied, Good sister carries the bloodline of a succubus, and Qingling also possesses this dream reversal enrapturement artifact. Given that, would this not be a perfect match made in heaven? Empress Xiao Qingmei blushed and said, So you are suggesting? Bai Qingling stepped forward and said, That is right. Just as Empress Yin imagined. Empress Xiao Qingmei was shocked as she said, Little Qingling, even though sister spoils you, you must not be too reckless. You and I are of different races, demon and mortal, and there is a seniority gap. Not to mention our body sizes do not match. How could we possibly cultivate like that? Bai Qingling said, Empress Yin does not actually think I am some frail little pup, does she? Bai Qingling's hands suddenly changed, and he became a dragon. Empress Xiao Qingmei was shocked and said, This is your true Dharma form? Things have come to this. Sister is truly in a bind now. She emitted a powerful aura. As Bai Qingling felt Empress Xiao Qingmei's aura, he said, This is... Then Bai Qingling stepped outside. Empress Xiao Qingmei said, A divine soul realm carved open through the void law of the tribulation realm. Little Qingling, calm down in a moment. Do not hurt sister's soul. Bai Qingling said, So that is it. Sister cannot assist me with her physical body, so she is using her divine sense for spiritual dual cultivation. Empress Xiao Qingmei pressed her huge, soft chest against Bai Qingling's dragon form and said, You naughty thing. You understand it, so why say it out loud? Bai Qingling thought to himself, Dual cultivation between dragon form and human form? What a novel and thrilling experience. Empress of the Demon Palace, Xiao Qingmei, felt her skin tingling all over with pleasure as she gasped, Wait a second. This black flood dragon manifestation is really over the top. This is impossible. I cannot do it. Bai Qingling muttered, as expected. Good sister still looks down on the current Qingling. Xiao Qingmei sighed. No, it is not that, she said, flustered. What I meant was, Bai Qingling chuckled. Ha, Qingling was just joking. This kind of soul form should be worthy of you, right? As he gently lifted Xiao Qingmei's soft, delicate chin, he murmured, "Good sister, let us begin." With a kiss. Xiao Qingmei blushed deeply, exhaling as she looked away. Do we really have to kiss? Bai Qingling stared at her quietly, thinking to himself, why does she react like someone completely inexperienced? Could there really be something fishy about her so-called marriage to the demon emperor? Whatever. I will think about it more after this is done. Without warning, he leaned in and stole a kiss from Xiao Qingmei's soft lips. She gasped inwardly. This feeling. She could feel her heart stir with warmth and whispered silently, if we touched physically in the real world, maybe that would not be so bad either. Moments later, Bai Qingling groaned to himself, ugh, even my soul is starting to feel exhausted. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Current points, 250,000 points. Bai Qingling grinned. Thankfully, my cultivation has finally stabilized at the peak of the nascent soul stage. He clenched his fist. My innate demonic art, Heavenly Demon Dragon Transformation Manual, has also been successfully awakened. In the original game, the untouchable Empress of Darkness, Xiao Qingyan, turns out to be this useful. Now that I think about it, if Bai Qingling had not died, she would definitely feel more like the protagonist than Xiao Chen. Still breathless from their soul exchange, Xiao Qingmei panted softly, ha, ha, ha. Then she sat up, cheeks flushed, and huffed, you brat, I will never think you are cute again. But deep down, even with his peak nascent soul cultivation, Bai Qingling reminded himself, I absolutely must not let my guard down before the other 7 major demon sects. Keep that in mind. Never forget. He looked at her gently. Thank you, Sister Qingmei. Then he kissed her soft cheek. When seen, Shura Hall flying boat Sen Shinger pouted, Master just left with that giant woman. Master left Shinger with the Shura Hall couple. Master does not like Shinger anymore. Han Jin Young suddenly said, Little girl, what are you thinking about? Thinking about your master. Sen Shinger, visibly irritated, snapped, sigh. I am the personal disciple of Demon Lord Qingling from Nether Luo Hall. Do not try to get chummy with me, Shura Hall brat. Han Jiniang smiled knowingly. All right. My relationship with your master is very close, closer than you can imagine. Sen Shinger blinked. What do you mean? Explain it clearly. Han Jiniang chuckled. You are still just a little girl. Clearly, you do not understand anything yet. Then she thought to herself, you probably cannot imagine it, but your master has long since fallen for me. We have done. Can Hua Yorong say the same? The position of wife to the Nether Luo Hall disciple has been vacant for so many years. You are not Hua Yorong's or anyone else's. You are mine, Han Jinyang's. She held Sen Shinger's soft hands. You are Sui Shinger, right? I heard you lost your mother when you were very young, but you have me. I can guide and raise you just like a real mother would. You are not a child anymore. You know girls should avoid being too close to their father figures, right? You cannot rely on your master for everything forever. Sen Shinger gripped her hand tighter, flustered. No, Shinger just wants to stay by master's side all the time. Master said it too. When he sleeps, Shinger must serve him well. Master even said that there will always be a place for Shinger on the cold jade bed of the blood kitchen. Han Jinyang froze, her body trembled, and she collapsed to the floor. Ren Xianfan rushed over. Madam, what is wrong? Sen Shinger looked up, distracted. Huh? What is that? Hovering above them was a massive ship, a huge flying boat. It is from the main sect of the Hewan sect. She squinted. Looks like someone is on the deck. Her eyes widened. Seen your sister Likshu? Elsewhere, Lin Changqian asked softly, her fingers toying with her soft pink lips. Sectmaster Ji, do you think that devil Bai Qingling might actually like me? Would he like someone like me? Ji Taimei, I'm talking to you. What's with that stiff face? Quit pretending, Ji Taimei finally responded. I just received word that our plan in Rootless City failed. The Ren Qianfan couple has already escaped. If they join forces with Bai Qingling, the Demon Dao Assembly will be much harder to control. But it's not all bad news. Your royal brother Lin Mo was also invited to attend the wedding banquet and join in opening the workshop, along with his fiancée. Lin Qianqian was stunned. What? Third prince brother is coming? She took off her robe and said, No, I cannot go through with offering myself to Bai Qingling as planned. Third brother will never accept it. He will go mad if he finds out. Suddenly she stopped and added, Wait, hold on. Fiancé? Since when does he have a fiancé? In a different scene, at the foot of the mountain of the Hewan sect, Shuiwei City, a man stood on his balcony, observing, what a grand flying chariot. Could it be the demon emperor's personal ride? That tall beauty over. Could she be the Empress of Shadows? But rumors say the demon emperor is short and stocky. So who exactly is standing beside the empress? Bai Qingling looked around and muttered, people and their rumors. Seems like we will need to act separately. Let's look around for now and wait patiently for the Demon Dao Assembly to begin. An empress of the Demon Palace, Xiao Qingmei, said, Little Qingling, you are hiding something from your sister. Aside from Ji Taimei's threats, did you foresee something else? Bai Qingling thought to himself, foresee? I just played through the plot in advance. In this Demon Dao Assembly, there will be 8 demon lords, and 3 will die. But obviously I cannot tell the Empress of Shadows that. He took Xiao Qingmei's hands and said, This is my tribulation to face. I will handle it myself. Qingling will never forget the night you gave yourself to help me sit. Xiao Qingmei blushed deeply, her eyes full of love as she looked at Bai Qingling. She said, Ugh, you're bringing that up again? Didn't I tell you to forget it? She slapped Bai Qingling's back, and he spat from the force. His back hurting, he said, Not my fault. I only remembered it afterward. The shadow-locking pearl, a pseudo-immortal artifact, could penetrate soul barriers and record everything. It recorded our entire spiritual union last night, automatically, from every angle. Xiao Qingmei exclaimed, You shameless brat! Bai Qingling smiled slyly. You do not want His Majesty the Demon Emperor to find out about us, do you, Sister Qingmei? He thought to himself, You can think things like that, but do not say them out loud. I am the Demon Lord of Great Love, not some depraved monster. He rested against Xiao Qingmei's huge, soft chest. Bai Qingling said softly, Do not be mad, sister. I just do not know when we will meet again. This might end up being our last memory together, after all. Xiao Qingmei replied firmly, Then you must promise it will never be leaked. Do you hear me? A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Great love infusion successful. Points gained, 150,000. Bai Qingling said to himself, 150,000 in one go? That is the biggest point reward I have gotten yet. This system is getting more generous. He suddenly stopped and mused, Hold on. Lately, the great love recipients have been Jinyang and the Empress. Could it be that the system has a thing for married women? Bai Qingling said aloud. System aside, I am not some playboy who falls in love with every beauty and steals others' women. I am simply responding to the women who admire me. I have mastered this way. Right. Seems like there is one romance target I have neglected for quite some time. My eldest disciple, Feng Shaoxu. How is her undercover work in the Zhenwu sword sect going? She must have gathered plenty of intel on the second male lead, Lin Mo, by now. Bai Qingling took out an eye crystal. And as Feng Lixui said, Lin Mo, I am warning you. If you keep claiming I am your fiancé and tarnishing my reputation, this will be your fate. Lin Mo replied, Sister Lixu, Bai Qingling interrupted, Tisk, as expected of my prized disciple. With no special talent or constitution, yet she mastered all my sword techniques through sheer effort. In the original story, their arc together does not affect the drama on my side. As long as their plotline follows the original story, I have nothing to worry about. Bai Qingling grinned. Bai Qingling said, But Lin Mo trying to woo my top disciple? I cannot turn a blind eye to that. Only I get to attract other people's women. No one touches mine. Next, I will be meeting your sister Lin Qianqian, and I have prepared a very special gift for her. Once she takes it, she will become a weapon driven purely by desire. You, Mu Xinlan, played dirty first, and Lin Mo started poaching disciples. Do not blame me for retaliating in kind. Feng Lixu pointed her sword at Lin Mo and shouted, Lin Mo, isn't it enough that you go around calling me your fiancé? Now you've even told your sister? I've had it with your nonsense. Lin Mo raised both hands in surrender, his tone softening. Yeah, you're right. I admit I went too far. He paused, then looked at her seriously. But Lixu, are you reacting this way because that man means something to you? Feng Lixu fell silent for a moment. Then coolly she replied, That man was spying on me just moments ago. Lin Mo's expression changed to one of shock. His hand went to his sword, his aura flaring with fury. Who is he? Could he be the demon who left scars on your soul? If anyone dares to hurt you, even an immortal, I'll kill him myself. Feng Lixu's voice was low and calm. How laughable. You can't even defeat me, and yet you talk big like that? She turned her back to him, her steps slow but firm. Listen carefully. I only came east with you to kill Bai Qingling. Don't bring up anything else, and stop tarnishing my name. Lin Mo watched her walk away, his eyes lingering on her graceful figure. He let out a long sigh and murmured, "How much longer do I have to wait for you to let me into your heart?" He straightened his posture and said, "Anyway, I already told Jitaime I was coming. My ninth sister will surely be happy to see me. After all, she's the only one who's ever truly cared about me." Grand Reception Hall. Hwansek Lin Mo entered the Grand Hall, where Jitaime greeted him with a slight bow. "Third Prince, you've arrived just in time." Lin Mo nodded. "Greetings, Sect Leader Ji. Where is my younger sister?" Jitaime's forehead glistened with sweat. "Her Highness, the ninth princess, is preparing herself to welcome you properly. You'll likely see her tomorrow morning." Lin Mo frowned. "Preparing herself? My sister is naturally beautiful. She never uses makeup. I've traveled thousands of miles to see her. She used to run out to greet me and now she's making me wait until morning." He reached for his sword, voice sharp with suspicion. "Jitaime, what scheme are you pulling this time?" He pointed his blade directly at the sect leader. "Where are you hiding my sister?" Jitaime sighed and folded his arms. "Shh, fine. Since you're sent by Saintess Mu, I'll tell you everything. We plan to kill Bai Qingling at the demonic conference, take control, and then ally with the righteous sects." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. "Sounds plausible. But do you really believe you can defeat Bai Qingling?" Jitaime replied calmly. "Saintess Mu already devised a strategy, a beauty trap that will drain his demonic energy and break his technique. And the ninth princess is the key." Lin Mo's face twisted in rage. "No, absolutely not." He slashed at the wall beside him, stone shattered like butter under the force of his blade. "She's a princess of the Great Chu Empire, a noble of royal blood. How could she be used to serve a demonic monster?" He raised his sword, voice thundering. "It's an insult, a disgrace to our royal house." Jitaime stayed composed. "I repeat, this was Saintess Mu's plan, and the princess has already agreed. In fact, Bai Qingling arrived an hour ago in dragon form. He's already with her in the back hall." Lin Mo whispered to himself, "My sister." His eyes stared blankly into the distance. "My beloved sister. With that Bai Qingling." Without another word, he turned and ran from the hall. "Third Prince!" Jitaime called after him. A distant room, candles burned low. Bai Qingling sat in the dim light, his gaze fixed on the veiled woman before him. "What are you waiting for?" he asked coolly. "As this lord's concubine-to-be, do you want me to remove your veil myself? I'm honoring you with a concubine ceremony. You should be grateful." The woman hesitated, clearly confused. Grateful? Let me think about how I should act then." Bai Qingling muttered to himself with a sardonic smile. In the original story, if Xiao Chen hadn't died, he could have taken the demonic path to get close to Lin Xiangqian, then fall for her beauty trap, lose power, and get stabbed in the back. His eyes sharpened as he studied the woman. "Now that Xiao Chen can't be used, you're trying the same trick on me?" The woman crawled seductively toward him, but Bai Qingling remained composed. Gently, he lifted her veil. "Looks like you've got it all planned." Lin Xiangqian blushed as she sat upright near Bai Qingling's lap, her eyes lowered but her tone deliberately seductive. Sect Leader Ji already told the Lord that Xiangqian wishes to serve him. Out of pure admiration, she stood slowly, letting her elegant figure come into full view. Her movements were graceful and deliberate, her voice silk-wrapped in allure. "Let us hope the Demon Lord does not disapprove." Inwardly, her thoughts burned with purpose. "This is all for the sake of the righteous path. Once we've achieved our goal, I'll tear him apart. I never agreed to this out of desire. This man doesn't attract me in the slightest." Bai Qingling smirked, his gaze fixed on the curvaceous beauty before him. Admiring her with no attempt to hide his appreciation, he said mockingly, "You say you want to serve me? Do you even understand what that means?" Lin Xiangqian leaned in, her tone still drenched in seduction. "I've studied the Heihuan sect's secret manuals given by Sect Leader Ji. I'm confident I can satisfy the Demon Lord." Bai Qingling's smirk deepened. "Even though I know you're acting," he thought, "you do it so convincingly I almost believed it. If I end up enjoying it, then I'd be the one losing." Suddenly, his gaze shifted. His eyes narrowed slightly. Two auras approaching. One is Jitaime's, familiar. The other one? Then, a grin stretched across his face. Well, what a surprise. But perfectly timed. A performance is always better with an audience. With a casual flick of his hand, a glowing magical rope appeared. It shimmered with foreign runes and exotic craftsmanship. He turned to stand in front of Lin Xiangqian, now startled and blushing as she instinctively stepped back and stumbled to the floor. Bai Qingling looked down at her with an ominous gleam in his eyes. "Then allow me to properly entertain you, princess." He lifted the rope, its energy pulsing. Let us begin. With this exotic foreign binding art. Lin Xiangxian, bound by the magical rope, said seductively, Lord Demon, this... As she leaned forward, blushing, she added, Is this really appropriate? Bai Qingling wiped sweat from his brow and smiled to himself. This demonic rope was a gift offered by Murongqi after resolving the Black Moon City incident. He stared at the large, soft bottom of Lin Xiangxian and continued thinking, once Lin Xiangxian is bound by it, she will have no chance to absorb my innate demonic energy. Lin Xiangxian seductively said, Your preferences are truly outrageous. Even I find it hard to... No, I'm just captivated by the novelty. She looked at Bai Qingling's chiseled body and thought to herself, starting off with this kind of teasing, what is coming next must be wild. This body. This masculine aura. It is going to be with me. Bai Qingling said firmly, Enough. Put your clothes back on. This appearance is unbecoming. Lin Xiangxian, shocked and confused, asked, Huh? Why? Should we not be getting closer and closer? Bai Qingling threw her clothes toward her and said, You are not worthy. Lin Xiangxian looked down disappointed and thought, He rejected me. Then I will not have to lose my purity, nor feel guilty toward my royal brother or brother Xiao Chen. But in that case, what of Master's plan? How are we to defeat this demon lord? Suddenly, the door slammed open. Lin Mo shouted, Xiangxian! Bound still by the magical rope, Lin Xiangxian looked back. Lin Mo was shocked as he saw Lin Xiangxian with Bai Qingling. He shouted, Old demon Bai, how dare you defile my ninth sister's purity? Locking eyes with Bai Qingling, he declared, Today, it is either you or me. He drew his sword. Bai Qingling thought to himself, Is that the divine light of the 9 profound imperial sword? I cannot even be bothered to open my eyes for that. Ji Taimei said, Third prince, cease at once. Lin Xiangxian said, Royal brother, do not be disrespectful. They held Lin Mo back. Lin Xiangxian continued, Show no disrespect to Lord Demon. Lord Demon has not defiled my chastity. Lin Mo said angrily, Ninth sister, you are defending that demon? Suddenly, he spat blood in shock and said, No. Bai Qingling walked toward Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, was it? Watch carefully. This is how Lin Xiangxian is meant to be used. He suddenly held Lin Xiangxian's delicate soft waist and pulled her close, pressing her large soft chest against his muscular body. He said, Little princess, you know what to do you not? You would not want anything to happen to your royal brother, would you? Lin Mo, furious, grinned and shouted, Bai Qingling, take your filthy hands off. Do not touch my ninth sister. He pointed his sword at Bai Qingling and Lin Xiangxian. Ji Taimei said, Third prince, Lord Demon Bai Qingling, what are you doing? This cannot be allowed. Bai Qingling said, Ji brother, step aside. This does not concern you. He suddenly held Lin Xiangxian's soft, delicate chin, lifted her up, and stole her first kiss. While kissing Lin Xiangxian and holding a handful of her soft bottom, Bai Qingling stared seriously into Lin Mo's eyes and said, She was given to me. I will do with her as I please. No one has the right to interfere. Lin Mo, in shock, thought to himself, Ninth sister, the sister I swore to protect for a lifetime, is now being publicly humiliated by that demon? He suddenly raged and charged toward Bai Qingling, shouting, Bai Qingling, I will see you dead. Suddenly, he stopped in shock as he saw the expression on Lin Xiangxian's face while kissing Bai Qingling passionately. Lin Mo dropped his sword and said, Lin Xiangxian, do you even know what you are doing? Why would you willingly fall so low? Why will you not answer me? Tears fell from his eyes, snot dripped from his mouth, and he continued, Even if you lied, said it was all for show. Lin Xiangxian hugged Bai Qingling while kissing him passionately, leaving Lin Mo frozen in place. He spat blood from shock and said, No. He then fell to the ground. Ji Taimei attended to him and ordered the servants, Someone, escort the third prince to the guest hall to rest. No one is allowed to remain here. Lord Demon Bai Qingling has matters to attend to. Ji Taimei and a servant carried Lin Mo out. Bai Qingling thought to himself, Lin Mo, just as in the original setup, you harbor improper thoughts toward your own sister. If not, how would it come to this? Lin Xiangxian thought quietly, I am sorry, royal brother. Xiangxian had no choice. She spread her legs while on the floor and continued telling herself, Master's grand plan must not fail. Xiangxian must wait for the right moment to ruin this demon's power. As Lin Xiangxian sat down quietly, Bai Qingling said, You just defended me in front of Lin Mo, so I am rewarding you. Now step down. Only obedient dogs get rewarded. Do you understand? Lin Xiangxian complied, walking on all fours and seductively said, yes, Xiangshan will serve with all her heart, striving to earn her master's favor. At Shuoyu City, Lord's Mansion Sen Shinger touched the water with her perfect feet and said, sigh, what is so fun about banquets anyway? It is so boring to be alone. As she played with the water, Han Jinyang arrived and said, I heard that Queen Yin moved into the palace in Shuoyu City by herself. I suppose your master has also quietly left by now? Sen Shinger's tears formed as she said, then, Master, no, why has he not come to see Shinger? Has he already forgotten Shinger, planning to abandon her? Han Jinyang said, if he can abandon such a young and beautiful disciple like you, then that rotten man would never consider someone like me his own. Sen Shinger said clearly Shinger did it willingly. Clearly Shinger climbed into master's bed every time. Han Jinyang shouted, silence! I do not want to hear this. Suddenly a huge foot stomped the ground as a massive lady walked nearby. Sen Shinger, confused, said, Who is it? Han Jinyang said, it is Simin Wuhen, sect leader of the Joy sect, demonic title, Great Joy Bodhisattva. Sen Shinger said, Joy sect leader? Shinger and master killed Shuorui in Wugan City, and she was her daughter. Han Jinyang closed Sen Shinger's delicate soft lips and said, stop talking now. Do you have a death wish? Since one of the top leaders of the 8 demonic sects is already here, I cannot waste time with you anymore. Be careful. Watch your words and actions. A few moments later, Sen Shinger looked into the distance and said, sigh. With master gone, Shinger really has no mood for mischief. Suddenly, she noticed someone and said in confusion, A seductive figure appeared in the distance. She said, who? That figure definitely is not from the Joy sect. Could it really be Sister Lixu? But Sister Lixu adores Shinger. If it were her, she would show herself for sure. Who could it be? Why is Shinger so dumb and cannot figure it out? Bai Qingling arrived walking on water and said, who is my Shinger mumbling about? Sen Shinger was shocked. Bai Qingling said, could it be a talented young man from another demonic sect? Sen Shinger stared at Bai Qingling and immediately jumped to hug him, shouting, Master. How could Shinger ever think of another man besides Master? Bai Qingling said, Shinger, now is not the time to space out. Sen Shinger blushed as she pressed her huge, soft chest against Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling touched her delicate face and said, according to my divination, there might be a major disaster in Shuoyue City tonight. From now on, you must stay by my side at all times. No wandering off. Understood? Sen Shinger said, Shinger understands. No matter what happens, Shinger will never be separated from Master again. As she kissed Bai Qingling's cheeks, Sen Shinger said, oh right, Master. While you were away, Shinger kept thinking about how to make you stay. Sen Shinger took off her clothes and walked toward the water. She happily said, look at this. How about it? As she showed off her new bathing suit, Bai Qingling coughed blood while looking at her sexy figure and said to himself, depends on the occasion. In broad daylight, with people coming and going, someone might think I have defected to the Joy sect. In the distance, Feng Lixui observed Bai Qingling and Sen Shinger together. Feng Lixui said, Master, little junior sister, you have both disappointed me greatly. I never imagined that man would actually make a move on Shinger. I never thought Shinger would fall for that man. As senior sister, I know him best. I know exactly what kind of person he is. Truly revolting. As insects crawled across her body when she was a child. A few moments later, a fat lady played with a pretty muscular blonde boy and said, rotten man dares to resist? Being pampered by us little fairies is your greatest fortune. Her fatter friend also played with another pretty boy and said, there is no such thing as a man losing in this kind of situation. Ladies, use force. Simin Wuhen handed a cup to Ren Qianfan and said, Hall Master Ren, this way please. Ren Qianfan stared blankly into the distance. Simin Wuhen said, life is short, seize joy while you can. As the Joy sect leader, Simin Wuhen played with Ren Qianfan. In the distance, a man said, hey. Hall Master Ren from the Kangming sect got lured into a private room by the Great Joy Bodhisattva? His friend said, why did Hall Master Ren not resist? And his wife is just sitting there doing nothing? Han Jinyang said to herself, that eunuch is like a salted fish now. Has he really sunk to such depravity? As Simin Wuhen entered a room with Ren Qianfan, suddenly Bai Qingling arrived. Han Jinyang looked at him. Bai Qingling pulled a chair and said, it seems the madam has drunk too much. Han Jinyang said, you despicable man, are you not also here to enjoy the show? Then she put down her cup and said, or perhaps, is it just like last time in Wugan City with another deadly trap set by that Ji Taimei? Bai Tingling said, "It is not that simple. This time is 10 times more dangerous than before." Suddenly, a fat lady ran slowly, sweating, and shouted, "Murder! Someone has been murdered. Sect leader, the great Joy Bodhisattva, is dead." As Han Jinyang was shocked, Bai Qingling continued sipping his cup of wine. Han Jinyang, confused and shocked, said, "Great Joy Bodhisattva was killed? Who did it?" She began to sweat. Bai Tingling replied, "This is just the beginning. Head to the Yin Empress's palace in the southern suburbs of Shuiyue City, and you will be safe." Ren Qianfan suddenly appeared and shouted, "Lunatics, all lunatics, when did you arrive?" "Right, I am a lunatic too," Han Jinyang said. That demonic mastermind could not possess Hallmaster Ren, only confused his mind to create an escape opportunity. Bai Qingling replied, "He will return to normal shortly, no need to worry. As for the next target being watched, they should already be present." When a different scene at the Shuiyue City marketplace, Tantai Lingying said, "Hongyi, you are now the sect leader." "Coming here so rashly might," Yi Hongji interrupted. "The sect is managed by the Holy Maiden, and Shuiyue City is guarded by the Godfather. There is no need to worry at all." Tantai Lingying narrowed her eyes and asked, "So you are really thinking about a man that much?" Yi Hongyi blushed and said, What do you mean thinking about a man? That is my godfather." Tantai Lingying, confused, looked around. "Huh? Why is the corpse's evil aura in this city so dense? There is even a trace of a strange formation here." She added, "I was locked by Master in the Formation Palace of Yuluo Hall since childhood, so my soul blood has long been familiar with most formations of this world. I am afraid, just on this street in the marketplace, there are secretly 3 killing formations laid out." She turned to Ye Hongyi and continued, "I will go find Master and Jinger to inform them to withdraw. Hongyi, escape the city first. If anything happens, contact me through the Spirit Jade. Got it?" Yi Hongji, blushing again, said softly, All right. This is the you I recognize. My dear sister Lingying." As Tantai Lingying noticed a shadow running in the distance, she shouted, "Senior sister?" She followed the figure. "Sister Lixu, I would not mistake you. Wait, I have something to say to you. Are you avoiding me?" "Have you heard about everything recently?" Her tone became pleading. "But Master is not the same as before now. No, it is us who never truly saw through him. Just come back first. See Master once and you will understand." Feng Lixu looked back with a grin and said, Hee, what a catch falling right into my hands. Thought I would have to wait several more days, but a living water element soul just delivered itself. Father, if I finish the task early, will you reward Yu Ying properly?" Tantai Lingying exclaimed. "You are not Sister Lixu. Your name is Yu Ying. Were you sacrificed by an evil cultivator and your soul forcibly dragged into the forbidden ghost path?" Yu Ying snapped. "Shut up. Father is not evil. He loves me. He helped me complete a glorious evolution, severing myself from the mundane world." She flapped her wings and shouted, "Hand over your delicious living soul already, you nagging old hag." Tantai Lingying responded calmly as she drew out her guqin and began plucking its strings, releasing powerful sound waves that slowed Yu Ying. "If this were the Kangming sect, the blood chef would have welcomed a new guest already," she remarked. Yi Hongyi joined in, drawing her sword. "Buddha seal!" Yu Ying gasped, "What?" As chains wrapped around her entire body. Yi Hongyi sneered, "Bleh! You collapsed before I even exerted myself? Trash!" Yu Ying's eyes widened. "Kangming sect, blood chef, and sect leader, you are the new sect leader of Kangming sect. And she is from Yuluo Hall?" She looked around in growing horror. In that case, could the esteemed Bai Qingling demon lord also be nearby? Yu Hongji pointed her sword toward Yu Ying. "No use talking to a loser ghost like you. Just die." Tantai Lingying held her back and warned, "Hongyi, careful. She is pretending to be weak." Yu Ying grinned. "So I have been seen through? Hehe." Sharp eyes. With a surge of power, she broke the chains. "But I can tell too. You are only at the peak of the core formation stage. Hand me your soul. Soul-seizing technique." She lunged forward. Tantai Lingying quickly plucked her guqin again. Sound waves surged and stopped Yu Ying midair. Yu Ying screamed in pain. Impossible. I endured so much pain just to perfect an attack nearing unity-level strength. How could a mere Kangming disciple at peak core formation block me?" Tantai Lingying held a single string and declared, "You have not even been to the Blood Chef's hall, yet you talk of pain. The pain I have endured is likely tenfold what you can imagine. Only then did I master this demon sound path, praised endlessly by Bai Qingling Demon Lord himself." Yu Ying shouted, "I don't believe it. You're not even that old demon Qianfan." I even snatched the soul of that fat hag from Joy's sect. Who the heck do you think you are? Tantai Lingyan calmly activated her skill, Song of Departed Souls. As she strummed her guqin, powerful sound waves surged forth. Yu Ying, stunned, cried out, "What is this thing? Even disciples of Yuluo Hall are dabbling in ghost arts now?" Huge spectral hands emerged from the ground and grabbed Yu Ying, slamming her to the floor. Tantai Lingyan declared, "No physical form doesn't mean invincible." Yu Ying, pinned under the ghostly force, struggled as Tantai Lingyan said seriously, "Speak, what exactly is your background?" Yu Ying gasped and said, I'm a disciple of the evil extreme sect. Yu Ying, my father forced me to hunt souls and attack you. I'm so pitiful, ladies, please spare me. Ah, he. She stuck out her tongue seductively. He. Suddenly, dark energy surged from her body. She broke free with a burst and shouted, "No good. I can't keep pretending anymore. You think just because you broke my soul-seizing demon tone by luck, you can beat me? You're dreaming. Now this is my true specialty. 1,000 Souls Morning Secret Technique. Taste the agony that rivals the might of a nascent soul cultivator." A wave of enormous ghostly hands surged forward. Tantai Lingyan flinched. "No, my sound waves aren't working." Yi Hongyi added in alarm. "Even the sword chi from the Kangming sword scripture is useless." Tantai Lingyan cried out, "Hongyi, flee into the sky now." Yi Hongyi said grimly, "It's too late." He looked up at the descending ghostly pressure. The ghost aura's at its peak. It's pressing downward. Tantai Lingyan whispered, "Hongyi, I'm sorry, I'm useless. I couldn't protect you." Ye Hongyi gripped her soft hands and smiled gently. "What are you saying? Sister Lingyan will always be my favorite person. Just like Master, but no matter what." Together, they raised their swords and shouted, "Even if I destroy my own divine soul, I won't let her take yours." Yu Ying fired a beam of dark energy. A massive explosion erupted on impact. But when the smoke cleared, Tantai Lingyan and Ye Hongyi stood unharmed. Tantai Lingyan looked ahead and said, "This is..." Yongyi asked, "Is that Master?" Tantai Lingyan narrowed her eyes. "No. Though Master rarely uses a sword, his cultivation is extremely profound. The intent behind this strike is still lacking." Yu Ying looked at the new figure and asked, "Is the person here the Demon Lord Kingling?" As the figure stepped forward, Tantai Lingyan's eyes lit up. "Seeing your sister Feng." She ran up and hugged the figure tightly from behind. "I knew it was you." Lingyan had recognized that silhouette right away. Feng Lingsu replied coldly, "Don't call me senior sister. You're overly sentimental and hesitant, not worthy of being a disciple of Yuluo Hall." Tantai Lingyan flinched. "Senior sister." Feng Lingzhu turned her sharp eyes toward Yu Ying. "Yuluo Hall doesn't raise freeloaders. You should go back and take your punishment." Yu Ying shrieked in pain. "Ugh." Feng Lingzhu continued, "I've embarrassed myself. Please forgive my incompetence." She walked forward with seductive grace, her sword blazing with flames. "Your opponent now is the chief disciple of the Demon Lord Qingling, senior disciple of Yuluo Hall, Feng Lingzhu." She twirled her sword, flames swirling around the blade. Ye Hongyi asked in shock, "What kind of technique is that?" Tantai Lingyan answered, "It's Master's original divine technique, 9 peaks heaven-burning art." Feng Lingzhu sat down calmly and said, "To cultivate it, one must endure endless scorching. The physical body must bear the agony of being burned by molten flames. Besides senior sister and Master himself, there may be no third person in the world who can master it." Yu Ying trembled. What is that? Something's seriously wrong. This chick is way more terrifying than that stupid woman playing the zither." Suddenly, Feng Lingzhu appeared behind Yu Ying. "What are you staring at, little brat?" She landed an explosive flaming punch into Yu Ying's back. Yu Ying screamed, "It hurts. It hurts so much. I know I was wrong. Spare me, I really messed up." Feng Lingzhu grabbed Yu Ying's face and said coldly, "Quit the act. I saw through all your little tricks from earlier. You're not sorry." She leaned in, voice like frost. "You just realized you're going to die." As Feng Lingzhu raised her fist, brimming with powerful energy, Yu Ying trembled in fear and said, "I was wrong. I confess. I will say everything." She was sweating all over her seductive body as she continued, "My father is Li Qianju, the Grand Elder of the evil extreme sect. He forced me to do it. He is currently waiting for me at Tianmeng Mountain outside Shuiyue City to bring back the living soul." Feng Lingzhu held her head, then struck her with blazing power. Yu Ying's eyes widened as she screamed, You're breaking your word. You have no honor." She disintegrated under the light of the full moon. Feng Lingzhu said coldly, Who promised not to kill you? Even if I did promise and still killed you, so what? As she descended, Ye Hongyi said, So this is the demeanor of Yuluo Hall's senior sister, just like the sect leader, as if carved from the same mold. Feng Lixu replied, I saw Xinger in Shui. She's getting cuter and more attached to master every day. Tantai Lingying looked at Ye Hongji in shock. Feng Lixu said, So Lingyin, you have turned into her now too. Is that it? Tantai Lingying froze. Then, holding Feng Lixu's soft hands, she said, Senior sister, I know you're still bitter about failing to slay our master, but things are truly different now. I've seen true love from master. Feng Lixu retorted, How old are you and Xinger? How many people or experiences have you encountered? Do you even understand what love means? Ye Hongyi snapped, At least she understands it more than you do, senior sister. Feng Lixu, confused, said, Huh? Tantai Lingying blushed silently. Suddenly, Ye Hongyi was flung back onto the rooftop. Grand Elder Li Qianju of the evil extreme sect appeared, capturing Ye Hongyi. He said, Look who it is, the little sect heir of Kangming sect. A perfect water attribute living soul. He glanced at Ye Hongji and grinned. Ewing, your death was not in vain. You let me reap a big bargain. Wahahaha, Tantai Lingying exclaimed. It's Elder Li Qianju. Suddenly, lightning struck from above, hitting the roof with a massive blast as Li Qianju leapt away. He muttered to himself, Zhenwu Sword Sect's demon-slaying flying sword? Even the righteous Tao of the Central Plains infiltrated this deep into my eastern lands. Landing gracefully, he frowned. No, something's off. The sword technique is clearly from Zhenwu Sword Sect, but the inner sword intent holds the demonic power of Kangming sect. This girl, is she a disciple from Yuluo Hall? Feng Lixu rushed in and shouted, Do you think the disciples of Demon Lord Qingling are easy to bully? Elder Li Qianju blocked her strike with his arm guard, but her sword shattered it and stabbed into his arm. Grimacing in pain, he said, You are just a half-step nascent soul. How can you pierce my demon armor and wound my body? This is, Feng Lixu answered sternly. That man's Nine Peaks heaven-burning art. Li Qianju's eyes widened, so that's it. Of course, you are his first disciple. If that's the case, then there's no time to hesitate. He released Ye Hongyi, who fell seductively to the ground. He declared, I will extract your living souls right now and offer them to that great one. Great Terror Black Heaven Demon Fist. As dark energy radiated from him, his eyes changed. A massive demonic fist burst forth from his body. Feng Lixu stared in shock, sweat pouring down her face. She saw a vision in her eyes and whispered to herself, Terror. As a child, I watched helplessly as my mother was humiliated and murdered before my eyes. Before the age of 11, I was tormented endlessly inside the human goo chamber. During my graduation trial, I was forced to slaughter countless righteous sect disciples. I fear all the injustice in this world. I fear that man. I fear my own weakness. A life of sin, like a tool's existence. I should have died with my mother long ago. Elder Li Qianju called out seductively, Come, do it, my dear child. Just one more strike, and it will all be over. Feng Lixu whispered to herself, The most divine power of the Great Terror Black Heaven Demon Fist lies in controlling the fear within the heart. As long as a trace of fear remains, it will drive one toward the abyss of suicide. She raised her sword to her neck. Elder Li Qianju said, Not everyone is as emotionless and twisted as your master. You are just a young girl. There's no way you could escape this technique. Tantai Lingying cried out, Sister Lixu, no! She rushed to stop her, but Feng Lixu gritted her teeth. Suddenly, Bai Qingling's voice whispered in her mind, Does it hurt? Good. This world is full of pain. Pain is one of the core forces of this world. Those who do not know pain will never understand what true strength is. Feel pain. Reflect. Understand pain. Accept pain. Feng Lixu's eyes widened. Bai Qingling continued, And finally, master pain. Surpass pain. This so-called fear. Utter nonsense. Your pain far exceeds it. Her gaze hardened in fury. In one swift motion, she stabbed Elder Li Qianju through the chest. As Grand Elder Li Qianju was stabbed in the chest, he shouted, No, impossible! But in Feng Lixu's eyes, Li Qianju became Bai Qingling, and he said softly, You absolutely cannot do it. Feng Lixu froze in shock. She whispered, This is, just as Bai Qingling had once said to her, Feng Lixu, my senior disciple, I know you desperately want to kill me. You believe that by killing me, all your pain will end. He touched the blade she held against him. That is why, the moment you believe you can kill me, is the moment you are at your weakest. With one smooth motion, Bai Qingling disarmed her. With a flick, he sent Feng Lixu flying. She slammed into the ground, coughing blood. Cough. Did I fail this training experience too? Bai Qingling stood over her. You still do not understand your master's intentions. Someone like you will never be worthy of being my disciple. But then he knelt beside her, touching her gently. So be it. The seed has already been planted for you. One day you will understand. He turned away, his voice cold yet resolute. Understand your master's true intention behind letting you suffer. In the present, Grand Elder Li Qianju screamed in agony, darn it! How could someone like me die here, killed by a mere ant like you? Clutching the sword in his chest, he roared, I am Li Qianju, Grand Elder of the evil extreme sect, renowned across the eastern lands. You are not qualified to kill me. Suddenly he paused, his eyes widening. The blade in his chest began to glow. It burst. Feng Lixu stood with flames in her eyes. Master. Lixu has understood. He murmured. Because of your existence, because of the pain you constantly inflict, I am forever reminded that this world's cruelty, malice, and reversals are endless. She erupted in a blaze. Only when you become the eternal source of my pain can I be worthy of a power strong enough to overcome all obstacles. She raised her arms, shouting, 9 peaks, heaven-burning art. A massive explosion lit up the sky. Li Qianju, charred and crumbling, cried, No, this is impossible. Tantai Lingyin gasped, Senior sister. Yongyi stepped back, so fierce? Li Qianju collapsed into ashes. Feng Lixu, still burning, whispered, Just now. Was that the seed master planted? She smiled faintly, then collapsed. I have finally... Before she could finish, Bai Qingling appeared and caught her mid-fall. Well done, Lixu, he said gently. You did not disgrace your master. Feng Lixu's eyes fluttered open. Master has... arrived. But why is this man holding me? When has he ever held me like this? Yi Hongyi ran over. Master, you have arrived. Feng Lixu jolted away, stumbling back. Ugh! She dropped to her knees. Master, Lixu returned to the eastern lands without your permission. Please punish me. She thought to herself, what is going on with Master? He is completely different from when I left. Normally he would have punished me on the spot without giving me a moment to breathe. Earlier, he was being so intimate with Xinger. That was also quite unusual. In my memory, he never sought carnal desire. Could it be that this man has been possessed by another spirit? If that is the case, I should just kill him with one sword, this useless man. Bai Qingling interrupted, I held you just now as a reward for saving your junior sister and the sect leader. And now you dare try to take advantage of that moment to stage some loving master-disciple act, typical of our demonic path? He slapped her. Feng Lixu shivered. Her body tensed and twisted, violently and seductively. She grinned in private thought, he's back. That feeling is back. That man is still the same man, the cruel demon lord who treats his disciples as mere tools. But then she flinched, shocked. Clutching her cheeks, she whispered to herself, No. Why am I thinking like this? It is as if, when he inflicts pain on me, my body is rejoicing at this so-called reward. Bai Qingling slapped her again. The first slap is for abandoning your post. The second, for disrespecting your master. She lay on the ground, silent. Get up, he barked. I did not allow you to lie on the ground while being punished. Tantai Lingyin cried out, Master, please stop hitting her. Bai Qingling snapped. Senior sister already knows her mistake. Please give her a chance to atone through merit. Feng Lixu spoke coldly. Lingyin, shut your mouth. She stood up. This has nothing to do with you. Lixu knows she made a grave mistake. Please punish me harshly, master. Bai Qingling's expression shifted. Punishment. Of course there will be punishment. But I will not forget to congratulate you where it is due. He took off his coat and gently draped it over her shoulders. Congratulations on officially completing your training, Feng Lixu, at Shuoyu City. Within the city lord's mansion, Bai Qingling and Feng Lixu stood silently. Bai Qingling glanced back at Feng Lixu and said, Speaking of which, I have already sent off the sect master and Lingyin to look for the Queen of Yin. Now we can have a proper conversation. A deep one. Feng Lixu muttered to herself. At this point, what does this man even want to talk about? Why is he dragging it out like this? If I am not mistaken, his relationships with Lingyin and Xinger are already very intimate. She looked at Bai Qingling seriously. Could it be, he wants to do the same thing to me? Is that why he brought me to this secluded spot? Her mind wandered to indecent thoughts of Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling thought to himself, 50,000 points. Just from slapping Feng Lixu, I actually earned 50,000 great love points. Combined with the points I have saved up recently from Jin Niang and Xinger, I should be close to unlocking the mythic treasure chest. Tonight, I must take down my eldest disciple, Feng Lixu. That will complete the entire inner court collection of Yuluo Hall. Lixu, take off your clothes, Bai Qingling said plainly. Feng Lixu's eyes widened in shock. She quickly covered her chest. Master, please have some respect. No need, really, Bai Qingling replied casually. You are going to be changing outfits in a moment anyway. A glowing mark appeared at her navel. Suddenly, writhing tentacles emerged from her stomach. Ah, evil pattern. No, she gasped as the tentacles wrapped around her alluring figure. Your disciple is willing to accept any punishment, but not this method. Please, no, she cried. Do not rely on your body to feel it, Bai Qingling instructed. Comprehend it with your Tao. Feng Lixu's breath quickened, her cheeks flushed deeply. Who is it that gives you pure pain? Bai Qingling continued. And who will save you, treat you, make your choice? This is cheating, vulgar, shameless. This is not even a real choice. Feng Lixu thought, her voice trembling as she clutched at his leg. Hurry and make the evil pattern stop. Bai Qingling urged. Save me, Feng Lixu pleaded, her tone dripping with seduction. Your 9 Peaks heaven-burning art had been stuck at scroll 3, level 9 for a long time, Bai Qingling said, touching her hand. He helped her to her feet. Starting today, you may begin training in scroll 4. Feng Lixu felt his warm aura enveloping her and opened her eyes in realization. The true essence of the heaven-burning art is being transferred into me through this evil pattern. To think such a heaven-shattering technique could be passed on like this. From this day forward, I consider you a fully trained disciple, Bai Qingling declared. There are some things I can now tell you. For example, the murderer who humiliated your mother. Why did you not tell me earlier? Why just say his identity was hard to confirm? Who is he? Chief attendant under Yu Shuzi of Kunlun Sect Sun Chuan. Do not be anxious. You are already walking the path of vengeance. Remember those sparring partners? I did not force you to kill innocents. Those people were all Sun Chuan's lackeys from Kunlun Sect. Unlike your junior sisters, you have no special talent or constitution. If you want revenge on a behemoth like Kunlun Sect, there is only one path for you, a mortal's painful cultivation, step by step, hardship after hardship. I simply made the choice for you early on, and you are only now beginning to understand. What a seductive path to becoming a demon. It is something I want to see to the very end, just like tonight. Every time you are in danger, have I not always made sure you came out whole? Since you have now officially graduated, if you still want to hate me, kill me. Then I will pretend I never had you as a disciple. Bai Qingling walked past her. Suddenly, Feng Lixu stepped forward, stopping just behind him. She wrapped her arms around him from behind, pressing her soft, full chest against his back. Stop, she murmured. Is this really how you speak to your master? Bai Qingling asked. Does master still not need tools to deal with those hypocrites who call themselves righteous? My revenge is not complete, and your great cause is not fulfilled either. At least in this matter, are our hearts not aligned? Tears welled in her eyes. Do not Lixu and master make a fine pair, she added softly. How rare. When you were little, you never acted spoiled, Bai Qingling said, raising his hand. Nor did you ever depend on me. He gently wiped her tears away. Feng Lixu froze in surprise. Save that expression for when you take your revenge, he said, pulling her close. System notification, congratulations, host. Great love successfully instilled. You have earned 100,000 points. This was my favorite character in the original novel. It has nothing to do with points, Bai Qingling thought. Being able to hug her sincerely like this. It is just the best. He smiled, a faint blush on his face. Oh, right, Feng Lixu said. While I was undercover, I heard even that Taoist fairy Muxin Lan could not forget you, master. Is that just gossip, or is there something real there? Bai Qingling broke into a cold sweat. Impossible. That crazy woman is dead set on killing me, he shouted. Lixu will keep a close eye on her. So do not worry, my master, Feng Lixu replied, pouting and pushing her chest forward in frustration, her face tinged pink. As the carriage moved forward, it arrived at the northern outskirts of Shuoyue City, while Ren Xianfan desperately chased after it. My dear, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance, he cried out. My dear, do not go. How am I supposed to live without you? Inside the carriage, Sen Shinger glanced worriedly at her companion. Madam Ren, are we really going to ignore Lord Ren? Han Jinyang's expression was cold as she replied, Let him be. That man was fooling around with that fat pig at the city lord's mansion earlier. Then, he was bewitched and made a fool of himself. He has completely disgraced our Kangming sect. Even if he dies now, it has nothing to do with me. Outside, Ren Xianfan stumbled to the ground in exhaustion, tears streaming down his face. Dear, my dear, why will you not show even a shred of affection from the past? Why are you treating me like this? His voice cracked, childlike and pitiful. My dear. From a distance, a crimson glow lit the mouth of an old well. A sinister voice echoed from within. Son of the Ren family, do you want to reclaim your dignity as a man? Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live? Ren Xianfan's eyes widened as he turned toward the well. Of course I do. How could I not? But as long as that person is here, it is all because of that person. Do not worry, the voice said, dripping with malice. Leave it to me. From the depths of the well, a colossal serpent emerged, its scales glistening with blood-red light. Above, Tantai Lingying and Ye Hongyi heard the commotion. What was that noise? Tantai Lingying asked sharply. An enemy. Ye Hongyi responded, tense. The serpent slithered into the sky, blotting out the moonlight with its massive body. Master told us to find the Queen of Yin, Tantai Lingying said. But that sound came from just up ahead. Be careful, Ye Hongyi warned. I can feel it coming. The two froze as the monstrous beast revealed itself. Bloody python demon, Tantai Lingying exclaimed. The demon lunged, forcing them to scatter. Dodge! Ye Hongyi shouted. This python demon's cultivation is unfathomably deep, far beyond ours. We are not even on the same level. It is charging again, Tantai Lingying cried. From atop the carriage, Han Jinyang's voice rang out. True fire of the divine phoenix. A radiant phoenix of pure flame burst forth, soaring toward the serpent. Ye Hongyi looked back in shock, seeing Han Jinyang standing tall, flames dancing around her. True fire of the divine phoenix. She invoked again, and the blazing bird struck the bloody python demon with divine fury. The beast let out a blood-curdling screech, before vanishing into nothingness. From inside the carriage, Sen Shinger called out, Second senior sister, sect leader, hurry over here. Han Jinyang descended gracefully from the roof as Tantai Lingying and Ye Hongyi approached. Shinger, Madam Ren, are you also heading to find the Queen of Yin? Tantai Lingying asked. Tonight is far from peaceful, Han Jinyang said gravely. Who knows what other dangers await us on the way? Maybe we should find Lord Bai first, Sen Shinger suggested. I have no objections. Let us go, Ye Hongyi agreed. Han Jinyang frowned inwardly. Not long after I left Ren Xianfan behind, that bloody python demon appeared. Could it be? Let us hope I am just overthinking it. Elsewhere, Bai Qingling was waiting. So that is why you all joined up and came to find me, he said with a faint smile. Sen Shinger rushed forward and embraced him tightly, pressing her soft chest against him. It has been years since my disciples have all gathered under one roof, Bai Qingling said warmly. Never thought we would reunite here and now. Clinging to Feng Lixu's arm, Sen Shinger beamed. Senior sister, it really is you. Shinger did not mistake you after all. Feng Lixu sighed, her tone sharp. Shinger, you are still the same. You have not matured one bit. Han Jinyang crossed her arms and turned away with a huff. Enjoy your little family reunion. I, this outsider, will not intrude. But Sen Shinger quickly hugged her from behind. Madam, please do not go. Shinger really likes being with you. As long as Madam does not mind, you are welcome to treat Yuluo Hall as your second home. Her face flushed as she forced a small, awkward smile. Auntie, it is best not to be alone, Ye Hongyi added. With all the growing unrest, we of the Kangming sect should stick together for safety. Han Jinyang gave a reluctant side glance. Bai Qingling cleared his throat. The entire Kangming sect is of one heart. Naturally, I shall follow suit. Han Jinyang blushed, caught off guard. Looking away, she muttered, Fine, fine, I will listen to the sect leader, all right? Speaking of that bloody python you encountered, Bai Qingling continued, I might just know its identity. That freak is more than 10 times scarier than Ji Tai Mei. Let us go. We need to investigate its background. And so, united, they walked forward together into the night. Bai Qingling said to himself while looking at the well, the ancestor blood python of Mount Tianmong, one of the original 8 innate demon cultivators who founded the demonic path. He was also the founder of the evil extreme sect. To unify the authentic teachings of the demonic path, the blood python ancestor hunted down scattered practitioners, only to be ultimately suppressed by the demon patriarch and others. The demon patriarch sealed him in a dry well so deep that even nascent soul cultivators could not sense him. He remained undiscovered for 10 millennia. Yet Elder Li Chanju of the evil extreme sect miraculously located that sealed site by following ancient texts. He then captured souls with the intention of breaking the seal, hoping to restore the evil extreme sect's former glory. The original version player, Xiao Qin, had to battle multiple times before finally defeating both Li Chenju and Yu Ying. But now Feng Lixu was drawn here because of me, and she has already packed that father and daughter pair away. That means the blood python ancestor cannot gather the souls he needs, making it impossible for him to break free. He then looked back at Han Jinyang and thought, now that the seal is broken, the remaining power of the blood python ancestor should have been more than enough to easily suppress Jinyang, despite her being just half a step from godhood. So why was he driven off by a single strike from her? Han Jinyang blushed, pushed her chest forward and said, "What are you looking at me for? Do not tell me you have some bizarre idea. Could it be you deliberately kept everyone half a mile away, using possible danger as an excuse just to be alone with me?" Bai Qingling sweated in silence, still staring at her. Bai Qingling said, "Let us stick to business first. You have surely sensed it too. This area is now full of aura fragments from a shattered ceiling barrier. Clearly the blood python ancestor is no longer here," Han Jinyang said. "But the demon patriarch's seal stood intact for 1,000 years. Why did it fail now?" Bai Qingling pointed in a direction and said, "Jinyang, look over there." Han Jinyang turned her gaze, confused, and said, That is Ren Chanfan's weeping blood demon sword?" As she looked closer, she said in disbelief, "It is sobbing? That is impossible. Ren Chanfan's spirit is formidable. He could not have been possessed by residual souls within the seal." Bai Qingling said, "But what if Ren Chanfan chose to sacrifice himself willingly? What if he voluntarily offered himself and merged with the blood python ancestor?" Han Jinyang stammered, I, Bai Qingling said, "I will handle them myself. That way, your reputation will not be tarnished by rumors of killing your husband." Han Jinyang said, "No, I will kill him. Even if he had once been strong, I would not be this disappointed in him. This has nothing to do with my feelings. I will simply give him one last chance to face me in battle." Bai Qingling said, "Very well. Even the gentle, meek Jinyang has finally become a true demonic cultivator. According to plan, let us first go see the Queen of Yin. The juniors who are not strong enough to meddle in this mess should be placed somewhere safe." As Bai Qingling walked away, at the south suburbs of Shuoyui City, within the Queen of Yin's palace lady, Xiao Qingmei said, as expected, "Jitai Mei knows how to gain favor, hosting us in such a splendid palace. No wonder the demon emperor trusts and favors him so much." The old servant said, "Madam, some say Jitai Mei is exceptionally skilled at winning hearts. Perhaps there is true love between him and another man. For the sake of my Xiao clan, please do not remain a widow forever. Do not let the direct line of the Xiao family end." Lady Xiao Qingmei sat up and replied, Who told you the Xiao line will end? That freak is no good. Are there no other men suitable?" She blushed as she stood up. The old servant was shocked. Lady Xiao Qingmei quickly covered her mouth, sweating as she muttered, "Ahem, I was joking." Just then a servant outside announced, "Report, Master Bai of the Kangming sect has arrived." Bai Qingling walked forward, escorted by Sen Xinger, Tantai Lingying, Feng Lixu, Yi Hong Yi, and Han Jinyang. He greeted her respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lady Xiao Qingmei blushed, held Bai Qingling's head, and whispered, You came." Bai Qingling sweated inwardly, thinking to himself, why such a reaction? Sen Xinger suddenly stepped forward, pressing her alluring figure in front of him, and shouted, "Hey, big woman, let go of my lord, our master." Lady Xiao Qingmei blinked in confusion, blushing as she said, "Oh?" Then, with surprising excitement, she scooped Sen Xinger up and exclaimed, "Wow, you are here too, little cutie. On closer inspection, you really are a delicate beauty." Sen Xinger flailed in agitation, shouting, "Put me down, I do not want you hugging me." Feng Lixu stepped forward and said politely, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Tantai Lingying added, "Please let go of our junior sister." Lady Xiao Qingmei smiled warmly. Oh dear, such well-behaved little disciples all around. Han Jinyang frowned and said, Queen Yin, as the demon emperor's primary consort, such lax behavior may be unbecoming of royalty. Lady Xiao Qingmei turned her gaze sharply to Han Jinyang and said, I remember. You were Lord Ren's wife. We met in Wugan City, did we not? A married woman does not need to follow Xiao Qingling around every day. What is that about? Han Jinyang muttered to herself. Why do you treat me like this? Ye Hongyi placed a hand on Han Jinyang's shoulder and whispered, People around the demon emperor are always unpredictable. Aunt, do not take it to heart. Bai Qingling looked at Lady Xiao Qingmei and spoke to her telepathically. Queen Yin, I already sent word to you during our earlier conversation about the blood python ancestor situation. Then I will entrust these juniors to your care and leave to prepare something more important. I actually like these youngsters. They remind me of my own Yurong. Oh, right. After the memory revelation, did no one draw the connections between you and Hua Yue wrong? Bai Qingling averted his gaze and said, Queen Yin, calm yourself. Lady Xiao Qingmei sighed. There is much trivial business here. Qingling should prioritize the greater picture. Bai Qingling smirked and said, The time you are securing for me to take care of the juniors will not be wasted. Only once the final weakness is addressed can I conquer all at the Demonic Path Conference. As Bai Qingling meditated silently on his bed, he said to himself, after so many days, it is finally time to use my great love points to open another treasure chest. I even intentionally stayed an extra day today. First, I performed another detoxification for Jinyang. He recalled the moment when he caught the fragrance of her alluring legs. Bai Qingling continued speaking inwardly. Then I savored the long-missed cooking of my eldest and second disciples. And finally, I had Xinger help me relax properly. That day, as Xinger went to Bai Qingling's bed, he pressed on the system interface and declared, This accumulation is enough to draw a mythical treasure chest. Exchange. A system notification rang out. Successfully exchanged for a mythical treasure chest. Great love points consumed, 500,000. Remaining balance, 250,000. Another notification followed. Mythical treasure, art of bedroom immortals, human slaughterer scroll. An upper realm emperor level cultivation method. The unique secret arts of the Heihuan sect's founding ancestor, capable of annihilating the physical body of a cultivator within the same major realm. Mythical treasure, secret codex of the Gudao, final scroll, an upper realm emperor level cultivation method. The Gyu Dao level can be raised to 100, surpassing the current world's heavenly Dao energy limits. Mythical treasure, physique, myriad transformations, formless sacred body. An upper realm top-tier medicinal body. This sacred body increases absorption ability and compatibility with all beneficial buffs by 1,000 times, and it does not conflict with other physiques. Bai Qingling's eyes lit up. Truly worthy of a 500,000-point mythical treasure chest. It is more than 100 times stronger than all the previous chests. But, on second thought, my ultimate enemies are all a major realm higher than me right now. Annihilating cultivators in the same realm is somewhat useless. As expected, I should still go with the Gu Dao that the Qingling Demon Lord was already skilled in. It will serve as a trump card to win by surprise. He selected his prize. Chosen treasure, secret codex of the Gu Dao, soul-shaking mountain scroll. As Bai Qingling held the scroll in his hands, he instantly activated it. His body trembled slightly as he absorbed the essence of the secret codex of the Gu Dao, soul-shaking mountain scroll. The system said, Congratulations, host. Your Gu Dao realm has broken through the current world's limit and reached level 100. Another system notification followed. Unlock the GU Immortal Achievement. 381 types of reward materials have been placed in your storage space. Suddenly, Tantai Lingying entered the room and shouted, Master, Lingyan has an urgent matter to report. Bai Qingling opened his eyes, watching Tantai Lingying run seductively toward him. He said, What is all the panic about? Did I give you permission to enter? Tantai Lingying stopped and muttered to herself, that familiar oppressive feeling. But it seems different from before, as if some part of Master has already transcended his fleshly mortal body. She said aloud, Master, this matter is extremely urgent. I was supposed to keep this a secret, but right now I am truly worried about Sister Lixu. Bai Qingling frowned. What happened to Lixu? Tantai Lingying answered, She went to the Heiwan sect to assassinate Lin Mo. She recalled what had happened earlier when she asked Feng Lixu, senior sister. Are you really going to assassinate the third prince of Great Chu, Lin Mo? Feng Lixu replied, I have already thought it through. This is necessary to atone for my past wrongdoings. I am Master's undercover agent in the righteous path. This is something I had to do sooner or later. Moreover, I returned this time with the thought of killing my master, but was ultimately persuaded by him. Her cheeks turned faintly red as she added, if I do not kill the other side, sooner or later it will damage my Dao heart. At the Heiwan sect, Feng Lixu hovered silently in the sky. A servant spotted her and said in surprise, Is that Feng Lixu from the Zhenwu sword sect, the one who is always by his third highness's side? Feng Lixu descended and asked coldly, Where is Lin Mo? The servant bowed. Miss Feng, please wait a moment. I will go and report this at once. Not long after, Lin Mo rushed out with joy written across his face. Sister Lixu, you finally came to see me. Feng Lixu looked away and posed seductively, saying, Your third highness, we have company. You cannot wear such a pure and lovely expression on your face. Lin Mo blushed and muttered to himself, Why is Sister Lixu suddenly acting like this toward me today? Could it be? Feng Lixu turned back, swaying her figure, and said, Do you want to know? This is not a suitable place. Let us find a more secluded spot to talk quietly. Lin Mo followed eagerly. All right, whatever Sister Lixu says goes. Even if it is a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, this prince will follow. A few moments later, at a hill, Feng Lixu gestured toward the distant peaks. Look at the summit of this yin-yang mountain range. Sheer cliffs, a churning sea of clouds. What do you think? Lin Mo gazed at the view and said, It is naturally majestic and overwhelmingly beautiful. But none of it is as beautiful as Sister Lixu. Sister Lixu, the first time I went to the Zhenwu sword sect, I etched you into my memory forever. After that, I often made excuses to go there, just to sneak a glimpse of you. The Sister Lixu in my memory was indifferent and aloof, always gazing at the sea of clouds alone like this. If only there were a place for me beside that figure. I always found myself having such wild thoughts. He took a deep breath and declared, Sister Lixu, I am different from that Xiao Chen and all the other men. We both carry great destiny, but I have status and strength, and I am single-minded and wholehearted only for you. I will definitely kill that old demon Bai and give you the future you want. Sister Lixu, are you willing to accept my feelings? Feng Lixu gazed at him seriously. Then she smiled. This is the first time you have spoken so frankly. Very well. Then I shall give you a clear response. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Sister Lixu, you finally... Suddenly he froze as sharp pain burst through his chest. He looked down in disbelief at Feng Lixu's sword piercing his body. Holding the blade, he trembled and asked weakly, Sister Lixu, you... Why did you... Feng Lixu whispered softly, Lin Mo, you are a good person. And that is all, Lin Mo said to himself while looking at Feng Lixu. Sister Lixu, why? Why is the first time you smile at me like this the very moment you choose to attack me? He held the sword with his two bare hands and muttered in anger, instead of striking down that great demon lord. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly remembered what Ji Tai Mei had told him before. Xiao Chen had been the child of fortune. Eradicating Bai Qingling should have been a simple matter, yet somehow Bai Qingling had used a scheme to shatter his fortune and ultimately managed to kill him instead. Your Highness, some time ago you suddenly activated the Lin family's ancestral bloodline power, the dragon heir. Lin Mo replied, That is hardly a secret. Why bring it up now? Ji Tai Mei said, The night you awakened your bloodline was the very same day Xiao Chen suddenly died. Fortune does not vanish, it only transfers. According to Mr. Mu Sheng's calculations, you are the new child of fortune. Suddenly, Wang Linkai appeared at the door and said, Your Highness, you must take Xiao Chen's death as a warning and be wary of women. Reporting to Your Highness, Miss Feng has returned. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Really? Quickly, take me to her. In the present, Lin Mo cried blood as he shouted in anger, What have I, Lin Mo, done to make you hate me so much? Why do you want me dead? Feng Lixu answered, I do not hate you. He wants you dead. She pulled her sword, smiled faintly, and said, So I will kill you. Lin Mo's face twisted in pain. Him? Who is he? Since when did you have a him? Feng Lixu released her magic. There is no point in a dead man knowing too much. Blazing flame struck Lin Mo's wound, and he screamed in agony. Crying out like a child, he shouted, Sister Lixu, I treated you sincerely. I was infatuated with you. I swore to make you my wife, yet you are so heartless. In the future, I will use any means necessary to make you my woman, and I will tear that man behind you into 1,000 pieces. He leapt into the sky screaming like a child. Ah! Feng Lixu frowned. What is this bizarre evil technique? His organs have been burned to ash, yet he is still not dead, and can even escape. So Lin Mo's fate is not to die, huh? No wonder Master was so wary of him. She immediately followed, vowing, I cannot let Lin Mo slip away like this. I will search high and low to find him. At the joyful Linyan sect headquarters, Lin Mo flew desperately toward the sect. This demonic fire has burned my organs to cinders. I'm only clinging to life thanks to the dragon air power of the Lin family's bloodline. Before the sun sets, I must find a Lin family descendant and use the word spirit power to revive myself. He landed weakly and muttered, I remember my 9th sister is in this very hall. As long as she personally declares that I can still be saved, I can achieve nirvana and be reborn. This is the necessary trigger for the dragon air power. Lin Mo burst into the chamber. Shang-Xin, are you in there? He looked toward the bed. Xiangxiang? Lin Xiangxiang, is that you? On the bed, a shadow moved suspiciously. Imperial brother? Lin Xiangxian's startled voice replied. You, please, wait a moment, Lin Mo gasped. Your brother is dying. Quickly, help me. But when he pulled open the curtains, he froze in shock. His eyes widened. Lin Xiangxian blushed in embarrassment. Imperial brother, do not look. Her body trembled as she hugged a pillow, one with Bai Tingling's face printed on it. Lin Mo coughed blood, disbelief written across his pale face. Xiangxian, could it be that you were just with this old demon Bai? Imperial brother, what is wrong with you? Lin Xiangxian cried, panicked by the gaping hole in his chest. Lin Mo trembled and spat. Lin Xiangxian, you are unworthy of being my Lin Mo's sister. He raised his hand to strike her. Lin Xiangxian closed her eyes beautifully and shouted, Ya! But just before his palm could land, a hand stopped him. Lin Xiangxian opened her eyes nervously, sweat trickling down her face. It was Bai Qingling who had caught Lin Mo's wrist. My dog, and you dared to hit her. Bai Qingling? Lin Mo stammered. Bai Qingling looked at him with killing intent. Then, with a single slap, he sent Lin Mo flying. Lin Xiangxian said to Bai Qingling, her voice trembling, Lord Demon Master, why are you here? The great Chu imperial family has always held your lordship in the highest esteem, and Xiangxian is even determined to serve you for life. Although my imperial brother has suffered some mishap, he too is willing to serve the demonic path. Bai Qingling's gaze swept over her from head to toe. So, you are afraid this venerable one will harm your imperial brother, are you? He asked. Then, silently to himself, he mused, I heard Ling Yin's words, and came out to investigate, just in time to see Feng Lixu trigger Lin Mo's passive ability. That is the dragon air power, which can boost combat strength for a short time and even grants immortality in the original tale. Now that this venerable one has arrived, it is not to mock this so-called second male lead, but rather to help him sever his immortality and ascend to the heavens. A faint smile tugged at his lips. At that moment, Lin Mo's weak voice echoed telepathically into his sister's mind. Do not be afraid of this man. Although I, your imperial brother, am gravely injured, I will not die so easily. As long as you can say that sentence without any prompting, you can activate the power of the word spirit. Before she could respond, Bai Qingling interrupted with a mocking laugh. Oh my. Your imperial brother's body is in such a state, yet he still endures? He's willing to suffer terminal agony just to cling to his last breath. He pulled Lin Xiangxian closer and whispered in her ear, Lin Xiangxian, do you truly wish to see your imperial brother die in such torment? Should you not persuade him to let go of this unrealistic desire to live and give him the mercy of end-of-life care? Lin Mo's eyes burned with fury as he watched the two of them standing so intimately close. Lin Xiangxian took a hesitant step toward him. Imperial brother, who was it that injured you so badly? How did you endure until now? Lin Mo coughed violently. Cough, never mind that for now. Just say that sentence to me first. Sentence? What sentence? Lin Xiangxian asked, bewildered. Grabbing her delicate wrist, Lin Mo rasped, tell your imperial brother, if a descendant of the Lin family lost all their internal organs, could they still live? Lin Xiangxian's thoughts wavered. Of course a person cannot live without their internal organs, especially without a heart. But for my imperial brother to ask this specifically, could there be a deeper meaning? Meanwhile, Bai Qingling's eyes narrowed as he thought, for Lin Mo to trigger the dragon air power A Lin family blood relative must unknowingly speak the words of the word spirit. If Lin Xiangxian were tricked into saying that one could live without organs, Lin Mo would truly be revived on the spot. How could I, a veteran player, not know about the cheatability of the original novel's second male lead? With cold disdain, he declared, "What Lin Xiangxian can and cannot say is not for others to decide. Lin Xiangxian, this venerable one told you to show him some care, but I did not permit you to speak nonsense in my presence. Do you even have this venerable one in your eyes?" Shaken, Lin Xiangxian turned away, then collapsed to her knees. Pressing her heaving chest against the floor, she wept, "Lord Demon Master, as you can see, my brother is in this state." Xiangxian was simply anxious for a moment. Bai Qingling sneered inwardly. In the original tale, Lin Xiangxian was pampered, arrogant, and willful. She treated Xiao Qin like a mere insect at the drop of a hat. Her difficulty level was one of the highest. And yet now she grovels at my feet without dignity. The taming of Lin Xiangxian has been a great success. He removed his robe and tossed it at Lin Mo's face. Forget it. After all, this venerable one is not some kind of devil. Cover your unsightly state first. You have frightened your little sister to tears. Then he lifted Lin Xiangxian's chin, his voice cold yet teasing. Lin Xiangxian, you have done quite well. You still remember that your status is merely that of a stray dog before this venerable one's gate. Lord Demon Master, she whispered, her eyes brimming with submission. Even if it is only a stray dog, Bai Qingling said softly, this venerable one knows what it desires. It longs for its master's affirmation, for its master's care. Though such things are rare and precious upon the demonic path, this venerable one can still afford to grant them. Lin Xiangxian's heart raced wildly as her body trembled. Lord Demon Master, she thought lustfully. Ah, his perfect strong chest presses tightly against my heart. You are right, Master. This is what Xiangxian wants. Lin Mo's face twisted in shock and rage. He tore the robe from his chest and roared, Bai Qingling, what kind of goo poison did you use on Lin Xiangxian to turn her into this? It must be you, a master of the Gu Dao, who played some sinister trick. Bai Qingling snorted in disdain. This venerable one cannot be bothered to use goo on a stray dog. Then telepathically, he whispered into Lin Mo's mind. Perhaps it is simply her first time encountering a real man. Lin Mo, you little brat, you. Lin Mo spat blood, collapsing with a hoarse cry. Bai Qingling stared down at him coldly. Look, Lin Xiangxian, your brother is cursed by a pointless obsession with survival. He could have rested in peace, yet now he is forced to endure this torture. Bai Qingling leaned close and whispered into Lin Xiangxian's ear, his voice low and intoxicating. Go and say your goodbyes to him. Just as this venerable one is doing to you now, you too can grant him one last moment of tenderness. Lin Xiangxian's lips trembled. Imperial brother. Her heart ached as she thought to herself, we grew up and cultivated together. When I was accepted as a disciple by Mr. Mu Xing, you celebrated for me as though it were your own honor. We both knew that the price of destroying the demonic path would be long and painful. To eliminate the beast, one must first offer oneself to it. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She cried aloud, Imperial brother, I am sorry. Xiangxian will definitely catch the scoundrel who hurt you and avenge you. Yet even as she declared it, her arms wrapped tightly around Bai Qingling, her beautiful body pressing against him. Lin Mo's eyes widened in horror. No, Xiangxian, do not listen to him. He must have heard of the Dragon Heir's legend from somewhere. That is why he is deliberately. But before he could finish, Lin Xiangxian's voice cut through, shattering his last hope. A person, if one loses their internal organs, how could they possibly go on living? Lin Mo's face twisted in despair. Blood spilled from his lips as he whispered with his last breath. Lixu, I will not let you go, even if I become a ghost. His body collapsed to the floor. Imperial brother, Imperial brother, Lin Xiangxian sobbed, her wails echoing through the chamber. Bai Qingling placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke with feigned sympathy. Oh, Princess of Great Chu, please accept my condolences. Although you have lost your brother, you still have this venerable one, and my Yuluo Hall. His lips curved into a sly grin. This venerable one can completely be your foster father, and if you perform well enough, in the future, you might even be qualified to become this venerable one's younger sister. Lin Xiangxian lowered her head, tears still glistening in her eyes. Yes, Xiangxian is deeply grateful for Lord Demon Master's favor. And a few moments later, the door burst open. Ji Taimei stepped inside, only to freeze at the sight before him, Lin Mo lying, lifeless on the floor, and Lin Xiangxian kneeling silently beside his body. His face turned ashen. Lin Mo is dead. Yes, Bai Qingling said calmly, his voice indifferent. What a pity. Ji Taimei's jaw tightened. Sectmaster Ji, what do you think we should do? Go, Ji Taimei barked. Lock down the headquarters and summon all disciples. We must investigate this matter thoroughly and find the true culprit. Behind his words, Bai Qingling's lips curled into a smirk. A short while later, as disciples gathered outside the headquarters, Ji Taimei raised his voice. The disciples on duty at the gate today, step forward. Report any and all news related to Lin Mo, quickly. One man trembled as he stepped forward. Reporting to the sectmaster. Stop dithering, Ji Taimei snapped. Speak. The disciple stammered, his hands shaking. I have an impression of this young lady. He pointed toward Feng Lixu. It was her. She was the one who requested an audience with His Highness the Third Prince today. She was also the last person to see him alive. Ji Taimei's face darkened. He glanced at Bai Qingling, then barked a warning. Wang Lingkai, this sectmaster, warns you. You can eat whatever you wish, but you cannot speak carelessly. This is Hallmaster Bai's disciple. If you wrongly accuse her, I will have your head. But Wang Lingkai's voice rang firm despite his fear. There is no mistake. His Highness personally went to the gate to meet this very lady. Several of our brothers saw her as well. The sectmaster can summon them one by one for questioning. Ji Taimei's thoughts churned in disbelief. The woman the Third Prince was so infatuated with is actually old Demon Bai's disciple? That cannot be right. He turned toward Bai Qingling, but the hallmaster only stared back in silence, his expression unreadable. Then Lin Xiangxian pointed an accusing finger at Feng Lixu, her voice shrill with grief. It's you! Did you harm my imperial brother? Why are you not explaining? Are you admitting it? Suddenly, a sharp crack split the air. Sen Xinger's hand lashed out, striking Lin Xiangxian's cheek. The princess crumpled to the ground in stunned silence, her cry cut off. Sen Xinger said, Slap! Master took you in as nothing more than a dog. At best, your current status is like that of an outer sect Wang Lingkai in Yuluo Hall. How dare you speak so rudely to the head direct disciple of Yuluo Hall? But then Sen Xinger froze, realizing what she had just done. She quickly pressed her chest against Bai Qingling's arm and said sweetly, Oh, Master, I was wrong. Just now, my mind was focused only on upholding the rules and honor of Yuluo Hall. My body acted on its own. Bai Qingling said, Your words and actions were not wrong. Why would you need to admit fault to me? He turned his gaze toward Feng Lixu. Lixu, have you ever met the Third Prince before? Feng Lixu replied, reporting to Master. I have not. Bai Qingling nodded. Very good. Then that settles it. As you can all see, my disciple has nothing to do with the Third Prince's death. Wang Lingkai was stunned. Huh? This? Ji Taimei remained silent, watching. Suddenly, Wang Lingkai's eyes widened as he felt something cold at his neck. Slash! His head fell. Ji Taimei said, Since that is the case, my joyful union sect must also give Brother Qingling an explanation. I wonder if Brother Qingling is satisfied now? Bai Qingling smiled faintly. Very good. Brother Ji is indeed a man of great principle. But inside, his eyes narrowed. The power of that slash just now. It was wrong. Ji Taimei is merely a minor boss in the original story. His current strength has clearly been enhanced. It can only be that woman's doing. That old witch hiding in the shadows and stirring up trouble. He thought of Mu Xinlan. Bai Qingling said aloud, We're leaving. Lin Xiangxian struggled to rise. Aya! Without waiting, Bai Qingling picked her up like an obedient cat. Shen Xinger, Tantai Lingying, and Feng Lixu followed. See you at the Demonic Path Convention in 2 days, Bai Qingling said as they walked out. Lin Xiangxian's thoughts churned. Calm down. Old Demon Bai is still keeping me at his side, which means the current situation is still within Master's plan. I've endured this much. There's no turning back now. Be infatuated with him, get close to him, please him, and when he is at his most unguarded, kill him mercilessly. Bai Qingling thought to himself, Yes, keep thinking that, little princess. Only then will you be qualified to be trained into one of Yuluo Hall's 4 demonesses. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Dark Love Infusion successful. Target, Lin Xiangxian. Corrupting and darkening. Obtained great love points, 100,000. Meanwhile, at Ice Lake Holy Land under the frozen waters, A coffin glowed faintly. Gurgle. Mu Xinlan stirred, her eyes snapping open. Such strong killing intent. It is Bai Qingling. She pushed open the coffin lid, her aura surging. What is he planning? Does he intend to counterattack me? And back in Bai Qingling's chambers, Feng Lixu knelt on the floor. Master, I am sorry. The assassination of Lin Mo was my own decision, and it implicated Master and my junior sisters. Please, punish me. Bai Qingling's voice was calm, almost indulgent. No. You did very well. Li Ganju and Lin Mo were both great worries of mine. If it were me, I would have done the same. You are the direct disciple I value most, bar none. I am proud of you. Feng Lixu's cheeks flushed red. Master, her heart fluttered. So, aside from just saying acceptable, Master can actually praise a disciple like this. Unable to restrain herself, she suddenly rushed forward, throwing herself into his embrace, pressing her entire body, her soft chest, against him. Bai Qingling, confused, said, Li Shui, what are you doing? Feng Li Shui said, it is just that, for the first time, I feel like I can truly depend on you completely, Master. She blushed and let her fingers brush Bai Qingling. Suddenly she sat down on his lap and said, So there is one precious kind of pain I have not experienced yet. Can you teach it to me, Master? Bai Qingling felt something wet and, eyes wide, murmured, Feng Li Shui asked, the precious pain that only a woman can know? Bai Qingling looked at Feng Li Shui's large, soft chest up close and thought to himself, Feng Li Shui, are we doing it? Are we really going to do it? He looked away, flustered. From a hiding place, Lin Xiangxian watched and whispered, Right now, right here, why did you freeze up? Is that stinking man useless or something? She blushed and urged, Go on, keep going, and began to drool. Suddenly something strange touched her tongue. Ugh, what was that? That guy must have found me. What did he make me swallow? Lin Xiangxian gasped. A burning heat rose in her thighs. She blushed, touched herself, and moaned, I am so hot. Qian is so hot. I like it so much. I want it. She could not control her knees and sank to the ground. Bai Qingling reacted quickly and used a skill, a demon-sealing talisman. The talisman flew and landed between Lin Xiangxian's legs. Bai Qingling thought, this talisman can suppress some of the infatuation goo's effects. Deal with what is left on your own. Consider it a punishment for you, Lin Xiangxian. Feng Li Shui suddenly cupped Bai Qingling's face and said, Master, what is distracting you? It is just us from Yuluo Palace here. I am setting an example as the head disciple. I am not afraid of them watching. Her chest flared with heat. Her clothes began to smolder and then burst into flame. Feng Li Shui cried, The Jui heaven-burning art? Could our connection be causing a resonance? Am I about to have a breakthrough at a time like this? Of all times, it had to be now. Bai Qingling, eyes alight with fury, said, If that is the case, then as your master, I cannot ruin this opportunity for you. He stood, his own body igniting. Both Bai Qingling and Feng Li Shui levitated as their garments burned away. Bai Qingling hissed, exhaled, and spat a jet of flame at Feng Li Shui. Flames licked across her body and, as the power swelled, black wings unfurled from her back. Bai Qingling thought, a breakthrough in the Jui heaven-burning art, the fourth scroll's realm. Feng Li Shui opened her eyes and said, Master, did you just reward me again? Bai Qingling looked away and replied, Congratulations. Feng Li Shui teased, Master actually looked away? I thought you would have been used to seeing a woman's body by now, Master. Bai Qingling shot back through clenched teeth. Heh, you dare tease me? Are you getting ideas about killing your master again? The door suddenly slammed open. Tantai Lingying burst in, shouting, Master, we have a problem. The blood python ancestor has appeared. Tantai Lingying froze, shocked and confused. Senior sister? Master. Feng Li Shui hastily covered herself and turned away from Tantai Lingying. Bai Qingling said calmly, The blood python ancestor, you say? Understood. I have already made my decision. In a different scene, the blood python ancestor roared, Ha ha, where is that Qingling brat? I will tear you to pieces. Sen Shinger barked back, Hey old geezer, listen up. Plenty of idiots want to challenge you, Luo Palace. She summoned a demon ghost and shouted, Get back in line. Stupid ghost, take him down. The demon ghost charged the blood python ancestor and swung its spear, cutting into the ancestor. The blood python ancestor struck back, hurling the demon ghost away toward Sen Shinger. She faced the ancestor alone, heart pounding. The blood python ancestor sneered, You little brat, you chose death when you could have lived. Bring me Bai Qingling, get over here. Its voice turned cold and accusing. The elder Fu sought out that vile Ganju to collect life souls for me, especially those of the water element, so that I could break the seal and be reborn, returning to the mortal realm. This was all in accordance with the way of heaven, but your Yuluo palace had to go and ruin things, causing the demise of Ganju and his daughter. If it were not for this, how could I have seen the light of day again? A new opportunity. All this misfortune is because of that Bai Qingling. One of the ancestors' faces fell silent, then spat venom. I will tear him to shreds to vent the anger in my heart. Bai Qingling, get out here. Tantai Lingying appeared and said, the necromantic requiem, as she plucked the strings of her guqin and commanded, break! Shockwaves of energy radiated from the sound. Multiple skeleton ghosts rose and charged the blood python ancestor, trying to hold it down. Senshinger cried, second senior sister, you have gotten so strong. The blood python ancestor sneered, teach, such childish tricks. If Bai Qingling is not here, I will start by using your blood to temper a new fleshy body. The ancestor towered over the ship. The crew stared at it in horror. Senshinger shouted, our flying ship has been captured. What does this monster want to do? The blood python ancestor flew toward the lava below. Senshinger screamed, below us is the Acacia Sex Lava Valley. He is going to throw us all in, ship and all. Suddenly a slash cut across the ancestor's eyes. It howled in pain. Woo! Who attacks me? Feng Li Shu appeared and declared, the grand disciple of the demon lord Bai Qingling is here to see you to your death. The blood python ancestor snarled, my powerful divine sense, honed since ancient times, actually failed to detect the presence of a junior like you. Could it be the ancient breath-concealing technique? Otherwise, it would have been impossible to evade my detection. Prey does not need to know that much, especially not a slightly larger snake. Let us see if my soul-cleaving sword is harder, or if your vitals are harder. She lunged to stab the blood python ancestor, but Feng Li Shu froze as a huge monstrous face glared at her. Feng Li Shu demanded, are you the acting master of a branch of the Asura Palace? The blood python ancestor spat, you old goat from ancient times. How long will you keep up this act? Do you find it amusing to feign weakness? If you are not going to use this blood python's demonic body properly, then I will use it instead. Shh, how tasteless. The taste of fear is only truly delicious when it is pushed to its absolute limit. If I had unleashed the full demonic might of the demon ancestor from the very beginning, and scared these little brats to the point of wetting themselves, how boring would that have been? Senshinger yelled, the demon ancestor's demonic might. Tantai Lingying muttered, was he just toying with us before? Is this his true strength? Feng Li Shu landed back on the ship. The blood python ancestor grinned at them. A crew member whispered, we are on a completely different level. Even if we were to summon Sectmaster Yi, it would likely be futile. Senshinger dropped to her knees in a dramatic prayer and said, Master, Xinger is, of course, willing to die in battle for you. But Xinger knows that no matter what you face, you would not easily give up on Xinger. You will, as Xinger has always imagined, save Xinger just as you always have. Right, Master? Bai Qingling suddenly karate chopped Senshinger's head and scolded, you silly girl. Senshinger cried, ow! Bai Qingling snapped, when you pray, you only think of yourself, not of your two senior sisters. Since when did the loving and caring Yuluo Palace become so selfish? He turned to Feng Li Shu and ordered, Li Shu, protect them. Senshinger tried to protest, Master, but Feng Li Shu covered her mouth. Senshinger muffled, Feng Li Shu answered crisply, yes, as you command. The blood python ancestor taunted, oh, so you must be that arrogant little brat who calls himself a demon lord, Bai Qingling? Bai Qingling flew into the fray and declared, blood python ancestor, the remnants of the old era should have faded into dust. There is no place in this new era for you. Why do we not let our old friend, the acting palace master, speak? The ancestor sneered, what acting palace master? This venerable one is of one mind and two faces. I have never heard of a jade-faced gentleman named Ren Gonfan. You insidious and cunning brat who loves to seduce other people's wives. Stop your nonsense, Bai Qingling retorted. Oh, so you are saying that our missing old friend from the Kangming Sea has already been refined and absorbed by the blood python ancestor. If that is the case, then there is no need for me to show any mercy. First things first, the sky is too red. It hurts my eyes. Bai Qingling's aura flared into a golden flaming blaze. He shouted, open the heavens, and burst forth in a radiant golden aura. The blood python ancestor bellowed, what kind of technique is this? To be able to contend with my demonic might, someone warned. Do not be fooled by him. I know this brat inside and out. He is at the peak of the deity transformation stage at most. Bai Qingling said calmly, by your logic, the blood python ancestor should be at a rather unstable level in the tribulation crossing stage, right? I thought Ren Ganfan was dead. I did not expect you to go out of your way to inform me. Thank you so much for the information. The ancestor barked. You, quickly calm yourself. He is intentionally baiting you so the provoking blood python's body will show a weakness. This is a battle between deity transformation and tribulation crossing. You must not be careless. Bai Qingling thought to himself, actually, I am still at the peak of the nascent soul stage. I am fighting the strongest optional boss from the original game, so this is not going to be easy. A little while earlier, as Bai Qingling flew across the sky, he looked at the building with his X-ray vision, seeing Lin Mo lying on the ground. Bai Qingling said to himself, it seems Lin Mo is really important to Jitai Mei. He is still trying to revive the corpse. Do not tell me he will actually manage to bring him back to life against all odds. But I do not have time to worry about Jitai Mei's side of things anymore. This old blood python demon is trying to destroy my flying carriage. How am I supposed to fight the strongest side story boss with just my cultivation level? Now is not the time to be stingy with the essentials. System, spend 500,000 points to exchange for a mythical treasure chest. The system said, spend 500,000 points for an exchange? The choices appeared, Annihilation Doll, Confirm. Bai Qingling pressed the Confirm button. Another system notification rang out, Exchange successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Heaven's Punishment, Earth's Annihilation, Demon Slaying Magic Array. The system explained, Heaven's Punishment, Earth's Annihilation, Demon Slaying, using the Chiyu Heavenly Demon Pearl can activate its full power. Without the array artifact, only 30% can be unleashed. Bai Qingling said, 30% is better than nothing. Later I can still trick the blood python by saying I also placed a Gu on him. That old demon's name has python in it, but his personality might not be so reckless. I still have a chance to win this. Meanwhile, at the scene of Bai Qingling's confrontation with the blood python ancestor, Bai Qingling said, have you two made up your minds yet? Is the old one going to be my opponent? Or is the middle-aged one coming? The blood python ancestor roared, do not you dare get smart with your words. Not even the demon ancestor Shnu would dare take my original poisonous saliva head on. Do you dare, bastard son? He spat poisonous flames at Bai Qingling. Shen Xinger cried out, Master, be careful. Feng Lixu shouted, Master. Tantai Lingying calmly said, it is fine, no need to be nervous. Shen Xinger turned, Sister Lingying. Tantai Lingying said, there is the aura of an ancient grand array. Master, he has already made thorough preparations. Bai Qingling grinned as he formed a huge barrier, stopping the blood python ancestor's attack. Feng Lixu exclaimed, what kind of array is this? Tantai Lingying said, although I studied the way of arrays with Master since I was young, this is the first time I have ever seen a grand array like this. Master's footsteps. For us now, they are still too difficult to reach. As Bai Qingling sparkled with brilliance, he said, you mentioned the demon ancestor Chiyo just now, did you not? This array is the Heaven's Punishment, Earth's Annihilation, demonic grand array created by the demon ancestor Chiyo. Consider it a way for the demon ancestor to receive your poisonous saliva, the blood python ancestor roared. Absolutely impossible. I have seen this array before. Even the demon ancestor Shnu has to set it up for 3 days and 3 nights to open it. How can a mere servant from a later generation create an array with a single thought? Bai Qingling said. A single thought to create an array is a bit of an exaggeration, but did not my disciple just hold out for the time it takes for 1/3 of an incense stick to burn? That was more than enough time for me. The blood python ancestor snarled, you, to think that a freak like you would appear in the eastern lands of a later generation. Consider it a fortune or a misfortune. Bai Qingling replied coldly. Do not you worry about the fate of the eastern lands, old thing. You had better worry about your own life first. Multiple spears materialized in the air. The blood python ancestor scoffed. Myriad spears piercing the heart? Dream on. The power of this array is tied to the array master's cultivation. Even a single strike from the peak of the deity transformation stage would not be able to threaten me. Bai Qingling said, Array master? Did not Ren Qianfan tell you that studying arrays is just a hobby of mine? What I cultivate in my true life is the way of the GU. Once I use this rank 8, Immortal Gu, the great desolate demon sealing seal, To seal your divine powers, a single strike from the nascent soul stage will be enough to take your life. The blood python ancestor snarled. You are a Jew cultivator too? Do not try to deceive me. You cannot possibly be good at everything, Ren said. He is not lying about that. During his life or death battle with the righteous path's Mu Sheng, and when he annihilated the peak deity transformation stage Tiger Taoist, his trump card was always his profound and unfathomable Gu techniques. The blood python ancestor spat. You brat, why did you not say so earlier? Ren called out. It is not too late now. As long as there is life, there is hope. A sailor shouted from the sky. Look quickly. A flying boat is coming to our aid. Bai Qingling turned his head. The vessel drew near. The sailor continued. The flying boat of the Asura Hall from the Kangming sect. It must be Hall Master Ren and his wife, as well as the great disciple Ni Zhang, who have come to help us. Ren frowned. My lady. The blood python ancestor hissed. Hey, if you are going to run, then run properly. Do not fight me for control of the body. Did you hear me? And then it flew away. Feng Lixu drew closer to Bai Qingling. Master, should we pursue them? She asked. Bai Qingling shook his head. There is no need. He thought to himself, the Jew technique I announced was nothing in the end, more of a bluff than anything. But to scare off a blood python whose realm is more than one level higher than mine, I can call this a rare and great victory. Suddenly, Sen Xinger flopped onto Bai Qingling's shoulder, pressing against him and squealing, Master! Xinger was so scared just now. Thank goodness Master came, otherwise Xinger would not have had a spare pair of underpants ready, she added, settling close and wrapping her legs around him. Tantai Lingyan blushed. Xinger, how can you behave so improperly in front of an outsider? You are really pushing your luck, aren't you? Sen Xinger blinked, confused. Feng Lixu and Tantai Lingyan tugged her away. Get over here, you. It is time for the rules of the Netherworld Hall, they scolded. Nu, at least let Master punish me with his own hands, Sen Xinger protested. Bai Qingling wiped sweat from his brow and thought, oh right. I suddenly remembered I promised Jinyang before. I said that for this demon path convention, just the two of us would be enough. Han Jinyang descended toward Bai Qingling. He watched her approach and thought, looking at this situation, I'm afraid she has come to hold me accountable. Bai Qingling smiled faintly. This is Madame Ren, is it not? Madame Ren led the Asura Hall to come to our aid. I thank you personally. Han Jinyang snorted coldly, swinging her long, shapely legs in a sudden kick toward him. Bai Qingling caught her strike midair with ease, his fingers gripping her smooth ankle as her full chest shook from the movement. What do you mean by this, Madame Ren? He said calmly. Han Jinyang flushed slightly, her eyes flashing. Did we not agree that the major matters of this Demon Path Assembly should be discussed together? That we would advance or retreat as one? Why did you bring those 3 disciples to face the Blood Butterfly ancestor without telling me? Madam, you misunderstand, Bai Qingling replied, stepping closer, his grip on her leg firm. Earlier, Lin Mo was suddenly attacked, and then the Blood Butterfly ancestor ambushed me specifically. It happened so fast I did not wish to disturb you. Besides, deliberately putting one's woman in danger is not my style. Han Jinyang's face turned crimson. She pulled against his hold, her body pressing nearer as her balance shifted. Wow! Whose woman are you talking about? The Asura Hall is watching. Do not say such nonsense. Bai Qingling's smile deepened. Madame Ren and I share a friendship like Guan and Bao. If anyone in the Asura Hall objects, let them step forward and confront me. Han Jinyang's voice trembled with indignation. In any case, let go of my hand. How long do you intend to keep holding on? When will you be satisfied? Bai Qingling's gaze grew more intent. I was checking the love insect poison I suppressed for you that night. It should not have relapsed by now, has it? Her eyes widened. You wicked man. Are you secretly hoping my poison will relapse? I merely do not want any mistake to ruin my proud reputation in the Gu arts, he said smoothly. Or, if you prefer, you may think of it as a doctor's concern for his patient's recovery. At that moment, Ni Zhong appeared, bowing. Hail, Qingling Demon Lord. His eyes widened at the scene, his Shimu's leg hooked over Bai Qingling's shoulder, her flushed face close to his. Oh? Bai Qingling chuckled. Asura Hall's senior disciple Ni Zhang. I did not expect anyone to dare confront me. Ni Zhang, and Jinyang snapped, regaining her composure. This is no time for pride or rivalry. Master Bai is helping your Shimu. Ni Zhang lowered his head, his voice heavy. My Shimu misunderstands. Shimu watched Jane grow up. You know how my master educated me. Bai Qingling's thoughts flickered coldly. That Ren Qianfan castrated senior disciple Ni Zhang. Anyone with eyes can see what that eunuch Ren Qianfan was thinking. yet almost no one has cared what Ni Zheng himself felt afterward. Han Jinyang frowned. So, what are you trying to say? Ni Zheng clenched his fists. I, Junior Ni Zheng, dare ask Master Bai to take care of my Shimu. I feel Master Bai is more deserving than my own master. A heavy silence fell. Bai Qingling and Han Jinyang exchanged a stunned glance, then turned back toward Ni Zheng. Ah? Later, at Shuiyue City, Bai Qingling explained respectfully. Sect leader Yi, that is how things happened earlier. Yi Hongyi's expression shifted. Ah, my uncle. Never mind, we will discuss it later. Bai Qingling thought to himself, just now I interacted with Jin Niang and earned 40,000 great love points, adding the comfort given to Lin Jianqian and the points accumulated by my 3 disciples. The remaining points now total 250,000. Together with Sen Xinger, Ye Hongyi, and Han Jinyang, Bai Qingling approached the Yin Empress. Little Qingling, the Yin Empress called, raising her wine cup with a radiant smile. You have finally returned. Come drink with your sister. Bai Qingling bowed. Bai Qingling pays respects to the Yin Empress. Ye Hongyi's cheeks flushed as she glanced shyly at him. It seems little Qingling's unexpected trouble is resolved. Lucky I drank so much, she murmured. There is no chance to take advantage of the alcohol and do as I please. I am not sure whether to be glad or regretful. Bai Qingling thought to himself, the Yin Empress is preparing a pretext to act personally, so that the Demon Emperor cannot later accuse her of neglecting the greater cause. How thoughtful of her. Aloud, he said, the Yin Empress's care has been noted by Bai Qingling. When I go to the 4 Elements, Extreme Palace to retrieve the treasure, I will repay you handsomely. The Yin Empress laughed, eyes glimmering with mischief. Haha, do not speak of repayment. Come. She suddenly reached out, seizing Sen Xinger by the wrist. Sen Xinger stiffened in shock as the Empress pulled her into a warm embrace. Everyone, stay tonight and drink with me until we are senseless. Sen Xinger struggled, cheeks burning red. Do not hug me. Xinger only wants to be held by her master. Later that night, beneath the full moon, Han Jinyang approached Bai Qingling's quarters, her steps measured and cautious. At this hour, why have you summoned me? She asked softly. Without a word, Bai Qingling extended his hand and drew her into his arms, pressing her tightly against him. Her full chest crushed against his body, and she gasped at the sudden intimacy. Wait a moment. So sudden? She stammered, her face aflame. Be natural, he murmured, his voice low and steady. The blood python ancestor is watching here. Her eyes widened. That is the blood python ancestor's soul-searching spore, Bai Qingling explained coldly. Its hidden surveillance is no less than my shadow-stealing sky pearl. That old villain's treachery has not died. He does not intend to let me off so easily. A sharp grin curved his lips as he held her even closer. I have a plan. We might use Lord Ren to provoke the blood python out and take him in one fell swoop. Han Jinyang's heart pounded furiously. Her body trembled in his embrace, heat rushing to her cheeks as his presence enveloped her. Han Jinyang said, what method do you plan to use to lure out the blood python ancestor? As Bai Qingling hugs her close as her huge soft chest is pressing to his body. Han Jinyang said, do not tell me it is. Bai Qingling said, when the blood python ancestor escaped earlier, it was clear that Ren Chanfan had equal control over the python's body. If we appear close enough, and Ren Chanfan sees it with his own eyes, do you think someone like him could resist barging in? But can we really handle the blood python in such a situation? As Bai Qingling continues to hold the soft bubble butt of Han Jinyang, Bai Qingling said, do not forget, this is the palace of the Queen of Yin. Offending her guest is the same as offending her. Although the Queen of Yin has a pact with the Demon Emperor not to take the initiative, self-defense is not restricted. Defeating the blood python ancestor is as good as dealing with Ren Qianfan. You will be free from your restraints. Han Jinyang feels heat in her body as she said, you are not wrong, but something feels off. It is like we are plotting to murder one's own husband. Bai Qingling suddenly carries her, and he said, you need not burden yourself with that, my lady, as Han Jinyang was shocked. And they went inside Bai Qingling's room. A few moments later, Bai Qingling lay down Han Jinyang on his bed, as Han Jinyang said lustfully, ah. Bai Qingling said, any overly explicit scene will not be captured by the blood butterfly's surveillance. With his demon eyes, he looks at Han Jinyang in his bed from head to her beautiful toes. as Bai Qingling closed the curtains and slowly removes his robe. Bai Qingling said, "This entire act is merely part of the grand plan to eliminate the blood butterfly ancestor. If I, Bai, cross any line or offend your will tonight," as Bai Qingling gently holds her healthy thick thighs, Bai Qingling said, "Then you may kill me as you wish." As Han Jinyang feels the heat of Bai Qingling's hand in her legs, as she blushed and feels pleasure, Han Jinyang said, "The arrow is already nocked. You have no choice but to shoot. Why act so sly now?" As Bai Qingling looks between Han Jinyang's legs, as she excitedly said, and gently spread her legs for Bai Qingling to see. Bai Qingling said, "Sly? That is not quite right," as he grins. Bai Qingling immediately holds her down, and he said, "If I were truly sly, Jin Yang would have long been mine. There would be no need for all this roundabout play." Han Jinyang was shocked as she drops to Bai Qingling's bed. She looks behind and said, "Wait a second, you are trying to..." Suddenly she feels something small poked her from behind, and she said in pleasure, "Ah!" As intense energy came out of Bai Qingling's bed, Bai Qingling said, "Calm down." At this point, Ren Qianfan is bound to make his move. Han Jinyang feels shivers in her skin as she sweats and blushed, and her moans were heard as the light of the full moon was so bright outside. Bai Qingling said, "A flute? He is just playing the flute? Those who know will sense his sorrow, those who do not will think he is adding to the atmosphere." Suddenly he looks at Han Jinyang, and he said, "It seems we will have to take it up a notch, Jinyang." Han Jinyang lies down and said further, "A bit more intense." As she blushed deeper, Bai Qingling said to himself, "Is this still acting? Or is she really seducing me for real? My lady's righteousness is truly admirable." As Bai Qingling laughed, saying, "Ho ho ho ho," as Han Jinyang continues to moan deeply in Bai Qingling's room as the night is still young. Bai Qingling said to himself, "Ren Qianfan, you are really a darned coward for not showing up now." Han Jinyang, flooded in pleasure, said, Is it over?" Bai Qingling looks behind and said, "Yes, you could say that. The blood python ran away." Because the Queen of Yin, whom he fears, showed up. As the Queen of Yin, Lady Xiao Qingmei, stood outside in her tiny form-fitting clothes, and she said, "Hey, Xiao Qingling, are you in your room?" As she raised her jar of alcohol. The Queen of Yin said, "Come out and drink with your sister Qingmei." Han Jinyang said with her trembling voice, "Should I slip away first?" Bai Qingling stood up and said, "What else can you do?" He puts on his robe and said, "You cannot possibly meet the Queen of Yin looking like that, can you?" Han Jinyang said, You scoundrel. You tore this, so you will have to pay for it." As she puts on her torn stockings. A system notification said, "Congratulations, host! Great love infusion successful." Another system notification said, "Gained 50,000 points. Current total 300,000 points." Outside, Lady Xiao Qingmei said, "Xiao Qingling." Bai Qingling clears his throat, saying, "Kuch." As he sweats, Lady Xiao Qingmei said, "There is a strange smell in the room. Should you not explain this to your sister Qingmei, Lady Xiao Qingmei blinked in confusion, her cheeks faintly flushed as she looked at Bai Qingling. "Huh?" she murmured, bending down to pick something up from the floor. As she reached for it, her graceful figure arched, showing off her perfect curves. "What's this thing?" She straightened up, examining the item. "It looks like part of a sock." Bai Qingling coughed lightly. "Ahem. That's my belonging. It concerns certain secrets not suitable for discussion." "Secrets?" Qingmei repeated, frowning with mild annoyance. "Xiao Qingling, you've been keeping far too many from your sister lately. Like last time, when you said you were retrieving some kind of trump card, yet never explained what it was." Bai Qingling smiled slyly. "And did I not also refrain from asking about your secrets, Qingmei? For instance, what exactly did you promise the demon emperor that made you hold back during the demonic path conference?" Qingmei's pretty face puffed up in irritation. "That's not the same," she muttered, only to hit her head on the doorframe. "Ouch! Be careful, Qingmei," Bai Qingling said with a sigh. "This place wasn't built specifically for you." Qingmei opened her eyes, tears welling at the corners. She stepped closer, staring at Qingling with a soft, doll-like expression. Bai Qingling looked away, face turning red. By the way, Qingmei, what brings you here tonight?" "Oh," Qingmei smiled faintly. "Your disciple and my junior sister Ronger sent me a letter." "Ronger wrote to you? What for?" Once Wronger arrives and the Demonic Path Conference concludes, I plan to personally host your wedding. Bai Qingling froze, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. What's wrong? Qingmei tilted her head. You don't look particularly thrilled. Hey. Qingling cleared his throat awkwardly. Oh, Qingmei, do you still remember helping me cultivate in the spiritual illusion realm before? Qingmei instantly turned crimson. Her body trembled slightly as she shifted her hips and cried out, Ah! Why would you bring that up? Knowing Wronger's personality, Qingling said softly, she'll definitely care about what's been happening to me lately. If she uses the wedding as an excuse to revisit old memories and learns what happened that day, what are we supposed to do? This, Qingmei clutched her head. Light, I'm so stupid. Whether it's about myself, my brother, or my disciple, I can't do anything right. Am I truly destined to end up as a useless woman who accomplishes nothing? Qingling's gaze softened. Qingmei, I've stored part of my memories within the Flame Demon Tower. Inside are the people and things I treasure most. Aside from Wronger, the one I could never forget is you. When I slaughtered my sect and fled east, it was you who saved me from those rogue demon cultivators. Because of you, I became the feared and respected demon lord Xiao Qingling. How could you ever call yourself someone who accomplished nothing? Xiao Qingling, Qingmei whispered, her eyes shimmering. She suddenly hugged Qingling tightly, pressing her soft chest against him. Don't say such things so easily. You'll make it too hard for me to let go. Then think of it as drunken nonsense, Qingling replied with a faint smile. When we sober up, we'll return to our own lives. Still, if Qingmei ever needs it, I wouldn't mind staying a fool lost in wine. Congratulations, host, the system chimed. Great love infusion. Successful. You've earned 150,000 points. Current total, 350,000 points. Qingling, nearly smothered by Qingmei's embrace, gently pushed her back. Thank you, Xiao Qingling, Qingmei whispered with a faint smile. If only those words were meant for me alone, they'd sound even sweeter. What do you mean? Qingling blinked. Did I ever say something like that to another woman? You did. Qingmei crossed her arms, stretching gracefully, showing the smooth curve of her underarms. Her tone turned cold. And that woman told me every word herself. That's impossible. Who was she? She's our all-too-familiar old rival. Qingmei's eyes darkened. Mu Xinlan. What? Bai Qingling froze, stunned. At the Huan sect main hall. Lin Mo! Shouted Ji Taimei. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. Third prince! Ji Taimei said, her voice trembling with excitement. Lin Mo blinked in confusion, realizing he was shirtless. What is this? He jumped back, pressing himself against the wall, eyes wide. Ji Taimei, you twisted freak! What have you done to my body? Ji Taimei pointed toward his waist, where a faint light glowed. Your Highness, she sneered. If you told me sooner that you possessed the divine power of resurrection and self-healing, I would have planned differently. Look, it's glowing at your waist. Lin Mo reached into his robe and pulled out a radiant artifact. That's the supreme immortal artifact, 9 Tribulation Spirit Marrow, Ji Taimei exclaimed. It was bestowed upon me by the Saint of Mo. Wait! Suddenly the air trembled. A surge of divine pressure filled the hall as a luminous presence descended. The Saint of Mo, Ji Taimei whispered, eyes widening in awe. Spiritual light erupted across the chamber. The Saint of Mo has descended. Ji Taimei said, it is really the Saint of Mu, as Mu Xinlan, graceful and radiant, hovered above them in the air. Her presence commanded reverence. Kneel and welcome the Saint of Mu's arrival, Ji Taimei cried as he kowtowed deeply to the ground. Lin Mo quickly said, Master, did you not mention in your spirit butterfly message that you needed to go into seclusion one last time? Then why? Mu Xinlan's calm eyes blinked in mild confusion. When did I ever say I would take you as my disciple? Lin Mo froze, stunned. Then, realizing the gravity of his mistake, he dropped to his knees and bowed. I must have misunderstood. I thought that since you entrusted me with the life-saving immortal artifact and the task of eliminating Bai Qingling, it meant you intended to take me in as your disciple. Mu Xinlan's tone turned sharp and cold. As the child of destiny, Instead of thinking about ridding the world of the demonic path and protecting all living beings, your mind is filled with filthy thoughts of men and women. You are becoming more and more like that Xiao Chen of Kunlun. Saint Mu, that is unfair. Lin Mo raised his head in protest. That Kunlun sect's Xiao Chen cannot keep his hands off women, always scheming to seduce his two disciples, Bai and Qingling. But I, Lin Mo, have only one woman in my heart, and only she can wound me. Mu Xinlan's eyes glowed with a chilling light. You do not even understand what love is. Ji Taimei sensed the rising storm. Saint Mu, please calm your... A thunderous boom shattered the air as the hall trembled. A spear of ice burst forth, piercing Lin Mo's chest. Useless thing, Mu Xinlan roared, her anger burning like divine frost. If you dare ruin my grand design again, I will wipe you and the entire great Chu dynasty off the face of the earth. Saint Mu, Ji Taimei whispered, as the saint's aura flickered between divine calm and demonic rage. Lin Mo coughed blood, whispering weakly, Senior. Mu Xinlan closed her eyes. A hiss like a serpent escaped her lips, followed by a slow, icy exhale that silenced the air. Lin Mo, trembling, whispered, Was that just now Saint Mu speaking? Shh! If you value your life, be silent, Ji Taimei hissed, lowering his voice. I have fought in the righteous demonic wars before. I am no fool. That Taoist Saintess Mu's divine soul is split into two spirits, the calm, noble, pure, and flawless one we see now, and another, violent, witch-like, and ruthless, suppressed deep within. A cold voice suddenly echoed, Ji Taimei, are you prying into my thoughts? Ji Taimei paled. No, I would not dare. Please forgive the third prince, Saint Mu. Once he slays Bai Qingling, he will atone with merit. Mu Xinlan's fingers twitched slightly, and the ice lodged in Lin Mo's chest shattered. You do not need to teach me how to do things. Where is my disciple, Lin Jianjian? She asked. Lin Mo, clutching his wound, replied, She has already earned Bai Qingling's trust, and he has taken her with him. As expected. Mu Xinlan's gaze darkened. That shell of hers truly caught Bai Qingling's eye. Taking her as my disciple was indeed a wise decision. Ji Taimei murmured, I remember Saint Mu once said she glimpsed a girl wearing a phoenix crown and wedding robes deep within Bai Qingling's heart. That woman and the old demon Bai must share a tangled past, likely connected to that other soul. Ji Taimei straightened. On the day the demonic Tao assembly begins, Bai Qingling will not go directly to attend. He will first visit a forbidden place within the Heiwan sect to retrieve something that belongs to him. There is such a thing, Lin Mo exclaimed. Where exactly? I will go there right now. Mu Xinlan raised a hand. Sect Master Ji, you will handle the main battlefield of the demonic Tao assembly. The matter of Bai Qingling will be left to the third prince. Lin Mo bowed. Understood. I will follow him and obstruct him by any means necessary. Once I find the treasure's location, I will report to Sect Master Ji. Mu Xinlan's gaze grew colder. And if you find a magic sword of deep azure within Bai Qingling's treasure ground, bring it back to me intact, understand? Yes, Saint Mu. But how did you come to know all this? Mu Xinlan smiled faintly. He told me himself. At the divine soul, void realm, Bai Qingling and Xiao Qingmei hovered opposite each other, suspended in the ethereal void. Bai Qingling said evenly, No Gu techniques, no spells, no divine powers. Not even your black flood dragon form. He frowned. Then how am I supposed to spar with you, Sister Qingmei? Xiao Qingmei chuckled softly. You can still use your life-bound magic sword, can you not? Or have you truly lost it? Bai Qingling raised a shimmering blade of faint blue light. Are you talking about this Kangming divine sword? Qingmei shook her head gently. No, I clearly remember your true life-bound magic sword. When I first met you, you wore it. It still carried Mu Xinlan's sword intent. Mu Xinlan again? Bai Qingling murmured. What kind of karmic tie do I have with her? Why can I not remember anything? Qingmei's gaze softened as she stepped close and placed her hand lightly on his chest. Relax. If you cannot recall it, then do not think about it for now. Her lips curved into a faint smile. For the moment, I will be by your side. And to strengthen your skills, her eyes gleamed. Come, cross swords with me first. Meanwhile, Bai Qingling and the others were not at the Kangming sect. Inside the quiet Yingui Hall, Hua Yuerong sat cross-legged in meditation, her presence serene and unshakable. Nan Gongfang strode in with a cold glare and said, "Hall Master Hua, or perhaps we can dispense with the title of Palace Master, Hua Yuerong." Hua Yuerong continued to meditate, her beauty illuminated by the dim crimson lanterns. Nan Gongfang sneered. "Because after tonight, the Yingui Hall will disappear from the demonic path of the eastern lands." Hua Yuerong slowly opened her eyes, her voice calm yet sharp. "Nan Gongfang, you would rather abandon your post as Grand Elder just to become a traitor to the Kangming sect?" Grinding his teeth, Nan Gongfang replied, Ever since the death of Taoist Master Mengu, whom I supported, I have not had a peaceful day. That fool Xiao Chen was useless. He could not take down Bai Qingling, nor could he deal with you, but in the end fate has smiled upon me. The sect leader has fled, and 3 of the 4 main halls now stand empty. Only your obstructive Yingui Hall remains. Tell me, Hua Yuerong, what expression will Bai Qingling wear when he returns to see your severed head? Ahaha. Hua Yuerong rose gracefully, her crimson robe fluttering. She looked at Nan Gongfang without emotion. "You happen to get one thing right by accident," she said coldly. "My Yingui Hall has indeed declined over the past few years. Without that undercover agent Xiao Chen, there were hardly any disciples left who could help me set up the formation." She raised both hands, her voice echoed like a mantra. "Only I, the Hall Master, may preside over this ceremony. I invite Elder Nangong and his entourage to experience the ultimate techniques of my Yingui Hall." A massive magic circle flared beneath their feet. The air trembled with dark energy. One of Nan Gongfang's men shouted, a burst of light, "There's actually a formation here." Hua Yuerong's eyes gleamed. Sky is white, earth is black. Heavenly demon formation rise. Sky fall, earth collapse. Screams erupted as Nan Gongfang's subordinates convulsed in agony. "No, Quick! Kill Hua Yuerong," Nan Gongfang shouted. "She's the only eye of this formation. If you don't, none of you will live." The men charged toward her, blades drawn. Hua Yuerong smirked. "Are these lackeys the remnants of Taoist Mengu? What good can come from following him? Heavenly demon, alluring array." She blew a kiss, and a swarm of ethereal beauties, ghostly apparitions, emerged from the mist. "Control them," Hua Yuerong commanded. The spirits danced seductively, whispering, "Fighting and killing has no meaning. Brothers, come play together." The men's eyes glazed over with lust. One stammered, "Hee, good little sister, your brother is coming." They stumbled toward the ghosts, embracing them, only to age and wither into dust within moments, their dying laughter echoing. Nan Gongfang roared, "What a bunch of idiots! They cannot even resist such petty seduction." Hua Yuerong's tone darkened. "Nan Gongfang, what about you?" She raised her hand. "Heavenly demon, poison array." A dark miasma spread through the hall. Nan Gongfang's remaining followers screamed, "No! Their bodies burst into black mist and vanished. Nan Gongfang staggered back, veins pulsing in fury. "Damn it! This was a trap, a trick to lure me into making a move. No wonder Yihongyi ignored me after taking over. They were waiting for me to slip up." Hua Yuerong's voice turned to ice. "Nan Gongfang, you do not understand. You made a very simple mistake." He glared at her. What mistake?" She stepped forward, her gaze sharp as a blade. "You could have acted earlier or later, but you chose this exact moment, leaving me to handle everything that comes after. Because of you, I have no time to attend the demonic cultivation conference to support my senior brother. So I will drain every last drop of your value and offer it to him as the foundation for his rise upon the demonic path. You should feel honored, old scoundrel Nan Gong." Elsewhere, Bai Qingling suddenly opened his eyes in confusion. He sat up, the morning light not yet breaking through the window. "It's not even dawn yet. Where's Sister Qingmei?" He rubbed his temples, chuckling softly. "I spent the second half of the night dual cultivating with her. It was a fierce battle that lasted from beginning to end." He smirked to himself. "As expected of Sister Qingmei, I only managed to stand a chance after using the Black Jiao form technique. My cultivation has truly advanced to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. It was not an illusion." His expression softened. Qingmei truly is the best, though it would have been nice if she had said goodbye properly. "Am I, Bai Qingling, truly so heartless?" The door slid open. "Master, please have some tea," a gentle voice said. Bai Qingling turned and froze. "Lingyan? No wonder the Queen of Yin had to sneak away too. He took the cup of cold tea, sighing. Lingyin, it's still dark. What brings you here? Tantai Lingyin stepped closer, her posture elegant, yet enticing. May I ask, Lord Master, were you with Madame Ren last night? Bai Qingling blinked, caught off guard. Did the Queen of Yin tell you that? You met her when you arrived? Lingyin hesitated, cheeks flushed. So, it's not just Madame Ren, she whispered. Did the Queen of Yin also spend the night with Master? Realizing what she said, she gasped softly. What am I saying? I'm such a blabbermouth. Bai Qingling remained silent, eyes on his cup of tea. When he finally looked up, Lingyin stood before him in a silken nightgown, her face glowing red with embarrassment and beauty. He smirked faintly, thoughts swirling. Lingyin has been unusually bold this time. What exactly is she planning to do? Tantai Lingyin took out a package and a letter. She then said, Just now Hall Master Hua's spirit beast delivered a letter and a package. It seems that something has happened within the sect, and Hall Master Hua will not be coming to the demonic Tao assembly. Bai Qingling said to himself, The aftermath of Elder Nangong Fong's rebellion fell onto my shoulders, preventing me from arriving at the assembly in time. I could only gather a few rare Gu seeds and raw materials. I hope they can lend a hand to senior brother. It just so happens that I need to enter seclusion in the next 2 days and refine some 9th transformation immortal Gu as a backup plan. These Gu seed materials arrived at the perfect time. Thank you, Yuerong. Previously, when the Queen of Yin said that Yuerong was coming, I hesitated and made many excuses. Unexpectedly, Yuerong focused only on quietly helping from behind the scenes. She treated me so well. How could I not repay her afterward? Bai Qingling said, Lingyin, I have been informed of this matter. Is there anything else? Tantai Lingyin leaned closer with a soft, alluring tone. Master. Her sudden proximity shocked Bai Qingling. Before he could react, Tantai Lingyin gently pushed him onto the bed and whispered, In Master's eyes. What kind of existence is Lingyin? Bai Qingling said, Why bring this up all of a sudden? Tantai Lingyin said, Even someone as clingy as Xinger can now endure late-night cultivation on her own. From outside came Shen Xinger's sudden muffled groan of exertion. Tantai Lingyin continued, Before eldest senior sister returned, she always felt so serious. Outside, Shen Xinger was lifting weights with Feng Lixu, their breath steady and focused. Tantai Lingyin said, Others might not have noticed, but Lingyin would never be mistaken. Eldest senior sister has quietly changed as well. As for Madame Ren, it goes without saying. Anyone with discerning eyes has already seen through many of her schemes. Lingyin crawled closer, her voice softening. Lingyin just does not understand. Did something happen between them and Master, but I was the only one left out? Bai Qingling said to himself, So, that is what this is about. So much has happened on this journey to the demonic Tao assembly. Does Lingyin feel as though I have neglected her? He smiled and said, Lingyin, your thoughts still lack clarity and insight. Tantai Lingyin froze in surprise. Master, what do you mean by that? Bai Qingling said, Xinger is a woman who cannot keep secrets. She is passionate and decisive in love and hate. Lixu keeps things in her heart, but she is always willing to take the lead in action. Only you, so cautious, so hesitant, always losing one thing to save another. You hardly seem like a demonic cultivator. Lingyin opened her mouth to speak, but Bai Qingling gently touched her soft lips. I think you are doing a good job. Tantai Lingyin blinked in confusion. Eh? Bai Qingling said, And your current outfit. Could it be that you were influenced by Madame Ren, trying to imitate her to attract me? Tantai Lingyin's cheeks reddened as she looked at him. Even though you have gone to such lengths, why are you still so hesitant and cautious? He grinned. Outwardly pure and upright, inwardly twisted and contradictory, yet ultimately someone who walks toward her true self as a cultivator of the demonic Tao. This lord likes it. Tantai Lingyin bit her lips softly. That is... If we do not consider demonic Tao cultivation, how does Lingyin appear in her master's eyes? She traced her fingers lightly across Bai Qingling's firm abdomen. Bai Qingling said inwardly, trying to flirt with me. How interesting. Based on my extensive experience with dating simulations, I should come up with a challenge to test her. He said, Then I will ask you this. Yehongyi and I were both captured by the hypocritical righteous sect. If you could save only one person, who would you save first? Tantai Lingyin burst out laughing. Pfft, Master is a big fool. She suddenly grabbed his face. Pfft, Bai Qingling yelped. Tantai Lingyan said, if Master asks such a question again, Lingyan would still use a similar method to slip away. So if Master asks again, it shows that Master likes this Lingyan. She then pressed him against her soft, warm embrace. Bai Qingling thought with a strained breath, cough, cough. I still cannot underestimate Lingyan's skill level. At the misty cloud palace within the profound ice holy land, the river suddenly lit up as Mushinlan's crystal coffin released a surge of energy. Mushinlan slowly emerged, ethereal and beautiful, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Sister, she murmured softly as she sat up. Just now, when my spirit left my body and I saw Jitai Mei and Lin Mo. Why did you have to appear? This body is entirely under my control. Do not force me to make you disappear, all right? Her sister laughed sharply. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Mu Xinlan. The world believes that you, Holy Lady Mu, abandoned your desires for the sake of the righteous path, but no one imagined your purity and innocence were stolen long ago by a young devil. Ha 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 ha! Mu Xinlan shouted. Sister, that is enough! Her blush deepened. All of this, was it not you who brought this trouble upon yourself? Have you even thought about how he treated you? It was because of him that you handed over control of this body to me. When you bring up that man now, do you feel no shame or regret? Look at his true colors. That boy was the most wicked person in the world from the moment he was born. Mu Xinlan lowered her head, trembling. Her tears fell as she whispered with heartbreaking beauty, woo, woo, woo. The day before the start of the demonic Tao assembly, as Bai Qingling meditated in silence, he murmured to himself, this is the rare goose seed brought by junior sister Yuerong. This refinement must not fail. He gathered his energy, but abruptly halted, eyes sharp. Succeed for me! Power surged, lifting him into the air as a brilliant light burst outward. The most powerful ninth transformation immortal goo. The ultimate Tao dream butterfly goo, he declared. His gaze trembled slightly as he thought, this was the killing move used against the ultimate Tao heavenly demon in the original storyline. It appeared only within the game's background lore. As my final contingency plan, I pray this priceless immortal goo will not be wasted on that insignificant little boss, Jitai Mei. Open the attribute panel, Bai Qingling commanded. The system responded. Attribute panel, Bai Feng. Taoist name, Dingling. Physique, innate formless demon seed. Ghost controlling spirit body, profound crystal jade body. Age, 120. Cultivation level, nascent soul realm, early stage, yang god formed. Techniques, supreme breath concealment art, 9 peaks heaven burning art, heavenly demon dragon transformation scripture, sea of blood elegy art, support skills, alchemy level 89, Gu Dao level 100, weapon forging level 70. Note, maximum skill level in this world is 99. Magic treasures, Yama's 10 ultimate slashes, 7th layer pseudo-immortal grade, shadow stealing heavenly pearl, pseudo-immortal grade, love points 450,000. It seems I have at most one more year, Bai Qingling said softly. By then, even without relying on the system, I should be able to reclaim the strength I possessed during my peak years as Bai Qingling. All that remains is to wait for the demonic Tao assembly tomorrow, infiltrate the Heiwan sect's unique dungeon, the Four Symbols Palace, and reclaim my original internal organs. The day of the demonic Tao assembly, at the palace of the Empress of Yin, crowds gathered in waves. Shin Singer's eyes sparkled. Wow, so many people, as expected of the Empress of Yin. Jitai Mei's Heiwan sect truly dares not show even the slightest negligence. Bai Qingling placed his hand atop her head, and she flushed. Let us go, Xinger, he said calmly. None of this concerns what we intend to accomplish. Shin Singer giggled softly, cheeks glowing. Xinger does not know Master's plan, but wherever Master goes, Xinger will follow and serve him faithfully. She leaned closer. Before we set off, Xinger wants a kiss. But just as she approached him, Bai Qingling sensed a presence watching from a distance. On the other side of the wall, Feng Lixu attempted to hide, yet her large, soft chest protruded visibly from her position, betraying her entirely. Bai Qingling's eye twitched. This girl truly knows how to choose her timing. He raised his voice sharply. With such an important matter at hand, is this truly your attitude? Have you not fooled around enough? Shinsinger flinched, then dropped to her knees. I am sorry, Master. Xinger was too willful. Please punish me, Master. Woo woo. Bai Qingling exhaled. And Lixu, come out as well. A ripple of concealed chi shimmered before Feng Lixu stepped forward, flustered. Your primordial breath concealment art was taught to you by your master, Bai Qingling said sternly. How could you imagine you could hide it from me? Master, Feng Lixu whispered, cheeks pink. What were you doing just now? Bai Qingling cleared his throat loudly. Ahem, your master is asking you this. Why are you here? Looking away, Feng Lixu replied, reporting to master. After Xinger finished practicing her skills last night, Lixu remembered she needed to find her. But Xinger was nowhere to be found. Of course she was nowhere to be found, Bai Qingling thought. This girl climbed into my bed in the middle of the night. A bead of cold sweat traced down his back. If anyone had seen that directly, I would be in a terrible situation. Shen Xinger quickly blurted. Xinger was exchanging cultivation tips with master. She was not intentionally avoiding Sister Lixu. So that is how it was. No wonder I could not find you, Feng Lixu said thoughtfully. But Lixu discovered someone who should not have been there. Bai Qingling's expression sharpened. Who did you see? I believe I saw the third prince, Lin Mo, Feng Lixu answered. I could never mistake the aura of Great Chu's royal family's 9 profound bright king technique. So Lin Mo survived, Bai Qingling muttered. Burned organs, failed dragon inheritance, and still alive. He narrowed his eyes. This second male lead is truly difficult to eradicate. There was only one person who could have revived him. That woman, Mu Xinlan. I'm not worried about Mu Xinlan reviving him, Bai Feng murmured coolly. When it comes to dealing with Lin Mo, I have as many methods as I need. He smirked. For example, openly flirting with his beloved goddess, Feng Lixu. I would not mind adding Lin Shangqian either. He cleared his throat. Cough. Let us set that matter aside for now. The two of you will accompany your master somewhere. Feng Lixu bowed. The demonic Dao assembly will be handled by Madame Ren and sect leader Yi. We shall follow wherever master goes. Oh right, business comes first. Shen Xinger pulled eagerly on Bai Qingling's arm. Master, let us go. As she tugged him, Feng Lixu's eyes drifted downward, landing on the choker around Shen Xinger's neck with its discreet leather handle. Her expression stiffened. Then, without hesitation, Feng Lixu seized Bai Qingling's arm and pressed it firmly between her ample soft chest. Yes, Lixu will follow master. Shen Xinger whispered to herself, Sister Lixu, is it just me, or does the space on the bed feel smaller and smaller? Then she smiled sweetly. If it is Sister Lixu, Xinger does not mind at all. At the same time, Lin Mo leaped across a cliff, landing on a jagged stone outcrop. He turned back, a cold smile formed. Beneath the shadowed cliff, a pair of icy eyes opened. Bai Qingling, you never would have guessed this. I, Lin Mo, have returned. A flying ship hovered high in the sky, gliding swiftly through the clouds. Lin Qianqian stood upon the deck and murmured, Ah, that accursed, despicable man. Is he already flaunting his strength at the demonic Dao assembly? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Qianqian, is that you, Qianqian? She turned around, startled. Lin Mo landed on the deck and declared, It is me. I am your third royal brother, Lin Mo. Lin Qianqian whispered, Royal brother, you, should you not already be? Before she could finish, Ni Zheng stepped forward and pointed his sword at Lin Mo. Apologies. This is the flying boat of the Kangming sect. Unauthorized individuals are forbidden from boarding. Lin Mo stared him down. And who are you? Asura Hall, Ni Zheng. So you are the one who approached, Lin Mo said coldly. Ni Zheng, is it? This prince hereby declares, you will leave. With a harsh shove, he pushed Ni Zheng off the ship. Ni Zheng tumbled through the air and splashed into the lake below. Lin Mo stepped closer to Qianqian. Qianqian, I have a question for you. She tensed. Third royal brother? Rage flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. That demon, did he touch you? Qianqian blushed faintly and looked away. It is not convenient for Qianqian to explain to royal brother. If he knew how Bai Qingling treated me, I cannot imagine how he would react, she thought with flustered embarrassment. Lin Mo's voice rose. I am your true brother. There is nothing you cannot say to me. Qianqian steadied her voice. Royal brother understands that all those sacrifices were made to eliminate that unparalleled great demon. Our Lin royal clan is devoted to the righteous path. For master's grand plan, everything is worth it. Lin Mo suddenly fell to his knees, trembling. I see. I understand now. Old demon Bai. Then fury surged into his eyes. If I do not slay you, I swear I am not a man. Without warning, he seized what he thought was his sister's delicate wrist. Jiangqian, leave with me. As your elder brother, I want you to witness with your own eyes how Bai Qingling flies into helpless fury as I ruin everything he has built. Only afterward did he realize he had mistakenly grabbed Sen Xinger's wrist instead, but he pulled her along all the same. Heihuan sect, gate to the Holy Land. A massive crowd gathered before the sacred gate. Bai Qingling, Sen Xinger, and Feng Lixu quietly blended into the sea of disciples under the veil of the divine concealment umbrella. It is so lively, Sen Xinger whispered. I have not seen such a grand scene in ages. Little junior sister, calm yourself, Feng Lixu murmured. Although we are hidden beneath Master's divine concealment umbrella, a powerful being's divine soul might still sense us. She gently held Sen Xinger's hand, pulling her close to deepen the concealment, their robes brushing lightly. Only masters in my primordial breath concealment art can completely prevent a sect leader from noticing. Sen Xinger flushed a little as her eyes met Lixu's. Lixu thought fondly, this feeling of being so close to Master and Xinger, it truly feels like a small, warm family of three. Just as she smiled, she froze. Sen Xinger had suddenly vanished from her side. Lixu looked back and found Xinger tucked beneath Bai Qingling's long cloak, her silhouette obvious even through the fabric. You actually dared to hide inside Master's demon robes? Lixu whispered sharply. Such behavior is utterly disrespectful. Disgraceful! Sen Xinger peeked out and protested softly, eh? Xinger is only hiding because she is being cautious, just as Sister Lixu explained. Bai Qingling sighed. All right, stop fooling around. Our mission is extremely confidential, and we cannot afford the slightest mistake. He nudged Xinger back into place beneath the cloak and continued. Let these petty villains stumble over their own panic. All of you, quickly follow this lord. Sen Xinger cheerfully wrapped her hands around Bai Qingling's and Lixu's arms. Yes, Lord Master. A short while later, they arrived before a roaring waterfall. Bai Qingling gazed at it. Wang Zibo, patriarch of the Heihuan sect, forged a miniature world cave dwelling in the void, the Four Symbols Palace. Its entrance lies deep within this waterfall. Feng Lixu narrowed her eyes. Could this waterfall be a restriction set by the patriarch himself? Can anyone truly force their way through such ancient and terrifying spiritual pressure? Bai Qingling stepped forward. Lixu, Xinger, step back. Flames surged around him. 9 peaks burning heaven technique. The waterfall trembled. Even if others cannot break through, he declared, Demon Lord Qingling can come and go as he pleases. His figure blazed brilliantly as the roaring veil of water split before him. Thank you so much for watching. That's all for now. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing to help me grow my channel. Your support means the world to me. Don't forget to leave a comment below. I love hearing from you. Let's keep the conversation going and get those analytics buzzing. Until next time, take care.